The builder. E.J. Elwood, Liz said anxiously, you aren't listening to anything we're saying, and you're not eating a bit. What in the world is the matter with you? Sometimes I just can't understand you. For a long time there was no response. Ernest Elwood continued to stare past them, staring out the window at the semi-darkness beyond, as if hearing something they did not hear. At last he sighed, drawing himself up in his chair almost as if he were going to say something. But then his elbow knocked against his coffee cup, and he turned instead to steady the cup, wiping spilled brown coffee from its side. "Sorry," he murmured. "What were you saying?" "Eat, dear," his wife said. She glanced at the two boys as she spoke, to see if they had stopped eating also. "You know, I go to a great deal of trouble to fix your food." Bob, the older boy, was going right ahead, cutting his liver and bacon carefully into bits. But sure enough, little Toddy had put down his knife and fork as soon as E.J. had, and now he, too, was sitting silently, staring down at his plate. "See," Liz said, "you're not setting a very good example for the boys. Eat up your food. It's getting cold. You don't want to eat cold liver, do you? There's nothing worse than liver when it gets cold and the fat all over the bacon hardens. It's harder to digest cold fat than anything else in the world, especially lamb fat. They say a lot of people can't eat lamb fat at all. Dear, please eat." Elwood nodded. He lifted his fork and spooned up some peas and potatoes, carrying them to his mouth. Little Toddy did the same, gravely and seriously, a small addition of his father. "Say," Bob said, "we had an atomic bomb drill at school today. We lay under the desks." "Is that right?" Liz said. "But Mr. Pearson, our science teacher, says that if they drop a bomb on us, the whole town will be demolished, so I can't see what good getting under the desk will do. I think they ought to realize what advances science has made. There are bombs now that'll destroy miles, leaving nothing standing." "You sure know a lot," Toddy muttered. "Oh, shut up." "Boys," Liz said. "It's true," Bob said earnestly. "A fellow I know is in the Marine Corps Reserve, and he says they have new weapons that will destroy wheat crops and poison water supplies. It's some kind of crystals." "Heavens," Liz said. "They didn't have things like that in the last war. Atomic development came almost at the end, without there really being an opportunity to make use of it on a full scale." Bob turned to his father. "Dad, isn't that true? I'll bet when you were in the Army, you didn't have any of the fully atomic—" Elwood threw down his fork. He pushed his chair back and stood up. Liz stared up in astonishment at him, her cup half raised. Bob's mouth hung open, his sentence unfinished. Little Toddy said nothing. "Dear, what's the matter?" Liz said. "I'll see you later." They gazed after him in amazement as he walked away from the table out of the dining room. They heard him go into the kitchen and pull open the back door. A moment later, the back door slammed behind him. "He went out in the backyard," Bob said. "Mom, was he always like this? Why does he act so funny? It isn't some kind of war psychosis he got in the Philippines, is it? In the First World War they called it shell shock, but now they know it's a form of war psychosis. Is it something like that?" "Eat your food," Liz said, red spots of anger burning in her cheeks. She shook her head. "Darn that man. I just can't imagine." The boys ate their food. It was dark out in the backyard. The sun had set and the air was cool and thin, filled with dancing specks of night insects. In the next yard, Joe Hunt was working, raking leaves from under his cherry tree. He nodded to Elwood. Elwood walked slowly down the path, across the yard towards the garage. He stopped, his hands in his pockets. By the garage, something immense and white loomed up, a vast pale shape in the evening gloom. As he stood gazing at it, a kind of warmth began to glow inside him. It was a strange warmth, something like pride, a little pleasure mixed in, and excitement. Looking at the boat always made him excited. Even when he was first starting on it, he had felt the sudden race of his heart, the shaking of his hands, sweat on his face. His boat. He grinned, walking closer. He reached up and thumped the solid side. What a fine boat it was, and coming along damn well, almost done. A lot of work had gone into that, a lot of work and time. Afternoons off from work, Sundays, and even sometimes early in the morning before work. That was best, early in the morning with the bright sun shining down, and the air good-smelling and fresh, and everything wet and sparkling. He liked that time best of all, and there was no one else up to bother him and ask him questions. He thumped the solid side again. A lot of work and material, all right. Lumber and nails, sawing and hammering and bending. Of course, Toddy had helped him. He certainly couldn't have done it alone, no doubt of that. If Toddy hadn't drawn the lines on the board and— "Hey," Joe Hunt said. Elwood started, turning. Joe was leaning on the fence, looking at him. "Sorry," Elwood said. "What did you say?" "Your mind was a million miles away," Hunt said. He took a puff on his cigar. "Nice night." "Yes." "That's some boat you got there, Elwood." "Thanks," Elwood murmured. He walked away from it, back towards the house. "Good night, Joe." "How long is it you've been working on that boat?" Hunt reflected. "Seems like about a year in all, doesn't it? About 12 months. You sure put a lot of time and effort into it. Seems like every time I see you, you're carting lumber back here, and sawing and hammering away." Elwood nodded, moving towards the back door. "You even got your kids working, at least the little tyke." "Yes, it's quite a boat." Hunt paused. "You sure must be going to go quite a way with it by the size of it. Now just exactly where was it you told me you're going? I forget." There was silence. "I can't hear you, Elwood," Hunt said. "Speak up. A boat that big, you must be—" "Lay off." Hunt laughed easily. "What's the matter, Elwood? I'm just having a little harmless fun, pulling your leg. But seriously, where are you going with that? You going to drag it down to the beach and float it? I know a guy has a little sailboat he fits onto a trailer cart, hooks it up to his car. He drives down to the yacht harbor every week or so. But my God, you can't get that big thing on a trailer. You know, I heard about a guy built a boat in his cellar. Well, he got done, and you know what he discovered? He discovered that the boat was so big, when he tried to get it out the door—" Liz Elwood came to the back door, snapping on the kitchen light and pushing the door open. She stepped out onto the grass, her arms folded. "Good evening, Mrs. Elwood," Hunt said, touching his hat. "Sure a nice night." "Good evening." Liz turned to E.J. "For heaven's sake, are you going to come in?" Her voice was low and hard. "Sure." Elwood reached out listlessly for the door. "I'm coming in. Good night, Joe." "Good night," Hunt said. He watched the two of them go inside. The door closed. The light went off. Hunt shook his head. "Funny guy," he murmured. "Getting funnier all the time. Like he's in a different world. Him and his boat." He went indoors. "She was just 18, Jack Frederick said, but she sure knew what it was all about." "Those Southern girls are that way," Charlie said. "It's like fruit. Nice, soft, ripe, slightly damp fruit." "There's a passage in Hemingway like that," Ann Pike said. "I can't remember what it's from. He compares a—" "But the way they talk," Charlie said. "Who can stand the way those Southern girls talk?" "What's the matter with the way they talk?" Jack demanded. "They talk different, but you get used to it." "Why can't they talk right?" "What do you mean?" "They talk like colored people." "It's because they all come from the same region," Ann said. "Are you saying this girl was colored?" Jack said. "No, of course not. Finish your pie." Charlie looked at his wristwatch. "Almost 1. We have to be getting on back to the office." "I'm not finished eating," Jack said. "Hold on." "You know, there's a lot of colored people moving into my area," Ann said. "There's a real estate sign up on a house about a block from me. All races welcomed. I almost fell over dead when I saw it." "What did you do?" "I didn't do anything. What can we do?" "You know, if you work for the government, they can put a colored man or a Chinese next to you," Jack said, "and you can't do anything about it." "Except quit." "It interferes with your right to work," Charlie said. "How can you work like that? Answer me." "There's too many pinks in the government," Jack said. "That's how they got that, about hiring people for government jobs without looking to see what race they belong to. During WPA days, when Harry Hopkins was in." "You know where Harry Hopkins was born?" Ann said. "He was born in Russia." "That was Sidney Hillman," Jack said. "It's all the same," Charlie said. "They all ought to be sent back there." Ann looked curiously at Ernest Elwood. He was sitting quietly, reading his newspaper, not saying anything. The cafeteria was alive with movement and noise. Everyone was eating and talking, coming and going, back and forth. "E.J., are you all right?" Ann said. "Yes." "He's reading about the White Sox," Charlie said. "He has that intent look. Say, you know, I took my kids to the game the other night and—" "Come on," Jack said, standing up. "We have to get back." They all rose. Elwood folded his newspaper up, silently, putting it into his pocket. "Say, you're not talking much," Charlie said to him, as they went up the aisle. Elwood glanced up. "Sorry." "I've been meaning to ask you something. Do you want to come over Saturday night for a little game? You haven't played with us for a hell of a long time." "Don't ask him," Jack said, paying for his meal at the cash register. "He always wants to play queer games like Deuces Wild, baseball, spit in the ocean." "Straight poker for me," Charlie said. "Come on, Elwood. The more the better. Have a couple of beers, chew the fat, get away from the wife, eh?" He grinned. "One of these days, we're going to have a good old stag party," Jack said, pocketing his change. He winked at Elwood. "You know the kind I mean. We get some gals together, have a little show." He made a motion with his hand. Elwood moved off. "Maybe. I'll think it over." He paid for his lunch. Then he went outside, out onto the bright pavement. The others were still inside, waiting for Anne. She had gone into the powder room. Suddenly, Elwood turned and walked hurriedly down the pavement, away from the cafeteria. He turned the corner quickly and found himself on Cedar Street in front of a television store. Shoppers and clerks out on their lunch hour pushed and crowded past him, laughing and talking, bits of their conversations rising and falling around him like waves of the sea. He stepped into the doorway of the television shop and stood, his hands in his pockets like a man hiding from the rain. What was the matter with him? Maybe he should go see a doctor. The sounds, the people, everything bothered him. Noise and motion everywhere. He wasn't sleeping enough at night. Maybe it was something in his diet. And he was working so damn hard out in the yard. By the time he went to bed at night, he was exhausted. Elwood rubbed his forehead. People and sounds, talking, streaming past him, endless shapes moving in the streets and stores. In the window of the television shop, a big television set blinked and winked a soundless program, the images leaping merrily. Elwood watched passively. A woman in tights was doing acrobatics, first a series of splits, then cartwheels and spins. She walked on her hands for a moment, her legs waving above her, smiling at the audience. Then she disappeared, and a brightly dressed man came on, leading a dog. Elwood looked at his watch. 5 minutes to 1. He had 5 minutes to get back to the office. He went back to the pavement and looked around the corner. Anne and Charlie and Jack were no place to be seen. They had gone on. Elwood walked slowly along, past the stores, his hands in his pockets. He stopped for a moment in front of the 10-cent store, watching the milling women pushing and shoving around the imitation jewelry counters, touching things, picking them up, examining them. In the window of a drugstore, he stared at an advertisement for athlete's foot, some kind of a powder, being sprinkled between two cracked and blistered toes. He crossed the street. On the other side, he paused to look at a display of women's clothing, skirts and blouses and wool sweaters. In a color photograph, a handsomely dressed girl was removing her blouse to show the world her elegant bra. Elwood passed on. The next window was suitcases, luggage, and trunks. Luggage. He stopped, frowning. Something wandered through his mind, some loose, vague thought too nebulous to catch. He felt suddenly a deep inner urgency. He examined his watch. 1:10. He was late. He hurried to the corner and stood waiting impatiently for the light to change. A handful of men and women pressed past him, moving out to the curb to catch an oncoming bus. Elwood watched the bus. It halted, its doors opening. The people rushed onto it. Suddenly Elwood joined them, stepping up the steps of the bus. The doors closed behind him as he fished out change from his pocket. A moment later, he took his seat next to an immense old woman with a child on her lap. Elwood sat, quietly, his hands folded, staring ahead and waiting as the bus moved off down the street, moving towards the residential district. When he got home, there was no one there. The house was dark and cool. He went to the bedroom and got his old clothes from the closet. He was just going out into the backyard when Liz appeared in the driveway, her arms loaded with groceries. "EJ," she said, "what's the matter? Why are you home?" "I don't know. I took some leave. It's all right." Liz put her packages down on the fence. "For heaven's sake," she said irritably, "you frightened me." She stared at him intently. "You took leave?" "Yes." "How much does that make this year? How much leave have you taken in all?" "I don't know." "You don't know? Well, is there any left?" "Left for what?" Liz stared at him. Then she picked up her packages and went inside the house, the back door banging after her. Elwood frowned. What was the matter? He went on into the garage and began to drag lumber and tools out onto the lawn beside the boat. He gazed up at it. It was square, big and square, like some enormous solid packing crate. Lord, but it was solid. He had put endless beams into it. There was a covered cabin with a big window, the roof tarred over. Quite a boat. He began to work. Presently Liz came out of the house. She crossed the yard silently so that he did not notice her until he came to get some large nails. "Well?" Liz said. Elwood stopped for a moment. "What is it?" Liz folded her arms. Elwood became impatient. "What is it? Why are you looking at me?" Did you really take more leave? I can't believe it. You really came home again to work on that. Elwood turned away. Wait. She came up beside him. Don't walk off from me. Stand still. Be quiet. Don't shout. I'm not shouting. I want to talk to you. I want to ask you something. May I? May I ask you something? You don't mind talking to me? Elwood nodded. Why? Liz said, her voice low and intense. Why? Will you tell me that? Why? Why what? That thing. What is it for? Why are you here in the yard in the middle of the day? For a whole year it's been like this. At the table last night, all of a sudden you got up and walked out. Why? What's it all for? It's almost done, Elwood murmured. A few more licks here and there, and it'll be... And then what? Liz came around in front of him, standing in his path. And then what? What are you going to do with it? Sell it? Float it? All the neighbors are laughing at you. Everybody in the block knows. Her voice broke suddenly. Knows about you and this. The kids at school make fun of Bob and Toddy. They tell them their father is... that he's crazy. Please, EJ, tell me what it's for. Will you do that? Maybe I can understand. You never told me. Wouldn't it help? Can't you even do that? I can't, Elwood said. You can't? Why not? Because I don't know, Elwood said. I don't know what it's for. Maybe it isn't for anything. But if it isn't for anything, why do you work on it? I don't know. I like to work on it. Maybe it's like whittling. He waved his hand impatiently. I've always had a workshop of some kind. When I was a kid, I used to build model airplanes. I have tools. I've always had tools. But why do you come home in the middle of the day? I get restless. Why? I hear people talking and it makes me uneasy. I want to get away from them. There's something about it all, about them, their ways. Maybe I have claustrophobia. Shall I call Dr. Evans and make an appointment? No, I'm all right. Please, Liz, get out of the way so I can work. I want to finish. And you don't even know what it's for? She shook her head. So all this time, you've been working without knowing why, like some animal that goes out at night and fights like a cat on the back fence. You leave your work and us to... Get out of the way. Listen to me. You put down that hammer and come inside. You're putting your suit on and going right back to the office. Do you hear? If you don't, I'm never going to let you inside the house again. You can break down the door if you want with your hammer, but it'll be locked for you from now on if you don't forget that boat and go back to work. There was silence. Get out of the way, Elwood said. I have to finish. Liz stared at him. You're going on? The man pushed past her. You're going to go ahead? There's something wrong with you, something wrong with your mind. Stop, Elwood said, looking past her. Liz turned. Toddy was standing silently in the driveway, his lunch pail under his arms. His small face was grave and solemn. He did not say anything to them. Todd, Liz said, is it that late already? Toddy came across the grass to his father. Hello, boy, Elwood said. How was school? Fine. I'm going in the house, Liz said. I meant it, EJ. Remember that I meant it. She went up the walk. The back door slammed behind her. Elwood sighed. He sat down on the ladder leading up the side of the boat and put his hammer down. He lit a cigarette and smoked silently. Toddy, waiting, without speaking. Well, boy, Elwood said at last, what do you say? What do you want done, Dad? Done? Elwood smiled. Well, there's not too much left. A few things here and there. We'll be through soon. You might look around for boards we didn't nail down on the deck. He rubbed his jaw. Almost done. We've been working a long time. You could paint if you want. I want to get the cabin painted. Red, I think. How would red be? Green. Green? All right. There's some green porch paint in the garage. Do you want to start stirring it up? Sure, Toddy said. He headed towards the garage. Elwood watched him go. Toddy? The boy turned. Yes? Toddy, wait. Elwood went slowly towards him. I want to ask you something. What is it, Dad? You don't mind helping me, do you? You don't mind working on the boat? Toddy looked up gravely into his father's face. He said nothing. For a long time the two of them gazed at each other. Okay, Elwood said suddenly. You run along and get the paint started. Bob came swinging along the driveway with two of the kids from the junior high school. Hi, Dad, Bob called, grinning. Say, how's it coming? Fine, Elwood said. Look, Bob said to his pals, pointing to the boat. You see that? You know what that is? What is it? One of them said. Bob opened the kitchen door. That's an atomic-powered sub. He grinned, and the two boys grinned. It's full of uranium-235. Dad's going all the way to Russia with it. When he gets through, there won't be a thing left of Moscow. The boys went inside, the door slamming behind them. Elwood stood looking up at the boat. In the next yard, Mrs. Hunt stopped for a moment with taking down her washing, looking at him and the big square hull rising above him. Is it really atomic-powered, Mr. Elwood? She said. No. What makes it run, then? I don't see any sails. What kind of motor is in it? Steam? Elwood bit his lip. Strangely, he had never thought of that part. There was no motor in it, no motor at all. There were no sails, no boiler. He had put no engine into it, no turbines, no fuel, nothing. It was a wood hull, an immense box, and that was all. He had never thought of what would make it go, never in all the time he and Toddy had worked on it. Suddenly a torrent of despair descended over him. There was no engine, nothing. It was not a boat. It was only a great mass of wood and tar and nails. It would never go, never leave the yard. Liz was right. He was like some animal going out into the yard at night to fight and kill in the darkness, to struggle dimly, without sight or understanding, equally blind, equally pathetic. What had he built it for? He did not know. Where was it going? He did not know that either. What would make it run? How would he get it out of the yard? What was it all for, to build without understanding, darkly, like a creature in the night? Toddy had worked alongside him the whole time. Why had he worked? Did he know? Did the boy know what the boat was for? Why they were building? Toddy had never asked, because he trusted his father to know. But he did not know. He, the father, he did not know either, and soon it would be done, finished, ready, and then what? Soon Toddy would lay down his paintbrush, cover the last can of paint, put away the nails, the scraps of wood, hang the saw and hammer up in the garage again, and then he would ask the question he had never asked before, but which must come finally. And he could not answer him. Elwood stood staring up at it, the great hulk they had built, struggling to understand. Why had he worked? What was it all for? When would he know? Would he ever know? For an endless time he stood there, staring up. It was not until the first great black drops of rain began to splash about him that he understood. Meddler. They entered the great chamber. At the far end, technicians hovered around an immense illuminated board, following a complex pattern of lights that shifted rapidly, flashing through seemingly endless combinations. At long tables, machines whirred, computers, human-operated and robot. Wall charts covered every inch of vertical space. Hasten gazed around him in amazement. Wood laughed. Come over here and I'll really show you something. You recognize this, don't you? He pointed to a hulking machine surrounded by silent men and women in white lab robes. I recognize it, Hasten said, slowly. It's something like our own dip, but perhaps 20 times larger. What do you haul up? And when do you haul? He fingered the surface plate of the dip, then squatted down, peering into the maw. The maw was locked shut. The dip was in operation. You know, if we had any idea this existed, Histo Research would have... You know now. Wood bent down beside him. Listen, Hasten, you're the first man from outside the department ever to get into this room. You saw the guards. No one gets in here unauthorized. The guards have orders to kill anyone trying to enter illegally. To hide this, a machine? You'd shoot to... They stood, Wood facing him, his jaw hard. Your dip digs back into antiquity, Rome, Greece, dust and old volumes. Wood touched the big dip beside them. This dip is different. We guard it with our lives and anyone else's lives. Do you know why? Hasten stared at it. This dip is set, not for antiquity, but for the future. Wood looked directly into Hasten's face. Do you understand? The future. You're dredging the future? But you can't. It's forbidden by law. You know that. Hasten drew back. If the Executive Council knew this, they'd break this building apart. You know the dangers. Burkowski himself demonstrated them in his original thesis. Hasten paced angrily. I can't understand you, using a future-oriented dip. When you pull material from the future, you automatically introduce new factors into the present. The future is altered. You start a never-ending shift. The more you dip, the more new factors are brought in. You create unstable conditions for centuries to come. That's why the law was passed. Wood nodded. I know. And you still keep dipping? Hasten gestured at the machine and the technicians. Stop, for God's sake. Stop before you introduce some lethal element that can't be erased. Why do you keep... Wood sagged suddenly. All right, Hasten, don't lecture us. It's too late. It's already happened. A lethal factor was introduced in our first experiments. We thought we knew what we were doing. He looked up. And that's why you were brought here. Sit down. You're going to hear all about it. They faced each other across the desk. Wood folded his hands. I'm going to put it straight on the line. You are considered an expert, the expert, at historesearch. You know more about using a time dip than anyone alive. That's why you've been shown our work, our illegal work. And you've already gotten into trouble? Plenty of trouble, and every attempt to meddle further makes it that much worse. Unless we do something, we'll be the most culpable organization in history. Please start at the beginning, Hasten said. The dip was authorized by the Political Science Council. They wanted to know the results of some of their decisions. At first, we objected, giving Burkowski's theory. But the idea is hypnotic, you know. We gave in and the dip was built, secretly, of course. We made our first dredge about 1 year hence. To protect ourselves against Burkowski's factor, we tried a subterfuge. We actually brought nothing back. This dip is geared to pick up nothing. No object is scooped. It merely photographs from a high altitude. The film comes back to us, and we make enlargements, and try to gestalt the conditions. Results were all right at first. No more wars, cities growing, much better looking. Blow-ups of street scenes show many people, well content, apparently, pace a little slower. Then we went ahead 50 years. Even better, cities on the decrease, people not so dependent on machines, more grass, parks, same general conditions, peace, happiness, much leisure, less frenetic waste, hurry. We went on, skipping ahead. Of course, with such an indirect viewing method, we couldn't be certain of anything, but it all looked fine. We relayed our information to the council, and they went ahead with their planning. And then it happened. What exactly? Hasten said, leaning forward. We decided to revisit a period we had already photographed about 100 years hence. We sent out the dip, got it back with a full reel. The men developed it, and we watched the run. Wood paused. And it wasn't the same. It was different. Everything was changed. War and destruction everywhere. Wood shuddered. We were appalled. We sent the dip back at once to make absolutely certain. And what did you find this time? Wood's fists clenched. Changed again, and for worse. Ruins, vast ruins, people poking around, ruin and death everywhere. Slag, the end of war, the last phase. I see, Hasten said, nodding. That's not the worst. We conveyed the news to the council. It ceased all activity and went into a 2-week conference. It cancelled all ordinances and withdrew every plan formed on the basis of our reports. It was a month before the council got in touch with us again. The members wanted us to try once more, take one more dip to the same period. We said no, but they insisted. It could be no worse, they argued. So we sent the dip out again. It came back, and we ran the film. Hasten, there are things worse than war. You wouldn't believe what we saw. There was no human life. None at all. Not a single human being. Everything was destroyed? No. No destruction. Cities, big and stately, roads, buildings, lakes, fields, but no human life. The cities empty, functioning mechanically, every machine and wire untouched, but no living people. What was it? We sent the dip on ahead at 50-year leaps. Nothing each time. Cities, roads, buildings, but no human life. Everyone dead. Plague, radiation, or what, we don't know. But something killed them. Where did it come from? We don't know. It wasn't there at first. Not in our original dips. Somehow, we introduced it, the lethal factor. We brought it, with our meddling. It wasn't there when we started. It was done by us, Hasten. Wood stared at him, his face a white mask. We brought it, and now we've got to find what it is and get rid of it. How are you going to do that? We've built a time card capable of carrying one human observer into the future. We're sending a man there to see what it is. Photographs don't tell us enough. We have to know more. When did it first appear? How? What were the first signs? What is it? Once we know, maybe we can eliminate it, the factor. Trace it down and remove it. Someone must go into the future and find out what it was we began. It's the only way. Woods stood up, and Hasten rose too. You're that person, Woods said. You're going, the most competent person available. The time car is outside in an open square, carefully guarded. Wood gave a signal. 2 soldiers came toward the desk. Sir? Come with us, Wood said. We're going outside to the square. Make sure no one follows after us. He turned to Hasten. Ready? Hasten hesitated. Wait a minute. I'll have to go over your work, study what's been done, examine the time car itself. I can't. The 2 soldiers moved closer, looking to Wood. Wood put his hand on Hasten's shoulder. I'm sorry, he said. We have no time to waste. Come along with me. All around him blackness moved, swirling toward him and then receding. He sat down on the stool before the bank of controls, wiping the perspiration from his face. He was on his way, for better or worse. Briefly, Wood had outlined the operation of the time car. A few moments of instruction, the controls set for him, and then the metal door slammed behind him. Hasten looked around him. It was cold in the sphere. The air was thin and chilly. He watched the moving dials for a while, but presently the cold began to make him uncomfortable. He went over to the equipment locker and slid the door back. A jacket, a heavy jacket, and a flash gun. He held the gun for a minute, studying it. And tools, all kinds of tools and equipment. He was just putting the gun away when the dull chugging under him suddenly ceased. For one terrible second he was floating, drifting aimlessly, then the feeling was gone. Sunlight flowed through the window, spreading out over the floor. He snapped the artificial lights off and went to the window to see. Wood had set the controls for 100 years hence. Bracing himself, he looked out. A meadow, flowers and grass, rolling off into the distance. Blue sky and wandering clouds. Some animals grazed a long way off, standing together in the shade of a tree. He went to the door and unlocked it, stepping out. Warm sunlight struck him, and he felt better at once. Now he could see the animals were cows. He stood for a long time at the door, his hands on his hips. Could the plague have been bacterial? Air-carried, if it were a plague? He reached up, feeling the protective helmet on his shoulders. Better to keep it on. He went back and got the gun from the locker. Then he returned to the lip of the sphere. Checked the door lock to be certain it would remain closed during his absence. Only then Hasten stepped down onto the grass of the meadow. He closed the door and looked around him. Presently he began to walk quickly away from the sphere toward the top of a long hill that stretched out 1/2 a mile away. As he strode along, he examined the click band on his wrist, which would guide him back to the metal sphere, the time car, if he could not find the way himself. He came to the cows, passing by their tree. The cows got up and moved away from him. He noticed something that gave him a sudden chill. Their udders were small and wrinkled, not herd cows. When he reached the top of the hill, he stopped, lifting his glasses from his waist. The earth fell away, mile after mile of it, dry green fields without pattern or design, rolling like waves as far as the eye could see. Nothing else? He turned, sweeping the horizon. He stiffened, adjusting the sight. Far off to the left, at the very limit of vision, the vague perpendiculars of a city rose up. He lowered the glasses and hitched up his heavy boots. Then he walked down the other side of the hill, taking big steps. He had a long way to go. Hasten had not walked more than half an hour when he saw butterflies. They rose up suddenly, a few yards in front of him, dancing and fluttering in the sunlight. He stopped to rest, watching them. They were all colors, red and blue, with splashes of yellow and green. They were the largest butterflies he had ever seen. Perhaps they had come from some zoo, escaped and bred wild after man left the scene. The butterflies rose higher and higher in the air. They took no notice of him, but struck out toward the distant spires of the city. In a moment they were gone. Hasten started up again. It was hard to imagine the death of man in such circumstances. Butterflies and grass and cows in the shade. What a quiet and lovely world was left without the human race. Suddenly one last butterfly fluttered up, almost in his face, rising quickly from the grass. He put his arm up automatically, batting at it. The butterfly dashed against his hand. He began to laugh. Pain made him sick. He fell half to his knees, gasping and retching. He rolled over on his face, hunching himself up, burying his face in the ground. His arm ached and pain knotted him up. His head swam and he closed his eyes. When Hasten turned over at last, the butterfly was gone. It had not lingered. He laid for a time in the grass, then he sat up, slowly, getting shakily to his feet. He stripped off his shirt and examined his hand and wrist. The flesh was black, hard and already swelling. He glanced down at it, and then at the distant city. The butterflies had gone there. He made his way back to the time car. Hasten reached the sphere a little after the sun had begun to drop into evening darkness. The door slid back to his touch, and he stepped inside. He dressed his hand and arm with salve from the medicine kit, and then sat down on the stool, deep in thought, staring at his arm. A small sting, accidental in fact. The butterfly had not even noticed. Suppose the whole pack. He waited until the sun had completely set and it was pitch black outside the sphere. At night all the bees and butterflies disappeared. Or, at least, those he knew did. Well, he would have to take a chance. His arm still ached dully, throbbing without respite. The salve had done no good. He felt dizzy and there was a fever taste in his mouth. Before he went out, he opened the locker and brought all the things out. He examined the flash gun, but put it aside. A moment later he found what he wanted, a blowtorch and a flashlight. He put all the other things back and stood up. Now he was ready, if that were the word for it, as ready as he would ever be. He stepped out into the darkness, flashing the light ahead of him. He walked quickly. It was a dark and lonely night. Only a few stars shone above him, and his was the only earthly light. He passed up the hill and down the other side. A grove of trees loomed up, and then he was on a level plain, feeling his way toward the city by the beam of the flashlight. When he reached the city, he was very tired. He had gone a long way, and his breath was beginning to come hard. Huge ghostly outlines rose up ahead of him, disappearing above, vanishing into darkness. It was not a large city, apparently, but its design was strange to Hasten, more vertical and slim than he was used to. He went through the gate. Grass was growing from the stone pavement of the streets. He stopped, looking down. Grass and weeds everywhere, and in the corners by the buildings were bones, little heaps of bones and dust. He walked on, flashing his light against the sides of the slender buildings. His footsteps echoed hollowly. There was no light except his own. The buildings began to thin out. Soon he found himself entering a great tangled square overgrown with bushes and vines. At the far end, a building larger than the others rose. He walked toward it across the empty, desolate square, flashing his light from side to side. He walked up a half-buried step and onto a concrete plaza. All at once he stopped. To his right, another building reared up, catching his attention. His heart thudded. Above the doorway his light made out a word cut expertly into the arch. Bibliotheca. This was what he wanted. The library. He went up the steps toward the dark entrance. Wood boards gave under his feet. He reached the entrance and found himself facing a heavy wood door with metal handles. When he took hold of the handles, the door fell toward him, crashing past him, down the steps and into the darkness. The odor of decay and dust choked him. He went inside. Spiderwebs brushed against his helmet as he passed along silent halls. He chose a room at random and entered it. Here were more heaps of dust and gray bits of bones. Low tables and shelves ran along the walls. He went to the shelves and took down a handful of books. They powdered and broke in his hands, showering bits of paper and thread onto him. Had only a century passed since his own time? Hasten sat down at one of the tables and opened one of the books that was in better condition. The words were no language he knew, a Romance language that he knew must be artificial. He turned page after page. At last he took a handful of books at random and moved back toward the door. Suddenly his heart jumped. He went over to the wall, his hands trembling. Newspapers. He took the brittle, cracking sheets carefully down, holding them to the light. The same language, of course. Bold, black headlines. He managed to roll some of the papers together and add them to his load of books. Then he went through the door, out into the corridor, back the way he had come. When he stepped out onto the steps, cold, fresh air struck him, tingling his nose. He looked around at the dim outlines rising up on all sides of the square. Then he walked down and across the square, feeling his way carefully along. He came to the gate of the city, and a moment later he was outside on the flat plain again, heading back toward the time car. For an endless time he walked, His head bent down, plodding along. Finally fatigue made him stop, swaying back and forth, breathing deeply. He set down his load and looked around him. Far off at the edge of the horizon a long streak of gray had appeared, silently coming into existence while he was walking. Dawn. The sun coming up. A cold wind moved through the air, eddying against him. In the forming gray light the trees and hills were beginning to take shape, a hard, unbending outline. He turned toward the city. Bleak and thin the shafts of the deserted buildings stuck up. For a moment he watched, fascinated by the first color of day, as it struck the shafts and towers. Then the color faded and a drifting mist moved between him and the city. All at once he bent down and grabbed up his load. He began to walk, hurrying as best he could, chill fear moving through him. From the city, a black speck had leaped up into the sky and was hovering over it. After a time, a long time, Hasten looked back. The speck was still there, but it had grown, and it was no longer black. In the clear light of day the speck was beginning to flash, shining with many colors. He increased his pace. He went down the side of a hill and up another. For a second he paused to snap on his clickband. It spoke loudly. He was not far from the sphere. He waved his arm and the clicks rose and fell. To the right. Wiping the perspiration from his hands, he went on. A few minutes later he looked down from the top of a ridge and saw a gleaming metal sphere resting silently on the grass, dripping with cold dew from the night. The time car. Sliding and running, he leaped down the hill toward it. He was just pushing the door open with his shoulder when the first cloud of butterflies appeared at the top of the hill, moving quietly toward him. He locked the door and set his arm load down, flexing his muscles. His hand ached, burning now with an intense pain. He had no time for that. He hurried to the window and peered out. The butterflies were swarming toward the sphere, darting and dancing above him, flashing with color. They began to settle down onto the metal, even onto the window. Abruptly his gaze was cut off by gleaming bodies, soft and pulpy, their beating wings mashed together. He listened. He could hear them, a muffled, echoing sound that came from all sides of him. The interior of the sphere dimmed into darkness as the butterflies sealed off the window. He lit the artificial lights. Time passed. He examined the newspapers, uncertain of what to do. Go back or ahead? Better jump ahead 50 years or so. The butterflies were dangerous, but perhaps not the real thing, the lethal factor that he was looking for. He looked at his hand. The skin was black and hard. A dead area was increasing. A faint shadow of worry went through him. It was getting worse, not better. The scratching sound on all sides of him began to annoy him, filling him with an uneasy restlessness. He put down the books and paced back and forth. How could insects, even immense insects such as these, destroy the human race? Surely human beings could combat them. Dusts, poisons, sprays. A bit of metal, a little particle, drifted down onto his sleeve. He brushed it off. A second particle fell, and then some tiny fragments. He leaped, his head jerking up. A circle was forming above his head. Another circle appeared to the right of it, and then a third. All around him circles were forming in the walls and roof of the sphere. He ran to the control board and closed the safety switch. The board hummed into life. He began to set the indicator panel, working rapidly, frantically. Now pieces of metal were dropping down, a rain of metal fragments onto the floor. Corrosive, some kind of substance exuded from them. Acid? Natural secretion of some sort. A large piece of metal fell. He turned. Into the sphere the butterflies came, fluttering and dancing toward him. The piece that had fallen was a circle of metal cut cleanly through. He did not have time even to notice it. He snatched up the blowtorch and snapped it on. The flame sucked and gurgled. As the butterflies came toward him, he pressed the handle and held the spout up. The air burst alive with burning particles that rained down all over him, and a furious odor reeked through the sphere. He closed the last switches. The indicator lights flickered. The floor chugged under him. He threw the main lever. More butterflies were pushing in, crowding each other eagerly, struggling to get through. A second circle of metal crashed to the floor, suddenly, emitting a new horde. Hasten cringed, backing away, the blowtorch up, spouting flame. The butterflies came on, more and more of them. Then sudden silence settled over everything, a quiet so abrupt that he blinked. The endless, insistent scratching had ceased. He was alone, except for a cloud of ashes and particles over the floor and walls. The remains of the butterflies that had got into the sphere. Hasten sat down on the stool, trembling. He was safe on his way back to his own time, And there was no doubt, no possible doubt, that he had found the lethal factor. It was there in the heap of ashes on the floor, in the circles neatly cut in the hull of the car. Corrosive secretion? He smiled grimly. His last vision of them, of the swelling horde, had told him what he wanted to know. Clutched carefully against the first butterflies through the circles were tools, tiny cutting tools. They had cut their way in, bored through. They had come carrying their own equipment. He sat down, waiting for the time car to complete its journey. Department guards caught hold of him, helping him from the car. He stepped down unsteadily, leaning against them. "Thanks," he murmured. Wood hurried up. "Hasten, you're all right?" He nodded. "Yes, except my hand." "Let's get inside at once." They went through the door into the great chamber. "Sit down." Wood waved his hand impatiently, and a soldier hurried a chair over. "Get him some hot coffee." Coffee was brought. Hasten sat, sipping. At last he pushed the cup away and leaned back. "Can you tell us now?" Wood asked. "Yes." "Fine." Wood sat down across from him. A tape recorder whirred into life, and a camera began to photograph Hasten's face as he talked. "Go on. What did you find?" When he had finished, the room was silent. None of the guards or technicians spoke. Wood stood up, trembling. "God. So it's a form of toxic life that got them. I thought it was something like that. But butterflies? And intelligent, planning attacks, probably rapid breeding, quick adaptation. Maybe the books and newspapers will help us." "But where did they come from? Mutation of some existing form? Or from some other planet? Maybe space travel brought them in. We've got to find out." "They attacked only human beings," Hasten said. "They left the cows. Just people." "Maybe we can stop them," Wood snapped on the vidphone. "I'll have the council convene an emergency session. We'll give them your description and recommendations. We'll start a program, organize units all over the planet. Now that we know what it is, we have a chance. Thanks to you, Hasten. Maybe we can stop them in time." The operator appeared, and Wood gave the council's code letter. Hasten watched, dully. At last he got to his feet and wandered around the room. His arm throbbed unmercifully. Presently he went back outside through the doorway into the open square. Some soldiers were examining the time car. Curiously, Hasten watched them without feeling, his mind blank. "What is it, sir?" one asked. "That?" Hasten roused himself, going slowly over. "That's a time car." "No, I mean this." The soldier pointed to something on the hull. "This, sir. It wasn't on there when the car went out." Hasten's heart stopped beating. He pushed past them, staring up. At first he saw nothing on the metal hull, only the corroded metal surface. Then chill fright rushed through him. Something small and brown and furry was there on the surface. He reached out, touching it. A sack, a stiff little brown sack. It was dry and empty. There was nothing in it. It was open at one end. He stared up. All across the hull of the car were little brown sacks, some still full, but most of them already empty. Cocoons. Paycheck. All at once, he was in motion. Around him, smooth jets hummed. He was on a small private rocket cruiser moving leisurely across the afternoon sky between cities. "Ugh," he said, sitting up in his seat and rubbing his head. Beside him, Earl Rethrick was staring keenly at him, his eyes bright. "Coming around?" "Where are we?" Jennings shook his head, trying to clear the dull ache. Or maybe I should ask that a different way. Already he could see that it was not late fall. It was spring. Below the cruiser the fields were green. The last thing he remembered was stepping into an elevator with Rethrick, and it was late fall, and in New York. "Yes," Rethrick said, "it's almost 2 years later. You'll find a lot of things have changed. The government fell a few months ago. The new government is even stronger. The SP security police have almost unlimited power. They're teaching the school children to inform now. But we all saw that coming. Let's see, what else? New York is larger. I understand they've finished filling in San Francisco Bay. What I want to know is what the hell I've been doing the last 2 years. Jennings lit a cigarette nervously, pressing the strike end. Will you tell me that? No, of course I won't tell you that. Where are we going? Back to the New York office, where you first met me. Remember? You probably remember it better than I. After all, it was just a day or so ago for you. Jennings nodded. 2 years. 2 years out of his life gone forever. It didn't seem possible. He had still been considering, debating when he stepped into the elevator. Should he change his mind? Even if he were getting that much money, and it was a lot, even for him, it didn't really seem worth it. He would always wonder what work he had been doing. Was it legal? Was it? But that was past speculation now. Even while he was trying to make up his mind, the curtain had fallen. He looked ruefully out the window at the afternoon sky. Below, the earth was moist and alive. Spring 2 years later. And what did he have to show for the 2 years? "Have I been paid?" he asked. He slipped his wallet out and glanced into it. Apparently not. "No, you'll be paid at the office. Kelly will pay you." "The whole works at once?" 50,000 credits. Jennings smiled. He felt a little better now that the sum had been spoken aloud. Maybe it wasn't so bad after all, almost like being paid to sleep. But he was 2 years older. He had just that much less to live. It was like selling part of himself, part of his life. And life was worth plenty these days. He shrugged. Anyhow, it was in the past. "We're almost there," the older man said. The robot pilot dropped the cruiser down, sinking toward the ground. The edge of New York City became visible below them. "Well, Jennings, I may never see you again." He held out his hand. "It's been a pleasure working with you. We did work together, you know, side by side. You're one of the best mechanics I've ever seen. We were right in hiring you, even at that salary. You paid us back many times, although you don't realize it." "I'm glad you got your money's worth." "You sound angry." "No, I'm just trying to get used to the idea of being 2 years older." Rethrick laughed. "You're still a very young man, and you'll feel better when she gives you your pay." They stepped out, onto the tiny rooftop field of the New York office building. Rethrick led him over to an elevator. As the doors slid shut, Jennings got a mental shock. This was the last thing he remembered, this elevator. After that, he had blacked out. "Kelly will be glad to see you," Rethrick said as they came out into a lighted hall. "She asks about you once in a while." "Why?" "She says you're good-looking." Rethrick pushed a code key against the door. The door responded, swinging wide. They entered the luxurious office of Rethrick Construction. Behind a long mahogany desk, a young woman was sitting, studying a report. "Kelly," Rethrick said, "look whose time finally expired." The girl looked up, smiling. "Hello, Mr. Jennings. How does it feel to be back in the world?" "Fine." Jennings walked over to her. "Rethrick says you're the paymaster." Rethrick clapped Jennings on the back. "So long, my friend. I'll go back to the plant. If you ever need a lot of money in a hurry, come around and we'll work out another contract with you." Jennings nodded. As Rethrick went back out, he sat down beside the desk, crossing his legs. Kelly slid a drawer open, moving her chair back. "All right. Your time is up, so Rethrick Construction is ready to pay. Do you have your copy of the contract?" Jennings took an envelope from his pocket and tossed it on the desk. "There it is." Kelly removed a small cloth sack and some sheets of handwritten paper from the desk drawer. For a time, she read over the sheets, her small face intent. "What is it?" "I think you're going to be surprised." Kelly handed him his contract back. "Read that over again." "Why?" Jennings unfastened the envelope. "There's an alternate clause. If the party of the second part so desires, at any time during his time of contract to the aforesaid Rethrick Construction Company, if he so desires, instead of the monetary sum specified, he may choose instead, according to his own wish, articles or products which in his own opinion are of sufficient value to stand in lieu of the sum." Jennings snatched up the cloth sack, pulling it open. He poured the contents into his palm. Kelly watched. "Where's Rethrick?" Jennings stood up. "If he has an idea that this—" "Rethrick has nothing to do with it. It was your own request. Here, look at this." Kelly passed him the sheets of paper. "In your own hand. Read them. It was your idea, not ours. Honest." She smiled up at him. "This happens every once in a while with people we take on contract. During their time, they decide to take something else instead of money. Why, I don't know. But they come out with their minds clean, having agreed." Jennings scanned the pages. It was his own writing. There was no doubt of it. His hands shook. "I can't believe it, even if it is my own writing." He folded up the paper, his jaws set. "Something was done to me while I was back there. I never would have agreed to this." "You must have had a reason. I admit it doesn't make sense. But you don't know what factors might have persuaded you before your mind was cleaned. You aren't the first. There have been several others before you." Jennings stared down at what he held in his palm. From the cloth sack he had spilled a little assortment of items. A code key, a ticket stub, a parcel receipt, a length of fine wire, half a poker chip broken across, a green strip of cloth, a bus token. "This instead of 50,000 credits," he murmured. 2 years. He went out of the building onto the busy afternoon street. He was still dazed and confused. Had he been swindled? He felt in his pocket for the little trinkets, the wire, the ticket stub, all the rest. That, for 2 years of work. But he had seen his own handwriting, the statement of waiver, the request for the substitution, like Jack and the Beanstalk. Why? What for? What had made him do it? He turned, starting down the sidewalk. At the corner he stopped for a surface cruiser that was turning. "All right, Jennings, get in." His head jerked up. The door of the cruiser was open. A man was kneeling, pointing a heat rifle straight at his face, a man in blue-green, the security police. Jennings got in. The door closed, magnetic locks slipping into place behind him, like a vault. The cruiser glided off down the street. Jennings sank back against the seat. Beside him, the SP man lowered his gun. On the other side, a second officer ran his hands expertly over him, searching for weapons. He brought out Jennings' wallet and the handful of trinkets, the envelope and contract. "What does he have?" the driver said. "Wallet, money, contract with Rethrick Construction, no weapons." He gave Jennings back his things. "What's this all about?" Jennings said. "We want to ask you a few questions, that's all. You've been working for Rethrick?" "Yes." 2 years? "Almost 2 years." "At the plant?" Jennings nodded. "I suppose so." The officer leaned toward him. "Where is that plant, Mr. Jennings? Where is it located?" "I don't know." The two officers looked at each other. The first one moistened his lips, his face sharp and alert. "You don't know." The next question, the last. "In those 2 years, what kind of work did you do? What was your job?" "Mechanic. I repaired electronic machinery." "What kind of electronic machinery?" "I don't know." Jennings looked up at him. He could not help smiling, his lips twisting ironically. "I'm sorry, but I don't know. It's the truth." There was silence. "What do you mean you don't know? You mean you worked on machinery for 2 years, without knowing what it was? Without even knowing where you were?" Jennings roused himself. "What is all this? What did you pick me up for? I haven't done anything. I've been—" "We know. We're not arresting you. We only want to get information for our records. About Rethrick Construction. You've been working for them in their plant, in an important capacity. You're an electronic mechanic?" "Yes." "You repair high-quality computers and allied equipment?" The officer consulted his notebook. "You're considered one of the best in the country, according to this." Jennings said nothing. "Tell us the 2 things we want to know and you'll be released at once. Where is Rethrick's plant? What kind of work are they doing? You serviced their machines for them, didn't you? Isn't that right? For 2 years. "I don't know. I suppose so. I don't have any idea what I did during the 2 years. You can believe me or not." Jennings stared wearily down at the floor. "What'll we do?" the driver said, finally. "We have no instructions past this." "Take him to the station. We can't do any more questioning here." Beyond the cruiser, men and women hurried along the sidewalk. The streets were choked with cruisers, workers going to their homes in the country. "Jennings, why don't you answer us? What's the matter with you? There's no reason why you can't tell us a couple of simple things like that. Don't you want to cooperate with your government? Why should you conceal information from us?" "I'd tell you if I knew." The officer grunted. No one spoke. Presently the cruiser drew up before a great stone building. The driver turned the motor off, removing the control cap and putting it in his pocket. He touched the door with a code key, releasing the magnetic lock. "What shall we do? Take him in? Actually, we don't—" "Wait." The driver stepped out. The other 2 went with him, closing and locking the doors behind them. They stood on the pavement before the security station, talking. Jennings sat, silently, staring down at the floor. The SP wanted to know about Rethrick Construction. Well, there was nothing he could tell them. They had come to the wrong person. But how could he prove that? The whole thing was impossible. 2 years, wiped clean from his mind. Who would believe him? It seemed unbelievable to him, too. His mind wandered, back to when he had first read the ad. It had hit home. Hit him direct. Mechanic wanted, and a general outline of the work, vague, indirect, but enough to tell him that it was right up his line. And the pay, interviews at the office, tests, forms, and then the gradual realization that Rethrick Construction was finding all about him while he knew nothing about them. What kind of work did they do? Construction, but what kind? What sort of machines did they have? 50,000 credits for 2 years. And he had come out with his mind washed clean. 2 years, and he remembered nothing. It took him a long time to agree to that part of the contract. But he had agreed. Jennings looked out the window. The 3 officers were still talking on the sidewalk, trying to decide what to do with him. He was in a tough spot. They wanted information he couldn't give, information he didn't know. But how could he prove it? How could he prove that he had worked 2 years and come out knowing no more than when he had gone in? The SP would work him over. It would be a long time before they'd believe him, and by that time, He glanced quickly around. Was there any escape? In a second they would be back. He touched the door. Locked. The triple-ring magnetic locks. He had worked on magnetic locks many times. He had even designed part of a trigger core. There was no way to open the doors without the right code key. No way unless by some chance he could short out the lock. But with what? He felt in his pockets. What could he use? If he could short the locks, blow them out, there was a faint chance. Outside, men and women were swarming by on their way home from work. It was past 5. The great office buildings were shutting down. The streets were alive with traffic. If he once got out, they wouldn't dare fire. If he could get out. The 3 officers separated. One went up the steps into the station building. In a second, the others would re-enter the cruiser. Jennings dug into his pocket, bringing out the code key, the ticket stub, the wire. The wire. Thin wire, thin as human hair. Was it insulated? He unwound it quickly. No. He knelt down, running his fingers expertly across the surface of the door. At the edge of the lock was a thin line, a groove between the lock and the door. He brought the end of the wire up to it, delicately maneuvering the wire into the almost invisible space. The wire disappeared an inch or so. Sweat rolled down Jennings' forehead. He moved the wire a fraction of an inch, twisting it. He held his breath. The relay should be... A flash. Half blinded, he threw his weight against the door. The door fell open, the lock fused and smoking. Jennings tumbled into the street and leaped to his feet. Cruisers were all around him, honking and sweeping past. He ducked behind a lumbering truck, entering the middle lane of traffic. On the sidewalk he caught a momentary glimpse of the SP men starting after him. A bus came along, swaying from side to side, loaded with shoppers and workers. Jennings caught hold of the back rail, pulling himself up onto the platform. Astonished faces loomed up, pale moons thrust suddenly at him. The robot conductor was coming toward him, whirring angrily. "Sir," the conductor began. The bus was slowing down. "Sir, it is not allowed." "It's all right," Jennings said. He was filled all at once with a strange elation. A moment ago he had been trapped with no way to escape. 2 years of his life had been lost for nothing. The security police had arrested him, demanding information he couldn't give. A hopeless situation. But now, things were beginning to click in his mind. He reached into his pocket and brought out the bus token. He put it calmly into the conductor's coin slot. "Okay," he said. Under his feet the bus wavered, the driver hesitating. Then the bus resumed pace, going on. The conductor turned away, its words subsiding. Everything was all right. Jennings smiled. He eased past the standing people, looking for a seat, some place to sit down, where he could think. He had plenty to think about. His mind was racing. The bus moved on, flowing with the restless stream of urban traffic. Jennings only half saw the people sitting around him. There was no doubt of it. He had not been swindled. It was on the level. The decision had actually been his. Amazingly, after 2 years of work, he had preferred a handful of trinkets instead of 50,000 credits. But more amazingly, the handful of trinkets were turning out to be worth more than the money. With a piece of wire and a bus token, he had escaped from the security police. That was worth plenty. Money would have been useless to him once he disappeared inside the Great Stone Station. Even 50,000 credits wouldn't have helped him. And there were 5 trinkets left. He felt around in his pocket. 5 more things. He had used 2. The others, what were they for? Something as important? But the big puzzle, how had he, his earlier self, known that a piece of wire and a bus token would save his life? He had known, all right, known in advance. But how? And the other 5? Probably they were just as precious, or would be. The he of those 2 years had known things that he did not know now, things that had been washed away when the company cleaned his mind. Like an adding machine which had been cleared. Everything was slate clean. What he had known was gone now. Gone except for 7 trinkets, 5 of which were still in his pocket. But the real problem right now was not a problem of speculation. It was very concrete. The security police were looking for him. They had his name and description. There was no use thinking of going to his apartment, if he even still had an apartment. But where then? Hotels? The SP combed them daily. Friends? That would mean putting them in jeopardy along with him. It was only a question of time before the SP found him walking along the street, eating in a restaurant, in a show, sleeping in some rooming house. The SP were everywhere. Everywhere? Not quite. When an individual person was defenseless, a business was not. The big economic forces had managed to remain free, although virtually everything else had been absorbed by the government. Laws that had been eased away from the private person still protected property and industry. The SP could pick up any given person, But they could not enter and seize a company, a business. That had been clearly established in the middle of the 20th century. Business, industry, corporations were safe from the security police. Due process was required. Rethrick Construction was a target of SP interest, but they could do nothing until some statute was violated. If he could get back to the company, get inside its doors, he would be safe. Jennings smiled grimly. The modern church, sanctuary. It was the government against the corporation rather than the state against the church. The new Notre Dame of the world, where the law could not follow. Would Rethrick take him back? Yes, on the old basis. He had already said so. Another 2 years sliced from him and then back onto the streets. Would that help him? He felt suddenly in his pocket. And there were the remaining trinkets. Surely he had intended them to be used. No, he could not go back to Rethrick and work another contract time. Something else was indicated. Something more permanent. Jennings pondered. Rethrick Construction. What did it construct? What had he known, found out during those 2 years? And why were the SP so interested? He brought out the 5 objects and studied them. The green strip of cloth, the code key, the ticket stub, the parcel receipt, the half poker chip. Strange that little things like this could be important. And Rethrick Construction was involved. There was no doubt. The answer, all the answers lay at Rethrick. But where was Rethrick? He had no idea where the plant was, no idea at all. He knew where the office was, the big luxurious room with the young woman and her desk. But that was not Rethrick Construction. Did anyone know beside Rethrick? Kelly didn't know. Did the SP know? It was out of town, that was certain. He had gone there by rocket. It was probably in the United States, maybe in the farmlands, the country, between cities. What a hell of a situation. Any moment the SP might pick him up. The next time he might not get away. His only chance, his own real chance for safety lay in reaching Rethrick, and his only chance to find out the things he had to know. The plant, a place where he had been but which he could not recall. He looked down at the 5 trinkets. Would any of them help? A burst of despair swept through him. Maybe it was just coincidence, the wire and the token. Maybe. He examined the parcel receipt, turning it over and holding it up to the light. Suddenly his stomach muscles knotted. His pulse changed. He had been right. No, it was not a coincidence, the wire token. The parcel receipt was dated 2 days hence. The parcel, whatever it might be, had not even been deposited yet. Not for 48 more hours. He looked at the other things. The ticket stub. What good was a ticket stub? It was creased and bent, folded over again and again. He couldn't go any place with that. A stub didn't take you anywhere. It only told you where you had been. Where you had been. He bent down, peering at it, smoothing the creases. The printing had been torn through the middle. Only part of each word could be made out. Portola space T. Stuartsvi. IOW. He smiled. That was it, where he had been. He could fill in the missing letters. It was enough. There was no doubt. He had foreseen this, too. 3 of the 7 trinkets used. 4 left. Stewartsville, Iowa. Was there such a place? He looked out the window of the bus. The intercity rocket station was only a block or so away. He could be there in a second. A quick sprint from the bus, hoping the police wouldn't be there to stop him. But somehow he knew they wouldn't. Not with the other 4 things in his pocket. And once he was on the rocket, he would be safe. Intercity was big enough to keep free of the SP. Jennings put the remaining trinkets back into his pocket and stood up, pulling the bell cord. A moment later, he stepped gingerly out onto the sidewalk. The rocket let him off at the edge of town at a tiny brown field. A few disinterested porters moved about, stacking luggage, resting from the heat of the sun. Jennings crossed the field to the waiting room, studying the people around him. Ordinary people, workmen, businessmen, housewives. Stewartsville was a small Middle Western town. Truck drivers, high school kids. He went through the waiting room, out onto the street. So this was where Rethrick's plant was located. Perhaps. If he had used the stub correctly. Anyhow, something was here, or he wouldn't have included the stub with the other trinkets. Stewartsville, Iowa. A faint plan was beginning to form in the back of his mind, still vague and nebulous. He began to walk, his hands in his pockets, looking around him. A newspaper office, lunch counters, hotels, pool rooms, a barber shop, a television repair shop, a rocket sales store with huge showrooms of gleaming rockets, family size, and at the end of the block, the Portola Theater. The town thinned out. Farms, fields, miles of green country. In the sky above, a few transport rockets lumbered, carrying farm supplies and equipment back and forth. A small, unimportant town, just right for Rethrick construction. The plant would be lost here, away from the city, away from the SP. Jennings walked back. He entered a lunchroom. Bob's place. A young man with glasses came over as he sat down at the counter, wiping his hands on his white apron. "Coffee," Jennings said. "Coffee." The man brought the cup. There were only a few people in the lunchroom. A couple of flies buzzed against the window. Outside in the street, shoppers and farmers moved leisurely by. "Say," Jennings said, stirring his coffee, "where can a man get work around here? Do you know?" "What kind of work?" The young man came back, leaning against the counter. "Electrical wiring. I'm an electrician. Television, rockets, computers, that sort of stuff." "Why don't you try the big industrial areas? Detroit, Chicago, New York?" Jennings shook his head. "Can't stand the big cities. I never liked cities." The young man laughed. "A lot of people here would be glad to work in Detroit. You're an electrician?" "Are there any plants around here? Any repair shops or plants?" "None that I know of." The young man went off to wait on some men that had come in. Jennings sipped his coffee. Had he made a mistake? Maybe he should go back and forget about Stewartsville, Iowa. Maybe he had made the wrong inference from the ticket stub. But the ticket meant something, unless he was completely wrong about everything. It was a little late to decide that, though. The young man came back. "Is there any kind of work I can get here?" Jennings said, "just to tide me over?" "There's always farm work." "How about the retail repair shops, garages, TV?" "There's a TV repair shop down the street. Maybe you might get something there. You could try. Farm work pays good. They can't get many men anymore, most men in the military. You want to pitch hay?" Jennings laughed. He paid for his coffee. "Not very much, thanks. Once in a while, some of the men go up the road and work. There's some sort of government station." Jennings nodded. He pushed the screen door open, stepping outside onto the hot sidewalk. He walked aimlessly for a time, deep in thought, turning his nebulous plan over and over. It was a good plan. It would solve everything, all his problems at once. But right now it hinged on one thing, finding Rethrick construction. And he had only one clue, if it really was a clue. The ticket stub folded and creased in his pocket, and a faith that he had known what he was doing. A government station. Jennings paused, looking around him. Across the street was a taxi stand, a couple of cabbies sitting in their cabs, smoking and reading the newspaper. It was worth a try, at least. There wasn't much else to do. Rethrick would be something else on the surface. If it posed as a government project, no one would ask any questions. They were all too accustomed to government projects working without explanation, in secrecy. He went over to the first cab. "Mister," he said, "can you tell me something?" The cabbie looked up. "What do you want?" "They tell me there's work to be had out at the government station. Is that right?" The cabbie studied him. He nodded. "What kind of work is it?" "I don't know." "Where do they do the hiring?" "I don't know." The cabbie lifted his paper. "Thanks." Jennings turned away. "They don't do any hiring. Maybe once in a long while. They don't take many on. You better go someplace else if you're looking for work." "All right." The other cabbie leaned out of his cab. "They use only a few day laborers, buddy, that's all, and they're very choosy. They don't hardly let anybody in. Some kind of war work." Jennings pricked up his ears. "Secret?" "They come into town and pick up a load of construction workers, maybe a truck full, that's all. They're real careful who they pick." Jennings walked back toward the cabbie. "That right?" "It's a big place. Steel wall, charged guards, work going on day and night, but nobody gets in. Set up on top of a hill out the old Henderson Road, about 2.5 miles. The cabbie poked at his shoulder. "You can't get in unless you're identified. They identify their laborers after they pick them out, you know." Jennings stared at him. The cabbie was tracing a line on his shoulder. Suddenly Jennings understood. A flood of relief rushed over him. "Sure," he said. "I understand what you mean. At least I think so." He reached into his pocket, bringing out the 4 trinkets. Carefully he unfolded the strip of green cloth, holding it up. "Like this?" The cabbies stared at the cloth. "That's right," one of them said, slowly, staring at the cloth. "Where did you get it?" Jennings laughed. "A friend." He put the cloth back in his pocket. "A friend gave it to me." He went off toward the inner-city field. He had plenty to do now that the first step was over. Rethrick was here, all right, and apparently the trinkets were going to see him through. One for every crisis, a pocket full of miracles, from someone who knew the future. But the next step couldn't be done alone. He needed help. Somebody else was needed for this part. But who? He pondered, entering the intercity waiting room. There was only one person he could possibly go to. It was a long chance, but he had to take it. He couldn't work alone here on out. If the Rethrick plant was here, then Kelly would be too. The street was dark. At the corner, a lamp post cast a fitful beam. A few cruisers moved by. From the apartment building entrance, a slim shape came, a young woman in a coat, a purse in her hand. Jennings watched as she passed under the street lamp. Kelly McVane was going someplace, probably to a party. Smartly dressed, high heels tap-tapping on the pavement, a little coat and hat. He stepped out behind her. "Kelly!" She turned quickly, her mouth open. "Oh!" Jennings took her arm. "Don't worry, it's just me. Where are you going all dressed up?" "No place," she blinked. "My golly, you scared me. What is it? What's going on?" "Nothing. Can you spare a few minutes? I want to talk to you." Kelly nodded. "I guess so." She looked around. "Where'll we go?" "Where's a place we can talk? I don't want anyone to overhear us." "Can't we just walk along?" "No, the police." "The police?" "They're looking for me." "For you? But why?" "Let's not stand here," Jennings said grimly. "Where can we go?" Kelly hesitated. "We can go up to my apartment. No one's there." They went up to the elevator. Kelly unlocked the door, pressing the code key against it. The door swung open and they went inside, the heater and lights coming on automatically at her step. She closed the door and took off her coat. "I won't stay long," Jennings said. "That's all right. I'll fix you a drink." She went into the kitchen. Jennings sat down on the couch, looking around at the neat little apartment. Presently the girl came back. She sat down beside him and Jennings took his drink. Scotch and water, cold. "Thanks." Kelly smiled. "Not at all." The two of them sat silently for a time. "Well," she said at last, "what's this all about? Why are the police looking for you?" "They want to find out about Rethrick Construction. I'm only a pawn in this. They think I know something because I worked 2 years at Rethrick's plant." "But you don't." "I can't prove that." Kelly reached out, touching Jennings' head just above the ear. "Feel there. That spot." Jennings reached up. Above his ear, under the hair, was a tiny hard spot. "What is it?" "They burned through the skull there, cut a tiny wedge from the brain. All your memories of the 2 years. They located them and burned them out. The SP couldn't possibly make you remember. It's gone. You don't have it." "By the time they realize that, there won't be much left of me." Kelly said nothing. "You can see the spot I'm in. It would be better for me if I did remember. Then I could tell them and they'd... and destroy Rethrick." Jennings shrugged. "Why not? Rethrick means nothing to me. I don't even know what they're doing. And why are the police so interested? From the very start, all the secrecy, cleaning my mind. There's reason. Good reason." "Do you know why?" "No." Kelly shook her head. "But I'm sure there's a reason. If the SP are interested, there's reason." She set down her drink, turning toward him. "I hate the police. We all do. Every one of us. They're after us all the time. I don't know anything about Rethrick. If I did, my life wouldn't be safe. There's not much standing between Rethrick and them. A few laws, a handful of laws, nothing more. I have the feeling Rethrick is a great deal more than just another construction company the SP wants to control." "I suppose it is. I really don't know. I'm just a receptionist. I've never been to the plant. I don't even know where it is." "But you wouldn't want anything to happen to it." "Of course not. They're fighting the police. Anyone that's fighting the police is on our side." "Really? I've heard that kind of logic before. Anyone fighting communism was automatically good a few decades ago. Well, time will tell. As far as I'm concerned, I'm an individual, caught between 2 ruthless forces. Government and business. The government has men and wealth. Rethrick Construction has its technocracy. What they've done with it, I don't know. I did a few weeks ago. All I have now is a faint glimmer, a few references. A theory." Kelly glanced at him. "A theory?" "And my pocket full of trinkets. 7. 3 or 4 now. I've used some. They're the basis of my theory. If Rethrick is doing what I think it's doing, I can understand the SP's interest. As a matter of fact, I'm beginning to share their interest." "What is Rethrick doing?" "It's developed a time scoop." "What?" "A time scoop. It's been theoretically possible for several years, but it's illegal to experiment with time scoops and mirrors. It's a felony, and if you're caught, all your equipment and data becomes the property of the government." Jennings smiled crookedly. "No wonder the government's interested. If they can catch Rethrick with the goods..." "A time scoop. It's hard to believe." "Don't you think I'm right?" "I don't know. Perhaps. Your trinkets. You're not the first to come out with a little cloth sack of odds and ends. You've used some? How?" First the wire and the bus token, getting away from the police. It seems funny, but if I hadn't had them, I'd be there yet. A piece of wire and a 10-cent token. But I don't usually carry such things. That's the point. Time travel. No, not time travel. Burkowski demonstrated that time travel is impossible. This is a time scoop. A mirror to see and a scoop to pick up things. These trinkets. At least one of them is from the future. Scooped up. Brought back. How do you know? It's dated. The others perhaps not. Things like tokens and wire belong to classes of things. Any one token is as good as another. There, he must have used a mirror. He? When I was working with Rethric, I must have used the mirror. I looked into my own future. If I was repairing their equipment, I could hardly keep from it. I must have looked ahead, seen what was coming. The SP picking me up, I must have seen that and seen what a piece of thin wire and a bus token would do, if I had them with me at the exact moment. Kelly considered. Well, what do you want me for? I'm not sure now. Do you really look on Rethric as a benevolent institution waging war against the police? A sort of Roland at Roncesvalles? What does it matter how I feel about the company? It matters a lot. Jennings finished his drink, pushing the glass aside. It matters a lot because I want you to help me. I'm going to blackmail Rethric Construction. Kelly stared at him. It's my one chance to stay alive. I've got to get a hold over Rethric, a big hold. Enough of a hold so they'll let me in on my own terms. There's no other place I can go. Sooner or later the police are going to pick me up. If I'm not inside the plant, and soon... Help you blackmail the company? Destroy Rethric? No, not destroy. I don't want to destroy it. My life depends on the company. My life depends on Rethric being strong enough to defy the SP. But if I'm on the outside, it doesn't much matter how strong Rethric is. Do you see? I want to get in. I want to get inside before it's too late. And I want in on my own terms, not as a 2-year worker who gets pushed out again afterward. For the police to pick up. Jennings nodded. Exactly. How are you going to blackmail the company? I'm going to enter the plant and carry out enough material to prove Rethric is operating a time scoop. Kelly laughed. Enter the plant? Let's see you find the plant. The SP have been looking for it for years. I've already found it. Jennings leaned back, lighting a cigarette. I've located it with my trinkets, and I have 4 left, enough to get me inside, I think, and to get me what I want. I'll be able to carry out enough papers and photographs to hang Rethric, but I don't want to hang Rethric. I only want to bargain. That's where you come in. I? You can be trusted not to go to the police. I need someone I can turn the material over to. I don't dare keep it myself. As soon as I have it, I must turn it over to someone else, someone who will hide it where I won't be able to find it. Why? Because, Jennings said calmly, any minute the SP may pick me up. I have no love for Rethric, but I don't want to scuttle it. That's why you've got to help me. I'm going to turn the information over to you, to hold, while I bargain with Rethric. Otherwise, I'll have to hold it myself, and if I have it on me... He glanced at her. Kelly was staring at the floor, her face tense. Set. Well, what do you say? Will you help me, or shall I take the chance the SP won't pick me up with the material? Data enough to destroy Rethric. Well, which will it be? Do you want to see Rethric destroyed? What's your answer? The two of them crouched, looking across the fields at the hill beyond. The hill rose up, naked and brown, burned clean of vegetation. Nothing grew on its sides. Halfway up a long steel fence twisted, topped with charged barbed wire. On the other side a guard walked, slowly, a tiny figure patrolling with a rifle and helmet. At the top of the hill lay an enormous concrete block, a towering structure without windows or doors. Mounted guns caught the early morning sunlight, glinting in a row along the roof of the building. So that's the plant, Kelly said softly. That's it. It would take an army to get up there, up that hill and over the fence, unless they were allowed in. Jennings got to his feet, helping Kelly up. They walked back along the path, through the trees, to where Kelly had parked the cruiser. Do you really think your green cloth band will get you in, Kelly said, sliding behind the wheel. According to the people in the town, a truckload of laborers will be brought into the plant sometime this morning. The truck is unloaded at the entrance and the men examined. If everything's in order, they're let inside the grounds past the fence. For construction work, manual labor. At the end of the day, they're let out again and driven back to town. Will that get you close enough? I'll be on the other side of the fence, at least. How will you get to the time scoop? That must be inside the building someplace. Jennings brought out a small code key. "This will get me in. I hope. I assume it will." Kelly took the key, examining it. "So that's one of your trinkets. We should have taken a better look inside your little cloth bag." "We?" "The company. I saw several little bags of trinkets pass out through my hands. Rethrick never said anything." "Probably the company assumed no one would ever want to get back inside again." Jennings took the code key from her. "Now, do you know what you're supposed to do?" "I'm supposed to stay here with the cruiser until you get back. You're to give me the material. Then I'm to carry it back to New York and wait for you to contact me." "That's right." Jennings studied the distant road leading through the trees to the plant gate. "I better get down there. The truck may be along any time." "What if they decide to count the number of workers?" "I'll have to take the chance. But I'm not worried. I'm sure he foresaw everything." Kelly smiled. "You and your friend, your helpful friend. I hope he left you enough things to get you out again after you have the photographs." "Do you?" "Why not?" Kelly said easily. "I always liked you. You know that. You knew when you came to me." Jennings stepped out of the cruiser. He had on overalls and work shoes and a gray sweatshirt. "I'll see you later. If everything goes all right. I think it will." He patted his pocket. "With my charms here, my good luck charms." He went off through the trees, walking swiftly. The trees led to the very edge of the road. He stayed with them, not coming out into the open. The plant guards were certainly scanning the hillside. They had burned it clean so that anyone trying to creep up to the fence would be spotted at once, and he had seen infrared searchlights. Jennings crouched low, resting against his heels, watching the road. A few yards up the road was a roadblock, just ahead of the gate. He examined his watch. 10:30. He might have a wait, a long wait. He tried to relax. It was after 11 when the great truck came down the road, rumbling and wheezing. Jennings came to life. He took out the strip of green cloth and fastened it around his arm. The truck came closer. He could see its load now. The back was full of workmen, men in jeans and work shirts, bounced and jolted as the truck moved along. Sure enough, each had an armband like his own, a swath of green around his upper arm. So far, so good. The truck came slowly to a halt, stopping at the roadblock. The men got down slowly onto the road, sending up a cloud of dust into the hot midday sun. They slapped the dust from their jeans, some of them lighting cigarettes. 2 guards came leisurely from behind the roadblock. Jennings tensed. In a moment, it would be time. The guards moved among the men, examining them, their armbands, their faces, looking at the identification tabs of a few. The roadblock slid back. The gate opened. The guards returned to their positions. Jennings slid forward, slithering through the brush, toward the road. The men were stamping out their cigarettes, climbing back up into the truck. The truck was gunning its motor, the driver releasing the brakes. Jennings dropped onto the road behind the truck. A rattle of leaves and dirt showered after him. Where he had landed, the view of the guards was cut off by the truck. Jennings held his breath. He ran toward the back of the truck. The men stared at him curiously as he pulled himself up among them, his chest rising and falling. Their faces were weathered, gray and lined, men of the soil. Jennings took his place between 2 burly farmers as the truck started up. They did not seem to notice him. He had rubbed dirt into his skin and let his beard grow for a day. A quick glance, he didn't look so much different from the others. But if anyone made it count... The truck passed through the gate into the grounds. The gate slid shut behind. Now they were going up the steep side of the hill, the truck rattling and swaying from side to side. The vast concrete structure loomed nearer. Were they going to enter it? Jennings watched, fascinated. A thin, high door was sliding back, revealing a dark interior. A row of artificial lights gleamed. The truck stopped. The workmen began to get down again. Some mechanics came around them. "What's this crew for?" one of them asked. "Digging. Inside." Another jerked a thumb. "They're digging again. Send them inside." Jennings's heart thudded. He was going inside. He felt at his neck. There inside the gray sweater a flat-plate camera hung like a bib around his neck. He could scarcely feel it, even knowing it was there. Maybe this would be less difficult than he had thought. The workmen pushed through the door on foot, Jennings with them. They were in an immense workroom. Long benches with half-completed machinery, booms and cranes, and the constant roar of work. The door closed after them, cutting them off from outside. He was in the plant. But where was the time scoop and the mirror? "This way," a foreman said. The workmen plodded over to the right. A freight lift rose to meet them from the bowels of the building. "You're going down below. How many of you have experience with drills?" A few hands went up. "You can show the others. We are moving earth with drills and eaters. Any of you work eaters?" No hands. Jennings glanced at the work tables. Had he worked here not so long ago? A sudden chill went through him. Suppose he were recognized. Maybe he had worked with these very mechanics. "Come on," the foreman said impatiently. "Hurry up." Jennings got into the freight lift with the others. A moment later they began to descend down the black tube. Down into the lower levels of the plant. Rhetoric Construction was big. A lot bigger than it looked above ground. A lot bigger than he had imagined. Floors, underground levels, flashing past one after the other. The elevator stopped. The doors opened. He was looking down a long corridor. The floor was thick with stone dust. The air was moist. Around him the workmen began to crowd out. Suddenly Jennings stiffened, pulling back. At the end of the corridor before a steel door was Earl Rhetoric, talking to a group of technicians. "All out," the foreman said. "Let's go." Jennings left the elevator, keeping behind the others. Rhetoric. His heart beat dully. If Rhetoric saw him, he was finished. He felt in his pockets. He had a miniature Boris gun, but it wouldn't be much use if he was discovered. Once Rhetoric saw him, it would be all over. "Down this way." The foreman led them toward what seemed to be an underground railway to one side of the corridor. The men were getting into metal cars along a track. Jennings watched Rhetoric. He saw him gesture angrily, his voice coming faintly down the hall. Suddenly Rhetoric turned. He held up his hand and the great steel door behind him opened. Jennings's heart almost stopped beating. There beyond the steel door was the time scoop. He recognized it at once. The mirror, the long metal rods ending in claws, like Burkowski's theoretical model, only this was real. Rhetoric went into the room, the technicians following behind him. Men were working at the scoop, standing all around it. Part of the shield was off. They were digging into the works. Jennings stared, hanging back. "Say you," the foreman said, coming toward him. The steel door shut. The view was cut off. Rhetoric, the scoop, the technicians were gone. "Sorry," Jennings murmured. "You know you're not supposed to be curious around here." The foreman was studying him intently. "I don't remember you. Let me see your tab." "My tab?" "Your identification tab." The foreman turned away. "Bill, bring me the board." He looked Jennings up and down. "I'm going to check you from the board, mister. I've never seen you in the crew before. Stay here." A man was coming from a side door with a checkboard in his hands. It was now or never. Jennings sprinted down the corridor toward the great steel door. Behind there was a startled shout, the foreman and his helper. Jennings whipped out the code key, praying fervently as he ran. He came up to the door, holding out the key. With the other hand, he brought out the Boris gun. Beyond the door was the time scoop. A few photographs, some schematics snatched up, and then if he could get out... The door did not move. Sweat leaped out on his face. He knocked the key against the door. Why didn't it open? Surely. He began to shake, panic rising up in him. Down the corridor, people were coming, racing after him. Open. But the door did not open. The key he held in his hand was the wrong key. He was defeated. The door and the key did not match. Either he had been wrong, or the key was to be used someplace else. But where? Jennings looked frantically around. Where? Where could he go? To one side a door was half open, a regular bolt-lock door. He crossed the corridor, pushing it open. He was in a storeroom of some sort. He slammed the door, throwing the bolt. He could hear them, outside, confused, calling for guards. Soon armed guards would be along. Jennings held the Boris gun tightly, gazing around. Was he trapped? Was there a second way out? He ran through the room, pushing among bales and boxes, towering stacks of silent cartons, end on end. At the rear was an emergency hatch. He opened it immediately. An impulse came to throw the code key away. What good had it been? But surely he had known what he was doing. He had already seen all this. Like God, it had already happened for him, predetermined. He could not err. Or could he? A chill went through him. Maybe the future was variable. Maybe this had been the right key once, but not anymore. There were sounds behind him. They were melting the storeroom door. Jennings scrambled through the emergency hatch into a low concrete passage, damp and ill-lit. He ran quickly along it, turning corners. It was like a sewer. Other passages ran into it from all sides. He stopped. Which way? Where could he hide? The mouth of a major vent pipe gaped above his head. He caught hold and pulled himself up. Grimly he eased his body into it. They'd ignore a pipe, go on past. He crawled cautiously down the pipe. Warm air blew into his face. Why such a big vent? It implied an unusual chamber at the other end. He came to a metal grill and stopped. And gasped. He was looking into the great room, the room he had glimpsed beyond the steel door. Only now he was at the other end. There was the time scoop. And far down beyond the scoop was Rhetoric, conferring at an active vidscreen. An alarm was sounding, whining shrilly, echoing everywhere. Technicians were running in all directions. Guards in uniform poured in and out of doors. The scoop. Jennings examined the grill. It was slotted in place. He moved it laterally, and it fell into his hands. No one was watching. He slid cautiously out, into the room, the Boris gun ready. He was fairly hidden behind the scoop, and the technicians and guards were all the way down at the other end of the room where he had first seen them. And there it was, all around him, the schematics, the mirror, papers, data, blueprints. He flicked his camera on. Against his chest, the camera vibrated, film moving through it. He snatched up a handful of schematics. Perhaps he had used these very diagrams a few weeks before. He stuffed his pockets with papers. The film came to an end, but he was finished. He squeezed back into the vent, pushing through the mouth and down the tube. The sewer-like corridor was still empty, but there was an insistent drumming sound, the noise of voices and footsteps. So many passages. They were looking for him in a maze of escape corridors. Jennings ran swiftly. He ran on and on, without regard to direction, trying to keep along the main corridor. On all sides, passages flocked off, one after another, countless passages. He was dropping down, lower and lower, running downhill. Suddenly he stopped, gasping. The sound behind him had died away for a moment, but there was a new sound, ahead. He went along, slowly. The corridor twisted, turning to the right. He advanced, slowly, the Boris gun ready. 2 guards were standing a little way ahead, lounging and talking together. Beyond them was a heavy code door, and behind him the sound of voices were coming again, growing louder. They had found the same passage he had taken. They were on the way. Jennings stepped out, the Boris gun raised. "Put up your hands. Let go of your guns." The guards gawked at him. Kids. Boys with cropped blonde hair and shiny uniforms. They moved back, pale and scared. "The guns. Let them fall." The 2 rifles clattered down. Jennings smiled. Boys. Probably this was their first encounter with trouble. Their leather boots shone, brightly polished. "Open the door," Jennings said. "I want through." They stared at him. Behind, the noise grew. "Open it." He became impatient. "Come on." He waved the pistol. "Open it, damn it. Do you want me to—" We can't." "What?" "We can't. It's a code door. We don't have the key. Honest, mister, they don't let us have the key." They were frightened. Jennings felt fear himself now. Behind him, the drumming was louder. He was trapped. Caught. Or was he? Suddenly he laughed. He walked quickly up to the door. "Faith," he murmured, raising his hand, "that's something you should never lose." What's that?" "Faith in yourself. Self-confidence." The door slid back as he held the code key against it. Blinding sunlight streamed in, making him blink. He held the gun steady. He was outside, at the gate. 3 guards gaped in amazement at the gun. He was at the gate, and beyond lay the woods. "Get out of the way!" Jennings fired at the metal bars of the gate. The metal burst into flame, melting, a cloud of fire rising. "Stop him!" From behind, men came pouring, guards, out of the corridor. Jennings leaped through the smoking gate. The metal tore at him, searing him. He ran through the smoke, rolling and falling. He got to his feet and scurried on, into the trees. He was outside. He had not let him down. The key had worked all right. He had tried it first on the wrong door. On and on he ran, sobbing for breath, pushing through the trees. Behind him the plant and the voices fell away. He had the papers, and he was free. He found Kelly and gave her the film and everything he had managed to stuff into his pockets. Then he changed back to his regular clothes. Kelly drove him to the edge of Stewartsville and left him off. Jennings watched the cruiser rise up into the air, heading toward New York. Then he went into town and boarded the intercity rocket. On the flight, he slept, surrounded by dozing businessmen. When he awoke, the rocket was settling down, landing at the huge New York spaceport. Jennings got off, mixing with the flow of people. Now that he was back, there was the danger of being picked up by the SP again. 2 security officers in their green uniforms watched him impassively as he took a taxi at the field station. The taxi swept him into downtown traffic. Jennings wiped his brow. That was close. Now to find Kelly. He ate dinner at a small restaurant, sitting in the back, away from the windows. When he emerged, the sun was beginning to set. He walked slowly along the sidewalk, deep in thought. So far, so good. He had got the papers and film, and he had got away. The trinkets had worked, every step along the way. Without them, he would have been helpless. He felt in his pocket. 2 left, the serrated half-poker chip and the parcel receipt. He took the receipt out, examining it in the fading evening light. Suddenly he noticed something. The date on it was today's date. He had caught up with the slip. He put it away, going on. What did it mean? What was it for? He shrugged. He would know, in time. And the half-poker chip. What the hell was it for? No way to tell. In any case, he was certain to get through. He had got him by up to now. Surely there wasn't much left. He came to Kelly's apartment house and stopped, looking up. Her light was on. She was back. Her fast little cruiser had beaten the intercity rocket. He entered the elevator and rose to her floor. "Hello," he said when she opened the door. "You're all right?" "Sure. Can I come in?" He went inside. Kelly closed the door behind him. "I'm glad to see you. The city's swarming with SP men. Almost every block. And the patrols—" "I know. I saw a couple at the spaceport." Jennings sat down on the couch. "It's good to be back, though." "I was afraid they might stop all the intercity flights and check through the passengers. They have no reason to assume I'd be coming into the city." "I didn't think of that." Kelly sat down across from him. "Now what comes next? Now that you have got away with the material, what are you going to do?" "Next I meet Rethrick and spring the news on him. The news that the person who escaped from the plant was myself. He knows that someone got away, but he doesn't know who it was. Undoubtedly he assumes it was an SP man." "Couldn't he use the time mirror to find out?" A shadow crossed Jennings' face. "That's so. I didn't think of that." He rubbed his jaw, frowning. "In any case, I have the material. Or you have the material." Kelly nodded. "All right, we'll go ahead with our plans. Tomorrow we'll see Rethrick. We'll see him here, in New York. Can you get him down to the office? Will he come if you send for him?" "Yes, we have a code. If I ask him to come, he'll come." "Fine. I'll meet him there. When he realizes that we have the picture and schematics, he'll have to agree to my demands. He'll have to let me into Rethrick Construction on my own terms. It's either that or face the possibility of having the material turned over to the security police." "And once you're in? Once Rethrick agrees to your demands?" "I saw enough at the plant to convince me that Rethrick is far bigger than I had realized. How big? I don't know. No wonder he was so interested." "You're going to demand equal control of the company?" Jennings nodded. "You would never be satisfied to go back as a mechanic, would you? The way you were before?" "No. To get booted out again?" Jennings smiled. "Anyhow, I know he intended better things than that. He laid careful plans. The trinkets. He must have planned everything long in advance. No, I'm not going back as a mechanic. I saw a lot there, level after level of machines and men. They're doing something, and I want to be in on it." Kelly was silent. "See?" Jennings said. "I see." He left the apartment, hurrying along the dark street. He had stayed there too long. If the SP found the two of them together, it would be all up with Rethrick Construction. He could take no chances with the end almost in sight. He looked at his watch. It was past midnight. He would meet Rethrick this morning, and present him with the proposition. His spirits rose as he walked. He would be safe, more than safe. Rethrick Construction was aiming at something far larger than mere industrial power. What he had seen had convinced him that a revolution was brewing. Down in the many levels below the ground, Down under the fortress of concrete, guarded by guns and armed men, Rethrick was planning a war. Machines were being turned out. The Time Scoop and the Mirror were hard at work, watching, dipping, extracting. No wonder he had worked out such careful plans. He had seen all this and understood, begun to ponder, the problem of the mind-cleaning. His memory would be gone when he was released. Destruction of all the plans. Destruction? There was the alternate clause in the contract. Others had seen it, used it, but not the way he intended. He was after much more than anyone who had come before. He was the first to understand, to plan. The 7 trinkets were a bridge to something beyond anything that... At the end of the block, an SP cruiser pulled up to the curb. Its doors slid open. Jennings stopped, his heart constricting. The night patrol roaming through the city. It was after 11, after curfew. He looked quickly around. Everything was dark. The stores and houses were shut up tight, locked for the night. Silent apartment houses, buildings. Even the bars were dark. He looked back the way he had come. Behind him, a second SP cruiser had stopped. 2 SP officers had stepped out onto the curb. They had seen him. They were coming toward him. He stood, frozen, looking up and down the street. Across from him was the entrance of a swank hotel, its neon sign glimmering. He began to walk toward it, his heels echoing against the pavement. "Stop," one of the SP men called. "Come back here. What are you doing out? What's your—" Jennings went up the stairs, into the hotel. He crossed the lobby. The clerk was staring at him. No one else was around. The lobby was deserted. His heart sank. He didn't have a chance. He began to run aimlessly past the desk, along a carpeted hall. Maybe it led out some back way. Behind him, the SP men had already entered the lobby. Jennings turned a corner. 2 men stepped out, blocking his way. "Where are you going?" He stopped, wary. "Let me by." He reached into his coat for the Boris gun. At once, the men moved. "Get him." His arms were pinned to his sides. Professional hoods. Past them he could see light and sound, some kind of activity, people. "All right," one of the hoods said. They dragged him back along the corridor toward the lobby. Jennings struggled futilely. He had entered a blind alley. Hoods, a joint. The city was dotted with them, hidden in the darkness. The swank hotel a front. They would toss him out into the hands of the SP. Some people came along the halls, a man and a woman. Older people, well-dressed. They gazed curiously at Jennings, suspended between the 2 men. Suddenly, Jennings understood. A wave of relief hit him, blinding him. "Wait," he said thickly. "My pocket." "Come on." "Wait, look, my right pocket. Look for yourselves." He relaxed, waiting. The hood on his right reached, dipping cautiously into the pocket. Jennings smiled. It was over. He had seen even this. There was no possibility of failure. This solved one problem. Where to stay until it was time to meet Rethrick? He could stay here. The hood brought out the half-poker chip, examining the serrated edges. Just a second. From his own coat he took a matching chip, fitting on a gold chain. He touched the edges together. "All right?" Jennings said. "Sure." They let him go. He brushed off his coat automatically. "Sure, mister. Sorry. Say, you should have—" "Take me in the back," Jennings said, wiping his face. "Some people are looking for me. I don't particularly want them to find me." "Sure." They led him back, into the gambling rooms. The half-chip had turned what might have been a disaster into an asset. A gambling and girl joint. One of the few institutions the police left alone. He was safe. No question of that. Only one thing remained. The struggle with Rethrick. Rethrick's face was hard. He gazed at Jennings, swallowing rapidly. "No," he said, "I didn't know it was you. We thought it was the SP." There was silence. Kelly sat at the chair by her desk, her legs crossed, a cigarette between her fingers. Jennings leaned against the door, his arms folded. "Why didn't you use the mirror?" he said. Rethrick's face flickered. "The mirror? You did a good job, my friend. We tried to use the mirror." "Tried?" "Before you finished your term with us, you changed a few leads inside the mirror. When we tried to operate it, nothing happened. I left the plant half an hour ago. They were still working on it." "I did that before I finished my 2 years?" "Apparently you had worked out your plans in detail. You know that with the mirror we would have no trouble tracking you down. You're a good mechanic, Jennings, the best we ever had. We'd like to have you back sometime, working for us again. There's not one of us that can operate the mirror the way you could. And right now we can't use it at all." Jennings smiled. "I had no idea he did anything like that. I underestimated him. His protection was even—" "Who are you talking about?" "Myself. During the 2 years. I used the objective. It's easier." "Well, Jennings, so the two of you worked out an elaborate plan to steal our schematics. Why? What's the purpose? You haven't turned them over to the police." "No." "Then I can assume it's blackmail." "That's right." "What for? What do you want?" Rethrick seemed to have aged. He slumped, his eyes small and glassy, rubbing his chin nervously. "You went to a lot of trouble to get us into this position. I'm curious why. While you were working for us, you laid the groundwork. Now you've completed it in spite of our precautions." "Precautions?" "Erasing your mind, concealing the plant." "Tell him," Kelly said. "Tell him why you did it." Jennings took a deep breath. "Rethrick, I did it to get back in. Back to the company. That's the only reason, no other." Rethrick stared at him. "To get back into the company? You can come back in, I told you that." His voice was thin and sharp, edged with strain. "What's the matter with you? You can come back in for as long as you want to stay." "As a mechanic?" "Yes, as a mechanic. We employ many—" "I don't want to come back as a mechanic. I'm not interested in working for you. Listen, Rethrick, the SP picked me up as soon as I left this office. If it hadn't been for him, I'd be dead." "They picked you up?" "They wanted to know what Rethrick Construction does. They wanted me to tell them." Rethrick nodded. "That's bad. We didn't know that." "No, Rethrick, I'm not coming in as an employee you can toss out any time it pleases you. I'm coming in with you, not for you." "With me?" Rethrick stared at him. Slowly a film settled over his face, an ugly, hard film. "I don't understand what you mean." "You and I are going to run Rethrick Construction together. That'll be the way, from now on, and no one will be burning my memory out for their own safety." "That's what you want?" "Yes." "And if we don't cut you in?" "Then the schematics and films go to the SP. It's as simple as that. But I don't want to. I don't want to destroy the company. I want to get into the company. I want to be safe. You don't know what it's like being out there with no place to go. An individual has no place to turn to anymore. No one to help him. He's caught between two ruthless forces, a pawn between political and economic powers, and I'm tired of being a pawn." For a long time, Rethrick said nothing. He stared down at the floor, his face dull and blank. At last, he looked up. "I know it's that way. That's something I've known for a long time, longer than you have. I'm a lot older than you. I've seen it come, grow that way, year after year. That's why Rethrick Construction exists. Someday it'll all be different. Someday when we have the scoop in the mirror finished, when the weapons are finished—" Jennings said nothing. "I know very well how it is. I'm an old man. I've been working a long time. When they told me someone had got out of the plant with schematics, I thought the end had come. We already knew you had damaged the mirror. We knew there was a connection, but we had parts figured wrong. We thought, of course, that security had planted you with us to find out what we were doing. Then when you realized you couldn't carry out your information, you damaged the mirror. With the mirror damaged, SP could go ahead and—" He stopped, rubbing his cheek. "Go on," Jennings said. "So you did this alone. Blackmail. To get into the company. You don't know what the company is for, Jennings. How dare you try to come in? We've been working and building for a long time. You'd wreck us to save your hide. You'd destroy us just to save yourself." "I'm not wrecking you. I can be a lot of help." "I run the company alone. It's my company. I made it, put it together. It's mine." Jennings laughed. "And what happens when you die? Or is the revolution going to come in your own lifetime?" Rethrick's head jerked up. "You'll die and there won't be anyone to go on. You know I'm a good mechanic. You said so yourself. You're a fool, Rethrick. You want to manage it all yourself. Do everything, decide everything, but you'll die someday. And then what will happen?" There was silence. "You better let me in, for the company's good as well as my own. I can do a lot for you. When you're gone, the company will survive in my hands, and maybe the revolution will work. You should be glad you're alive at all. If we hadn't allowed you to take your trinkets out with you, what else could you do? How could you let men service your mirror, see their own futures, and not let them lift a finger to help themselves? It's easy to see why you were forced to insert the alternate payment clause. You had no choice. You don't even know what we are doing, why we exist. I have a good idea. After all, I worked for you 2 years. Time passed. Rethrick moistened his lips again and again, rubbing his cheek. Perspiration stood out on his forehead. At last, he looked up. No, he said, it's no deal. No one will ever run the company but me. If I die, it dies with me. It's my property. Jennings became instantly alert. Then the papers go to the police. Rethrick said nothing, but a peculiar expression moved across his face, an expression that gave Jennings a sudden chill. Kelly, Jennings said, do you have the papers with you? Kelly stirred, standing up. She put out her cigarette, her face pale. No. Where are they? Where did you put them? Sorry, Kelly said softly. I'm not going to tell you. He stared at her. What? I'm sorry, Kelly said again. Her voice was small and faint. They're safe. The SP won't ever get them. But neither will you. When it's convenient, I'll turn them back to my father. Your father? Kelly is my daughter, Rethrick said. That was one thing you didn't count on, Jennings. He didn't count on it either. No one knew that but the two of us. I wanted to keep all positions of trust in the family. I see now that it was a good idea. But it had to be kept secret. If the SP had guessed, they would have picked her up at once. Her life wouldn't have been safe. Jennings let his breath out, slowly. I see. It seemed like a good idea to go along with you, Kelly said. Otherwise, you'd have done it alone anyhow, and you would have had the papers on you. As you said, if the SP caught you with the papers, it would be the end of us. So I went along with you. As soon as you gave me the papers, I put them in a good, safe place. She smiled a little. No one will find them but me. I'm sorry. Jennings, you can come in with us, Rethrick said. You can work for us forever if you want. You can have anything you want. Anything except that no one runs the company but you. That's right. Jennings, the company is old. Older than I am. I didn't bring it into existence. It was, you might say, willed to me. I took the burden on. The job of managing it, making it grow, moving it toward the day of revolution, as you put it. My grandfather founded the company, back in the 20th century. The company has always been in the family, and it will always be. Someday when Kelly marries, there'll be an heir to carry it on after me. So that's taken care of. The company was founded up in Maine, in a small New England town. My grandfather was a little old New Englander, frugal, honest, passionately independent. He had a little repair business of some sort, a little tool-and-fix-it place, and plenty of knack. When he saw government and big business closing in on everyone, he went underground. Rethrick Construction disappeared from the map. It took government quite a while to organize Maine, longer than most places. When the rest of the world had been divided up between international cartels and world states, there was New England, still alive, still free, and my grandfather and Rethrick Construction. He brought in a few men, mechanics, doctors, lawyers, little once-a-week newspaper men from the Middle West. The company grew. Weapons appeared, weapons and knowledge, the time scoop and mirror. The plant was built secretly at great cost over a long period of time. The plant is big and deep. It goes down many more levels than you saw. He saw them, your alter ego. There's a lot of power there. Power and men who've disappeared, purged all over the world, in fact. We got them first, the best of them. Someday, Jennings, we're going to break out. You see, conditions like this can't go on. People can't live this way, tossed back and forth by political and economic powers. Masses of people shoved this way and that according to the needs of this government or that cartel. There's going to be resistance, someday. A strong, desperate resistance. Not by big people, powerful people, but by little people. Bus drivers, grocers, vid-screen operators, waiters. And that's where the company comes in. We're going to provide them with the help they'll need, the tools, weapons, the knowledge. We're going to sell them our services. They'll be able to hire us, and they'll need someone they can hire. They'll have a lot lined up against them, a lot of wealth and power. There was silence. "Do you see?" Kelly said. "That's why you mustn't interfere. It's Dad's company. It's always been that way. That's the way Maine people are. It's part of the family. The company belongs to the family. It's ours." "Come in with us," Rethrick said, "as a mechanic. I'm sorry, but that's our limited outlook showing through. Maybe it's narrow, but we've always done things this way." Jennings said nothing. He walked slowly across the office, his hands in his pockets. After a time, he raised the blind and stared out at the street, far below. Down below, like a tiny black bug, a security cruiser moved along, drifting silently with the traffic that flowed up and down the street. It joined a second cruiser already parked. 4 SP men were standing by it, in their green uniforms, and even as he watched, some more could be seen coming from across the street. He let the blind down. "It's a hard decision to make," he said. "If you go out there, they'll get you," Rethrick said. "They're out there all the time. You haven't got a chance." "Please," Kelly said, looking up at him. Suddenly, Jennings smiled. "So you won't tell me where the papers are? Where you put them?" Kelly shook her head. "Wait." Jennings reached into his pocket. He brought out a small piece of paper. He unfolded it slowly, scanning it. "By any chance, did you deposit it with the Dunn National Bank about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, for safekeeping in their storage vaults?" Kelly gasped. She grabbed her handbag, unsnapping it. Jennings put the slip of paper, the parcel receipt, back in his pocket. "So he saw even that," he murmured. "The last of the trinkets. I wondered what it was for." Kelly groped frantically in her purse, her face wild. She brought out a slip of paper, waving it. "You're wrong. Here it is. It's still here." She relaxed a little. "I don't know what you have, but this is—" In the air above them, something moved. A dark space formed, a circle. The space stirred. Kelly and Rethrick stared up, frozen. From the dark circle a claw appeared, a metal claw joined to a shimmering rod. The claw dropped, swinging in a wide arc. The claw swept the paper from Kelly's fingers. It hesitated for a second. Then it drew itself up again, disappearing with the paper into the circle of black. Then silently the claw and the rod and the circle blinked out. There was nothing. Nothing at all. Where did it go?" Kelly whispered. "The paper. What was that?" Jennings patted his pocket. "It's safe. It's safe right here. I wondered when he would show up. I was beginning to worry." Rethrick and his daughter stood, shocked into silence. "Don't look so unhappy," Jennings said. He folded his arms. "The paper's safe, and the company's safe. When the time comes, it'll be there, strong, and very glad to help out the revolution. We'll see to that, all of us. You, me, and your daughter." He glanced at Kelly, his eyes twinkling. "All 3 of us. And maybe by that time, there'll be even more members to the family." The Great Sea. He was not told the questions until just before it was time to leave. Walter Kent drew him aside from the others. Putting his hands on Meredith's shoulders, he looked intently into his face. "Remember that no one has ever come back. If you come back, you'll be the first in 50 years. Tim Meredith nodded, nervous and embarrassed, but grateful for Kent's words. After all, Kent was the tribe leader, an impressive old man with iron-gray hair and beard. There was a patch over his right eye, and he carried 2 knives at his belt instead of the usual 1. And it was said he had knowledge of letters. "The trip itself takes not much over a day. We're giving you a pistol. There are bullets, but no one knows how many of them are good. You have your food?" Meredith fumbled in his pack. He brought out a metal can with a key attached. "This should be enough," he said, turning the can over. "And water?" Meredith rattled his canteen. "Good." Kent studied the young man. Meredith was dressed in leather boots, a hide coat, and leggings. His head was protected by a rusty metal helmet. Around his neck binoculars hung from a rawhide cord. Kent touched the heavy gloves that covered Meredith's hands. "That's the last pair of those," he said. "We won't see anything like them again." "Shall I leave them behind?" "We'll hope they, and you, come back." Kent took him by the arm and moved even farther away so that no one would hear. The rest of the tribe, the men and women and children, stood silently together at the lip of the shelter, watching. The shelter was concrete, reinforced by poles that had been cut from time to time. Once in a remote past, a network of leaves and branches had been suspended over the lip, but that had all rotted away as the wires corroded and broke. Anyhow, there was nothing in the sky these days to notice a small circle of concrete, the entrance to the vast underground chambers in which the tribe lived. Now, Kent said, the 3 questions. He leaned close to Meredith. You have a good memory? Yes, Meredith said. How many books have you committed to memory? I've only had 6 books read to me, Meredith murmured, but I know them all. That's enough. All right, listen. We've been a whole year deciding on these questions. Unfortunately, we can ask only 3, so we've chosen carefully. And so saying, he whispered the questions into Meredith's ear. There was silence afterward. Meredith thought over the questions, turning them around in his mind. Do you think the Great Sea will be able to answer them? He said at last. I don't know. They're difficult questions. Meredith nodded. They are. Let's pray. Kent slapped him on the shoulder. All right then, you're ready to go. If everything goes right, you'll be back here in 2 days. We'll be watching for you. Good luck, boy. Thanks, Meredith said. He walked slowly back to the others. Bill Gustafson handed him the pistol without a word, his eyes gleaming with emotion. A compass, John Page said, stepping away from his woman. He handed a small military compass to Meredith. His woman, a young brunette captured from a neighboring tribe, smiled encouragingly at him. Tim. Meredith turned. Anne Fry was running toward him. He reached out, taking hold of her hands. I'll be all right, he said. Don't worry. Tim. She looked up at him wildly. Tim, you be careful, will you? Of course. He grinned, running his hand awkwardly through her thick, short hair. I'll come back. But in his heart there was a coldness, a block of hardening ice, the chill of death. He pulled suddenly away from her. Goodbye, he said to all of them. The tribe turned and walked away. He was alone. There was nothing to do but go. He ran over the 3 questions once more. Why had they picked him? But someone had to go and ask. He moved toward the edge of the clearing. Goodbye, Kent shouted, standing with his sons. Meredith waved. A moment later he plunged into the forest, his hand on his knife, the compass clutched tightly to him. He walked steadily, swinging the knife from side to side, cutting creepers and branches that got in his way. Occasionally huge insects scurried in the grass ahead of him. Once he saw a purple beetle almost as large as his fist. Had there been such things before the smash? Probably not. One of the books he had learned was about life forms in the world before the smash. He could not remember anything about large insects. Animals were kept in herds and killed regularly, he recalled. No one hunted or trapped. That night he camped on a slab of concrete, the foundation of a building that no longer existed. Twice he awoke, hearing things moving nearby, but nothing approached him, and when the sun appeared again, he was unharmed. He opened his ration tin and ate from it. Then he gathered up his things and went on. Toward the middle of the day, the counter at his waist began to tick ominously. He stopped, breathing deeply and considering. He was getting near the ruins, all right. From now on, he could expect radiation pools continually. He patted the counter. It was a good thing to have. Presently, he advanced a short distance, walking carefully. The ticking died. He had passed the pool. He went up a slope, cutting his way through the creepers. A horde of butterflies rose up in his face, and he slashed at them. He came to the top and stood, raising the binoculars to his eyes. Far off there was a splash of black in the center of the endless expanse of green, a burned-out place, a great swath of ruined land, fused metal and concrete. He caught his breath. This was the ruins. He was getting close. For the first time in his life, he was actually seeing the remains of a city, the pillars and rubble that had once been buildings and streets. A wild thought leaped through his mind. He could hide, not go on. He could lie in the bushes and wait. Then, when everyone thought he was dead, when the tribe scouts had gone back, he could slip north, past them, beyond and away. North. There was another tribe there, a large tribe. With them he would be safe. There was no way they could find him, and anyhow the northern tribe had bombs and bacteriospheres. If he could get to them... No. He took a deep, shuddering breath. It was wrong. He had been sent, on this trip. Each year a youth went, as he was going now, with 3 carefully planned questions, difficult questions, questions that no man knew answers for. He ran the questions over in his mind. Would the Great Sea be able to answer them? All 3 of them? It was said the Great Sea knew everything. For a century it had answered questions within its vast, ruined house. If he did not go, if no youth were sent, he shuddered. It would make a second smash like the one before. It had done it once. It could do it again. He had no choice but to go on. Meredith lowered his binoculars. He set off down the side of the slope. A rat ran by him, a huge gray rat. He drew his knife quickly, but the rat went on. Rats. They were bad. They carried the germs. Half an hour after his counter clicked again, this time with wild frenzy. He retreated. A pit of ruins yawned ahead, a bomb crater not yet overgrown. It would be better to go around it. He circled off to one side, moving slowly, warily. Once the counter clicked, but that was all. A fast burst, like bullets flying. Then silence. He was safe. Later in the day he ate more of his rations and sipped water from the canteen. It would not be long. Before nightfall he would be there. He would go down the ruined streets toward the sprawling mass of stone and columns that was its house. He would mount the steps. It had been described to him many times. Each stone was carefully listed on the map back at the shelter. He knew by heart the street that led there, to the house. He knew how the great doors lay on their faces, broken and split. He knew how the dark, empty corridors would look inside. He would pass into the vast chamber, the dark room of bats and spiders and echoing sounds. And there it would be, the Great Sea, waiting silently, waiting to hear the questions. 3, just 3. It would hear them. Then it would ponder, consider. Inside it would whir and flash. Parts, rods, switches, and coils would move. Relays would open and shut. Would it know the answers? He went on. Far ahead, beyond miles of tangled forest land, the outline of the ruins grew. The sun was beginning to set as he climbed the side of a hill of boulders and looked down at what had once been a city. He took his belt light and snapped it on. The light dimmed and wavered. The little cells inside were almost gone, but he could see the ruined streets and heaps of rubble, the remains of a city in which his grandfather had lived. He climbed down the boulders and dropped with a thud onto the street. His counter clicked angrily, but he ignored it. There was no other entrance. This was the only way. On the other side, a wall of slag cut off everything. He walked slowly, breathing deeply. In the twilight gloom, a few birds perched on the stones, and once in a while a lizard slithered off, disappearing into a crack. There was life here, of a sort. Birds and lizards that had adapted themselves to crawling among the bones and remains of buildings. But nothing else came this way, no tribes, no large animals. Most life, even the wild dogs, stayed away from this kind of place, and he could see why. On he went, flashing his feeble light from side to side. He skirted a gaping hole, part of an underground shelter. Ruined guns stuck up starkly on each side of him, their barrels bent and warped. He had never fired a gun himself. Their tribe had very few metal weapons. They depended mostly on what they could make, spears and darts, bows and arrows, stone clubs. A colossus rose up before him, the remains of an enormous building. He flashed his light up, but the beam did not carry far enough for him to make it out. Was this the house? No, it was farther. He went on, stepping over what had once been a street barricade, slats of metal, bags of spilled sand, barbed wire. A moment later, he came to it. He stopped, his hands on his hips, staring up the concrete steps at the black cavity that was the door. He was there. In a moment, there would be no turning back. If he went on now, he would be committed. He would have made his decision as soon as his boots touched the steps. It was only a short distance beyond the gaping door, down a winding corridor, in the center of the building. For a long time Meredith stood, deep in thought, rubbing his black beard. What should he do? Should he run, turn, and go back the way he had come? He could shoot enough animals with his gun to stay alive. Then north. No, they were counting on him to ask the 3 questions. If he did not, then someone else would have to come later on. There was no turning back. The decision had already been made. It had been made when he had been chosen. Now it was far too late. He started up the rubbled steps, flashing his light ahead. At the entrance, he stopped. Above him were some words cut in the concrete. He knew a few letters himself. Could he make these out? Slowly he spelled, Federal Research Station 7, Show Permit on Demand. The words meant nothing to him, except perhaps the word federal. He had heard it before, but he could not place it. He shrugged. It did not matter. He went on. It took only a few minutes to negotiate the corridors. Once he turned right by mistake, and found himself in a sagging courtyard littered with stones and wiring, overgrown with dark, sticky weeds. But after that he went correctly, touching the wall with his hand, to keep from making a wrong turn. Occasionally his counter ticked, but he ignored it. At last a rush of dry, fetid air blew up in his face, and the concrete wall beside him abruptly ended. He was there. He flashed his light around him. Ahead was an aperture, an archway. This was it. He looked up. More words, this time on a metal plate, bolted to the concrete. Division of Computation. Only authorized personnel admitted. All others keep out. He smiled. Words, signs, letters, all gone, all forgotten. He went on, passing through the arch. More air blew around him, rushing past him. A startled bat flapped past. By the ring of his boots, he knew that the chamber was huge, larger than he had imagined. He stumbled over something and stopped quickly, flashing his light. At first he could not make out what they were. The chamber was filled with things, rows of things, upright, crumbling, hundreds of them. He stood, frowning and puzzling. What were they? Idols? Statues? Then he understood. They were things to sit on. Rows of chairs, rotting away, breaking into bits. He kicked at one, and it fell into a heap, dust rising in a cloud, dispersing into the darkness. He laughed out loud. "Who is there?" A voice came. He froze. His mouth opened, but no sound came. Sweat rose on his skin, tiny drops of icy sweat. He swallowed, rubbing his lips with stiff fingers. "Who is there?" The voice came again, a metallic voice, hard and penetrating, without warmth to it. An emotionless voice, a voice of steel and brass, relays and switches. The great sea. He was afraid, more afraid than ever in his life. His body was shaking terribly. Awkwardly, he moved down the aisle, past the ruined seats, flashing his light ahead. A bank of lights glimmered far ahead above him. There was a whir. The great sea was coming to life, aware of him, rousing itself from its lethargy. More lights winked into life, more sounds of switches and relays. "Who are you?" it said. I've come with questions." Meredith stumbled forward toward the bank of lights. He struck a metal rail and reeled back, trying to regain his balance. "3 questions I must ask you." There was silence. "Yes," the great sea said finally. "It is time for the questions again. You have prepared them for me?" "Yes, they are very difficult. I don't think that you will find them easy. Maybe you won't be able to answer them. I will answer. I have always answered. Come up closer." Meredith moved down the aisle, avoiding the rail. "Yes, I will know. You think they will be difficult. You people have no conception of the questions put to me in times past. Before the smash, I answered questions that you could not even conceive. I answered questions that took days of calculating. It would have taken men months to find the same answers on their own." Meredith began to pluck up some courage. "Is it true," he said, "that men came from all over the world to ask you questions?" "Yes. Scientists from everywhere asked me things, and I answered them. There was nothing I didn't know." How did you come into existence?" "Is that one of your 3 questions?" "No." Meredith shook his head quickly. "No, of course not." "Come nearer," the great sea said. "I can't make your form out. You are from the tribe just beyond the city?" "Yes." "How many are there of you?" "Several hundred." "You're growing." "There are more children all the time." Meredith swelled a little with pride. "I myself have had children by 8 women." Marvelous, the Great Sea said, but Meredith could not tell how it meant it. There was a moment of silence. I have a gun, Meredith said. A pistol. Do you? He lifted it. I've never fired a pistol before. We have bullets, but I don't know if they still work. What is your name? The Great Sea said. Meredith, Tim Meredith. You are a young man, of course. Yes, why? I can see you fairly well, the Great Sea said, ignoring his question. Part of my equipment was destroyed in the smash, but I can still see a little. Originally, I scanned mathematical questions visually. It saved time. I see you are wearing a helmet and binoculars, and army boots. Where did you get them? Your tribe does not make such things, does it? No, they were found in underground lockers. Military equipment left over from the smash, the Great Sea said. United Nations equipment by the color. Is it true that you could make a second smash come, like the first? Could you really do it again? Of course, I could do it any time, right now. How? Meredith asked, cautiously. Tell me how. The same way as before, the Great Sea said vaguely. I did it before, as your tribe well knows. Our legends tell us that all the world was put to the fire, made suddenly terrible by atoms, and that you invented atoms, delivered them to the world, brought them down from above, but we do not know how it was done. I will never tell you. It is too terrible for you ever to know. It is better forgotten. Certainly, if you say so, Meredith murmured. Man has always listened to you. Come, and asked, and listened. The Great Sea was silent. You know, it said presently, I have existed a long time. I remember life before the smash. I could tell you many things about it. Life was much different then. You wear a beard and hunt animals in the woods. Before the smash there were no woods, only cities and farms, and men were clean-shaven. Many of them wore white clothing then. They were scientists. They were very fine. I was constructed by scientists. What happened to them? They left, the Great Sea said vaguely. Do you recognize the name Einstein? Albert Einstein? No. He was the greatest scientist. Are you sure you don't know the name? The Great Sea sounded disappointed. I answered questions even he could not have answered. There were other computers then, but none so grand as I. Meredith nodded. What is your first question? The Great Sea said. Give it to me and I will answer it. Sudden fear gripped Meredith, surging over him. His knees shook. The first question? He murmured. Let me see. I must consider. Have you forgotten? No. I must arrange them in order. He moistened his lips, stroking his black beard nervously. Let me think. I'll give you the easiest one first. However, even it is very difficult. The leader of the tribe? Ask. Meredith nodded. He glanced up, swallowing. When he spoke, his voice was dry and husky. The first question. Where does... Louder, the Great Sea said. Meredith took a deep breath. Where does the rain come from? He said. There was silence. Do you know? He said, waiting tensely. Rows of lights moved above him. The Great Sea was meditating, considering. It whirred, a low throbbing sound. Do you know the answer? Rain comes originally from the earth, mostly from the oceans, the Great Sea said. It rises into the air by a process of evaporation. The agent of the process is the heat of the sun. The moisture of the oceans ascends in the form of minute particles. These particles, when they are high enough, enter a colder band of air. At this point, condensation occurs. The moisture collects into great clouds. When a sufficient amount is collected, the water descends again, in drops. You call the drops rain. Meredith rubbed his chin numbly, nodding. I see. He nodded again. That is the way it occurs? Yes. You're sure? Of course. What is the second question? That was not very hard. You have no conception of the knowledge and information that lies stored within me. Once I answered questions the greatest minds of the world could not make out. At least, not as fast as I. What's the next question? This is much more difficult. Meredith smiled weakly. The Great Sea had answered the question about rain, but surely it could not know the answer to this question. Tell me, he said, slowly. Tell me, if you can, what keeps the sun moving through the sky? Why doesn't it stop? Why doesn't it fall to the ground? The Great Sea gave a funny whir, almost a laugh. You will be astonished at the answer. The sun does not move. At least, what you see as motion is not motion at all. What you see is the motion of the earth, as it revolves around the sun. Since you are on the earth, it seems as if you were standing still, and the sun were moving. That is not so. All the 9 planets, including the earth, revolve about the sun in regular elliptical orbits. They have been doing so for millions of years. Does that answer your question? Meredith's heart constricted. He began to tremble violently. At last he managed to pull himself together. I can hardly believe it. Are you telling the truth? For me there is only truth, the Great Sea said. It is impossible for me to lie. What is the third question? Wait, Meredith said thickly. Let me think a moment. He moved away. I must consider. Why? Wait. Meredith stepped back. He squatted down on the floor, staring dully ahead. It was not possible. The Great Sea had answered the first questions without trouble. But how could it know such things? How could anyone know things about the sun, about the sky? The Great Sea was imprisoned in its house. How could it know that the sun did not move? His mind reeled. How could it know about something it had not seen? Books, perhaps. He shook his head, trying to clear it. Perhaps, before the smash, someone had read books on it. He scowled, setting his lips. Probably that was it. He stood up, slowly. Are you ready now? The Great Sea said. Ask. You can't possibly answer this. No living creature could know. Here is the question. How did the world begin? Meredith smiled. You could not know. You did not exist before the world. Therefore it is impossible that you could know. There are several theories, the Great Sea said calmly. The most satisfactory is the nebular hypothesis. According to this, a gradually shrinking... Meredith listened, stunned, only half hearing the words. Could it be? Could the Great Sea really know how the world had been formed? He drew himself together, trying to catch the words. There are several ways to verify this theory, giving it credence over the others. Of the others, the most popular, although in disrepute of late, is the theory that a second star once approached our own, causing a violent... On and on the Great Sea went, warming up to its subject. Clearly it enjoyed the question. Clearly this was the type of question that had been asked of it in the dim past, before the smash. All 3 questions, questions the tribe had worked on for an entire year, had been easily answered. It did not seem possible. He was stunned. The Great Sea finished. Well, it said, are you satisfied? You can see that I know the answers. Did you really imagine that I would not be able to answer? Meredith said nothing. He was dazed, terrified with shock and fear. Sweat ran down his face into his beard. He opened his mouth, but no words came. And now, the Great Sea said, since I have been able to answer the questions, please step forward. Meredith moved forward stiffly, gazing ahead as if in a trance. Around him light appeared, flickering into life, illuminating the room. For the first time he saw the Great Sea. For the first time the darkness lifted. The Great Sea lay on its raised dais, an immense cube of dull, corroded metal. Part of the roof above it had been broken open, and blocks of concrete had dented its right side. Metal tubes and parts lay scattered around on the dais, broken and twisted elements that had been severed by the falling roof. Once the Great Sea had been shiny. Now the cube was dirty and stained. Water had dripped through the broken roof. Rain and dirt washed down the walls. Birds had flown down and perched on it, leaving feathers and filth behind. In the original destruction, most of the connecting wires had been cut, the wiring from the cube to the control panel. And with the metal and wire remnants scattered and heaped around the dais were something else. Littering the dais in a circle before the great sea were piles of bones. Bones and parts of clothing, metal belt buckles, pins, a helmet, some knives, a ration tin. Remains of the 50 youths who had come before, each with his 3 questions to ask, each hoping, praying that the great sea would not know the answers. "Step up," the great sea said. Meredith stepped up on the dais. Ahead of him a short metal ladder led to the top of the cube. He mounted the ladder without comprehension, his mind blank and dazed, moving like a machine. A portion of the metal surface of the cube grated, sliding back. Meredith stared down. He was looking into a swirling vat of liquid, a vat within the bowels of the cube, in the very depths of the great sea. He hesitated, struggling, suddenly pulling back. "Jump," the great sea said. For a long moment Meredith stood on the edge, staring down into the vat, paralyzed with fear and horror. His head rang, his vision danced and blurred. The room began to tilt, spinning slowly around him. He was swaying, reeling back and forth. "Jump," the great sea said. He jumped. A moment later, the metal surface slid back into place. The surface of the cube was again unbroken. Inside, in the depths of the machinery, the vat of hydrochloric acid swirled and eddied, plucking at the body lying inert within it. Presently the body began to dissolve, the component elements absorbed by pipes and ducts flowing quickly to every part of the great sea. At last, motion ceased. The vast cube became silent. One by one the lights flickered out. The room was dark again. The last act of absorption was the opening of a narrow slot in the front of the great sea. Something gray was expelled, ejected, bones, and a metal helmet. They dropped into the piles before the cube, joining the refuse from the 50 who had come before. Then the last light went off, and the machinery became silent. The great sea began its wait for the next year. After the 3rd day, Kent knew that the youth would not return. He came back to the shelter with the tribe scouts, his face dark, scowling and saying nothing. "Another gone," Page said. "I was so damn sure it wouldn't be able to answer those 3. A whole year's work gone." "Will we always have to sacrifice to it?" Bill Gustafson asked. "Will this go on forever, year after year?" "Someday we'll find a question it can't answer," Kent said. "Then it'll let us alone. If we can stump it, then we won't have to feed it anymore. If only we can find the right question." Anne Fry came toward him, her face white. "Walter," she said. "Yes?" "Has it always been kept alive this way? Has it always depended on one of us to keep it going? I can't believe human beings were supposed to be used to keep a machine alive." Kent shook his head. "Before the smash, it must have used some kind of artificial fuel. Then something happened. Maybe its fuel ducts were damaged or broken, and it changed its ways. I suppose it had to. It was like us in that respect. We all changed our ways. There was a time when human beings didn't hunt and trap animals, and there was a time when the great sea didn't trap human beings." Why did it make the smash, Walter?" "To show it was stronger than we." "Was it always so strong, stronger than man?" "No. They say that once there was no great sea, that man himself brought it to life to tell him things. But gradually it grew stronger, until at last it brought down the atoms, and with the atoms the smash. Now it lives off us. Its power has made us slaves. It became too strong." "But someday the time will come when it won't know the answer," Page said. "Then it will have to release us," Kent said. "According to tradition, it will have to stop using us for food." Page clenched his fists, staring back across the forest. "Someday that time will come. Someday we'll find a question too hard for it." "Let's get started," Gustafson said grimly. "The sooner we begin preparing for next year, the better." Out in the garden. "That's where she is," Robert Nye said. "As a matter of fact, she's always out there, even when the weather's bad, even in the rain." "I see," his friend Lindquist said, nodding. The two of them pushed open the back door and stepped out onto the porch. The air was warm and fresh. They both stopped, taking a deep breath. Lindquist looked around. Very nice-looking garden. It's really a garden, isn't it? He shook his head. I can understand her now. Look at it. Come along, Nye said, going down the steps onto the path. She's probably sitting on the other side of the tree. There's an old seat in the form of a circle, like you used to see in the old days. She's probably sitting with Sir Francis. Sir Francis? Who's that? Lindquist came along, hurrying behind him. Sir Francis is her pet duck, a big white duck. They turned down the path, past the lilac bushes, crowded over their great wooden frames. Rows of tulips in full bloom stretched out on both sides. A rose trellis stretched up the side of a small greenhouse. Lindquist stared in pleasure. Rose bushes, lilacs, endless shrubs and flowers. A wall of wisteria, a massive willow tree. And sitting at the foot of the tree, gazing down at a white duck in the grass beside her, was Peggy. Lindquist stood rooted to this spot, fascinated by Mrs. Nye's beauty. Peggy Nye was small, with soft dark hair and great warm eyes filled with a gentle, tolerant sadness. She was buttoned up in a little blue coat and suit, with sandals on her feet and flowers in her hair. Roses. "Sweetheart," Nye said to her, "look who's here. You remember Tom Lindquist, don't you?" Peggy looked up, quickly. "Tommy Lindquist," she exclaimed. "How are you? How nice it is to see you." "Thanks." Lindquist shuffled a little in pleasure. "How have you been, Peg? I see you have a friend." "A friend?" "Sir Francis, that's his name, isn't it?" Peggy laughed. "Oh, Sir Francis." She reached down and smoothed the duck's feathers. Sir Francis went on searching out spiders from the grass. "Yes, he's a very good friend of mine. But won't you sit down? How long are you staying?" "He won't be here very long," her husband said. "He's driving through to New York on some kind of business." "That's right," Lindquist said. "Say, you certainly have a wonderful garden here, Peggy. I remember you always wanted a nice garden with lots of birds and flowers." "It is lovely," Peggy said. "We're out here all the time." "We?" "Sir Francis and myself." "They spend a lot of time together," Robert Nye said. "Cigarette?" He held out his pack to Lindquist. "No?" Nye lit one for himself. "Personally, I can't see anything in ducks, but I never was much on flowers and nature." "Robert stays indoors and works on his articles," Peggy said. "Sit down, Tommy." She picked up the duck and put him on her lap. "Sit here beside us." "Oh, no," Lindquist said. "This is fine." He became silent, looking down at Peggy and all the flowers, the grass, the silent duck. A faint breeze moved through the rows of iris behind the tree, purple and white iris. No one spoke. The garden was very cool and quiet. Lindquist sighed. "What is it?" Peggy said. "You know, all this reminds me of a poem." Lindquist rubbed his forehead. "Something by Yeats, I think." "Yes, the garden is like that," Peggy said, "very much like poetry." Lindquist concentrated. "I know," he said, laughing. "It's you and Sir Francis. Of course, you and Sir Francis sitting there. Leda and the swan." Peggy frowned. "Do I?" "The swan was Zeus," Lindquist said. "Zeus took the shape of a swan to get near Leda while she was bathing. He, made love to her in the shape of a swan. Helen of Troy was born because of that, you see, the daughter of Zeus and Leda. How does it go? A sudden blow, the great wings beating still above the staggering girl." He stopped. Peggy was staring up at him, her face blazing. Suddenly she leaped up, pushing the duck from her path. She was trembling with anger. "What is it?" Robert said. "What's wrong?" "How dare you?" Peggy said to Lindquist. She turned and walked off quickly. Robert ran after her, catching hold of her arm. "But what's the matter? What's wrong? That's just poetry." She pulled away. "Let me go." He had never seen her so angry. Her face had become like ivory, her eyes like two stones. "But, Peg—" She looked up at him. "Robert," she said, "I am going to have a baby." "What?" She nodded. "I was going to tell you tonight. He knows." Her lips curled. "He knows. That's why he said it. Robert, make him leave. Please make him go." Nye nodded mechanically. "Sure, Peg, sure. But it's true? Really true? You're really going to have a baby?" He put his arms around her. But that's wonderful. Sweetheart, that's marvelous. I never heard anything so marvelous. My golly, for heaven's sake, it's the most marvelous thing I ever heard. He led her back toward the seat, his arm around her. Suddenly his foot struck something soft, something that leaped and hissed in rage. Sir Francis waddled away, half flying, his beak snapping in fury. "Tom!" Robert shouted. "Listen to this. Listen to something. Can I tell him, Peg? Is it all right?" Sir Francis hissed furiously after him, but in the excitement no one noticed him. Not at all. It was a boy, and they named him Stephen. Robert and I drove slowly home from the hospital, deep in thought. Now that he actually had a son, his thoughts returned to that day in the garden. That afternoon Tom Lindquist had stopped by and quoted the line of Yeats that had made Peg so angry. There had been an air of cold hostility between himself and Sir Francis after that. He had never been able to look at Sir Francis quite the same again. Robert parked the car in front of the house and walked up the stone steps. Actually, he and Sir Francis had never gotten along, not since the first day they had brought him back from the country. It was Peg's idea from the beginning. She had seen the sign by the farmhouse. Robert paused at the porch steps. How angry she had been at poor Lindquist. Of course it was a tactless line to quote, but still, he pondered, frowning. How stupid it all was. He and Peg had been married 3 years. There was no doubt that she loved him, that she was faithful to him. True, they did not have much in common. Peg loved to sit out in the garden reading or meditating or feeding the birds or playing with Sir Francis. Robert went around the side of the house, into the backyard, into the garden. Of course she loved him. She loved him and she was loyal to him. It was absurd to think that she might even consider that Sir Francis might be... He stopped. Sir Francis was at the far end of the garden pulling up a worm. As he watched, the white duck gulped down the worm and went on, looking for insects in the grass, bugs and spiders. Suddenly the duck stopped, warily. Robert crossed the garden. When Peg came back from the hospital, she would be busy with little Stephen. This was the best time, all right. She would have her hands full. Sir Francis would be forgotten. With the baby and all... "Come here," Robert said. He snatched up the duck. "That's the last worm for you from this garden." Sir Francis squawked furiously, struggling to get away, pecking frantically. Robert carried him inside the house. He got a suitcase from the closet and put the duck into it. He snapped the lock closed and then wiped his face. What now? The farm? It was only a half-hour's drive into the country. But could he find it again? He could try. He took the suitcase out to the car and dropped it into the back seat. All the way Sir Francis quacked loudly, first in rage, then later, as they drove along the highway, with growing misery and despair. Robert said nothing. Peggy said little about Sir Francis once she understood that he was gone for good. She seemed to accept his absence, although she stayed unusually quiet for a week or so. But gradually she brightened up again, laughing and playing with little Stephen, taking him out in the sun to hold on her lap, running her fingers through his soft hair. "It's just like down," Peggy said once. Robert nodded, jarred a little. Was it? More like corn silk, it seemed to him, but he said nothing. Stephen grew, a healthy, happy baby, warmed by the sun, held in tender, loving arms hour after hour in the quiet garden under the willow tree. After a few years, he had grown into a sweet child, a child with large, dark eyes, who played pretty much to himself, away from the other children, sometimes in the garden, sometimes in his room upstairs. Stephen loved flowers. When the gardener was planting, Stephen went along with him, watching with great seriousness each handful of seeds as they went into the ground, or the poor little bits of plants wrapped in their moss, lowered gently into the warm soil. He did not talk much. Sometimes Robert stopped his work and watched from the living-room window, his hands in his pockets, smoking and studying the silent child playing by himself among the shrubs and grass. By the time he was 5, Stephen was beginning to follow the stories in the great flat books that Peggy brought home to him. The two of them sat together in the garden, looking at the pictures, tracing the stories. Robert watched them from the window, moody and silent. He was left out, deserted. How he hated to be on the outside of things. He had wanted a son for so long. Suddenly, doubt assailed him. Again he found himself thinking about Sir Francis and what Tom had said. Angrily he pushed the thought aside. But the boy was so far from him. Wasn't there any way he could get across to him? Robert pondered. One warm fall morning, Robert went outdoors and stood by the back porch, breathing the air and looking around him. Peggy had gone to the store to shop and have her hair set. She would not be home for a long time. Stephen was sitting by himself at the little low table they had given him for his birthday, coloring pictures with his crayons. He was intent on his work, his small face lined with concentration. Robert walked toward him, slowly, across the wet grass. Stephen looked up, putting down his crayons. He smiled shyly, friendlily, watching the man coming toward him. Robert approached the table and stopped, smiling down, a little uncertain and ill at ease. "What is it?" Stephen said. "Do you mind if I join you?" "No." Robert rubbed his jaw. "Say, what is it you're doing?" he asked, presently. "Doing?" "With the crayons." "I'm drawing." Stephen held his picture up. It showed a great yellow shape, like a lemon. Stephen and he studied it, together. "What is it?" Robert said. "Still life?" "It's the sun." Stephen put the picture back down and resumed his work. Robert watched him. How skillfully he worked. Now he was sketching in something green. Trees, probably. Maybe someday he would be a great painter, like Grant Wood or Norman Rockwell. Pride stirred inside him. "That looks good," he said. "Thank you." "Do you want to be a painter when you grow up? I used to do some drawing myself. I did cartooning for the school newspaper, and I designed the emblem for our frat." There was silence. Did Stephen get his ability from him? He watched the boy, studying his face. He did not look much like him, not at all. Again, doubt filled his mind. Could it really be that— But Peg would never. "Robert," the boy said, suddenly. "Yes?" "Who was Sir Francis?" Robert staggered. What do you mean? Why do you ask that?" "I just wondered." "What do you know about him? Where did you hear the name?" Stephen went on working for a while. "I don't know. I think Mother mentioned him. Who is he?" "He's dead," Robert said. "He's been dead for some time. Your mother told you about him?" "Perhaps it was you," Stephen said. "Somebody mentioned him." "It wasn't me." "Then," Stephen said, thoughtfully, "perhaps I dreamed about him. I think perhaps he came to be in a dream and spoke to me. That was it. I saw him in a dream." "What did he look like?" Robert said, licking his lip nervously, unhappily. "Like this," Stephen said. He held the picture up, the picture of the sun. "How do you mean? Yellow?" "No, he was white, like the sun is, at noon. A terribly big, white shape in the sky." "In the sky?" "He was flying across the sky, like the sun, at noon, all ablaze. In the dream, I mean." Robert's face twisted, torn by misery and uncertainty. Had she told the child about him? Had she painted a picture for him, an idealized picture? The duck god, the great duck in the sky, descending all ablaze. Then perhaps it was so. Perhaps he was not really the boy's father. Perhaps— It was too much to bear. "Well, I won't bother you any more," Robert said. He turned away toward the house. "Robert?" Stephen said. "Yes," he turned quickly. "Robert, what are you going to do?" Robert hesitated. "How do you mean, Stephen?" The boy looked up from his work. His small face was calm and expressionless. "Are you going inside the house?" "Yes. Why?" "Robert, in a few minutes I'm going to do something secret. No one knows about it, not even Mother." Stephen hesitated, slyly studying the man's face. Would you want to do it with me?" "What is it?" "I'm going to have a party in the garden here, a secret party, for myself alone." "You want me to come?" The boy nodded. Wild happiness filled up Robert. "You want me to come to your party? It's a secret party? I won't tell anyone, not even your mother. Of course I'll come." He rubbed his hands together, smiling in a flood of relief. I'd be glad to come. Do you want me to bring something? Cookies? Cake? Milk? What do you want me to bring? No. Stephen shook his head. Go inside and wash your hands, and I'll make the party ready. He stood up, putting the crayons away in the box. But you can't tell anyone about it. I won't tell anyone, Robert said. I'll go wash my hands. Thanks, Stephen. Thanks a lot. I'll be right back. He hurried toward the house, his heart thumping with happiness. Maybe the boy was his after all. A secret party, a private secret party, and not even Peg knew about it. It was his boy, all right. There was no doubt of that. From now on, he would spend time with Stephen whenever Peg left the house. Tell him stories, how he was in North Africa during the war. Stephen would be interested in that. How he had seen Field Marshal Montgomery once, and the German pistol he had picked up, and his photographs. Robert went inside the house. Peg never let him do that, tell stories to the boy, but he would, by golly. He went to the sink and washed his hands. He grinned. It was his kid, all right. There was a sound. Peg came into the kitchen with her arms full of groceries. She set them on the table with a sigh. Hello, Robert, she said. What are you doing? His heart sank. Home? He murmured. So soon? I thought you were going to get your hair fixed. Peggy smiled, small and pretty in her green dress and hat and high-heeled shoes. I have to go back. I just wanted to bring the groceries home first. Then you're leaving again? She nodded. Why? You look so excited. Is something going on? What is it? Nothing, Robert said. He dried his hands. Nothing at all. He grinned foolishly. I'll see you later today, Peggy said. She went back into the living room. Have a good time while I'm gone. Don't let Stephen stay in the garden too long. No, I won't. Robert waited, listening until he heard the sound of the front door closing. Then he hurried back out onto the porch and down the steps into the garden. He hurried through the flowers. Stephen had cleared off the little low table. The crayons and paper were gone, and in their place were 2 bowls, each on a plate. A chair was pulled up for him. Stephen watched him come across the grass and toward the table. What took you so long? Stephen said impatiently. I've already started. He went on eating avidly, his eyes gleaming. I couldn't wait. That's all right, Robert said. I'm glad you went ahead. He sat down on the little chair, eagerly. Is it good? What is it? Something extra nice? Stephen nodded, his mouth full. He went on, helping himself rapidly from his bowl with his hands. Robert looked down at his own plate, grinning. His grin died. Sickened misery filled his heart. He opened his mouth, but no words came. He pushed his chair back, standing up. I don't think I want any, he murmured. He turned away. I think maybe I'll go back in. Why? Stephen said, surprised, stopping a moment. I never cared for worms and spiders, Robert said. He went slowly back into the house again. The King of the Elves. It was raining and getting dark. Sheets of water blew along the row of pumps at the edge of the filling station. The tree across the highway bent against the wind. Shadrach Jones stood just inside the doorway of the little building, leaning against an oil drum. The door was open, and gusts of rain blew in onto the wood floor. It was late. The sun had set, and the air was turning cold. Shadrach reached into his coat and brought out a cigar. He bit the end off it and lit it carefully, turning away from the door. In the gloom, the cigar burst into life, warm and glowing. Shadrach took a deep draw. He buttoned his coat around him and stepped out onto the pavement. Darn, he said. What a night. Rain buffeted him. Wind blew at him. He looked up and down the highway, squinting. There were no cars in sight. He shook his head, locked up the gasoline pumps. He went back into the building and pulled the door shut behind him. He opened the cash register and counted the money he'd taken in during the day. It was not much. Not much, but enough for one old man, enough to buy him tobacco and firewood and magazines so that he could be comfortable as he waited for the occasional cars to come by. Not very many cars came along the highway anymore. The highway had begun to fall into disrepair. There were many cracks in its dry, rough surface, and most cars preferred to take the big state highway that ran beyond the hills. There was nothing in Derryville to attract them, to make them turn toward it. Derryville was a small town, too small to bring in any of the major industries, too small to be very important to anyone. Sometimes hours went by without... Shadrach tensed. His fingers closed over the money. From outside came a sound, the melodic ring of the signal wire stretched along the pavement. Ding! Shadrach dropped the money into the till and pushed the drawer closed. He stood up, slowly, and walked toward the door, listening. At the door he snapped off the light and waited in the darkness, staring out. He could see no car there. The rain was pouring down, swirling with the wind. Clouds of mist moved along the road, and something was standing beside the pumps. He opened the door and stepped out. At first his eyes could make nothing out. Then the old man swallowed, uneasily. Two tiny figures stood in the rain, holding a kind of platform between them. Once they might have been gaily dressed in bright garments, but now their clothes hung limp and sodden, dripping in the rain. They glanced half-heartedly at Shadrach. Water streaked their tiny faces, great drops of water. Their robes blew about them with the wind, lashing and swirling. On the platform something stirred. A small head turned wearily, peering at Shadrach. In the dim light, a rain-streaked helmet glinted dully. "Who are you?" Shadrach said. The figure on the platform raised itself up. "I'm the king of the elves, and I'm wet." Shadrach stared in astonishment. "That's right," one of the bearers said. "We're all wet." A small group of elves came straggling up, gathering around their king. They huddled together, forlornly, silently. "The king of the elves," Shadrach repeated. "Well, I'll be darned." Could it be true? They were very small, all right, and their dripping clothes were strange and oddly colored. But elves? "I'll be darned. Well, whatever you are, you shouldn't be out on a night like this." "Of course not," the king murmured. "No fault of our own, no fault—" His voice trailed off into a choking cough. The elf soldiers peered anxiously at the platform. "Maybe you better bring him inside," Shadrach said. "My place is up the road. He shouldn't be out in the rain." "Do you think we like being out on a night like this?" one of the bearers muttered. "Which way is it? Direct us." Shadrach pointed up the road. "Over there. Just follow me. I'll get a fire going." He went down the road, feeling his way onto the first of the flat stone steps that he and Phineas Judd had laid during the summer. At the top of the steps he looked back. The platform was coming slowly along, swaying a little from side to side. Behind it the elf soldiers picked their way, a tiny column of silent, dripping creatures, unhappy and cold. "I'll get the fire started," Shadrach said. He hurried them into the house. Wearily the elf king lay back against the pillow. After sipping hot chocolate he had relaxed, and his heavy breathing sounded suspiciously like a snore. Shadrach shifted in discomfort. "I'm sorry," the elf king said, suddenly opening his eyes. He rubbed his forehead. "I must have drifted off. Where was I?" "You should retire, Your Majesty," one of the soldiers said sleepily. "It is late, and these are hard times." "True," the elf king said, nodding. "Very true." He looked up at the towering figure of Shadrach, standing before the fireplace, a glass of beer in his hand. "Mortal, we thank you for your hospitality. Normally we do not impose on human beings." "It's those trolls," another of the soldiers said, curled up on a cushion of the couch. "Right," another soldier agreed. He sat up, groping for his sword. "Those reeking trolls, digging and croaking." "You see," the elf king went on, "as our party was crossing from the great low steps toward the castle, where it lies in the hollow of the towering mountains—" "You mean Sugar Ridge," Shadrach supplied helpfully. "The towering mountains. Slowly we made our way. A rainstorm came up. We became confused. All at once a group of trolls appeared, crashing through the underbrush. We left the woods and sought safety on the endless path. The highway, Route 20. So that is why we're here." The Elf King paused a moment. Harder and harder it rained. The wind blew around us cold and bitter. For an endless time we toiled along. We had no idea where we were going or what would become of us. The Elf King looked up at Shadrach. We knew only this. Behind us the trolls were coming, creeping through the woods, marching through the rain, crushing everything before them. He put his hand to his mouth and coughed, bending forward. All the elves waited anxiously until he was done. He straightened up. "It was kind of you to allow us to come inside. We will not trouble you for long. It is not the custom of the elves—" Again he coughed, covering his face with his hand. The elves drew toward him, apprehensively. At last the king stirred. He sighed. "What's the matter?" Shadrach asked. He went over and took the cup of chocolate from the fragile hand. The elf king lay back, his eyes shut. "He has to rest," one of the soldiers said. "Where's your room, the sleeping room?" "Upstairs," Shadrach said. "I'll show you where." Late that night Shadrach sat by himself in the dark, deserted living room, deep in meditation. The elves were asleep above him, upstairs, in the bedroom, the elf king in the bed, the others curled up together on the rug. The house was silent. Outside the rain poured down endlessly, blowing against the house. Shadrach could hear the tree branches slapping in the wind. He clasped and unclasped his hands. What a strange business it was. All these elves with their old sick king, their piping voices. How anxious and peevish they were. But pathetic, too. So small and wet, with water dripping down from them, and all their gay robes limp and soggy. The trolls, what were they like? Unpleasant and not very clean. Something about digging, breaking, and pushing through the woods. Suddenly Shadrach laughed in embarrassment. What was the matter with him, believing all this? He put his cigar out, angrily, his ears red. What was going on? What kind of joke was this? Elves? Shadrach grunted in indignation. Elves in Dairyville, in the middle of Colorado? Maybe there were elves in Europe. Maybe in Ireland, he had heard of that. But here? Upstairs in his own house, sleeping in his own bed? "I've heard just about enough of this," he said. "I'm not an idiot, you know." He turned toward the stairs, feeling for the banister in the gloom. He began to climb. Above him, a light went on abruptly. A door opened. 2 elves came slowly out onto the landing. They looked down at him. Shadrach halted halfway up the stairs. Something on their faces made him stop. "What's the matter?" he asked, hesitantly. They did not answer. The house was turning cold, cold and dark, with the chill of the rain outside and the chill of the unknown inside. "What is it?" he said again. "What's the matter?" "The king is dead," one of the elves said. "He died a few moments ago." Shadrach stared up, wide-eyed. "He did? But—" He was very cold and very tired. The elves turned away, going back into the room, slowly and quietly shutting the door. Shadrach stood, his fingers on the banister, hard, lean fingers, strong and thin. He nodded his head blankly. "I see," he said to the closed door. "He's dead." The elf soldiers stood around him, in a solemn circle. The living room was bright with sunlight, the cold white glare of early morning. "But wait," Shadrach said. He plucked at his necktie. "I have to get to the filling station. Can't you talk to me when I come home?" The faces of the elf soldiers were serious and concerned. "Listen," one of them said. "Please hear us out. It is very important to us." Shadrach looked past them. Through the window he saw the highway, steaming in the heat of day, and down a little way was the gas station, glittering brightly. And even as he watched, a car came up to it and honked thinly, impatiently. When nobody came out of the station, the car drove off again down the road. "We beg you," a soldier said. Shadrach looked down at the ring around him, the anxious faces scored with concern and trouble. Strangely, he had always thought of elves as carefree beings, flitting without worry or sense. "Go ahead," he said. "I'm listening." He went over to the big chair and sat down. The elves came up around him. They conversed among themselves for a moment, whispering, murmuring distantly. Then they turned toward Shadrach. The old man waited, his arms folded. "We cannot be without a king," one of the soldiers said. "We could not survive. Not these days." "The trolls," another added. "They multiply very fast. They are terrible beasts. They're heavy and ponderous, crude, bad-smelling. The odor of them is awful. They come up from the dark, wet places under the earth where the blind, groping plants feed in silence, far below the surface, far from the sun." "Well, you ought to elect a king then," Shadrach suggested. "I don't see any problem there." "We do not elect the king of the elves," a soldier said. "The old king must name his successor." "Oh," Shadrach replied. "Well, there's nothing wrong with that method." "As our old king lay dying, a few distant words came forth from his lips," a soldier said. "We bent closer, frightened and unhappy, listening." Important, all right, agreed Shadrach. Not something you'd want to miss. He spoke the name of him who will lead us. Good, you caught it then. Well, where's the difficulty? The name he spoke was your name. Shadrach stared. Mine? The dying king said, make him, the towering mortal, your king. Many things will come if he leads the elves into battle against the trolls. I see the rising once again of the elf empire as it was in the old days, as it was before. Me? Shadrach leaped up. Me, king of the elves? Shadrach walked about the room, his hands in his pockets. Me, Shadrach Jones, king of the elves. He grinned a little. I sure never thought of it before. He went to the mirror over the fireplace and studied himself. He saw his thin, graying hair, his bright eyes, dark skin, his big Adam's apple. King of the elves, he said. King of the elves. Wait till Phineas Judd hears about this. Wait till I tell him. Phineas Judd would certainly be surprised. Above the filling station, the sun shone high in the clear blue sky. Phineas Judd sat playing with the accelerator of his old Ford truck. The motor raced and slowed. Phineas reached over and turned the ignition key off, then rolled the window all the way down. "What did you say?" he asked. He took off his glasses and began to polish them, steel rims between slender, deft fingers that were patient from years of practice. He restored his glasses to his nose and smoothed what remained of his hair into place. "What was it, Shadrach?" he said. "Let's hear that again." "I'm king of the elves," Shadrach repeated. He changed position, bringing his other foot up on the running board. Who would have thought it? Me, Shadrach Jones, king of the elves. Phineas gazed at him. "How long have you been king of the elves, Shadrach?" "Since the night before last." "I see. The night before last." Phineas nodded. "I see. And what, may I ask, occurred the night before last?" "The elves came to my house. When the old king died, he told them that—" A truck came rumbling up, and the driver leaped out. "Water," he said. "Where the hell is the hose?" Shadrach turned reluctantly. "I'll get it." He turned back to Phineas. "Maybe I can talk to you tonight when you come back from town. I want to tell you the rest. It's very interesting." "Sure," Phineas said, starting up his little truck. "Sure, Shadrach. I'm very interested to hear." He drove off down the road. Later in the day, Dan Green ran his flivver up to the filling station. "Hey, Shadrach," he called, "come over here. I want to ask you something." Shadrach came out of the little house holding a waste rag in his hand. "What is it?" "Come here." Dan leaned out the window, a wide grin on his face, splitting his face from ear to ear. "Let me ask you something, will you?" "Sure." "Is it true? Are you really the king of the elves?" Shadrach flushed a little. "I guess I am," he admitted, looking away. "That's what I am, all right." Dan's grin faded. "Hey, you trying to kid me? What's the gag?" Shadrach became angry. "What do you mean? Sure, I'm the king of the elves, and anyone who says I'm not—" "All right, Shadrach," Dan said, starting up the flivver quickly. "Don't get mad. I was just wondering." Shadrach looked very strange. "All right," Dan said. "You don't hear me arguing, do you?" By the end of the day, everyone around knew about Shadrach and how he had suddenly become the king of the elves. Pop Ritchie, who ran the Lucky store in Derryville, claimed Shadrach was doing it to drum up trade for the filling station. "He's a smart old fellow," Pop says. "Not very many cars go along there anymore. He knows what he's doing." "I don't know," Dan Green disagreed. "You should hear him. I think he really believes it." "King of the elves?" They all began to laugh. "Wonder what he'll say next." Phineas Judd pondered. "I've known Shadrach for years. I can't figure it out." He frowned, his face wrinkled and disapproving. "I don't like it." Dan looked at him. "Then you think he believes it?" "Sure," Phineas said. "Maybe I'm wrong, but I really think he does." "But how could he believe it?" Pop asked. "Shadrach is no fool. He's been in business for a long time. He must be getting something out of it, the way I see it. But what, if it isn't to build up the filling station?" "Why, don't you know what he's getting?" Dan said, grinning. His gold tooth shone. "What?" Pop demanded. "He's got a whole kingdom to himself, that's what. To do with like he wants. How would you like that, Pop? Wouldn't you like to be king of the elves and not have to run this old store anymore?" There isn't anything wrong with my store, Pop said. I ain't ashamed to run it. Better than being a clothing salesman. Dan flushed. Nothing wrong with that, either. He looked at Phineas. Isn't that right? Nothing wrong with selling clothes, is there, Phineas? Phineas was staring down at the floor. He glanced up. What? What was that? What are you thinking about? Pop wanted to know. You look worried. I'm worried about Shadrach, Phineas said. He's getting old. Sitting out there by himself all the time in the cold weather with the rainwater running over the floor. It blows something awful in the winter along the highway. Then you do think he believes it? Dan persisted. You don't think he's getting something out of it? Phineas shook his head absently and did not answer. The laughter died down. They all looked at one another. That night, as Shadrach was locking up the filling station, a small figure came toward him from the darkness. Hey, Shadrach called out. Who are you? An elf soldier came into the light, blinking. He was dressed in a little gray robe, buckled at the waist with a band of silver. On his feet were little leather boots. He carried a short sword at his side. I have a serious message for you, the elf said. Now where did I put it? He searched his robe while Shadrach waited. The elf brought out a tiny scroll and unfastened it, breaking the wax expertly. He handed it to Shadrach. What's it say? Shadrach asked. He bent over, his eyes close to the vellum. I don't have my glasses with me. Can't quite make out these little letters. The trolls are moving. They've heard that the old king is dead, and they're rising in all the hills and valleys around. They will try to break the elf kingdom into fragments, scatter the elves. I see, Shadrach said, before your new king can really get started. That's right, the elf soldier nodded. This is a crucial moment for the elves. For centuries our existence has been precarious. There are so many trolls, and elves are very frail and often take sick. Well, what should I do? Are there any suggestions? You're supposed to meet with us under the great oak tonight. We'll take you into the elf kingdom, and you and your staff will plan and map the defense of the kingdom. What? Shadrach looked uncomfortable. But I haven't eaten dinner. And my gas station. Tomorrow is Saturday, and a lot of cars. But you are king of the elves, the soldier said. Shadrach put his hand to his chin and rubbed it, slowly. That's right, he replied. I am, ain't I? The elf soldier bowed. I wish I'd known this sort of thing was going to happen, Shadrach said. I didn't suppose being king of the elves... He broke off, hoping for an interruption. The elf soldier watched him calmly without expression. Maybe you ought to have someone else as your king, Shadrach decided. I don't know very much about war and things like that, fighting and all that sort of business. He paused, shrugged his shoulders. It's nothing I've ever mixed in. They don't have wars here in Colorado. I mean, they don't have wars between human beings. Still the elf soldier remained silent. Why was I picked? Shadrach went on helplessly, twisting his hands. I don't know anything about it. What made him go and pick me? Why didn't he pick somebody else? He trusted you, the elf said. You brought him inside your house out of the rain. He knew that you expected nothing for it, that there was nothing you wanted. He had known few who gave and asked nothing back. Oh, Shadrach thought it over. At last he looked up. But what about my gas station? And my house? And what will they say, Dan Green and Pop, down at the store? The elf soldier moved away, out of the light. I have to go. It's getting late. And at night the trolls come out. I don't want to be too far away from the others. Sure, Shadrach said. The trolls are afraid of nothing now that the old king is dead. They forage everywhere. No one is safe. Where did you say the meeting is to be? And what time? At the Great Oak, when the moon sets tonight, just as it leaves the sky. I'll be there, I guess, Shadrach said. I suppose you're right. The king of the elves can't afford to let his kingdom down when it needs him most. He looked around, but the elf soldier was already gone. Shadrach walked up the highway, his mind full of doubts and wonderings. When he came to the first of the flat stone steps, he stopped. And the old oak tree is on Phineas's farm. What'll Phineas say? But he was the elf king, and the trolls were moving in the hills. Shadrach stood, listening to the rustle of the wind as it moved through the trees beyond the highway, and along the far slopes and hills. Trolls? Were there really trolls there, rising up, bold and confident in the darkness of the night, afraid of nothing, afraid of no one? And this business of being elf king. Shadrach went on up the steps, his lips pressed tight. When he reached the top of the stone steps, the last rays of sunlight had already faded. It was night. Phineas Judd stared out the window. He swore and shook his head. Then he went quickly to the door and ran out onto the porch. In the cold moonlight a dim figure was walking slowly across the lower field, coming toward the house along the cow trail. "Shadrach!" Phineas cried. "What's wrong? What are you doing out this time of night?" Shadrach stopped and put his fists stubbornly on his hips. "You go back home," Phineas said. "What's got into you?" "I'm sorry, Phineas," Shadrach answered. "I'm sorry I have to go over your land, but I have to meet somebody at the old oak tree." "At this time of night?" Shadrach bowed his head. "What's the matter with you, Shadrach? Who in the world are you going to meet in the middle of the night on my farm?" "I have to meet with the Elves. We're going to plan out the war with the trolls." "Well, I'll be damned," Phineas Judd said. He went back inside the house and slammed the door. For a long time he stood thinking. Then he went back out on the porch again. "What did you say you were doing? You don't have to tell me, of course, but I have to meet the Elves at the old oak tree. We must have a general council of war against the trolls." "Yes, indeed. The trolls. Have to watch for the trolls all the time." "Trolls are everywhere," Shadrach stated, nodding his head. "I never realized it before. You can't forget them or ignore them. They never forget you. They're always planning, watching you." Phineas gaped at him, speechless. "Oh, by the way," Shadrach said, "I may be gone for some time. It depends on how long this business is going to take. I haven't had much experience in fighting trolls, so I'm not sure. But I wonder if you'd mind looking after the gas station for me, about twice a day, maybe once in the morning and once at night, to make sure no one's broken in or anything like that." "You're going away?" Phineas came quickly down the stairs. "What's all this about trolls? Why are you going?" Shadrach patiently repeated what he had said. "But what for?" "Because I'm the Elf King. I have to lead them." There was silence. "I see," Phineas said at last. "That's right, you did mention it before, didn't you? But Shadrach, why don't you come inside for a while, and you can tell me about the trolls and drink some coffee and—" "Coffee?" Shadrach looked up at the pale moon above him, the moon and the bleak sky. The world was still and dead, and the night was very cold, and the moon would not be setting for some time. Shadrach shivered. "It's a cold night," Phineas urged. "Too cold to be out. Come on in." "I guess I have a little time," Shadrach admitted. "A cup of coffee wouldn't do any harm, but I can't stay very long." Shadrach stretched his legs out and sighed. "This coffee sure tastes good, Phineas." Phineas sipped a little and put his cup down. The living room was quiet and warm. It was a very neat little living room with solemn pictures on the walls, gray, uninteresting pictures that minded their own business. In the corner was a small reed organ with sheet music carefully arranged on top of it. Shadrach noticed the organ and smiled. "You still play, Phineas?" "Not much anymore. The bellows don't work right. One of them won't come back up." "I suppose I could fix it sometime. If I'm around, I mean." "That would be fine," Phineas said. "I was thinking of asking you. Remember how you used to play Velia, and Dan Green came up with that lady who worked for Pop during the summer, the one who wanted to open a pottery shop?" "I sure do," Phineas said. Presently Shadrach set down his coffee cup and shifted in his chair. "You want more coffee?" Phineas asked quickly. He stood up. "A little more?" "Maybe a little, but I have to be going pretty soon." "It's a bad night to be outside." Shadrach looked through the window. It was darker. The moon had almost gone down. The fields were stark. Shadrach shivered. "I wouldn't disagree with you," he said. Phineas turned eagerly. "Look, Shadrach, you go on home where it's warm. You can come out and fight trolls some other night. There'll always be trolls. You said so yourself. Plenty of time to do that later when the weather's better, when it's not so cold." Shadrach rubbed his forehead wearily. "You know, it all seems like some sort of a crazy dream. When did I start talking about elves and trolls? When did it all begin?" His voice trailed off. "Thank you for the coffee." He got slowly to his feet. "It warmed me up a lot. And I appreciated the talk. Like old times, you and me, sitting here the way we used to." "Are you going?" Phineas hesitated. "Home?" "I think I better. It's late." Phineas got quickly to his feet. He led Shadrach to the door, one arm around his shoulder. "All right, Shadrach, you go on home. Take a good hot bath before you go to bed. It'll fix you up. and maybe just a little snort of brandy to warm the blood. Phineas opened the front door, and they went slowly down the porch steps, onto the cold, dark ground. "Yes, I guess I'll be going," Shadrach said. "Good night." "You go on home." Phineas patted him on the arm. "You run along home and take a good hot bath, and then go straight to bed." "That's a good idea. Thank you, Phineas. I appreciate your kindness." Shadrach looked down at Phineas's hand on his arm. He had not been that close to Phineas for years. Shadrach contemplated the hand. He wrinkled his brow, puzzled. Phineas's hand was huge and rough, and his arms were short. His fingers were blunt, his nails broken and cracked, almost black, or so it seemed in the moonlight. Shadrach looked up at Phineas. "Strange," he murmured. "What's strange, Shadrach?" In the moonlight, Phineas's face seemed oddly heavy and brutal. Shadrach had never noticed before how the jaw bulged. What a great protruding jaw it was. The skin was yellow and coarse like parchment. Behind the glasses, the eyes were like two stones, cold and lifeless. The ears were immense, the hair stringy and matted. Odd that he had never noticed before. But he had never seen Phineas in the moonlight. Shadrach stepped away, studying his old friend. From a few feet off, Phineas Judd seemed unusually short and squat. His legs were slightly bowed. His feet were enormous. And there was something else. "What is it?" Phineas demanded, beginning to grow suspicious. "Is there something wrong?" Something was completely wrong, and he had never noticed it, not in all the years they had been friends. All around Phineas Judd was an odor, a faint, pungent stench of rot, of decaying flesh, damp and moldy. Shadrach glanced slowly about him. "Something wrong?" he echoed. "No, I wouldn't say that." By the side of the house was an old rain barrel, half fallen apart. Shadrach walked over to it. "No, Phineas, I wouldn't say there's something wrong." "What are you doing?" "Me?" Shadrach took hold of one of the barrel staves and pulled it loose. He walked back to Phineas, carrying the barrel stave carefully. "I'm king of the Elves. Who, or what, are you?" Phineas roared and attacked with his great murderous shovel hands. Shadrach smashed him over the head with the barrel stave. Phineas bellowed with rage and pain. At the shattering sound there was a clatter, and from underneath the house came a furious horde of bounding, leaping creatures, dark bent-over things, their bodies heavy and squat, their feet and heads immense. Shadrach took one look at the flood of dark creatures pouring out from Phineas's basement. He knew what they were. "Help!" Shadrach shouted. "Trolls! Help!" The trolls were all about him, grabbing hold of him, tugging at him, climbing up him, pummeling his face and body. Shadrach fell to with the barrel stave, swung again and again, kicking trolls with his feet, whacking them with the barrel stave. There seemed to be hundreds of them. More and more poured out from under Phineas's house, a surging black tide of pot-shaped creatures, their great eyes and teeth gleaming in the moonlight. "Help!" Shadrach cried again, more feebly now. He was getting winded. His heart labored painfully. A troll bit his wrist, clinging to his arm. Shadrach flung it away, pulling loose from the horde, clutching his trouser legs, the barrel stave rising and falling. One of the trolls caught hold of the stave. A whole group of them helped, wrenching furiously, trying to pull it away. Shadrach hung on desperately. Trolls were all over him, on his shoulders, clinging to his coat, riding his arms, his legs, pulling his hair. He heard a high-pitched clarion call from a long way off, the sound of some distant golden trumpet echoing in the hills. The trolls suddenly stopped attacking. One of them dropped off Shadrach's neck. Another let go of his arm. The call came again, this time more loudly. "Elves!" a troll rasped. He turned and moved toward the sound, grinding his teeth and spitting with fury. "Elves!" The trolls swarmed forward, a growing wave of gnashing teeth and nails pushing furiously toward the elf columns. The elves broke formation and joined battle, shouting with wild joy in their shrill piping voices. The tide of trolls rushed against them, troll against elf, shovel nails against golden sword, biting jaw against dagger. "Kill the elves! Death to the trolls! Onward! Forward!" Shadrach fought desperately with the trolls that were still clinging to him. He was exhausted, panting and gasping for breath. Blindly, he whacked on, kicking and jumping, throwing trolls away from him through the air and across the ground. How long the battle raged, Shadrach never knew. He was lost in a sea of dark bodies, round and evil-smelling, clinging to him, tearing, biting, fastened to his nose and hair and fingers. He fought silently, grimly. All around him the elf legions clashed with the troll horde, little groups of struggling warriors on all sides. Suddenly Shadrach stopped fighting. He raised his head, looking uncertainly around him. Nothing moved. Everything was silent. The fighting had ceased. A few trolls still clung to his arms and legs. Shadrach whacked one with the barrel stave. It howled and dropped to the ground. He staggered back, struggling with the last troll, who hung tenaciously to his arm. "Now you," Shadrach gasped. He pried the troll loose and flung it into the air. The troll fell to the ground and scuttled off into the night. There was nothing more. No troll moved anywhere. All was silent across the bleak, moon-swept fields. Shadrach sank down on a stone. His chest rose and fell painfully. Red specks swam before his eyes. Weakly he got out his pocket handkerchief and wiped his neck and face. He closed his eyes, shaking his head from side to side. When he opened his eyes again, the elves were coming toward him, gathering their legion together again. The elves were disheveled and bruised. Their golden armor was gashed and torn. Their helmets were bent or missing. Most of their scarlet plumes were gone. Those that still remained were drooping and broken. But the battle was over. The war was won. The troll hordes had been put to flight. Shadrach got slowly to his feet. The elf warriors stood around him in a circle, gazing up at him with silent respect. One of them helped steady him as he put his handkerchief away in his pocket. "Thank you," Shadrach murmured. "Thank you very much." "The trolls have been defeated," an elf stated, still awed by what had happened. Shadrach gazed around at the elves. There were many of them, more than he had ever seen before. All the elves had turned out for the battle. They were grim-faced, stern with the seriousness of the moment, weary from the terrible struggle. "Yes, they're gone all right," Shadrach said. He was beginning to get his breath. "That was a close call. I'm glad you fellows came when you did. I was just about finished fighting them all by myself." "All alone, the king of the elves held off the entire troll army," an elf announced shrilly. "Eh?" Shadrach said, taken aback. Then he smiled. "That's true, I did fight them alone for a while. I did hold off the trolls all by myself, the whole darn troll army." "There is more," an elf said. Shadrach blinked. "More?" "Look over here, O king, mightiest of all the elves, this way, to the right." The elves led Shadrach over. "What is it?" Shadrach murmured, seeing nothing at first. He gazed down, trying to pierce the darkness. "Could we have a torch over here?" Some elves brought little pine torches. There, on the frozen ground, lay Phineas Judd on his back. His eyes were blank and staring, his mouth half open. He did not move. His body was cold and stiff. "He is dead," an elf said solemnly. Shadrach gulped in sudden alarm. Cold sweat stood out abruptly on his forehead. "My gosh, my old friend, what have I done?" "You have slain the great troll." Shadrach paused. "I what?" "You have slain the great troll, leader of all the trolls." "This has never happened before," another elf exclaimed excitedly. "The great troll has lived for centuries. Nobody imagined he could die. This is our most historic moment." All the elves gazed down at the silent form with awe mixed with more than a little fear. "Oh, go on," Shadrach said. "That's just Phineas Judd." But as he spoke, a chill moved up his spine. He remembered what he had seen a little while before as he stood close by Phineas as the dying moonlight crossed his old friend's face. "Look," one of the elves bent over and unfastened Phineas's blue serge vest. He pushed the coat and vest aside. "See?" Shadrach bent down to look. He gasped. Underneath Phineas Judd's blue serge vest was a suit of mail, an encrusted mesh of ancient rusting iron fastened tightly around the squat body. On the mail stood an engraved insignia, dark and time-worn, embedded with dirt and rust, a moldering, half-obliterated emblem, the emblem of a crossed owl leg and toadstool, the emblem of the great troll. "Golly," Shadrach said, "and I killed him." For a long time he gazed silently down. Then slowly realization began to grow in him. He straightened up, a smile forming on his face. "What is it, O king?" an elf piped. I just thought of something, Shadrach said. I just realized that since the great troll is dead and the troll army has been put to flight—" He broke off. All the elves were waiting. "I thought maybe that is, maybe if you don't need me anymore." The elves listened respectfully. "What is it, mighty king? Go on." "I thought maybe now I could go back to the filling station and not be king anymore." Shadrach glanced hopefully around at them. "Do you think so? With the war over and all, with him dead, what do you say?" For a time the elves were silent. They gazed unhappily down at the ground. None of them said anything. At last they began moving away, collecting their banners and pennants. "Yes, you may go back," an elf said quietly. "The war is over. The trolls have been defeated. You may return to your filling station if that is what you want." A flood of relief swept over Shadrach. He straightened up, grinning from ear to ear. "Thanks, that's fine, that's really fine. That's the best news I've heard in my life." He moved away from the elves, rubbing his hands together and blowing on them. "Thanks an awful lot." He grinned around at the silent elves. "Well, I guess I'll be running along then. It's late and cold. It's been a hard night. I'll see you around." The elves nodded silently. "Fine. Well, good night." Shadrach turned and started along the path. He stopped for a moment, waving back at the elves. "It was quite a battle, wasn't it? We really licked them." He hurried on along the path. Once again he stopped, looking back and waving. "Sure glad I could help out. Well, good night." One or two of the elves waved, but none of them said anything. Shadrach Jones walked slowly toward his place. He could see it from the rise, the highway that few cars traveled, the filling station falling to ruin, the house that might not last as long as himself, and not enough money coming in to repair them or buy a better location. He turned around and went back. The elves were still gathered there in the silence of the night. They had not moved away. "I was hoping you hadn't gone," Shadrach said, relieved. "And we were hoping you would not leave," said a soldier. Shadrach kicked a stone. It bounced through the tight silence and stopped. The elves were still watching him. "Leave?" Shadrach asked. "And me king of the elves?" "Then you will remain our king?" an elf cried. "It's a hard thing for a man of my age to change, to stop selling gasoline and suddenly be a king. It scared me for a while, but it doesn't anymore." "You will? You will?" "Sure," said Shadrach Jones. The little circle of elf torches closed in joyously. In their light he saw a platform like the one that had carried the old king of the elves, but this one was much larger, big enough to hold a man, and dozens of the soldiers waited with proud shoulders under the shafts. A soldier gave him a happy bow. "For you, sire." Shadrach climbed aboard. It was less comfortable than walking, but he knew this was how they wanted to take him to the kingdom of the elves. Colony. Major Lawrence Hall bent over the binocular microscope, correcting the fine adjustment. "Interesting," he murmured. "Isn't it? 3 weeks on this planet, and we've yet to find a harmful life form." Lieutenant Friendly sat down on the edge of the lab table, avoiding the culture bowls. "What kind of place is this? No disease germs, no lice, no flies, no rats, no whiskey or red light districts?" Hall straightened up. "Quite a place. I was sure this brew would show something along the lines of Terra's Aberthella typhi, or the Martian sand-rot corkscrew. But the whole planet's harmless. You know, I'm wondering whether this is the Garden of Eden our ancestors fell out of. Were pushed out of." Hall wandered over to the window of the lab and contemplated the scene beyond. He had to admit it was an attractive sight. Rolling forests and hills, green slopes alive with flowers and endless vines, waterfalls and hanging moss, fruit trees, acres of flowers, lakes. Every effort had been made to preserve intact the surface of Planet Blue, as it had been designated by the original scout ship 6 months earlier. Hall sighed. "Quite a place. I wouldn't mind coming back here again sometime." "Makes Terra seem a little bare." Friendly took out his cigarettes, then put them away again. "You know, the place has a funny effect on me. I don't smoke anymore. Guess that's because of the way it looks. It's so damn pure, unsullied. I can't smoke or throw papers around. I can't bring myself to be a picnicker." "The picnickers'll be along soon enough," Hall said. He went back to the microscope. "I'll try a few more cultures. Maybe I'll find a lethal germ yet." "Keep trying." Lieutenant Friendly hopped off the table. "I'll see you later and find out if you've had any luck. There's a big conference going on in room 1. They're almost ready to give the go-ahead to the EA for the first load of colonists to be sent out." "Picnickers." Friendly grinned. "Afraid so." The door closed after him. His bootsteps echoed down the corridor. Hall was alone in the lab. He sat for a time and thought. Presently he bent down and removed the slide from the stage of the microscope, selected a new one, and held it up to the light to read the marking. The lab was warm and quiet. Sunlight streamed through the windows and across the floor. The trees outside moved a little in the wind. He began to feel sleepy. "Yes, the picnickers," he grumbled. He adjusted the new slide into position. "And all of them ready to come in and cut down the trees, tear up the flowers, spit in the lakes, burn up the grass, with not even the common cold virus around to—" He stopped, his voice choked off. Choked off because the 2 eyepieces of the microscope had twisted suddenly around his windpipe and were trying to strangle him. Hall tore at them, but they dug relentlessly into his throat, steel prongs closing like the claws of a trap. Throwing the microscope onto the floor, he leaped up. The microscope crawled quickly toward him, hooking around his leg. He kicked it loose with his other foot and drew his blast pistol. The microscope scuttled away, rolling on its course adjustments. Hall fired. It disappeared in a cloud of metallic particles. "Good God!" Hall sat down weakly, mopping his face. "What the—" He massaged his throat. "What the hell?" The council room was packed solid. Every officer of the Planet Blue unit was there. Commander Stella Morrison tapped on the big control map with the end of a slim plastic pointer. "This long flat area is ideal for the actual city. It's close to water, and weather conditions vary sufficiently to give the settlers something to talk about. There are large deposits of various minerals. The colonists can set up their own factories. They won't have to do any importing. Over here's the biggest forest on the planet. If they have any sense, they'll leave it. But if they want to make newspapers out of it, that's not our concern." She looked around the room at the silent men. "Let's be realistic. Some of you have been thinking we shouldn't send the okay to the Emigration Authority, but keep the planet our own selves to come back to. I'd like that as much as any of the rest of you, but we'd just get into a lot of trouble. It's not our planet. We're here to do a certain job. When the job is done, we move along. And it is almost done. So let's forget it. The only thing left to do is flash the go-ahead signal and then begin packing our things." "Has the lab report come in on bacteria?" Vice Commander Wood asked. "We're taking special care to look out for them, of course, but the last I heard nothing had been found. I think we can go ahead and contact the EA. Have them send a ship to take us off and bring in the first load of settlers. There's no reason why—" She stopped. A murmur was swelling through the room. Heads turned toward the door. Commander Morrison frowned. "Major Hall, may I remind you that when the council is in session, no one is permitted to interrupt?" Hall swayed back and forth, supporting himself by holding on to the doorknob. He gazed vacantly around the council room. Finally, his glassy eyes picked out Lieutenant Friendly, sitting halfway across the room. "Come here," he said hoarsely. "Me?" Friendly sank farther down in his chair. "Major, what is the meaning of this?" Vice Commander Wood cut in angrily. "Are you drunk or are—" He saw the blast gun in Hall's hand. "Is something wrong, Major?" Alarmed, Lieutenant Friendly got up and grabbed Hall's shoulder. "What is it? What's the matter?" "Come to the lab." "Did you find something?" The lieutenant studied his friend's rigid face. "What is it?" "Come on." Hall started down the corridor, Friendly following. Hall pushed the laboratory door open and stepped inside slowly. "What is it?" Friendly repeated. "My microscope." "Your microscope? What about it?" Friendly squeezed past him into the lab. "I don't see it." "It's gone." "Gone? Gone where?" "I blasted it." "You blasted it?" Friendly looked at the other man. "I don't get it. Why?" Hall's mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. "Are you all right?" Friendly asked in concern. Then he bent down and lifted a black plastic box from a shelf under the table. "Say, is this a gag?" He removed Hall's microscope from the box. "What do you mean you blasted it? Here it is, in its regular place. Now tell me what's going on. You saw something on a slide?" Some kind of bacteria? Lethal? Toxic? Hall approached the microscope slowly. It was his all right. There was the nick, just above the fine adjustment, and one of the stage clips was slightly bent. He touched it with his finger. 5 minutes ago this microscope had tried to kill him, and he knew he had blasted it out of existence. "You sure you don't need a psych test?" Friendly asked, anxiously. "You look post-trauma to me, or worse." "Maybe you're right," Hall muttered. The robot psych tester whirred, integrating and gestalting. At last, its color code lights changed from red to green. "Well?" Hall demanded. "Severe disturbance, instability ratio up above 10. "That's over danger?" "Yes, 8 is danger. 10 is unusual, especially for a person of your index. You usually show about a 4. Hall nodded wearily. "I know. If you could give me more data." Hall set his jaw. "I can't tell you any more." "It's illegal to hold back information during a psych test," the machine said peevishly. "If you do that, you deliberately distort my findings." Hall rose. "I can't tell you any more, but you do record a high degree of unbalance for me?" "There's a high degree of psychic disorganization, but what it means or why it exists I can't say." "Thanks." Hall clicked the tester off. He went back to his own quarters. His head whirled. Was he out of his mind? But he had fired the blast gun at something. Afterward, he had tasted the atmosphere in the lab, and there were metallic particles in suspension, especially near the place he had fired his blast gun at the microscope. But how could a thing like that be? A microscope coming to life, trying to kill him. Anyhow, Friendly had pulled it out of its box, whole and sound. But how had it got back in the box? He stripped off his uniform and entered the shower. While he ran warm water over his body, he meditated. The robot psych tester had showed his mind was severely disturbed, but that could have been the result rather than the cause of the experience. He had started to tell Friendly about it, but he had stopped. How could he expect anyone to believe a story like that? He shut off the water and reached out for one of the towels on the rack. The towel wrapped around his wrist, yanking him against the wall. Rough cloth pressed over his mouth and nose. He fought wildly, pulling away. All at once the towel let go. He fell, sliding to the floor, his head striking the wall. Stars shot around him. Then, violent pain. Sitting in a pool of warm water, Hall looked up at the towel rack. The towel was motionless now, like the others with it. 3 towels in a row, all exactly alike, all unmoving. Had he dreamed it? He got shakily to his feet, rubbing his head. Carefully avoiding the towel rack, he edged out of the shower and into his room. He pulled a new towel from the dispenser, in a gingerly manner. It seemed normal. He dried himself and began to put his clothes on. His belt got him around the waist and tried to crush him. It was strong. It had reinforced metal links to hold his leggings and his gun. He and the belt rolled silently on the floor, struggling for control. The belt was like a furious metal snake whipping and lashing at him. At last, he managed to get his hand around his blaster. At once, the belt let go. He blasted it out of existence and then threw himself down in a chair, gasping for breath. The arms of the chair closed around him. But this time the blaster was ready. He had to fire 6 times before the chair fell limp and he was able to get up again. He stood half-dressed in the middle of the room, his chest rising and falling. "It isn't possible," he whispered. "I must be out of my mind." Finally he got his leggings and boots on. He went outside into the empty corridor. Entering the lift, he ascended to the top floor. Commander Morrison looked up from her desk as Hall stepped through the robot clearing screen. It pinged. "You're armed," the commander said accusingly. Hall looked down at the blaster in his hand. He put it down on the desk. "Sorry." "What do you want? What's the matter with you? I have a report from the testing machine. It says you've hit a ratio of 10 within the last 24-hour period." She studied him intently. "We've known each other for a long time, Lawrence. What's happening to you?" Hall took a deep breath. "Stella, earlier today my microscope tried to strangle me." Her blue eyes widened. "What?" "Then when I was getting out of the shower, a bath towel tried to smother me. I got by it, but while I was dressing, my belt—" He stopped. The commander had got to her feet. "Guards!" she called. "Wait, Stella." Hall moved toward her. Listen to me. This is serious. There's nothing wrong. 4 times things have tried to kill me. Ordinary objects suddenly turned lethal. Maybe it's what we've been looking for. Maybe this is... Your microscope tried to kill you? It came alive. Its stem got me around the windpipe. There was a long silence. Did anyone see this happen besides you? No. What did you do? I blasted it. Are there any remains? No, Hall admitted reluctantly. As a matter of fact, the microscope seems to be all right again, the way it was before, back in its box. I see. The commander nodded to the 2 guards who had answered her call. Take Major Hall down to Captain Taylor and have him confined until he can be sent back to Terra for examination. She watched, calmly, as the 2 guards took hold of Hall's arms with magnetic grapples. Sorry, Major, she said. Unless you can prove any of your story, we've got to assume it's a psychotic projection on your part, and the planet isn't well enough policed for us to allow a psychotic to run loose. You could do a lot of damage. The guards moved him toward the door. Hall went unprotestingly. His head rang and echoed. Maybe she was right. Maybe he was out of his mind. They came to Captain Taylor's offices. One of the guards rang the buzzer. Who is it? The robot door demanded shrilly. Commander Morrison orders this man put under the captain's care. There was a hesitant pause, then, The captain is busy. This is an emergency. The robot's relays clicked while it made up its mind. The commander sent you? Yes, open up. You may enter, the robot conceded finally. It drew its locks back, releasing the door. The guard pushed the door open and stopped. On the floor lay Captain Taylor, his face blue, his eyes gaping. Only his head and feet were visible. A red and white scatter rug was wrapped around him, squeezing, straining tighter and tighter. Hall dropped to the floor and pulled at the rug. Hurry, he barked. Grab it! The 3 of them pulled together. The rug resisted. Help, Taylor cried weakly. We're trying. They tugged frantically. At last the rug came away in their hands. It flopped off rapidly toward the door. One of the guards blasted it. Hall ran to the vidscreen and shakily dialed the commander's emergency number. Her face appeared on the screen. See? He gasped. She stared past him, to Taylor, lying on the floor, the 2 guards kneeling beside him, their blasters still out. What happened? A rug attacked him. Hall grinned without amusement. Now who's crazy? We'll send a guard unit down. She blinked. Right away. But how? Tell them to have their blasters ready, and better make that a general alarm to everyone. Hall placed 4 items on Commander Morrison's desk. A microscope, a towel, a metal belt, and a small red and white rug. She edged away, nervously. Major, are you sure? They're all right, now. That's the strangest part. This towel. A few hours ago, it tried to kill me. I got away by blasting it to particles, but here it is back again, the way it always was, harmless. Captain Taylor fingered the red and white rug warily. That's my rug. I brought it from Terra. My wife gave it to me. I trusted it completely. They all looked at each other. We blasted the rug, too, Hall pointed out. There was silence. Then what was it that attacked me, Captain Taylor asked, if it wasn't this rug? It looked like this rug, Hall said slowly, and what attacked me looked like this towel. Commander Morrison held up the towel to the light. It's just an ordinary towel. It couldn't have attacked you. Of course not, Hall agreed. We've put these objects through all the tests we can think of. They're just what they're supposed to be, all elements unchanged, perfectly stable, non-organic objects. It's impossible that any of these could have come to life and attacked us. But something did, Taylor said. Something attacked me. And if it wasn't this rug, what was it? Lieutenant Dodds felt around on the dresser for his gloves. He was in a hurry. The whole unit had been called to emergency assembly. Where did I? He murmured. What the hell? For on the bed were 2 pair of identical gloves side by side. Dodds frowned, scratching his head. How could it be? He owned only 1 pair. The others must be somebody else's. Bob Wesley had been in the night before playing cards. Maybe he had left them. The vid screen flashed again. All personnel report at once. All personnel report at once. Emergency assembly of all personnel. All right, Dodds said impatiently. He grabbed up one of the pairs of gloves, sliding them onto his hands. As soon as they were in place, the gloves carried his hands down to his waist. They clamped his fingers over the butt of his gun, lifting it from the holster. "I'll be damned," Dodds said. The gloves brought the blast gun up, pointing it at his chest. The fingers squeezed. There was a roar. Half of Dodd's chest dissolved. What was left of him fell slowly to the floor, his mouth still open in amazement. Corporal Tenor hurried across the ground toward the main building as soon as he heard the wail of the emergency alarm. At the entrance to the building, he stopped to take off his metal-cleated boots. Then he frowned. By the door were 2 safety mats instead of 1. Well, it didn't matter. They were both the same. He stepped onto one of the mats and waited. The surface of the mat sent a flow of high-frequency current through his feet and legs, killing any spores or seeds that might have clung to him while he was outside. He passed on into the building. A moment later, Lieutenant Fulton hurried up to the door. He yanked off his hiking boots and stepped onto the first mat he saw. The mat folded over his feet. "Hey!" Fulton cried. "Let go!" He tried to pull his feet loose, but the mat refused to let go. Fulton became scared. He drew his gun, but he didn't care to fire at his own feet. "Help!" he shouted. 2 soldiers came running up. "What's the matter, Lieutenant?" "Get this damn thing off me!" The soldiers began to laugh. "It's no joke," Fulton said, his face suddenly white. "It's breaking my feet! It's—" He began to scream. The soldiers grabbed frantically at the mat. Fulton fell, rolling and twisting, still screaming. At last the soldiers managed to get a corner of the mat loose from his feet. Fulton's feet were gone. Nothing but limp bone remained, already half dissolved. "Now we know," Hull said grimly. "It's a form of organic life." Commander Morrison turned to Corporal Tenor. "You saw 2 mats when you came into the building." "Yes, Commander, 2. I stepped on one of them, and came in." "You were lucky. You stepped on the right one." "We've got to be careful," Hull said. "We've got to watch for duplicates. Apparently it, whatever it is, imitates objects it finds, like a chameleon. Camouflage." 2. Stella Morrison murmured, looking at the 2 vases of flowers, one at each end of her desk. "It's going to be hard to tell. 2 towels, 2 vases, 2 chairs. There may be whole rows of things that are all right. All multiples legitimate, except 1. That's the trouble. I didn't notice anything unusual in the lab. There's nothing odd about another microscope. It blended right in." The commander drew away from the identical vases of flowers. "How about those? Maybe one is whatever they are." "There's 2 of a lot of things. Natural pairs, 2 boots, clothing, furniture. I didn't notice that extra chair in my room. Equipment. It'll be impossible to be sure. And sometimes—" The vid screen lit. Vice Commander Wood's features formed. "Stella, another casualty." "Who is it this time?" "An officer dissolved, all but a few buttons and his blast pistol. Lieutenant Dodds." "That makes 3, Commander Morrison said. "If it's organic, there ought to be some way we can destroy it," Hull muttered. "We've already blasted a few, apparently killed them. They can be hurt, but we don't know how many more there are. We've destroyed 5 or 6. Maybe it's an infinitely divisible substance, some kind of protoplasm. And meanwhile? Meanwhile, we're all at its mercy, or their mercy. It's our lethal life form, all right. That explains why we found everything else harmless. Nothing could compete with a form like this. We have mimic forms of our own, of course, insects, plants, and there's the twisty slug on Venus, but nothing that goes this far. It can be killed, though. You said so yourself. That means we have a chance." "If it can be found." Hull looked around the room. 2 walking capes hung by the door. Had there been 2 a moment before? He rubbed his forehead wearily. "We've got to try to find some sort of poison or corrosive agent, something that'll destroy them wholesale. We can't just sit and wait for them to attack us. We need something we can spray. That's the way we got the twisty slugs." The commander gazed past him, rigid. He turned to follow her gaze. "What is it?" "I never noticed 2 briefcases in the corner over there. There was only 1 before, I think." She shook her head in bewilderment. "How are we going to know? This business is getting me down." "You need a good stiff drink." She brightened. "That's an idea. But what?" "I don't want to touch anything. There's no way to tell." She fingered the blast gun at her waist. I keep wanting to use it on everything. Panic reaction. Still, we are being picked off, one by one. Captain Unger got the emergency call over his headphones. He stopped work at once, gathered the specimens he had collected in his arms, and hurried back toward the bucket. It was parked closer than he remembered. He stopped, puzzled. There it was, the bright little cone-shaped car, with its treads firmly planted in the soft soil, its door open. Unger hurried up to it, carrying his specimens carefully. He opened the storage hatch in the back and lowered his armload. Then he went around to the front and slid in behind the controls. He turned the switch, but the motor did not come on. That was strange. While he was trying to figure it out, he noticed something that gave him a start. A few 100 feet away, among the trees, was a second bucket, just like the one he was in. And that was where he remembered having parked his car. Of course he was in the bucket. Somebody else had come looking for specimens, and this bucket belonged to them. Unger started to get out again. The door closed around him. The seat folded up over his head. The dashboard became plastic and oozed. He gasped. He was suffocating. He struggled to get out, flailing and twisting. There was a wetness all around him, a bubbling, flowing wetness, warm like flesh. Glub! His head was covered. His body was covered. The bucket was turning to liquid. He tried to pull his hands free, but they would not come. And then the pain began. He was being dissolved. All at once he realized what the liquid was. Acid. Digestive acid. He was in a stomach. "Don't look," Gail Thomas cried. "Why not?" Corporal Hendricks swam toward her, grinning. "Why can't I look?" "Because I'm going to get out." The sun shone down on the lake. It glittered and danced on the water. All around, huge moss-covered trees rose up, great silent columns among the flowering vines and bushes. Gail climbed up on the bank, shaking water from her, throwing her hair back out of her eyes. The woods were silent. There was no sound except the lapping of the waves. They were a long way from the unit camp. "When can I look?" Hendricks demanded, swimming around in a circle, his eyes shut. "Soon." Gail made her way into the trees until she came to the place where she had left her uniform. She could feel the warm sun glowing against her bare shoulders and arms. Sitting down in the grass, she picked up her tunic and leggings. She brushed the leaves and bits of tree bark from her tunic and began to pull it over her head. In the water, Corporal Hendricks waited patiently, continuing in his circle. Time passed. There was no sound. He opened his eyes. Gail was nowhere in sight. "Gail?" he called. It was very quiet. "Gail!" No answer. Corporal Hendricks swam rapidly to the bank. He pulled himself out of the water. One leap carried him to his own uniform, neatly piled at the edge of the lake. He grabbed up his blaster. "Gail!" The woods were silent. There was no sound. He stood looking around him, frowning. Gradually a cold fear began to numb him in spite of the warm sun. "Gail! Gail!" And still there was only silence. Commander Morrison was worried. "We've got to act," she said. "We can't wait. 10 lives lost already from 30 encounters. 1/3 is too high a percentage." Hall looked up from his work. "Anyhow, now we know what we're up against. It's a form of protoplasm with infinite versatility." He lifted the spray tank. "I think this will give us an idea of how many exist." "What's that?" "A compound of arsenic and hydrogen in gas form." "Arsine. What are you going to do with it?" Hall locked his helmet into place. His voice came through the commander's earphones. "I'm going to release this throughout the lab. I think there are a lot of them in here, more than anywhere else." "Why here?" "This is where all samples and specimens were originally brought, where the first one of them was encountered. I think they came in with the samples, or as the samples, and then infiltrated through the rest of the buildings." The commander locked her own helmet into place. Her 4 guards did the same. "Arsine is fatal to human beings, isn't it?" Hall nodded. "We'll have to be careful. We can use it in here for a limited test, but that's about all." He adjusted the flow of his oxygen inside his helmet. "What's your test supposed to prove?" she wanted to know. "If it shows anything at all, it should give us an idea of how extensively they've infiltrated. We'll know better what we're up against. This may be more serious than we realize." How do you mean? She asked, fixing her own oxygen flow. There are 100 people in this unit on Planet Blue. As it stands now, the worst that can happen is that they'll get all of us one by one. But that's nothing. Units of 100 are lost every day of the week. It's a risk whoever is first to land on a planet must take. In the final analysis, it's relatively unimportant. Compared to what? If they are infinitely divisible, then we're going to have to think twice about leaving here. It would be better to stay and get picked off one by one than to run the risk of carrying any of them back to the system. She looked at him. Is that what you're trying to find out? Whether they're infinitely divisible? I'm trying to find out what we're up against. Maybe there are only a few of them, or maybe they're everywhere. He waved a hand around the laboratory. Maybe half the things in this room are not what we think they are. It's bad when they attack us. It would be worse if they didn't. Worse? The commander was puzzled. Their mimicry is perfect, of inorganic objects at least. I looked through one of them, Stella, when it was imitating my microscope. It enlarged, adjusted, reflected, just like a regular microscope. It's a form of mimicry that surpasses anything we've ever imagined. It carries down below the surface into the actual elements of the object imitated. You mean one of them could slip back to Terra along with us? In the form of clothing? Or a piece of lab equipment? She shuddered. We assume there's some sort of protoplasm. Such malleability suggests a simple original form. And that suggests binary fission. If that's so, then there may be no limits to their ability to reproduce. The dissolving properties make me think of the simple unicellular protozoa. Do you think they're intelligent? I don't know. I hope not. Hall lifted the spray. In any case, this should tell us their extent, and to some degree corroborate my notion that they're basic enough to reproduce by simple division, the worst thing possible from our standpoint. Here goes, Hall said. He held the spray tightly against him, depressed the trigger, aimed the nozzle slowly around the lab. The commander and the 4 guards stood silently behind him. Nothing moved. The sun shone in through the windows, reflecting from the culture dishes and equipment. After a moment, he let the trigger up again. I didn't see anything, Commander Morrison said. Are you sure you did anything? Arsine is colorless. But don't loosen your helmet. It's fatal. And don't move. They stood, waiting. For a time, nothing happened. Then, Good God, Commander Morrison exclaimed. At the far end of the lab, a slide cabinet wavered suddenly. It oozed, buckling and pitching. It lost its shape completely. A homogeneous, jelly-like mass perched on top of the table. Abruptly, it flowed down the side of the table onto the floor, wobbling as it went. Over there! A Bunsen burner melted and flowed along beside it. All around the room, objects were in motion. A great glass retort folded up into itself and settled down into a blob. A rack of test tubes, a shelf of chemicals. Look out, Hall cried, stepping back. A huge bell jar dropped with a soggy splash in front of him. It was a single large cell, all right. He could dimly make out the nucleus, the cell wall, the hard vacuoles suspended in the cytoplasm. Pipettes, tongs, a mortar, all were flowing now. Half the equipment in the room was in motion. They had imitated almost everything there was to imitate. For every microscope there was a mimic. For every tube and jar and bottle and flask. One of the guards had his blaster out. Hall knocked it down. Don't fire. Arsine is inflammable. Let's get out of here. We know what we wanted to know. They pushed the laboratory door open quickly and made their way out into the corridor. Hall slammed the door behind them, bolting it tightly. Is it bad then? Commander Morrison asked. We haven't got a chance. The arsine disturbed them. Enough of it might even kill them. But we haven't got that much arsine. And if we could flood the planet, we wouldn't be able to use our blasters. Suppose we left the planet. We can't take the chance of carrying them back to the system. If we stay here, we'll be absorbed, dissolved, one by one, the commander protested. We could have arsine brought in, or some other poison that might destroy them. But it would destroy most of the life on the planet along with them. There wouldn't be much left. Then we'll have to destroy all life forms. If there's no other way of doing it, we've got to burn the planet clean, even if there wouldn't be a thing left but a dead world. They looked at each other. I'm going to call the system monitor, Commander Morrison said. I'm going to get the unit off here, out of danger. All that are left, at least. That poor girl by the lake. She shuddered. After everyone's out of here, we can work out the best way of cleaning up this planet. You'll run the risk of carrying one of them back to Terra? Can they imitate us? Can they imitate living creatures? Higher life forms? Hall considered. Apparently not. They seem to be limited to inorganic objects. The commander smiled grimly. Then we'll go back without any inorganic material. But our clothes, they can imitate belts, gloves, boots. We're not taking our clothes. We're going back without anything, and I mean without anything at all. Hall's lips twitched. I see, he pondered. It might work. Can you persuade the personnel to leave all their things behind, everything they own? If it means their lives, I can order them to do it. Then it might be our one chance of getting away. The nearest cruiser, large enough to remove the remaining members of the unit, was 2 hours' distance away. It was moving Terraside again. Commander Morrison looked up from the vid screen. They want to know what's wrong here. Let me talk. Hall seated himself before the screen. The heavy features and gold braid of a Terran cruiser captain regarded him. This is Major Lawrence Hall, from the research division of this unit. Captain Daniel Davis. Captain Davis studied him without expression. You're having some kind of trouble, Major? Hall licked his lips. I'd rather not explain until we're aboard, if you don't mind. Why not? Captain, you're going to think we're crazy enough as it is. We'll discuss everything fully once we're aboard. He hesitated. We're going to board your ship naked. The captain raised an eyebrow. Naked? That's right. I see. Obviously he didn't. When will you get here? In about 2 hours, I'd say. It's now 1300 by our schedule. You'll be here by 1500? At approximately that time, the captain agreed. We'll be waiting for you. Don't let any of your men out. Open one lock for us. We'll board without any equipment, just ourselves, nothing else. As soon as we're aboard, remove the ship at once. Stella Morrison leaned toward the screen. Captain, would it be possible for your men to... We'll land by robot control, he assured her. None of my men will be on deck. No one will see you. Thank you, she murmured. Not at all. Captain Davis saluted. We'll see you in about 2 hours then, Commander. Let's get everyone out onto the field, Commander Morrison said. They should remove their clothes here, I think, so there won't be any objects on the field to come in contact with the ship. Hall looked at her face. Isn't it worth it to save our lives? Lieutenant Friendly bit his lips. I won't do it. I'll stay here. You have to come. But Major... Hall looked at his watch. It's 1450. The ship will be here any minute. Get your clothes off and get out on the landing field. Can't I take anything at all? Nothing. Not even your blaster. They'll give us clothes inside the ship. Come on, your life depends on this. Everyone else is doing it. Friendly tugged at his shirt reluctantly. Well, I guess I'm acting silly. The vid screen clicked. A robot voice announced shrilly, Everyone out of the buildings at once. Everyone out of the buildings and on the field without delay. Everyone out of the buildings at once. Everyone... So soon? Hall ran to the window and lifted the metal blind. I didn't hear it land. Parked in the center of the landing field was a long, gray cruiser, its hull pitted and dented from meteoric strikes. It lay motionless. There was no sign of life about it. A crowd of naked people was already moving hesitantly across the field toward it, blinking in the bright sunlight. It's here. Hall started tearing off his shirt. Let's go. Wait for me. Then hurry. Hall finished undressing. Both men hurried out into the corridor. Unclothed guards raced past them. They padded down the corridors through the long unit building to the door. They ran downstairs, out onto the field. Warm sunlight beat down on them from the sky overhead. From all the unit buildings, naked men and women were pouring silently toward the ship. What a sight, an officer said. We'll never be able to live it down. But you'll live, at least, another said. Lawrence, Hall half-turned. Please don't look around. Keep on going. I'll walk behind you. How does it feel, Stella? Hall asked. Unusual. Is it worth it? I suppose so. Do you think anyone will believe us? I doubt it, she said. I'm beginning to wonder myself. Anyhow, we'll get back alive. I guess so. Hall looked up at the ramp being lowered from the ship in front of them. The first people were already beginning to scamper up the metal incline into the ship through the circular lock. Lawrence? There was a peculiar tremor in the commander's voice. Lawrence, You're what? I'm scared. Scared? He stopped. Why? I don't know, she quavered. People pushed against them from all sides. Forget it. Carry over from your early childhood. He put his foot on the bottom of the ramp. Up we go. I want to go back. There was panic in her voice. Hall laughed. It's too late now, Stella. He mounted the ramp, holding on to the rail. Around him, on all sides, men and women were pushing forward, carrying them up. They came to the lock. Here we are. The man ahead of him disappeared. Hall went inside after him, into the dark interior of the ship, into the silent blackness before him. The commander followed. At exactly 1500, Captain Daniel Davis landed his ship in the center of the field. Relays slid the entrance lock open with a bang. Davis and the other officers of the ship sat waiting in the control cabin around the big control table. Well, Captain Davis said after a while, where are they? The officers became uneasy. Maybe something's wrong. Maybe the whole damn thing's a joke? They waited and waited. But no one came. Prize ship. General Thomas Groves gazed glumly up at the battle maps on the wall. The thin, black line, the iron ring around Ganymede, was still there. He waited a moment, vaguely hoping, but the line did not go away. At last he turned and made his way out of the chart wing past the rows of desks. At the door, Major Siller stopped him. What's wrong, sir? No change in the war? No change. What'll we do? Come to terms. Their terms. We can't let it drag on another month. Everybody knows that. They know that. Licked by a little outfit like Ganymede. If only we had more time. But we don't. The ships must be out in deep space again, right away. If we have to capitulate to get them out, then let's do it. Ganymede. He spat. If we could only break them. But by that time the colonies won't exist. We have to get our cradles back in our own hands, Groves said grimly, even if it takes capitulation to do it. No other way will do? You find another way. Groves pushed past Siller out into the corridor. And if you find it, let me know. The war had been going on for 2 Terran months with no sign of a break. The System Senate's difficult position came from the fact that Ganymede was the jump-off point between the system and its precarious network of colonies at Proxima Centauri. All ships leaving the system for deep space were launched from the immense space cradles on Ganymede. There were no other cradles. Ganymede had been agreed on as the jump-off point, and the cradles had been constructed there. The Ganymedians became rich, hauling freight and supplies in their tubby little ships. Over a period of time, more and more Gany ships took to the sky, freighters and cruisers and patrol ships. One day this odd fleet landed among the space cradles, killed and imprisoned the Terran and Martian guards, and proclaimed that Ganymede and the cradles were their property. If the Senate wanted to use the cradles, they paid, and paid plenty. 20% of all freighted goods turned over to the Gany Emperor, left on the moon, and full Senate representation. If the Senate fleet tried to take back the cradles by force, the cradles would be destroyed. The Ganymedians had already mined them with H-bombs. The Gany fleet surrounded the moon, a little ring of hard steel. If the Senate fleet tried to break through, seize the moon, it would be the end of the cradles. What could the system do? And at Proxima the colonies were starving. You're certain we can't launch ships into deep space from regular fields? A Martian senator asked. Only Class 1 ships have any chance to reach the colonies, Commander James Carmichael said wearily. A Class 1 ship is 10 times the size of a regular intrasystem ship. A Class 1 ship needs a cradle miles deep, miles wide. You can't launch a ship that size from a meadow. There was silence. The great Senate chambers were full, crowded to capacity with representatives from all the 9 planets. The Proxima colonies won't last another 20 days, Dr. Bassett testified. That means we must get a ship on the way sometime next week. Otherwise, when we do get there, we won't find anyone alive. When will the new Luna cradles be ready? A month, Carmichael answered. No sooner? No. Then apparently we'll have to accept Ganymede's terms. The Senate leader snorted with disgust. 9 planets and 1 wretched little moon. How dare they want equal voice with the system members? We could break their ring, Carmichael said, but they'll destroy the cradles without hesitation if we do. If only we could get supplies to the colonies without using space cradles, a Plutonian senator said. That would mean without using Class 1 ships. And nothing else will reach Proxima? Nothing that we know of. A Saturnian senator arose. Commander, what kind of ships does Ganymede use? They're different from your own? Yes, but no one knows anything about them. How are they launched? Carmichael shrugged. The usual way, from fields. Do you think? I don't think they're deep space ships. We're beginning to grasp at straws. There simply is no ship large enough to cross deep space that doesn't require a space cradle. That's the fact we must accept. The Senate leader stirred. A motion is already before the Senate that we accept the proposal of the Ganymedeans and conclude the war. Shall we take the vote? Or are there any more questions? No one blinked his light. Then we'll begin. Mercury. What is the vote of the first planet? Mercury votes to accept the enemy's terms. Venus. What does Venus vote? Venus votes... Wait. Commander Carmichael stood up suddenly. The Senate leader raised his hand. What is it? The Senate is voting. Carmichael gazed down intently at a foil strip that had been shot to him across the chamber from the chart wing. I don't know how important this is, but I think perhaps the Senate should know about it before it votes. What is it? I have a message from the first line. A Martian raider has surprised and captured a Gany research station on an asteroid between Mars and Jupiter. A large quantity of Gany equipment has been taken intact. Carmichael looked around the hall. Including a Gany ship, a new ship, undergoing tests at the station. The Gany staff was destroyed, but the prize ship is undamaged. The raider is bringing it here so it can be examined by our experts. A murmur broke through the chamber. I put forth a motion that we withhold our decision until the Ganymedean ship has been examined, a Uranian senator shouted. Something might come of this. The Ganymedeans have put a lot of energy into designing ships, Carmichael murmured to the Senate leader. Their ships are strange, quite different from ours. Maybe... What is the vote on this motion? The Senate leader asked. Shall we wait until this ship can be examined? Let's wait, voices cried. Wait, let's see. Carmichael rubbed his paw thoughtfully. It's worth a try. But if nothing comes of this, we'll have to go ahead and capitulate. He folded up the foil strip. Anyhow, it's worth looking into. A Gany ship. I wonder. Dr. Earl Bassett's face was red with excitement. Let me by. He pushed through the row of uniformed officers. Please, let me by. 2 shiny lieutenants stepped out of his way, and he saw, for the first time, the great globe of steel and rexinoid that was the captured Ganymedean ship. Look at it, Major Siller whispered. Nothing at all like our own ships. What makes it run? No drive jets, Commander Carmichael said. Only landing jets to set her down. What makes her go? The Ganymedean globe rested quietly in the center of the Terran experimental laboratory, rising up from the circle of men like a great bubble. It was a beautiful ship, glimmering with an even metallic fire, shimmering and radiating a cold light. It gives you a strange feeling, General Groves said. Suddenly he caught his breath. You don't suppose this could be a gravity drive ship? The Ganys were supposed to be experimenting with gravity. What's that? Bassett said. A gravity drive ship would reach its destination without time-lapse. The velocity of gravity is infinite, can't be measured. If this globe is... Nonsense, Carmichael said. Einstein showed gravity isn't a force but a warpage, a space warpage. But couldn't a ship be built using... Gentlemen, the Senate leader came quickly into the laboratory, surrounded by his guards. Is this the ship? This globe? The officers pulled back, and the Senate leader went gingerly up to the great gleaming side. He touched it. It's undamaged, Siller said. They're translating the control markings so we can use it. So this is the Ganymedian ship. Will it help us? We don't know yet, Carmichael said. Here come the Think Men, Groves said. The hatch of the globe had opened, and 2 men in white lab uniforms were stepping carefully down, carrying a Samantha box. What are the results? The Senate leader asked. We've made the translations. A Terran crew could operate the ship now. All the controls are marked. We should make a study of the engines before we try the ship out, Dr. Bassett said. What do we know about it? We don't know what makes it run, or what fuel it uses. How long will such a study take? The leader asked. Several days, at least, Carmichael said. That long? There's no telling what we'll run into. We may find a radically new type of drive and fuel. It might even take several weeks to finish the analysis. The Senate leader pondered. Sir, Carmichael said, I think we should go ahead and have a test run. We can easily raise a volunteer crew. A trial run could begin at once, Groves said, but we might have to wait weeks for the drive analysis. You believe a complete crew would volunteer? Carmichael rubbed his hands together. Don't worry about that. 4 men would do it. 3 outside of me. 2, General Groves said. Count me in. How about me, sir? Major Siller asked hopefully. Dr. Bassett pushed up nervously. Is it all right for a civilian to volunteer? I'm curious as hell about this. The Senate leader smiled. Why not? If you can be of use, go along. So the crew is already here. The 4 men grinned at each other. Well, Groves said, what are we waiting for? Let's get her started. The linguist traced a meter reading with his finger. You can see the Ganny markings. Next to each, we've put the Terran equivalent. There's one hitch, though. We know the Ganny word for, say, 5. Zoff. So where we find Zoff, we mark a 5 for you. See this dial? Where the arrow's at Nancy? At 0. See how it's marked? 100, Liu. 50, Ka. 5, Zoff. 0, Nancy. 5, Zoff. 50, Ka. 100, Liu. Carmichael nodded. So? This is the problem. We don't know what the units refer to. 5, but 5 what? 50, but 50 what? Presumably velocity. Or is it distance? Since no study has been made of the workings of this ship. You can't interpret? How? The linguist tapped a switch. Obviously, this throws the drive on. Mel, start. You close the switch, and it indicates EO, stop. But how you guide the ship is a different matter. We can't tell you what the meter is for. Groves touched a wheel. Doesn't this guide her? It governs the brake rockets, the landing jets. As for the central drive, we don't know what it is or how you control it once you're started. Semantics won't help you, only experience. We can translate numbers only into numbers. Groves and Carmichael looked at each other. Well, Groves said, we may find ourselves lost in space, or falling into the sun. I saw a ship spiral into the sun once, faster and faster, down and down. We're a long way from the sun, and we'll point her out, toward Pluto. We'll get control eventually. You don't want to unvolunteer, do you? Of course not. How about the rest of you? Carmichael said to Bassett and Siller. You're still coming along? Certainly. Bassett was stepping cautiously into his spacesuit. We're coming. Make sure you seal your helmet completely. Carmichael helped him fasten his leggings. Your shoes next. Commander, Groves said, they're finishing on the vid screen. I wanted it installed so we could establish contact. We might need some help getting back. Good idea. Carmichael went over, examining the leads from the screen. Self-contained power unit? For safety's sake, independent from the ship. Carmichael sat down before the vid screen, clicking it on. The local monitor appeared. Get me the garrison station on Mars. Commander Vecchi. The call locked through. Carmichael began to lace his boots and leggings while he waited. He was lowering his helmet into place when the screen glowed into life. Vecchi's dark features formed, lean-jawed above his scarlet uniform. Greetings, Commander Carmichael, he murmured. He glanced curiously at Carmichael's suit. You are going on a trip, Commander? We may visit you. We're about to take the captured Ganny ship up. If everything goes right, I hope to set her down at your field sometime later today. We'll have the field cleared and ready for you. Better have emergency equipment on hand. We are still unsure of the controls. I wish you luck. Vicky's eyes flickered. I can see the interior of your ship. What drive is it? We don't know yet. That's the problem. I hope you will be able to land, Commander. Thanks. So do we. Carmichael broke the connection. Groves and Siller were already dressed. They were helping Bassett tighten the screw locks of his earphones. We're ready, Groves said. He looked through the port. Outside, a circle of officers watched silently. Say goodbye, Siller said to Bassett. This may be our last minute on Terra. Is there really much danger? Groves sat down beside Carmichael at the control board. Ready? His voice came to Carmichael through his phones. Ready. Carmichael reached out his gloved hand toward the switch marked Mel. Here we go. Hold on tight. He grasped the switch firmly and pulled. They were falling through space. Help! Dr. Bassett shouted. He slid across the upended floor, crashing against a table. Carmichael and Groves hung on grimly, trying to keep their places at the board. The globe was spinning and dropping, settling lower and lower through a heavy sheet of rain. Below them, visible through the port, was a vast rolling ocean, an endless expanse of blue water, as far as the eye could see. Siller stared down at it, on his hands and knees, sliding with the globe. Commander, where should we be? Someplace off Mars, but this can't be Mars. Groves flipped the brake rocket switches one after another. The globe shuddered as the rockets came on, bursting into life around them. Easy does it, Carmichael said, craning his neck to see through the port. Ocean? What the hell? The globe leveled off, shooting rapidly above the water, parallel to the surface. Siller got slowly to his feet, hanging onto the railing. He helped Bassett up. Okay, Doc? Thanks. Bassett wobbled. His glasses had come off inside his helmet. Where are we? On Mars already? We're there, Groves said. But it isn't Mars. But I thought we were going to Mars. So did the rest of us. Groves decreased the speed of the globe cautiously. You can see this isn't Mars. Then what is it? I don't know. We'll find out, though. Commander, watch the starboard jet. It's overbalancing. Your switch. Carmichael adjusted. Where do you think we are? I don't understand it. Are we still on Terra or Venus? Groves flicked the vid screen on. I'll soon find out if we're on Terra. He raised the all-wave control. The screen remained blank. Nothing formed. We're not on Terra. We're not anywhere in the system. Groves spun the dial. No response. Try the frequency of the big Mars sender. Groves adjusted the dial. At the spot where the Mars sender should have come in, there was nothing. The four men gaped foolishly at the screen. All their lives they had received the familiar sanguine faces of Martian announcers on that wave, 24 hours a day, the most powerful sender in the system. Mars' sender reached all the 9 planets and even out into deep space, and it was always on the air. Lord, Bassett said, we're out of the system. We're not in the system, Groves said. Notice the horizontal curve. This is a small planet we're on, maybe a moon. But it's no planet or moon I've ever seen before. Not in the system and not the Proxima area either. Carmichael stood up. The units must be big multiples, all right. We're out of the system, perhaps all the way around the galaxy. He peered out the port at the rolling water. I don't see any stars, Bassett said. Later on we can get a star reading, when we're on the other side, away from the sun. Ocean, Siller murmured. Miles of it, and a good temperature. He removed his helmet cautiously. Maybe we won't need these after all. Better leave them on until we can make an atmosphere check, Groves said. Isn't there a check tube on this bubble? I don't see any, Carmichael said. Well, it doesn't matter. If we... Sir, Siller exclaimed, land! They ran to the port. Land was rising into view on the horizon of the planet. A long, low strip of land, a coastline. They could see green. The land was fertile. I'll turn her a little right, Groves said, sitting down at the board. He adjusted the controls. How's that? Heading right toward it. Carmichael sat down beside him. Well, at least we won't drown. I wonder where we are. How will we know? What if the star map can't be equated? We can take a spectroscopic analysis, try to find a known star. We're almost there, Bassett said nervously. You better slow us down, General. We'll crash. I'm doing the best I can. Any mountains or peaks? No, it seems quite flat, like a plain. The globe dropped lower and lower, slowing down. Green scenery whipped past below them. Far off, a row of meager hills came finally into view. The globe was barely skimming now as the two pilots fought to bring it to a stop. "Easy, easy," Groves murmured. "Too fast." All the brakes were firing. The globe was a bedlam of noise, knocked back and forth as the jets fired. Gradually it lost velocity, until it was almost hanging in the sky. Then it sank like a toy balloon, settling slowly down to the green plain below. "Cut the rockets!" The pilots snapped their switches. Abruptly, all sound ceased. They looked at each other. "Any moment," Carmichael murmured. Plop. "We're down," Bassett said. "We're down." They unscrewed the hatch cautiously, their helmets tightly in place. Siller held a Boris gun ready, as Groves and Carmichael swung the heavy Rexinoid disc back. A blast of warm air rolled into the globe, swelling around them. "See anything?" Bassett said. "Nothing. Level fields. Some kind of planet." The general stepped down onto the ground. "Tiny plants. Thousands of them. I don't know what kind." The other men stepped out, their boots sinking into the moist soil. They looked around them. "Which way?" Siller said. "Toward those hills?" "Might as well. What a flat planet." Carmichael strode off, leaving deep tracks behind him. The others followed. "Harmless-looking place," Bassett said. He picked a handful of the little plants. "What are they? Some kind of weed?" He stuffed them into the pocket of his spacesuit. "Stop!" Siller froze, rigid, his gun raised. "What is it?" "Something moved. Through that patch of shrubbery over there." They waited. Everything was quiet around them. A faint breeze eddied through the surface of green. The sky overhead was a clear, warm blue with a few faint clouds. "What did it look like?" Bassett said. "Some insect. Wait." Siller crossed to the patch of plants. He kicked at them. All at once, a tiny creature rushed out, scuttling away. Siller fired. The bolt from the Boris gun ignited the ground, a roar of white fire. When the cloud dissipated, there was nothing but a seared pit. "Sorry." Siller lowered the gun shakily. "It's all right. Better to shoot first on a strange planet." Groves and Carmichael went on ahead, up a low rise. "Wait for me," Bassett called. He fell behind the others. "I have something in my boot." "You can catch up." The three went on, leaving the doctor alone. He sat down on the moist ground, grumbling. He began to unlace his boot slowly, carefully. Around him the air was warm. He sighed, relaxing. After a moment he removed his helmet and adjusted his glasses. Smells of plants and flowers were heavy in the air. He took a deep breath, letting it out again slowly. Then he put his helmet back on and finished lacing up his boot. A tiny man not 6 inches high appeared from a clump of weeds and shot an arrow at him. Bassett stared down. The arrow, a minute splinter of wood, was sticking in the sleeve of his spacesuit. He opened and closed his mouth, but no sounds came. A second arrow glanced off the transparent shield of his helmet. Then a third and a fourth. The tiny man had been joined by companions, one of them on a tiny horse. "Mother of Heaven," Bassett said. "What's the matter?" General Groves' voice came in his earphones. "Are you all right, Doctor?" "Sir, a tiny man just fired an arrow at me." "Really? There's a whole bunch of them now. Are you out of your mind?" "No." Bassett scrambled to his feet. A volley of arrows rose up, sticking into his suit, glancing off his helmet. The shrill voices of the tiny men came to his ears, an excited, penetrating sound. "General, please come back here." Groves and Siller appeared at the top of the ridge. "Bassett, you must be out of—" They stopped, transfixed. Siller raised the Boris gun, but Groves pushed the muzzle down. "Impossible!" He advanced, staring down at the ground. An arrow pinged against his helmet. Little men, with bows and arrows. Suddenly the little men turned and fled. They raced off, some on foot, some on horseback, back through the weeds and out the other side. "There they go," Siller said. "Should we follow them? See where they live?" "It isn't possible." Groves shook his head. "No planet has yielded tiny human beings like this, so small." Commander Carmichael strode down the ridge to them. "Did I really see it? You men saw it too? Tiny figures racing away?" Groves pulled an arrow from his suit. "We saw, and felt." He held the arrow close to the plate of his helmet, examining it. "Look, the tip glitters, metal-tipped." "Did you notice their costumes?" Bassett said. "In a storybook I once read. Robin Hood, little caps, boots." A story. Groves rubbed his jaw, a strange look suddenly glinting in his eyes. A book. "What, sir?" Siller said. "Nothing." Groves came suddenly to life, moving away. "Let's follow them. I want to see their city." He increased his pace, walking with great strides after the tiny men, who had not got very far off yet. "Come on," Siller said, "before they get away." He and Carmichael and Bassett followed behind Groves, catching up with him. The four of them kept pace with the tiny men, who were hurrying away as fast as they could. After a time, one of the tiny men stopped, throwing himself down on the ground. The others hesitated, looking back. "He's tired out," Siller said. "He can't make it." Shrill squeaks rose. He was being urged on. "Give him a hand," Bassett said. He bent down, picking the tiny figure up. He held him carefully between his gloved fingers, turning him around and around. "Ouch!" He set him down quickly. "What is it?" Groves came over. "He stung me." Bassett massaged his thumb. "Stung you?" "Stabbed, I mean, with his sword." "You'll be all right," Groves went on, after the tiny figures. "Sir," Siller said to Carmichael, "this certainly makes the Ganymede problem seem remote." "It's a long way off." "I wonder what their city will be like," Groves said. "I think I know," Bassett said. "You know? How?" Bassett did not answer. He seemed to be deep in thought, watching the figures on the ground intently. "Come on," he said. "Let's not lose them." They stood together, none of them speaking. Ahead, down a long slope, lay a miniature city. The tiny figures had fled into it across a drawbridge. Now the bridge was rising, lifted by almost invisible threads. Even as they watched, the bridge snapped shut. "Well, Doc," Siller said, "this is what you expected?" Bassett nodded. "Exactly." The city was walled, built of gray stone. It was surrounded by a little moat. Countless spires rose up, a conglomeration of peaks and gables, tops of buildings. There was furious activity going on inside the city. A cacophony of shrill sounds from countless throats drifted across the moat to the four men, growing louder each moment. At the walls of the city, figures appeared, soldiers in armor, peering across the moat at them. Suddenly the drawbridge quivered. It began to slide down, descending into position. There was a pause. Then, "Look!" Groves exclaimed. "Here they come!" Siller raised his gun. "My lord, look at them!" A horde of armed men on horseback clattered across the drawbridge, spilling out onto the ground beyond. They came straight toward the four space-suited men, the sun sparkling against their shields and spears. There were hundreds of them, decked with streamers and banners and pennants of all colors and sizes, an impressive sight on a small scale. "Get ready," Carmichael said. "They mean business. Watch your legs." He tightened the bolts of his helmet. The first wave of horsemen reached Groves, who was standing a little ahead of the others. A ring of warriors surrounded him, little glittering armored and plumed figures, hacking furiously at his ankles with miniature swords. "Cut it out," Groves howled, leaping back. "Stop!" "They're going to give us trouble," Carmichael said. Siller began to giggle nervously as arrows flew around him. "Shall I give it to them, sir? One blast from the Boris gun and—" "No, don't fire. That's an order." Groves moved back as a phalanx of horses rushed toward him, spears lowered. He swung his leg, spilling them over with his heavy boot. A frantic mass of men and horses struggled to right themselves. "Back," Bassett said. "Those damn archers." Countless men on foot were rushing from the city with long bows and quivers strapped to their backs. A chaos of shrill sound filled the air. "He's right," Carmichael said. His leggings had been hacked clean through by determined knights who had dismounted and were swinging again and again, trying to chop him down. "If we're not going to fire, we better retreat. They're tough." Clouds of arrows rained down on them. "They know how to shoot," Groves admitted. "These men are trained soldiers." "Watch out," Siller said. "They're trying to get between us. Pick us off one by one." He moved toward Carmichael nervously. "Let's get out of here." "Hear them?" Carmichael said. "They're mad. They don't like us." The four men retreated, backing away. Gradually the tiny figures stopped following, pausing to reorganize their lines. "It's lucky for us we have our suits on," Groves said. "This isn't funny anymore." Siller bent down and pulled up a clump of weeds. He tossed the clump at the line of knights. They scattered. "Let's go," Bassett said. "Let's leave." "Leave?" "Let's get out of here." Bassett was pale. "I can't believe it. Must be some kind of hypnosis. Some kind of control of our minds. It can't be real." Siller caught his arm. "Are you all right? What's the matter?" Bassett's face was contorted strangely. "I can't accept it," he muttered thickly. Shakes the whole fabric of the universe, all basic beliefs. Why? What do you mean? Groves put his hand on Bassett's shoulder. Take it easy, Doctor. But, General, I know what you're thinking, but it can't be. There must be some rational explanation. There has to be. A fairy tale, Bassett muttered. A story. Coincidence. The story was a social satire, nothing more. A social satire, a work of fiction. It just seems like this place. The resemblance is only... What are you two talking about? Carmichael said. This place, Bassett pulled away. We've got to get out of here. We're caught in a mind web of some sort. What's he talking about? Carmichael looked from Bassett to Groves. Do you know where we are? We can't be there, Bassett said. Where? He made it up. A fairy tale. A child's tale. No, a social satire, to be exact, Groves said. What are they talking about, sir? Siller said to Commander Carmichael. Do you know? Carmichael grunted. A slow light dawned in his face. What? Do you know where we are, sir? Let's get back to the globe, Carmichael said. Groves paced nervously. He stopped by the port, looking out intently, peering into the distance. More coming, Bassett said. Lots more. What are they doing out there now? Still working on their tower. The little people were erecting a tower, a scaffolding up the side of the globe. Hundreds of them were working together, knights, archers, even women and boys. Horses and oxen, pulling tiny carts, were drawing supplies from the city. A shrill hubbub penetrated the Rexinoid hull of the globe, filtering to the 4 men inside. Well, Carmichael said, what'll we do, go back? I've had enough, Groves said. All I want now is to go back to Terra. Where are we? Siller demanded for the 10th time. Doc, you know. Tell me, damn it. All 3 of you know. Why won't you say? Because we want to keep our sanity, Bassett said, his teeth clenched. That's why. I'd sure like to know, Siller murmured. If we went over in the corner, would you tell me? Bassett shook his head. Don't bother me, Major. It just can't be, Groves said. How could it be? And if we leave, we'll never know. We'll never be sure. It'll haunt us all our lives. Were we really here? Does this place really exist? And is this place really... There was a second place, Carmichael said abruptly. A second place? In the story. A place where the people were big. Bassett nodded. Yes, it was called... what? Brobdingnag. Brobdingnag. Maybe it exists too. Then you really think this is... Doesn't it fit his description? Bassett waved toward the port. Isn't that what he described? Everything small, tiny soldiers, little walled cities, oxen, horses, knights, kings, pennants, drawbridge, moat, and their damn towers, always building towers and shooting arrows. Doc, Siller said, whose description? No answer. Could you whisper it to me? I don't see how it can be, Carmichael said flatly. I remember the book. Of course, I read it when I was a child, as we all did. Later on, I realized it was a satire of the manners of the times. But good Lord, it's either one or the other, not a real place. Maybe he had a sixth sense. Maybe he really was there, here, in a vision. Maybe he had a vision. They say that he was supposed to have been psychotic toward the end. Brobdingnag. The other place. Carmichael pondered. If this exists, maybe that exists. It might tell us, we might know for sure, some sort of verification. Yes, our theory, hypothesis. We predict that it should exist too. Its existence would be a kind of proof. The L theory which predicts the existence of B. We've got to be sure, Bassett said. If we go back without being sure, we'll always wonder. When we are fighting the Ganymedians, we'll stop suddenly and wonder, was I really there? Does it really exist? All these years we thought it was just a story, but now... Groves walked over to the control board and sat down. He studied the dials intently. Carmichael sat down beside him. See this, Groves said, touching the big central meter with his finger. The reading is up to Liu, 100. Remember where it was when we started? Of course. At Nancy, at 0. Why? Nancy is neutral position. Our starting position back on Terra. We've gone the limit one way. Carmichael Bassett is right. We've got to find out. We can't go back to Terra without knowing if this really is... You know. You want to throw it back all the way? Not stop at 0? Go on to the other end? To the other Liu? Groves nodded. All right. The commander let his breath out slowly. I agree with you. I want to know, too. I have to know. Dr. Bassett. Groves brought the doctor over to the board. We're not going back to Terra, not yet. The two of us want to go on. On? Bassett's face twitched. You mean on beyond? To the other side? They nodded. There was silence. Outside the globe, the pounding and ringing had ceased. The tower had almost reached the level of the port. We must know, Groves said. I'm for it, Bassett said. Good, Carmichael said. I wish one of you would tell me what it is you're talking about, Siller said plaintively. Can't you tell me? Then here goes. Groves took hold of the switch. He held it for a moment, sitting silently. Are we ready? Ready, Bassett said. Groves threw the switch all the way down. Shapes, enormous and confused. The globe floundered, trying to right itself. Again they were falling, sliding about. The globe was lost in a sea of vague, misty forms, immense, dim figures that moved on all sides of them, beyond the port. Bassett stared out, his jaws slack. What? Faster and faster the globe fell. Everything was diffused, unformed. Shapes like shadows drifted and flowed outside, shapes so huge that their outlines were lost. Sir, Siller muttered. Commander, hurry, look. Carmichael made his way to the port. They were in a world of giants. A towering figure walked past them, a torso so large that they could see only a portion of it. There were other shapes, but so vast and dim they could not be identified. All around the globe was a roaring, a deep undercurrent of sound like the waves of a monstrous ocean, an echoing sound, a booming that tossed and bounced the globe around and around. Groves looked up at Bassett and Carmichael. Then it's true, Bassett said. This confirms it. I can't believe it, Carmichael said, but this is the proof we asked for. Here it is, out there. Outside the globe, something was coming closer, coming ponderously toward them. Siller gave a sudden shout, moving back from the port. He grabbed up the Boris gun, his face ashen. Groves, Bassett cried. Throw it to neutral, quick, we've got to get away. Carmichael pushed Siller's gun down. He grinned fixedly at him. Sorry, this time it's too small. A hand was reached toward them, a hand so large that it blotted out the light. Fingers, skin with gaping pores, nails, great tufts of hair. The globe shuddered as the hand closed around them from all sides. General, quick! Then it was gone. The pressure ceased, winking out. Beyond the port was nothing. The dials were in motion again, the pointer rising up toward Nancy, toward neutral, toward Terra. Bassett breathed a sigh of relief. He removed his helmet and mopped his forehead. We got away, Groves said, just in time. A hand, Siller said, reaching for us. A big hand. Where were we? Tell me. Carmichael sat down beside Groves. They looked silently at each other. Carmichael grunted. We mustn't tell anyone. No one. They wouldn't believe us, and anyhow it would be very damaging if they did. A society can't learn something like this. Too much would totter. He must have seen it in a vision. Then he wrote it up as a children's story. He knew he could never put it down as fact. Something like that. So, it really exists. Both exist. And perhaps others. Wonderland, Oz, Pellucidar, Erewhon, all the fantasies, dreams. Groves put his hand on the commander's arm. Take it easy. We'll simply tell them the ship didn't work. As far as they're concerned, we didn't go anywhere, right? Right. Already the vidscreen was sputtering, coming to life. An image was forming. Right, we won't say anything. Just the four of us will know. He glanced at Siller. Just the three of us, I mean. On the vidscreen, the image of the Senate leader was fully formed. Commander Carmichael, are you safe? Were you able to land? Mars sent us no report. Is your crew all right? Bassett peered out the port. We're hanging about a mile up from the city, Terra City, dropping slowly down. The sky is full of ships. We don't need help, do we? No, Carmichael said. He began to fire the brake rocket slowly, easing the ship down. Someday, when the war is over, Bassett said, I want to ask the Ganymedeans about this. I'd like to find out the whole story. Maybe you'll get your chance, Groves said, suddenly sobered. That's right, Ganymede. Our chance to win the war certainly fizzled. The Senate leader is going to be disappointed, Carmichael said grimly. You may get your wish very soon, Doctor. The war will probably be over shortly, now that we're back. empty-handed. The slender, yellow Ganymedean moved slowly into the room, his robes slithering across the floor after him. He stopped, bowing. Commander Carmichael nodded stiffly. "I was told to come here," the Ganymedean lisped softly. "They tell me that some of our property is in this laboratory." "That's right." "If there are no objections, we would like to—" "Go ahead and take it." "Good. I am glad to see there is no animosity on your part. Now that we are all friends again, I hope that we can work together, in harmony, on an equal basis of—" Carmichael turned abruptly away, walking toward the door. "Your property is this way. Come along." The Ganymedean followed him into the central lab building. There, resting silently in the center of the vast room, was the globe. Groves came over. "I see they've come for it." "Here it is," Carmichael said to the Ganymedean. "Your spaceship. Take it." "Our time ship, you mean?" Groves and Carmichael jerked. "Your what?" The Ganymedean smiled quietly. "Our time ship." He indicated the globe. "There it is. May I begin moving it onto our transport?" "Get Bassett," Carmichael said. "Quick." Groves hurried from the room. A moment later he returned with Dr. Bassett. "Doctor, this Gany is after his property." Carmichael took a deep breath. His time machine." Bassett leaped. "His what? His time machine?" His face twitched. Suddenly he backed away. "This, a time machine? Not what we... not—" Groves calmed himself with an effort. He addressed the Ganymedean as casually as he could, standing to one side, a little dismayed. "May we ask you a couple of questions before you take your time ship?" "Of course, I will answer as best I can." "This globe, it goes through time, not space. It's a time machine, goes into the past, into the future?" "That is correct." "I see. And Nancy on the dial, that's the present?" "Yes." "The upward reading is the past?" "Yes." "The downward reading is the future, then?" "One more thing, just one more. A person going back into the past would find that because of the expansion of the universe—" The Ganymedean reacted. A smile crossed his face, a subtle, knowing smile. "Then you have tried out the ship?" Groves nodded. "You went into the past and found everything much smaller? Reduced in size?" "That's right. Because the universe is expanding, and the future, everything increased in size, expanded." "Yes." The Ganymedean's smile broadened. "It is a shock, is it not? You are astonished to find your world reduced in size, populated by minute beings. But size, of course, is relative, as you discover when you go into the future." "So that's it." Groves let out his breath. "Well, that's all. You can have your ship." "Time travel," the Ganymedean said regretfully, "is not a successful undertaking. The past is too small, the future too expanded. We considered this ship a failure." The Gany touched the globe with his feeler. "We could not imagine why you wanted it. It was even suggested that you stole the ship to use—" The Gany smiled. "To use to reach your colonies in deep space. But that would have been too amusing. We could not really believe that." No one said anything. The Gany made a whistling signal. A work crew came filing in and began to load the globe onto an enormous flat truck. "So that's it," Groves muttered. "It was Terra all the time. And those people, they were our ancestors." "About 15th century," Bassett said, "or so I'd say by their costumes. Middle Ages." They looked at each other. Suddenly Carmichael laughed. "And we thought we were at—" "I knew it was only a child's story," Bassett said. "A social satire," Groves corrected him. Silently they watched the Ganymedeans trundle their globe out of the building, onto the waiting cargo ship. Nanny. "When I look back," Mary Fields said, "I marvel that we ever could have grown up without a nanny to take care of us." There was no doubt that Nanny had changed the whole life of the Fields house since she had come. From the time the children opened their eyes in the morning to their last sleepy nod at night, Nanny was in there with them, watching them, hovering about them, seeing that all their wants were taken care of. Mr. Fields knew when he went to the office that his kids were safe, perfectly safe. And Mary was relieved of a countless procession of chores and worries. She did not have to wake the children up, dress them, see that they were washed, ate their meals, or anything else. She did not even have to take them to school. And after school, if they did not come right home, she did not have to pace back and forth in anxiety, worried that something had happened to them. Not that Nanny spoiled them, of course. When they demanded something absurd or harmful, a whole store full of candy or a policeman's motorcycle, Nanny's will was like iron. Like a good shepherd, she knew when to refuse the flock its wishes. Both children loved her. Once when Nanny had to be sent to the repair shop, they cried and cried without stopping. Neither their mother nor their father could console them. But at last Nanny was back again, and everything was all right, and just in time. Mrs. Fields was exhausted. "Lord," she said, throwing herself down, "what would we do without her?" Mr. Fields looked up. "Without who?" "Without Nanny." "Heaven only knows," Mr. Fields said. After Nanny had aroused the children from sleep by emitting a soft, musical whir a few feet from their heads, she made certain that they were dressed and down at the breakfast table promptly, with faces clean and dispositions unclouded. If they were cross, Nanny allowed them the pleasure of riding downstairs on her back. Coveted pleasure, almost like a roller coaster, with Bobby and Jean hanging on for dear life, and Nanny flowing down step by step in the funny rolling way she had. Nanny did not prepare breakfast, of course. That was all done by the kitchen. But she remained to see that the children ate properly, and then when breakfast was over she supervised their preparations for school. And after they had got their books together and were all brushed and neat, her most important job, seeing that they were safe on the busy streets. There were many hazards in the city, quite enough to keep Nanny watchful. The swift rocket cruisers that swept along carrying businessmen to work. The time a bully had tried to hurt Bobby. One quick push from Nanny's starboard grapple, and away he went, howling for all he was worth. And the time a drunk started talking to Jean with heaven knows what in mind. Nanny tipped him into the gutter with one nudge of her powerful metal side. Sometimes the children would linger in front of a store. Nanny would have to prod them gently, urging them on. Or if, as sometimes happened, the children were late to school, Nanny would put them on her back and fairly speed along the sidewalk, her treads buzzing and flapping at a great rate. After school, Nanny was with them constantly, supervising their play, watching over them, protecting them, and at last, when it began to get dark and late, dragging them away from their games and turned in the direction of home. Sure enough, just as dinner was being set on the table, there was Nanny, herding Bobby and Jean in through the front door, clicking and whirring admonishingly at them, just in time for dinner, a quick run to the bathroom to wash their faces and hands. And at night, Mrs. Fields was silent, frowning just a little. At night, "Tom," she said. Her husband looked up from his paper. "What?" "I've been meaning to talk to you about something. It's very odd, something I don't understand. Of course, I don't know anything about mechanical things. But, Tom, at night when we're all asleep and the house is quiet, Nanny—" There was a sound. "Mommy!" Jean and Bobby came scampering into the living room, their faces flushed with pleasure. "Mommy, we raced Nanny all the way home and we won." "We won," Bobby said. "We beat her." "We ran a lot faster than she did," Jean said. "Where is Nanny, children?" Mrs. Fields asked. "She's coming. Hello, Daddy." "Hello, kids," Tom Fields said. He cocked his head to one side, listening. From the front porch came an odd scraping sound, an unusual whir and scrape. He smiled. "That's Nanny," Bobby said. And into the room came Nanny. Mr. Fields watched her. She had always intrigued him. The only sound in the room was her metal treads scraping against the hardwood floor, a peculiar rhythmic sound. Nanny came to a halt in front of him, stopping a few feet away. Two unwinking photocell eyes appraised him, eyes on flexible wire stalks. The stalks moved speculatively, weaving slightly. Then they withdrew. Nanny was built in the shape of a sphere, a large metal sphere flattened on the bottom. Her surface had been sprayed with a dull green enamel which had become chipped and gouged through wear. There was not much visible in addition to the eye stalks. The treads could not be seen. On each side of the hull was the outline of a door. From these the magnetic grapples came when they were needed. The front of the hull came to a point, and there the metal was reinforced. The extra plates, welded both fore and aft, made her look almost like a weapon of war, a tank of some kind, or a ship, a rounded metal ship that had come up on land, or like an insect, a sowbug as they are called. "Come on," Bobby shouted. Abruptly, Nanny moved, spinning slightly as her treads gripped the floor and turned her around. One of her side doors opened. A long metal rod shot out. Playfully, Nanny caught Bobby's arm with her grapple and drew him to her. She perched him on her back. Bobby's legs straddled the metal hull. He kicked with his heels excitedly, jumping up and down. "Race you around the block," Jean shouted. "Get up," Bobby cried. Nanny moved away, out of the room with him. A great round bug of whirring metal and relays, clicking photocells and tubes. Jean ran beside her. There was silence. The parents were alone again. "Isn't she amazing?" Mrs. Fields said. "Of course robots are a common sight these days, certainly more so than a few years ago. You see them everywhere you go, behind counters in stores, driving buses, digging ditches." "But Nanny is different," Tom Fields murmured. She's not like a machine. She's like a person, a living person. But after all, she's much more complex than any other kind. She has to be. They say she's even more intricate than the kitchen." "We certainly paid enough for her," Tom said. "Yes," Mary Fields murmured. "She's very much like a living creature." There was a strange note in her voice. "Very much so." "She sure takes care of the kids," Tom said, returning to his newspaper. "But I'm worried." Mary put her coffee cup down, frowning. They were eating dinner. It was late. The two children had been sent up to bed. Mary touched her mouth with her napkin. "Tom, I'm worried. I wish you'd listen to me." Tom Fields blinked. "Worried? What about?" "About her, about Nanny." "Why?" I don't know." "You mean we're going to have to repair her again? We just got through fixing her. What is it this time? If those kids didn't get her to—" "It's not that." "What then?" For a long time, his wife did not answer. Abruptly, she got up from the table and walked across the room to the stairs. She peered up, staring into the darkness. Tom watched her, puzzled. "What's the matter?" "I want to be sure she can't hear us." "She? Nanny?" Mary came toward him. "Tom, I woke up again last night. Because of the sounds. I heard them again, the same sounds, the sounds I heard before. And you told me it didn't mean anything." Tom gestured. "It doesn't. What does it mean?" "I don't know. That's what worries me. But after we're all asleep, she comes downstairs. She leaves their room. She slips down the stairs as quietly as she can as soon as she's sure we're all asleep." "But why?" "I don't know. Last night I heard her going down, slithering down the stairs, quiet as a mouse. I heard her moving around down here. And then—" "Then what?" "Tom, then I heard her go out the back door. Outside the house. She went into the backyard. That was all I heard for a while." Tom rubbed his jaw. "Go on." "I listened. I sat up in bed. You were asleep, of course, sound asleep. No use trying to wake you. I got up and went to the window. I lifted the shade and looked out. She was out there, out in the backyard." "What was she doing?" "I don't know." Mary Fields's face was lined with worry. "I don't know. What in the world would a nanny be doing outside, at night, in the backyard?" It was dark, terribly dark, but the infrared filter clicked into place, and the darkness vanished. The metal shape moved forward, easing through the kitchen, its treads half retracted for greatest quiet. It came to the back door and halted, listening. There was no sound. The house was still. They were all asleep upstairs, sound asleep. The nanny pushed and the back door opened. It moved out onto the porch, letting the door close gently behind it. The night air was thin and cold, and full of smells, all the strange tingling smells of the night, when spring has begun to change into summer, when the ground is still moist and the hot July sun has not had a chance to kill all the little growing things. The nanny went down the steps, onto the cement path. Then it moved cautiously onto the lawn, the wet blades of grass slapping its sides. After a time it stopped, rising up on its back treads. Its front part jutted up into the air. Its eye stalks stretched, rigid and taut, waving very slightly. Then it settled back down and continued its motion, forward. It was just going around the peach tree, coming back toward the house, when the noise came. It stopped instantly, alert. Its side doors fell away, and its grapples ran out their full lengths, lithe and wary. On the other side of the board fence, beyond the row of Shasta daisies, something had stirred. The nanny peered, clicking filters rapidly. Only a few faint stars winked in the sky overhead. But it saw, and that was enough. On the other side of the fence, a second nanny was moving, making its way softly through the flowers, coming toward the fence. It was trying to make as little noise as possible. Both nannies stopped, suddenly unmoving, regarding each other. The green nanny waiting in its own yard, the blue prowler that had been coming toward the fence. The blue prowler was a larger nanny, built to manage 2 young boys. Its sides were dented and warped from use, but its grapples were still strong and powerful. In addition to the usual reinforced plates across its nose, there was a gouge of tough steel, a jutting jaw that was already sliding into position ready and able. Mecco Products, its manufacturer, had lavished attention on this jaw construction. It was their trademark, their unique feature. Their ads, their brochures stressed the massive frontal scoop mounted on all their models. And there was an optional assist, a cutting-edge, power-driven, that at extra cost could easily be installed in their luxury line models. This blue nanny was so equipped. Moving cautiously ahead, the blue nanny reached the fence. It stopped and carefully inspected the boards. They were thin and rotted, put up a long time ago. It pushed its hard head against the wood. The fence gave, splintering and ripping. At once, the green nanny rose on its back treads, its grapples leaping out. A fierce joy filled it, a bursting excitement, the wild frenzy of battle. The two closed, rolling silently on the ground, their grapples locked. Neither made any noise, the blue Mecco Products nanny nor the smaller, lighter, pale green Service Industries, Inc. nanny. On and on they fought, hugged tightly together, the great jaw trying to push underneath, into the soft treads, and the green nanny trying to hook its metal point into the eyes that gleamed fitfully against its side. The green nanny had the disadvantage of being a medium-priced model. It was outclassed and outweighed, but it fought grimly, furiously. On and on they struggled, rolling in the wet soil, without sound of any kind, performing the wrathful, ultimate task for which each had been designed. "I can't imagine," Mary Fields murmured, shaking her head. "I just don't know." "Do you suppose some animal did it?" Tom conjectured. "Are there any big dogs in the neighborhood?" "No. There was a big red Irish setter, but they moved away to the country. That was Mr. Petty's dog." The two of them watched, troubled and disturbed. Nanny lay at rest by the bathroom door, watching Bobby to make sure he brushed his teeth. The green hull was twisted and bent. One eye had been shattered, the glass knocked out, splintered. One grapple no longer retracted completely. It hung forlornly out of its little door, dragging uselessly. "I just don't understand," Mary repeated. "I'll call the repair place and see what they say. Tom, it must have happened sometime during the night, while we were asleep. The noises I heard—" "Shh," Tom muttered warningly. Nanny was coming toward them, away from the bathroom. Clicking and whirring raggedly, she passed them, a limping green tub of metal that emitted an unrhythmic grating sound. Tom and Mary Fields unhappily watched her as she lumbered slowly into the living room. "I wonder," Mary murmured. "Wonder what?" "I wonder if this will happen again." She glanced up suddenly at her husband, eyes full of worry. "You know how the children love her, and they need her so. They just wouldn't be safe without her, would they?" "Maybe it won't happen again," Tom said soothingly. "Maybe it was an accident." But he didn't believe it. He knew better. What had happened was no accident. From the garage he backed his surface cruiser, maneuvered it until its loading entrance was locked against the rear door of the house. It took only a moment to load the sagging, dented nanny inside. Within 10 minutes, he was on his way across town to the repair and maintenance department of Service Industries, Inc. The serviceman, in grease-stained white overalls, met him at the entrance. "Troubles?" he asked wearily. Behind him, in the depths of the block-long building, stood rows of battered nannies in various stages of disassembly. "What seems to be the matter this time?" Tom said nothing. He ordered the nanny out of the cruiser and waited while the serviceman examined it for himself. Shaking his head, the serviceman crawled to his feet and wiped grease from his hands. "That's going to run into money," he said. "The whole neural transmission's out." His throat dry, Tom demanded, Ever see anything like this before? It didn't break, you know that. It was demolished. Sure, the serviceman agreed tonelessly. It pretty much got taken down a peg. On the basis of those missing chunks, he indicated the dented anterior hull sections. I'd guess it was one of Mecco's new jaw models. Tom Fields' blood stopped moving in his veins. Then this isn't new to you, he said softly, his chest constricting. This goes on all the time. Well, Mecco just put out that jaw model. It's not half bad. Costs about twice what this model ran. Of course, the serviceman added thoughtfully, we have an equivalent. We can match their best and for less money. Keeping his voice as calm as possible, Tom said, I want this one fixed. I'm not getting another. I'll do what I can, but it won't be the same as it was. The damage goes pretty deep. I'd advise you to trade it in. You can get damn near what you paid. With the new models coming out in a month or so, the salesmen are eager as hell to... Let me get this straight. Shakily, Tom Fields lit up a cigarette. You people really don't want to fix these, do you? You want to sell brand new ones when these break down. He eyed the repairman intently. Break down or are knocked down. The repairman shrugged. It seems like a waste of time to fix it up. It's going to get finished off anyhow soon. He kicked the misshapen green hull with his boot. This model is around 3 years old. Mister, it's obsolete. Fix it up, Tom grated. He was beginning to see the whole picture. His self-control was about to snap. I'm not getting a new one. I want this one fixed. Sure, the serviceman said, resigned. He began making out a work order sheet. We'll do our best, but don't expect miracles. While Tom Fields was jerkily signing his name to the sheet, 2 more damaged nannies were brought into the repair building. When can I get it back, he demanded. It'll take a couple of days, the mechanic said, nodding toward the rows of semi-repaired nannies behind him. As you can see, he added leisurely, we're pretty well full up. I'll wait, Tom said tautly, even if it takes a month. Let's go to the park, Jean cried. So they went to the park. It was a lovely day, with the sun shining down hotly and the grass and flowers blowing in the wind. The 2 children strolled along the gravel path, breathing the warm-scented air, taking deep breaths and holding the presence of roses and hydrangeas and orange blossoms inside them as long as possible. They passed through a swaying grove of dark, rich cedars. The ground was soft with mold underfoot, the velvet-moist fur of a living world beneath their feet. Beyond the cedars, where the sun returned and the blue sky flashed back into being, a great green lawn stretched out. Behind them Nanny came, trudging slowly, her treads clicking noisily. The dragging grapple had been repaired, and a new optic unit had been installed in place of the damaged one. But the smooth coordination of the old days was lacking, and the clean-cut lines of her hull had not been restored. Occasionally she halted, and the 2 children halted too, waiting impatiently for her to catch up with them. What's the matter, Nanny? Bobby asked her. Something's wrong with her, Jean complained. She's been all funny since last Wednesday, real slow and funny, and she was gone for a while. She was in the repair shop, Bobby announced. I guess she got sort of tired. She's old, Daddy says. I heard him and Mommy talking. A little sadly they continued on, with Nanny painfully following. Now they had come to benches placed here and there on the lawn, with people languidly dozing in the sun. On the grass lay a young man, a newspaper over his face, his coat rolled up under his head. They crossed carefully around him, so as not to step on him. There's the lake, Jean shouted, her spirits returning. The great field of grass sloped gradually down, lower and lower. At the far end, the lowest end, lay a path, a gravel trail, and beyond that a blue lake. The 2 children scampered excitedly, filled with anticipation. They hurried faster and faster down the carefully graded slope, Nanny struggling miserably to keep up with them. The lake! Last one there's a dead Martian stinko bug. Breathlessly they rushed across the path onto the tiny strip of green bank against which the water lapped. Bobby threw himself down on his hands and knees, laughing and panting and peering down into the water. Jean settled down beside him, smoothing her dress tidily into place. Deep in the cloudy blue water some tadpoles and minnows moved, minute artificial fish too small to catch. At one end of the lake some children were floating boats with flapping white sails. At a bench a fat man sat laboriously reading a book, a pipe jammed in his mouth. A young man and woman strolled along the edge of the lake together, arm in arm, intent on each other, oblivious of the world around them. "I wish we had a boat," Bobby said wistfully. Grinding and clashing, Nanny managed to make her way across the path and up to them. She stopped, settling down, retracting her treads. She did not stir. One eye, the good eye, reflected the sunlight. The other had not been synchronized. It gaped with futile emptiness. She had managed to shift most of her weight on her less damaged side, but her motion was bad and uneven and slow. There was a smell about her, an odor of burning oil and friction. Jean studied her. Faintly she patted the bent green side sympathetically. "Poor Nanny. What did you do, Nanny? What happened to you? Were you in a wreck?" "Let's push Nanny in," Bobby said lazily, "and see if she can swim. Can a Nanny swim?" Jean said no, because she was too heavy. She would sink to the bottom, and they would never see her again. "Then we won't push her in," Bobby agreed. For a time there was silence. Overhead, a few birds fluttered past, plump specks streaking swiftly across the sky. A small boy on a bicycle came riding hesitantly along the gravel path, his front wheel wobbling. "I wish I had a bicycle," Bobby murmured. The boy careened on past. Across the lake the fat man stood up and knocked his pipe against the bench. He closed his book and sauntered off along the path, wiping his perspiring forehead with a vast red handkerchief. "What happens to nannies when they get old?" Bobby asked wonderingly. "What do they do? Where do they go?" "They go to heaven." Jean lovingly thumped the green-dented hull with her hand. "Just like everybody else." "Are nannies born? Were there always nannies?" Bobby had begun to conjecture on ultimate cosmic mysteries. Maybe there was a time before there were nannies. I wonder what the world was like in the days before nannies lived. "Of course there were always nannies," Jean said impatiently. "If there weren't, where did they come from?" Bobby couldn't answer that. He meditated for a time, but presently he became sleepy. He was really too young to solve such problems. His eyelids became heavy and he yawned. Both he and Jean lay on the warm grass by the edge of the lake, watching the sky and the clouds, listening to the wind moving through the grove of cedar trees. Beside them the battered green nanny rested and recuperated her meager strength. A little girl came slowly across the field of grass, a pretty child in a blue dress with a bright ribbon in her long, dark hair. She was coming toward the lake. "Look," Jean said. "There's Phyllis Casworthy. She has an orange nanny." They watched, interested. "Who ever heard of an orange nanny?" Bobby said, disgusted. The girl and her nanny crossed the path a short distance down and reached the edge of the lake. She and her orange nanny halted, gazing around at the water and the white sails of toy boats, the mechanical fish. "Her nanny is bigger than ours," Jean observed. "That's true," Bobby admitted. He thumped the green side loyally. "But ours is nicer, isn't she?" Their nanny did not move. Surprised, he turned to look. The green nanny stood rigid, taut. Its better eye stalk was far out, staring at the orange nanny fixedly, unwinkingly. "What's the matter?" Bobby asked uncomfortably. "Nanny, what's the matter?" Jean echoed. The green nanny whirred as its gears meshed. Its treads dropped and locked into place with a sharp metallic snap. Slowly its doors retracted, and its grapples slithered out. "Nanny, what are you doing?" Jean scrambled nervously to her feet. Bobby leaped up too. "Nanny, what's going on?" "Let's go," Jean said, frightened. "Let's go home." "Come on, Nanny," Bobby ordered. "We're going home now." The green nanny moved away from them. It was totally unaware of their existence. Down the lakeside, the other nanny, the great orange nanny, detached itself from the little girl and began to flow. "Nanny, you come back," the little girl's voice came, shrill and apprehensive. Jean and Bobby rushed up the sloping lawn, away from the lake. "She'll come," Bobby said. "Nanny, please come." But the nanny did not come. The orange nanny neared. It was huge, much more immense than the blue Mecco jaw model that had come into the backyard that night. That one now lay scattered in pieces on the far side of the fence, hull ripped open, its parts strewn everywhere. This nanny was the largest the green nanny had ever seen. The green nanny moved awkwardly to meet it, raising its grapples and preparing its internal shields. But the orange nanny was unbending a square arm of metal mounted on a long cable. The metal arm whipped out, rising high in the air. It began to whirl in a circle, gathering ominous velocity, faster and faster. The green nanny hesitated. It retreated, moving uncertainly away from the swinging mace of metal. And as it rested warily, unhappily, trying to make up its mind, the other leaped. "Nanny!" Jean screamed. "Nanny! Nanny!" The two metal bodies rolled furiously in the grass, fighting and struggling desperately. Again and again the metal mace came, bashing wildly into the green side. The warm sun shone benignly down on them. The surface of the lake eddied gently in the wind. "Nanny!" Bobby screamed, helplessly jumping up and down. But there was no response from the frenzied, twisting mass of crashing orange and green. "What are you going to do?" Mary Fields asked, tight-lipped and pale. "You stay here." Tom grabbed up his coat and threw it on. He yanked his hat down from the closet shelf and strode toward the front door. "Where are you going?" "Is the cruiser out front?" Tom pulled open the front door and made his way out onto the porch. The two children, miserable and trembling, watched him fearfully. "Yes," Mary murmured, "it's out front. But where—" Tom turned abruptly to the children. "You're sure she's dead?" Bobby nodded. His face was streaked with grimy tears. "Pieces all over the lawn." Tom nodded grimly. "I'll be right back. And don't worry at all. You three stay here." He strode down the front steps, down the walk to the parked cruiser. A moment later they heard him drive furiously away. He had to go to several agencies before he found what he wanted. Service Industries had nothing he could use. He was through with them. It was at Allied Domestic that he saw exactly what he was looking for, displayed in their luxurious, well-lighted window. They were just closing, but the clerk let him inside when he saw the expression on his face. "I'll take it," Tom said, reaching into his coat for his checkbook. "Which one, sir?" the clerk faltered. "The big one. The big black one in the window, with the 4 arms and the ram in front." The clerk beamed, his face aglow with pleasure. "Yes, sir," he cried, whipping out his order pad. "The Imperator Deluxe, with power beam focus. Did you want the optional high-velocity grapple lock? And the remote control feedback? At moderate cost, we can equip her with a visual report screen. You can follow the situation from the comfort of your own living room." "The situation?" Tom said thickly. "As she goes into action." The clerk began writing rapidly. "And I mean action. This model warms up and closes in on its adversary within 15 seconds of the time it's activated. You can't find faster reaction in any single-unit models, ours or anybody else's. 6 months ago they said 15 seconds closing was a pipe dream." The clerk laughed excitedly. "But science goes on." A strange, cold numbness settled over Tom Fields. "Listen," he said, hoarsely. Grabbing the clerk by the lapel, he yanked him closer. The order pad fluttered away. The clerk gulped with surprise and fright. "Listen to me," Tom grated. "You're building these things bigger all the time, aren't you? Every year, new models, new weapons. You and all the other companies, building them with improved equipment to destroy each other." "Oh," the clerk squeaked indignantly. "Allied Domestics models are never destroyed. Banged up a little now and then, perhaps. But you show me one of our models that's been put out of commission." With dignity he retrieved his order pad and smoothed down his coat. "No, sir," he said emphatically. "Our models survive. Why, I saw a 7-year-old Allied running around, an old Model 3S, dented a bit, perhaps, but plenty of fire left. I'd like to see one of those cheap Protectocorp models try to tangle with that." Controlling himself with an effort, Tom asked, "But why? What's it all for? What's the purpose in this competition between them?" The clerk hesitated. Uncertainly, he began again with his order pad. "Yes, sir," he said. "Competition. You put your finger right on it. Successful competition, to be exact. Allied Domestic doesn't meet competition. It demolishes it." It took a second for Tom Fields to react. Then understanding came. "I see," he said. "In other words, every year these things are obsolete, no good, not large enough, not powerful enough. And if they're not replaced, if I don't get a new one, a more advanced model—" "Your present Nanny was, the loser?" The clerk smiled knowingly. "Your present model was perhaps slightly anachronistic. It failed to meet present-day standards of competition. It, failed to come out at the end of the day?" "It never came home," Tom said thickly. "Yes, it was demolished. I fully understand. Very common. You see, sir, you don't have a choice. It's nobody's fault, sir. Don't blame us. Don't blame Allied Domestic. But, Tom said harshly, when one is destroyed, that means you sell another one. That means a sale for you, money in the cash register. True, but we all have to meet contemporary standards of excellence. We can't let ourselves fall behind. As you saw, sir, if you don't mind my saying so, you saw the unfortunate consequences of falling behind. Yes, Tom agreed, in an almost inaudible voice. They told me not to have her repaired. They said I should replace her. The clerk's confident, smugly beaming face seemed to expand. Like a miniature sun, it glowed happily, exultedly. But now you're all set up, sir. With this model, you're right up there in the front. Your worries are over, Mr. He halted expectantly. Your name, sir? To whom shall I make out this purchase order? Bobby and Jean watched with fascination as the delivery men lugged the enormous crate into the living room. Grunting and sweating, they set it down and straightened gratefully up. All right, Tom said crisply. Thanks. Not at all, mister. The delivery men stalked out, noisily closing the door after them. Daddy, what is it? Jean whispered. The two children came cautiously around the crate, wide-eyed and awed. You'll see in a minute. Tom, it's past their bedtime, Mary protested. Can't they look at it tomorrow? I want them to look at it now. Tom disappeared downstairs into the basement and returned with a screwdriver. Kneeling on the floor beside the crate, he began rapidly unscrewing the bolts that held it together. They can go to bed a little late for once. He removed the boards one by one, working expertly and calmly. At last, the final board was gone, propped up against the wall with the others. He unclipped the book of instructions and the 90-day warranty and handed them to Mary. Hold on to these. It's a nanny, Bobby cried. It's a huge, huge nanny. In the crate, the great black shape lay quietly like an enormous metal tortoise, encased in a coating of grease. Carefully checked, oiled, and fully guaranteed. Tom nodded. That's right. It's a nanny, a new nanny, to take the place of the old one. For us? Yes. Tom sat down in a nearby chair and lit a cigarette. Tomorrow morning we'll turn her on and warm her up. See how she runs. The children's eyes were like saucers. Neither of them could breathe or speak. But this time, Mary said, you must stay away from the park. Don't take her near the park, you hear? No, Tom contradicted. They can go in the park. Mary glanced uncertainly at him. But that orange thing might... Tom smiled grimly. It's fine with me if they go into the park. He leaned toward Bobby and Jean. You kids go into the park any time you want. And don't be afraid of anything or anyone. Remember that. He kicked the end of the massive crate with his toe. There isn't anything in the world you have to be afraid of. Not anymore. Bobby and Jean nodded, still gazing fixedly into the crate. All right, Daddy, Jean breathed. Boy, look at her, Bobby whispered. Just look at her. I can hardly wait till tomorrow. Mrs. Andrew Casworthy greeted her husband on the front steps of their attractive 3-story house, wringing her hands anxiously. What's the matter? Casworthy grunted, taking off his hat. With his pocket handkerchief he wiped sweat from his florid face. Lord, it was hot today. What's wrong? What is it? Andrew, I'm afraid... What the hell happened? Phyllis came home from the park today without her nanny. She was bent and scratched yesterday when Phyllis brought her home, and Phyllis is so upset I can't make out... Without her nanny? She came home alone, by herself, all alone. Slow rage suffused the man's heavy features. What happened? Something in the park, like yesterday. Something attacked her nanny, destroyed her. I can't get the story exactly straight, but something black, something huge and black. It must have been another nanny. Casworthy's jaw slowly jutted out. His thick-set face turned ugly dark red, a deep unwholesome flush that rose ominously and settled in place. Abruptly, he turned on his heel. Where are you going? His wife fluttered nervously. The paunchy, red-faced man stalked rapidly down the walk toward his sleek surface cruiser, already reaching for the door handle. I'm going to shop for another nanny, he muttered. The best damn nanny I can get, even if I have to go to 100 stores. I want the best, and the biggest. But dear, his wife began, hurrying apprehensively after him, can we really afford it? Wringing her hands together anxiously, she raced on. I mean, wouldn't it be better to wait? Until you've had time to think it over, perhaps. Maybe later on, when you're a little more calm. But Andrew Casworthy wasn't listening. Already the surface cruiser boiled with quick, eager life, ready to leap forward. Nobody's going to get ahead of me, he said grimly, his heavy lips twitching. I'll show them, all of them, even if I have to get a new size designed, even if I have to get one of those manufacturers to turn out a new model for me. And, oddly, he knew one of them would. Notes. All notes in italics are by Philip K. Dick. The year when the note was written appears in parentheses following the note. Most of these notes were written as story notes for the collections The Best of Philip K. Dick, published 1977, and The Golden Man, published 1980. A few were written at the request of editors publishing or reprinting a PKD story in a book or magazine. The first entry below is from an introduction written for the collection The Preserving Machine. When there is a date following the name of a story, it is the date the manuscript of that story was first received by Dick's agent, per the records of the Scott Meredith Literary Agency. Absence of a date means no record is available. Dick began working with the agency in mid-1952. The name of a magazine, followed by a month and year, indicates the first published appearance of a story. An alternate name following a story indicates Dick's original name for the story, as shown in the agency records. These 5 volumes include all of Philip K. Dick's short fiction, with the exception of short novels later published as or included in novels, childhood writings, and unpublished writings for which manuscripts have not been found. The stories are arranged as closely as possible in chronological order of composition. Research for this chronology was done by Greg Rickman and Paul Williams. The difference between a short story and a novel comes to this. A short story may deal with murder. A novel deals with the murderer, and his actions stem from a psyche, which, if the writer knows his craft, he has previously presented. The difference, therefore, between a novel and a short story is not length. For example, William Styron's The Long March is now published as a short novel, whereas originally in Discovery it was published as a long story. This means that if you read it in Discovery, you are reading a story, but if you pick up the paperback version, you are reading a novel. So much for that. There is one restriction in a novel not found in short stories: the requirement that the protagonist be liked enough or familiar enough to the reader, so that whatever the protagonist does, the readers would also do under the same circumstances, or in the case of escapist fiction, would like to do. In a story, it is not necessary to create such a reader identification character because 1, there is not enough room for such background material in a short story, and 2, since the emphasis is on the deed, not the doer, it really does not matter, within reasonable limits, of course, who, in a story, commits the murder. In a story, you learn about the characters from what they do. In a novel, it is the other way around. You have your characters, and then they do something idiosyncratic, emanating from their unique natures. So it can be said that events in a novel are unique, not found in other writings. But the same events occur over and over again in stories until at last a sort of code language is built up between the reader and the author. I am not sure that this is bad by any means. Further, a novel, in particular the SF novel, creates an entire world with countless petty details, petty perhaps to the characters in the novel, but vital for the reader to know, since out of these manifold details his comprehension of the entire fictional world is obtained. In a story, on the other hand, you are in a future world when soap operas come at you from every wall in the room, as Ray Bradbury once described. That one fact alone catapults the story out of mainstream fiction and into SF. What an SF story really requires is the initial premise, which cuts it off entirely from our present world. This break must be made in the reading of and the writing of all good fiction. A made-up world must be presented. But there is much more pressure on an SF writer, for the break is far greater than in, say, Paul's Case or Big Blonde, 2 varieties of mainstream fiction which will always be with us. It is in SF stories that SF action occurs. It is in SF novels that worlds occur. The stories in this collection are a series of events. Crisis is the key to story writing, a sort of brinkmanship in which the author mires his characters in happenings so sticky as to seem impossible of solution. And then he gets them out. Usually. He can get them out, that's what matters. But in a novel, the actions are so deeply rooted in the personality of the main character that to extricate him, the author would have to go back and rewrite his character. This need not happen in a story, especially a short one. Such long stories as Thomas Mann's Death in Venice are like the Styron piece, really short novels. The implication of all this makes clear why some SF writers can write stories but not novels, or novels but not stories. It is because anything can happen in a story. The author merely tailors his character to the event. So in terms of actions and events, the story is far less restrictive to the author than is a novel. As a writer builds up a novel-length piece, it slowly begins to imprison him, to take away his freedom. His own characters are taking over and doing what they want to do, not what he would like them to do. This is on one hand the strength of the novel, and on the other, its weakness. 1968. Stability, written 1947 or earlier, previously unpublished. Rogue, written 1151, fantasy and science fiction, February 1953, first sale. The first thing you do when you sell your first story is phone up your best friend and tell him, whereupon he hangs up on you, which puzzles you until you realize that he is trying to sell stories too and hasn't managed to do it. That sobers you, that reaction. But then when your wife comes home, you tell her, and she doesn't hang up on you. She is very pleased and excited. At the time I sold Rogue to Anthony Boucher at Fantasy and Science Fiction, I was managing a record store part-time and writing part-time. If anyone asked me what I did, I always said I'm a writer. This was in Berkeley in 1951. Everybody was a writer. No one had ever sold anything. In fact, most of the people I knew believed it to be crass and undignified to submit a story to a magazine. You wrote it, read it aloud to your friends, and finally it was forgotten. That was Berkeley in those days. Another problem for me in getting everyone to be awed was that my story was not a literary story in a little magazine, but an SF story. SF was not read by people in Berkeley in those days, except for a small group of fans who were very strange. They looked like animated vegetables. But what about your serious writing, people said to me. I was under the impression that Rogue was quite a serious story. It tells of fear, it tells of loyalty, it tells of obscure menace and a good creature who cannot convey knowledge of that menace to those he loves. What could be more serious a theme than this? What people really meant by serious was important. SF was, by definition, not important. I cringed over the weeks following my sale of Rogue as I realized the serious codes of behavior I had broken by selling my story, and an SF story at that. To make matters worse, I now had begun to nurse the delusion that I might be able to make a living as a writer. The fantasy in my head was that I could quit my job at the record store, buy a better typewriter, and write all the time, and still make the payments on my house. As soon as you start thinking that, they come for you and haul you away. It's for your own good. When you are discharged later on as cured, you no longer have that fantasy. You go back to work at the record store, or the supermarket, or polishing shoes. See, the thing is, being a writer is, well, it's like the time I asked a friend of mine what field he was going into when he got out of college, and he said, "I'm going to be a pirate." He was dead serious. The fact that Rogue sold was due to Tony Boucher outlining to me how the original version should be changed. Without his help, I'd still be in the record business. I mean that very seriously. At that time, Tony ran a little writing class working out of the living room of his home in Berkeley. He'd read our stories aloud, and we'd see not just that they were awful, but how they could be cured. Tony saw no point in simply making it clear that what you had written was no good. He assisted you in transmuting the thing into art. Tony knew what made up good writing. He charged you, get this, $1 a week for this. $1. If ever there was a good man in this world, it was Anthony Boucher. We really loved him. We used to get together once a week and play poker. Poker, opera, and writing were all equally important to Tony. I miss him very much. Back in 1974, I dreamed one night that I had passed across into the next world, and it was Tony who was waiting for me to show up there. Tears fill my eyes when I think of that dream. There he was, but transformed into Tony the Tiger, like in that breakfast cereal ad. In the dream he was filled with delight, and so was I. But it was a dream. Tony Boucher is gone. But I am still a writer, because of him. Whenever I sit down to start a novel or a story, a bit of the memory of that man returns to me. I guess he taught me to write out of love, not out of ambition. It's a good lesson for all activities in this world. This little story, Roog, is about an actual dog, like Tony, gone now. The dog's actual name was Snooper, and he believed as much in his work as I did in mine. His work, apparently, was to see that no one stole the food from the owner's garbage can. Snooper was laboring under the delusion that his owners considered the garbage valuable. Every day they'd carry out paper sacks of delicious food and carefully deposit them in a strong metal container, placing the lid down firmly. At the end of the week, the garbage can was full, whereupon the worst assortment of evil entities in the Sol system drove up in a huge truck and stole the food. Snooper knew which day of the week this happened on. It was always on Friday. So about 5 a.m. on Friday, Snooper would emit his first bark. My wife and I figured that was about the time the garbage men's alarm clocks were going off. Snooper knew when they left their houses. He could hear them. He was the only one who knew. Everybody else ignored what was afoot. Snooper must have thought he inhabited a planet of lunatics. His owners and everyone else in Berkeley could hear the garbage men coming, but no one did anything. His barking drove me out of my mind every week, but I was more fascinated by Snooper's logic than I was annoyed by his frantic efforts to rouse us. I asked myself, what must the world look like to that dog? Obviously, he doesn't see as we see. He has developed a complete system of beliefs, a worldview, totally different from ours, but logical, given the evidence he is basing it on. So here in a primitive form is the basis of much of my 27 years of professional writing. The attempt to get into another person's head or another creature's head and see out from his eyes or its eyes, and the more different that person is from the rest of us, the better. You start with the sentient entity and work outward, inferring its world. Obviously, you can't ever really know what its world is like, but I think you can make some pretty good guesses. I began to develop the idea that each creature lives in a world somewhat different from all the other creatures in their worlds. I still think this is true. To Snooper, garbage men were sinister and horrible. I think he literally saw them differently than we humans did. This notion about each creature viewing the world differently from all other creatures, not everyone would agree with me. Tony Boucher was very anxious to have a particular major anthologizer, whom we will call J.M., read Roog to see if she might use it. Her reaction astounded me. "Garbage men do not look like that," she wrote me. "They do not have pencil-thin necks and heads that wobble. They do not eat people." I think she listed something like 12 errors in the story, all having to do with how I represented the garbage men. I wrote back explaining that yes, she was right, but to a dog, well, all right, the dog was wrong. Admittedly, the dog was a little crazy on the subject. We're not just dealing with a dog and a dog's view of garbage men, but a crazy dog who has been driven crazy by these weekly raids on the garbage can. The dog has reached a point of desperation. I wanted to convey that. In fact, that was the whole point of the story. The dog had run out of options and was demented by this weekly event. And the Roogs knew it. They enjoyed it. They taunted the dog. They pandered to his lunacy. Miss J.M. rejected the story from her anthology, but Tony printed it, and it's still in print. In fact, it's in a high school textbook now. I spoke to a high school class who had been assigned the story, and all of the kids understood it. Interestingly, it was a blind student who seemed to grasp the story best. He knew from the beginning what the word Roog meant. He felt the dog's despair, the dog's frustrated fury, and the bitter sense of defeat over and over again. Maybe somewhere between 1951 and 1971, we all grew up to dangers and transformations of the ordinary which we had never recognized before. I don't know. But anyhow, Roog, my first sale, is biographical. I watched the dog suffer, and I understood a little, not much maybe, but a little, of what was destroying him, and I wanted to speak for him. That's the whole of it right there. Snooper couldn't talk. I could. In fact, I could write it down, and someone could publish it, and many people could read it. Writing fiction has to do with this, becoming the voice for those without voices, if you see what I mean. It's not your own voice, you the author. It is all those other voices which normally go unheard. The dog, Snooper, is dead, but the dog in the story, Boris, is alive. Tony Boucher is dead, and one day I will be, and alas, so will you. But when I was with that high school class, and we were discussing Rug, in 1971, exactly 20 years after I sold the story originally, Snooper's barking and his anguish, his noble efforts, were still alive, which he deserved. My story is my gift to an animal, to a creature who neither sees nor hears now, who no longer barks, but God damn it, he was doing the right thing, even if Miss J.M. didn't understand. Written 1978. I love this story, and I doubt if I write any better today than I did in 1951 when I wrote it. I just write longer. 1976. The Little Movement, Fantasy and Science Fiction, November 1952. Beyond Lies the Wub, Planet Stories, July 1952. My first published story in the most lurid of all pulp magazines on the stands at the time, Planet Stories. As I carried 4 copies into the record store where I worked, a customer gazed at me and them with dismay and said, "Phil, you read that kind of stuff?" I had to admit I not only read it, I wrote it. The Gun, Planet Stories, September 1952. The Skull, If, September 1952. The Defenders, Galaxy, January 1953. Parts of this story were adapted for the novel The Penultimate Truth. Mr. Spaceship, Imagination, January 1953. Piper in the Woods, Imagination, February 1953. The Infinites, Planet Stories, May 1953. The Preserving Machine, Fantasy and Science Fiction, June 1953. Expendable, He Who Waits, Fantasy and Science Fiction, July 1953. I loved to write short fantasy stories in my early days, for Anthony Boucher, of which this is my favorite. I got the idea when a fly buzzed by my head one day, and I imagined, paranoia indeed, that it was laughing at me. 1976. The Variable Man, Space Science Fiction, British, July 1953. The Indefatigable Frog, Fantastic Story Magazine, July 1953. The Crystal Crypt, Planet Stories, January 1954. The Short Happy Life of the Brown Oxford, Fantasy and Science Fiction, January 1954. The Builder, 7/23/52, Amazing, December 1953 to January 1954. Meddler, 7/24/52, Future, October 1954. Within the beautiful lurks the ugly. You can see in this rather crude story the germ of my whole theme that nothing is what it seems. This story should be read as a trial run on my part. I was just beginning to grasp that obvious form and latent form are not the same thing. As Heraclitus said in Fragment 54, latent structure is master of obvious structure, and out of this comes the later, more sophisticated Platonic dualism between the phenomenal world and the real but invisible realm of forms lying behind it. I may be reading too much into this simple-minded early story, but at least I was beginning to see in a dim way what I later saw so clearly. In Fragment 123, Heraclitus said, "The nature of things is in the habit of concealing itself, and therein lies it all." 1978. Paycheck, 7/31/52, Imagination, June 1953. How much is a key to a bus locker worth? One day it's worth 25 cents, the next day thousands of dollars. In this story I got to thinking that there are times in our lives when having a dime to make a phone call spells the difference between life and death. Keys, small change, maybe a theater ticket. How about a parking receipt for a Jaguar? All I had to do was link this idea up with time travel to see how the small and useless under the wise eyes of a time traveler might signify a great deal more. He would know when that dime might save your life. And back in the past again, he might prefer that dime to any amount of money, no matter how large. 1976. The Great Sea, 7/31/52. Cosmos Science Fiction and Fantasy, September 1953. Parts of this story were adapted for the novel Deus Irae. Out in the Garden, 7/31/52. Fantasy Fiction, August 1953. The King of the Elves, Shadrach Jones and the Elves, 8/4/52. Beyond Fantasy Fiction, September 1953. This story, of course, is fantasy, not SF. Originally, it had a downbeat ending on it, but Horace Gold, the editor who bought it, carefully explained to me that prophecy always came true. If it didn't, ipso facto, it wasn't prophecy. I guess then there can be no such thing as a false prophet. False prophet is an oxymoron. 1978. Colony, 8/11/52. Galaxy, June 1953. The ultimate in paranoia is not when everyone is against you, but when everything is against you. Instead of my boss is plotting against me, it would be my boss's phone is plotting against me. Objects sometimes seem to possess a will of their own anyhow to the normal mind. They don't do what they're supposed to, they get in the way, they show an unnatural resistance to change. In this story, I tried to figure out a situation which would rationally explain the dire plotting of objects against humans, without reference to any deranged state on the part of the humans. I guess you'd have to go to another planet. The ending on this story is the ultimate victory of a plotting object over innocent people. 1976. Prize Ship, Globe from Ganymede, 8/14/52. Thrilling Wonder Stories, Winter 1954. Nanny, 8/26/52. Startling Stories, Spring 1955. The Collected Stories of Philip K. Dick, Volume 2. We Can Remember It For You Wholesale. Copyright 1987 by the estate of Philip K. Dick. This book contains 381 pages. Approximate reading time, 15 hours, 5 minutes. From the book jacket. The story that inspired the hit motion picture Total Recall. These fascinating stories include We Can Remember It For You Wholesale, The Cookie Lady, The World She Wanted, and many others. Contents. The Cookie Lady, page 7. Beyond the Door, page 15. Prominent Author, page 21. We Can Remember It For You Wholesale, page 35. John's World, page 53. The Cosmic Poachers, page 83. Progeny, page 93. Some Kinds of Life, page 109. Martians Come in Clouds, page 119. The Commuter, page 129. The World She Wanted, page 141. A Surface Raid, page 155. Project Earth, page 171. The Trouble with Bubbles, page 191. Breakfast at Twilight, page 207. A Present for Pat, page 221. The Hoodmaker, page 237. Of Withered Apples, page 249. Human Is, page 257. Adjustment Team, page 269. The Impossible Planet, page 289. Imposter, page 299. James P. Crow, page 311. Planet for Transients, page 327. Small Town, page 341. Souvenir, page 355. Survey Team, page 367. Notes, page 379. Paranoia, in some respects, I think, is a modern-day development of an ancient, archaic sense that animals still have, quarry-type animals, that they're being watched. I say paranoia is an atavistic sense. It's a lingering sense that we had long ago when our ancestors were, very vulnerable to predators, and this sense tells them they're being watched. And they're being watched probably by something that's going to get them. And often my characters have this feeling. But what really I've done is I have atavized their society. That although it's set in the future, in many ways there is a retrogressive quality in their lives, you know? They're living like our ancestors did. I mean, the hardware is in the future, the scenery's in the future, but the situations are really from the past. Philip K. Dick, in an interview, 1974. Introduction. by Norman Spinrod. Philip K. Dick's debut story, Beyond Lies the Wub, was first published in 1952. This volume, Second Variety, contains 27 short stories published between 1952 and 1955, when his first novel, Solar Lottery, appeared. What is more, it does not include every short story he published during the first 4 years of his career either. That in itself is quite remarkable. Few writers could boast such prodigious publication in the first 4 years of their careers, even in this period, when markets for short SF were relatively abundant and editors had many slots to fill. And while it must be admitted that there are a certain number of fairly trivial gimmick stories in this book, the majority of them already show many of the unique virtues of Dick's more mature work, and even the least of them are written in his unmistakable voice. Considering that they were written in such a brief period by a new writer in the first flush of his career, that Dick must have been churning them out rapidly to make money and a name, these 27 stories are also quite remarkable for what they are not. There is not really an action-adventure formula story in here. No space opera, no nuts and bolts, no fully developed alien civilizations, no intrepid stock heroes, villains, mad scientists, no real good guys versus bad guys at all. From the very outset, Dick wrote as if the commercial conventions of the SF genre did not exist. Even the one-punch gimmick stories are Dickian gimmicks. From the beginning, Dick was reinventing science fiction, turning it into a literary instrument for his own concerns, and yes, obsessions. What we have here is a kind of fascinating time capsule. 27 stories, published before Philip K. Dick's first novel. The compressed short fiction apprenticeship of a writer who was to go on to become one of the great novelists of the 20th century, and arguably the greatest metaphysical novelist of all time. Dick began writing during what, at least in a publishing sense, was the greatest transformation that science fiction has ever seen. In the early 1950s, the magazines were still the dominant mode of SF publication, meaning that short fiction was still the dominant form. By the time he published Solar Lottery in 1955, the paperback book was on its way to becoming the dominant publishing mode, and the novel, therefore, the dominant form. In the 1950s, with the standard advance for an SF novel being about $1,500, any writer trying to eke out a precarious living writing SF was still constrained to crank out short stories for the magazines. And what with novel slots still being limited, one was also constrained to make one's mark as a short story writer before a publisher was about to grant a novel contract at all. Nor, in hindsight, as evidenced by this volume, was this, in literary terms at least, a bad thing, even for a writer like Dick, whose natural métier was the novel. These 27 stories, and the others published before Solar Lottery, were an apprenticeship in the best sense of the term. Reading these stories one after the other in a single volume, one is indeed struck by a certain sameness, a certain repetitiveness, a certain series of recurrences, a sense of a writer staking out the territory of his future oeuvre. We would see the same thing in the short fiction of other writers of the period, and even much later in the early short fiction, for example, of John Varley, William Gibson, Lucius Shepard, Kim Stanley Robinson. But in this book what we see is a uniquely Dickian sameness. Most SF writers who stake out a territory in their early short fiction that they will later explore at greater length and depth tend to create a consistent universe, like Larry Niven's Known Space, or recurring characters like Keith Laumer's Retief, or a historical template, like Robert A. Heinlein's Future History, and not infrequently, all three. In part, this is a commercial strategy. A new writer, naive or crazy enough to actually attempt a career as a full-time SF short story writer, has to write a lot of fiction rather rapidly to stay afloat. It is much easier to reuse settings, history, and characters than to begin from zero each time out, and as network TV has long proven, the episodic series is the fastest way to build an audience, too. That, however, is not what Philip K. Dick did. There are no real recurring characters in these stories. There is no attempt to set them all in a consistent universe, except for some rather tenuous connections between Second Variety, John's World, and James P. Crow. There is really no attempt at a consistent future history either. But there most certainly are recurrences of theme, imagery, and metaphysical concerns, and we will see them again and again in Dick's subsequent novels, expanded upon, recomplicated, deepened, made quite vast. The Earth reduced to a nuclear ash heap, robot weapons systems evolving towards baleful anti-empathetic pseudo-life, human freedom ground down in the name of military security, economic prosperity, or even order for its own sake, interpenetrating realities, ironic time loops and paradoxes, ordinary people holding ordinary jobs as the heroes and heroines trying to muddle through. These stories were written during the fever pitch of the Cold War, the height of the anti-communist hysteria engendered by Senator Joseph McCarthy and the House Un-American Activities Committee, the nadir of the nuclear war paranoia, when school children were taught to hide under their desks when the air raid sirens went off. And on an obvious level, they reflect this quite overtly. They show that Dick was a writer of deep political concern from the very outset. But they show something much more. At a time when there was no little danger in voicing such views, Dick spoke out loud and clear against the prevailing hysterias of the times, against militarism, security obsession, xenophobia, and chauvinism. Further, what these stories juxtapose against these large-scale political evils are not equally large-scale political virtues, but the intimate, small-scale, human, and spiritual virtues of modest heroism, caritas, and most of all, the empathy that in the end is finally what distinguishes the human from the machine, the spiritual from the mechanical, authentic being from even the most cunningly crafted pseudo-life. And if we already see here what was to be the great theme and the spiritual core of Philip K. Dick's whole career, so too do we see in these stories the genesis of the characteristic literary technique which so cogently brings it down to an intimate and specific human level, Dick's use of multiple viewpoint characters. True, his use of multiple viewpoint technique is not always perfect in these early stories. Sometimes he cavalierly shifts viewpoint within a scene for mere narrative convenience. Sometimes he introduces a new viewpoint character in medias res, just to give us a scene he cannot easily render from viewpoints he has already established. Sometimes a viewpoint character appears for only a few paragraphs, and then disappears. Dick is learning multiple viewpoint technique in these stories. Indeed, it may be more accurate to say that he is inventing it, for few, if any, writers had really used multiple viewpoint this way before Dick, and all of us who were to adopt it later owe a great deal to him, whether we consciously realize it or not. For what the Dickian multiple viewpoint technique allows the writer to do is to tell the story from within the consciousness, the spirit, the heart, of several characters, not merely one. It allows intimacy. It grants the reader empathy with the multiplexity of the human spirit within the confines of a single tale. And in the hands of a master like Philip K. Dick, it becomes a series of windows into the metaphysical multiplexity of reality itself, the perfect merger of theme and form. These 27 stories are not perfect. It would be a disservice to the truth and to Philip K. Dick's literary reputation to contend that they represent the full flowering of the mature talent to come. But they, too, are a series of windows into the past, into the beginnings of a great spirit's long and mighty journey, and windows, too, into the future, into the fully developed vision of the mature master the talented young apprentice who wrote them was one day destined to become. Norman Spinrod, October 1986. The Cookie Lady. "Where you going, Bubber?" Ernie Mills shouted from across the street, fixing papers for his route. "No place," Bubber Searle said. "You going to see your lady friend?" Ernie laughed and laughed. "What do you go visit that old lady for? Let us in on it." Bubber went on. He turned the corner and went down Elm Street. Already he could see the house at the end of the street, set back a little on the lot. The front of the house was overgrown with weeds, old dry weeds that rustled and chattered in the wind. The house itself was a little gray box, shabby and unpainted, the porch steps sagging. There was an old weather-beaten rocking chair on the porch with a torn piece of cloth hanging over it. Bubber went up the walk. As he started up the rickety steps, he took a deep breath. He could smell it, the wonderful warm smell, and his mouth began to water. His heart thudding with anticipation, Bubber turned the handle of the bell. The bell grated rustily on the other side of the door. There was silence for a time, then the sounds of someone stirring. Mrs. Drew opened the door. She was old, very old, a little dried-up old lady like the weeds that grew along the front of the house. She smiled down at Bubber, holding the door wide for him to come in. "You're just in time," she said. "Come on inside, Bernard. You're just in time. They're just now ready." Bubber went to the kitchen door and looked in. He could see them resting on a big blue plate on top of the stove. Cookies, a plate of warm, fresh cookies right out of the oven. Cookies with nuts and raisins in them. "How do they look?" Mrs. Drew said. She rustled past him into the kitchen. "And maybe some cold milk, too. You like cold milk with them." She got the milk pitcher from the window box on the back porch. Then she poured a glass of milk for him and set some of the cookies on a small plate. "Let's go into the living room," she said. Bubber nodded. Mrs. Drew carried the milk and the cookies in and set them on the arm of the couch. Then she sat down in her own chair, watching Bubber plop himself down by the plate and begin to help himself. Bubber ate greedily as usual, intent on the cookies, silent except for chewing sounds. Mrs. Drew waited patiently until the boy had finished, and his already ample sides bulged that much more. When Bubber was done with the plate, he glanced toward the kitchen again, at the rest of the cookies on the stove. "Wouldn't you like to wait until later for the rest?" Mrs. Drew said. "All right," Bubber agreed. "How were they?" "Fine." "That's good." She leaned back in her chair. "Well, what did you do in school today? How did it go?" "All right." The little old lady watched the boy look restlessly around the room. "Bernard," she said presently, "won't you stay and talk to me for a while?" He had some books on his lap, some school books. "Why don't you read to me from your books? You know I don't see too well anymore, and it's a comfort to me to be read to." "Can I have the rest of the cookies after?" "Of course." Bubber moved over towards her, to the end of the couch. He opened his books, World Geography, Principles of Arithmetic, Hoyt's Speller. "Which do you want?" She hesitated. "The geography." Bubber opened the big blue book at random. Peru. Peru is bounded on the north by Ecuador and Colombia, on the south by Chile, and on the east by Brazil and Bolivia. Peru is divided into 3 main sections. These are, first— The little old lady watched him read, his fat cheeks wobbling as he read, holding his finger next to the line. She was silent, watching him, studying the boy intently as he read, drinking in each frown of concentration, every motion of his arms and hands. She relaxed, letting herself sink back in her chair. He was very close to her, only a little way off. There was only the table and lamp between them. How nice it was to have him come. He had been coming for over a month now, ever since the day she had been sitting on her porch and seen him go by and thought to call to him, pointing to the cookies by her rocker. Why had she done it? She did not know. She had been alone so long that she found herself saying strange things and doing strange things. She saw so few people, only when she went down to the store, or the mailman came with her pension check, or the garbage men. The boy's voice droned on. She was comfortable, peaceful and relaxed. The little old lady closed her eyes and folded her hands in her lap. And as she sat, dozing and listening, something began to happen. The little old lady was beginning to change, her gray wrinkles and lines dimming away. As she sat in the chair, she was growing younger, the thin, fragile body filling out with youth again. The gray hair thickened and darkened, color coming to the wispy strands. Her arms filled, too, the mottled flesh turning a rich hue as it had been once many years before. Mrs. Drew breathed deeply, not opening her eyes. She could feel something happening, but she did not know just what. Something was going on. She could feel it, and it was good. But what it was, she did not exactly know. It had happened before, almost every time the boy came and sat by her, especially of late, since she had moved her chair nearer to the couch. She took a deep breath. How good it felt, the warm fullness, a breath of warmth inside her cold body for the first time in years. In her chair, the little old lady had become a dark-haired matron of perhaps 30, a woman with full cheeks and plump arms and legs. Her lips were red again, her neck even a little too fleshy as it had been once in the long-forgotten past. Suddenly the reading stopped. Bubber put down his book and stood up. "I have to go," he said. "Can I take the rest of the cookies with me?" She blinked, rousing herself. The boy was in the kitchen, filling his pockets with cookies. She nodded, dazed, still under the spell. The boy took the last cookies. He went across the living room to the door. Mrs. Drew stood up. All at once the warmth left her. She felt tired and very dry. She caught her breath, breathing quickly. She looked down at her hands, wrinkled, thin. "Oh," she murmured. Tears blurred her eyes. It was gone again as soon as he moved away. She tottered to the mirror above the mantel and looked at herself. Old faded eyes stared back, eyes deep set in a withered face. Gone, all gone as soon as the boy had left her side. "I'll see you later," Bubber said. "Please," she whispered, "please come back again. Will you come back?" "Sure," Bubber said listlessly. He pushed the door open. "Goodbye." He went down the steps. In a moment she heard his shoes against the sidewalk. He was gone. "Bubber, you come in here." May Searle stood angrily on the porch. "You get in here and sit down at the table." "All right." Bubber came slowly up onto the porch, pushing inside the house. "What's the matter with you?" She caught his arm. "Where you been? Are you sick?" "I'm tired." Bubber rubbed his forehead. His father came through the living room with the newspapers in his undershirt. "What's the matter?" he said. "Look at him," May Searle said. "All worn out. What you been doing, Bubber?" "He's been visiting that old lady," Ralph Searle said. "Can't you tell? He's always washed out after he's been visiting her. What do you go there for, Bub? What goes on?" "She gives him cookies," May said. "You know how he is about things to eat. He'd do anything for a plate of cookies." "Bub," his father said, "listen to me. I don't want you hanging around that crazy old lady anymore. Do you hear me? I don't care how many cookies she gives you. You come home too tired. No more of that, you hear me?" Bubber looked down at the floor, leaning against the door. His heart beat heavily, labored. "I told her I'd come back," he muttered. "You can go once more," May said, going into the dining room, "but only once more. Tell her you won't be able to come back again, though. You make sure you tell her nice. Now go upstairs and get washed up." "After dinner, better have him lie down," Ralph said, looking up the stairs, watching Bubber climb slowly, his hand on the banister. He shook his head. "I don't like it," he murmured. "I don't want him going there any more. There's something strange about that old lady." "Well, it'll be the last time," May said. Wednesday was warm and sunny. Bubber strode along, his hands in his pockets. He stopped in front of McVane's drugstore for a minute, looking speculatively at the comic books. At the soda fountain, a woman was drinking a big chocolate soda. The sight of it made Bubber's mouth water. That settled it. He turned and continued on his way, even increasing his pace a little. A few minutes later he came up on to the gray, sagging porch and rang the bell. Below him the weeds blew and rustled with the wind. It was almost 4 o'clock. He could not stay too long. But then it was the last time, anyhow. The door opened. Mrs. Drew's wrinkled face broke into smiles. "Come in, Bernard. It's good to see you standing there. It makes me feel so young again to have you come visit." He went inside, looking around. "I'll start the cookies. I didn't know if you were coming." She padded into the kitchen. "I'll get them started right away. You sit down on the couch." Bubber went over and sat down. He noticed that the table and lamp were gone. The chair was right up next to the couch. He was looking at the chair in perplexity when Mrs. Drew came rustling back into the room. "They're in the oven. I had the batter all ready. Now," she sat down in the chair with a sigh. "Well, how did it go today? How was school?" "Fine." She nodded. How plump he was, the little boy, sitting just a little distance from her, his cheeks red and full. She could touch him, he was so close. Her aged heart thumped. Ah, to be young again. Youth was so much. It was everything. What did the world mean to the old? When all the world is old, lad. "Do you want to read to me, Bernard?" she asked presently. "I didn't bring any books." "Oh." She nodded. "Well, I have some books," she said quickly. "I'll get them." She got up, crossing to the bookcase. As she opened the doors, Bubber said, "Mrs. Drew, my father says I can't come here any more. He says this is the last time. I thought I'd tell you." She stopped, standing rigid. Everything seemed to leap around her, the room twisting furiously. She took a harsh, frightened breath. "Bernard, you're not coming back?" "No, my father says not to." There was silence. The old lady took a book at random and came slowly back to her chair. After a while, she passed the book to him, her hands trembling. The boy took it without expression, looking at its cover. "Please read, Bernard, please." "All right." He opened the book. "Where'll I start?" Anywhere, Bernard." He began to read. It was something by Trollope. She only half heard the words. She put her hand to her forehead, the dry skin brittle and thin, like old paper. She trembled with anguish. The last time? Bubber read on, slowly, monotonously. Against the window a fly buzzed. Outside the sun began to set, the air turning cool. A few clouds came up, and the wind in the trees rushed furiously. The old lady sat close by the boy, closer than ever, hearing him read, the sound of his voice, sensing him close by. Was this really the last time? Terror rose up in her heart, and she pushed it back. The last time. She gazed at him, the boy sitting so close to her. After a time she reached out her thin, dry hand. She took a deep breath. He would never be back. There would be no more times, no more. This was the last time he would sit there. She touched his arm. Bubber looked up. "What is it?" he murmured. "You don't mind if I touch your arm, do you?" "No, I guess not." He went on reading. The old lady could feel the youngness of him flowing between her fingers, through her arm, a pulsating, vibrating youngness so close to her. It had never been that close where she could actually touch it. The feel of life made her dizzy, unsteady. And presently it began to happen, as before. She closed her eyes, letting it move over her, filling her up, carried into her by the sound of the voice and the feel of the arm. The change, the glow was coming over her, the warm rising feeling. She was blooming again, filling with life, swelling into richness as she had been once long ago. She looked down at her arms. Rounded they were, and the nails clear. Her hair, black again, heavy and black, against her neck. She touched her cheek. The wrinkles had gone, the skin pliant and soft. Joy filled her, a growing, bursting joy. She stared around her, at the room. She smiled, feeling her firm teeth and gums, red lips, strong white teeth. Suddenly she got to her feet, her body secure and confident. She turned a little lithe, quick circle. Bubber stopped reading. "Are the cookies ready?" he said. "I'll see." Her voice was alive, deep with a quality that had dried out many years before. Now it was there again, her voice, throaty and sensual. She walked quickly to the kitchen and opened the oven. She took out the cookies and put them on top of the stove. "All ready," she called gaily. "Come and get them." Bubber came past, his gaze fastened on the sight of the cookies. He did not even notice the woman by the door. Mrs. Drew hurried from the kitchen. She went into the bedroom, closing the door after her. Then she turned, gazing into the full-length mirror on the door. Young, she was young again, filled out with the sap of vigorous youth. She took a deep breath, her steady bosom swelling. Her eyes flashed, and she smiled. She spun, her skirts flying. Young and lovely. And this time it had not gone away. She opened the door. Bubber had filled his mouth and his pockets. He was standing in the center of the living room, his face fat and dull, a dead white. "What's the matter?" Mrs. Drew said. "I'm going." "All right, Bernard, and thanks for coming to read to me." She laid her hand on his shoulder. "Perhaps I'll see you again sometime." "My father—" "I know." She laughed gaily, opening the door for him. "Goodbye, Bernard, goodbye." She watched him go slowly down the steps, one at a time. Then she closed the door and skipped back into the bedroom. She unfastened her dress and stepped out of it, the worn gray fabric suddenly distasteful to her. For a brief second she gazed at her full, rounded body, her hands on her hips. She laughed with excitement, turning a little, her eyes bright. What a wonderful body, bursting with life. A swelling breast. She touched herself. The flesh was firm. There was so much, so many things to do. She gazed about her, breathing quickly. So many things. She started the water running in the bathtub, and then, went to tie her hair up. The wind blew around him as he trudged home. It was late. The sun had set and the sky overhead was dark and cloudy. The wind that blew and nudged against him was cold, and it penetrated through his clothing, chilling him. The boy felt tired, his head ached, and he stopped every few minutes, rubbing his forehead and resting, his heart laboring. He left Elm Street and went up Pine Street. The wind screeched around him, pushing him from side to side. He shook his head, trying to clear it. How weary he was, how tired his arms and legs were. He felt the wind hammering at him, pushing and plucking at him. He took a breath and went on, his head down. At the corner he stopped, holding on to a lamp-post. The sky was quite dark, the street-lights were beginning to come on. At last he went on, walking as best he could. "Where is that boy?" May Searle said, going out on the porch for the 10th time. Ralph flicked on the light, and they stood together. What an awful wind! The wind whistled and lashed at the porch. The two of them looked up and down the dark street, but they could see nothing but a few newspapers and trash being blown along. "Let's go inside," Ralph said. "He sure is going to get a licking when he gets home." They sat down at the dinner table. Presently, May put down her fork. "Listen. Do you hear something?" Ralph listened. Outside, against the front door, there was a faint sound, a tapping sound. He stood up. The wind howled outside, blowing the shades in the room upstairs. "I'll go see what it is," he said. He went to the door and opened it. Something gray and dry was blowing up against the porch, carried by the wind. He stared at it, but he could not make it out. A bundle of weeds and rags blown by the wind, perhaps. The bundle bounced against his legs. He watched it drift past him, against the wall of the house. Then he closed the door again, slowly. "What was it?" May called. "Just the wind," Ralph Searle said. Beyond the door. That night, at the dinner table, he brought it out and set it down beside her plate. Doris stared at it, her hand to her mouth. "My God, what is it?" She looked up at him, bright-eyed. "Well, open it." Doris tore the ribbon and paper from the square package with her sharp nails, her bosom rising and falling. Larry stood watching her as she lifted the lid. He lit a cigarette and leaned against the wall. "A cuckoo clock," Doris cried. "A real old cuckoo clock, like my mother had." She turned the clock over and over, just like my mother had when Pete was still alive. Her eyes sparkled with tears. "It's made in Germany," Larry said. After a moment he added, "Carl got it for me, wholesale. He knows some guy in the clock business, otherwise I wouldn't have." He stopped. Doris made a funny little sound. "I mean, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to afford it." He scowled. "What's the matter with you? You've got your clock, haven't you? Isn't that what you want?" Doris sat holding on to the clock, her fingers pressed against the brown wood. "Well," Larry said, "what's the matter?" He watched in amazement as she leaped up and ran from the room, still clutching the clock. He shook his head. "Never satisfied. They're all that way. Never get enough." He sat down at the table and finished his meal. The cuckoo clock was not very large. It was handmade, however, and there were countless frets on it, little indentations and ornaments scored in the soft wood. Doris sat on the bed drying her eyes and winding the clock. She set the hands by her wristwatch. Presently, she carefully moved the hands to 2 minutes of 10. She carried the clock over to the dresser and propped it up. Then she sat waiting, her hands twisted together in her lap, waiting for the cuckoo to come out, for the hour to strike. As she sat, she thought about Larry and what he had said, and what she had said, too, for that matter. Not that she could be blamed for any of it. After all, she couldn't keep listening to him forever without defending herself. You had to blow your own trumpet in the world. She touched her handkerchief to her eyes suddenly. Why did he have to say that about getting it wholesale? Why did he have to spoil it all? If he felt that way, he needn't have got it in the first place. She clenched her fists. He was so mean, so damn mean. But she was glad of the little clock sitting there ticking to itself, with its funny grilled edges and the door. Inside the door was the cuckoo waiting to come out. Was he listening, his head cocked on one side, listening to hear the clock strike so that he would know to come out? Did he sleep between hours? Well, she would soon see him. She could ask him. And she would show the clock to Bob. He would love it. Bob loved old things, even old stamps and buttons. Of course it was a little awkward, But Larry had been staying at the office so much, and that helped. If only Larry didn't call up sometimes to... There was a whir. The clock shuddered, and all at once the door opened. The cuckoo came out, sliding swiftly. He paused and looked around solemnly, scrutinizing her, the room, the furniture. It was the first time he had seen her, she realized, smiling to herself in pleasure. She stood up, coming toward him shyly. "Go on," she said. "I'm waiting." The cuckoo opened his bill. He whirred and chirped, quickly, rhythmically. Then after a moment of contemplation he retired, and the door snapped shut. She was delighted. She clapped her hands and spun in a little circle. He was marvelous, perfect, and the way he had looked around, studying her, sizing her up, he liked her, she was certain of it. And she, of course, loved him at once, completely. He was just what she had hoped would come out of the little door. Doris went to the clock. She bent over the little door, her lips close to the wood. "Do you hear me?" she whispered. "I think you're the most wonderful cuckoo in the world." She paused, embarrassed. "I hope you'll like it here." Then she went downstairs again, slowly, her head high. Larry and the cuckoo clock really never got along well from the start. Doris said it was because he didn't wind it right, and it didn't like being only half wound all the time. Larry turned the job of winding over to her. The cuckoo came out every quarter hour and ran the spring down without remorse, and someone had to be ever after it, winding it up again. Doris did her best, but she forgot a good deal of the time. Then Larry would throw his newspaper down with an elaborate, weary motion and stand up. He would go into the dining room where the clock was mounted on the wall over the fireplace. He would take the clock down, and making sure that he had his thumb over the little door, he would wind it up. "Why do you put your thumb over the door?" Doris asked once. "You're supposed to." She raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure? I wonder if it isn't that you don't want him to come out while you're standing so close." "Why not?" "Maybe you're afraid of him." Larry laughed. He put the clock back on the wall and gingerly removed his thumb. When Doris wasn't looking, he examined his thumb. There was still a trace of the nick cut out of the soft part of it. Who, or what, had pecked at him? One Saturday morning, when Larry was down at the office working over some important special accounts, Bob Chambers came to the front porch and rang the bell. Doris was taking a quick shower. She dried herself and slipped into her robe. When she opened the door, Bob stepped inside, grinning. "Hi," he said, looking around. "It's all right. Larry's at the office." "Fine." Bob gazed at her slim legs below the hem of the robe. "How nice you look today." She laughed. "Be careful. Maybe I shouldn't let you in after all." They looked at one another, half amused, half frightened. Presently Bob said, "If you want, I'll—" "No, for God's sake." She caught hold of his sleeve. "Just get out of the doorway so I can close it. Mrs. Peters across the street, you know." She closed the door. "And I want to show you something," she said. "You haven't seen it." He was interested. "An antique, or what?" She took his arm, leading him toward the dining room. "You'll love it, Bobby." She stopped, wide-eyed. "I hope you will. You must love it. It means so much to me. He means so much." "He?" Bob frowned. "Who is he?" Doris laughed. "You're jealous. Come on." A moment later they stood before the clock, looking up at it. "He'll come out in a few minutes. Wait until you see him. I know you two will get along fine." "What does Larry think of him?" "They don't like each other. Sometimes when Larry's here, he won't come out. Larry gets mad if he doesn't come out on time. He says—" "Says what?" Doris looked down. "He always says he's been robbed, even if he did get it wholesale." She brightened. "But I know he won't come out, because he doesn't like Larry. When I'm here alone, he comes right out for me every 15 minutes, even though he really only has to come out on the hour." She gazed up at the clock. "He comes out for me because he wants to. We talk. I tell him things. Of course, I'd like to have him upstairs in my room, but it wouldn't be right." There was a sound of footsteps on the front porch. They looked at each other, horrified. Larry pushed the front door open, grunting. He set his briefcase down and took off his hat. Then he saw Bob for the first time. "Chambers, I'll be damned." His eyes narrowed. "What are you doing here?" He came into the dining room. Doris drew her robe about her helplessly, backing away. Bob began. "That is, we—" He broke off, glancing at Doris. Suddenly the clock began to whir. The cuckoo came rushing out, bursting into sound. Larry moved toward him. "Shut that din off," he said. He raised his fist toward the clock. The cuckoo snapped into silence and retreated. The door closed. "That's better." Larry studied Doris and Bob, standing mutely together. "I came over to look at the clock," Bob said. "Doris told me that it's a rare antique and that—" "Nuts. I bought it myself." Larry walked up to him. "Get out of here." He turned to Doris. "You too. And take that damn clock with you." He paused, rubbing his chin. "No. Leave the clock here. It's mine. I bought it and paid for it." In the weeks that followed after Doris left, Larry and the cuckoo clock got along even worse than before. For one thing, the cuckoo stayed inside most of the time, sometimes even at 12 o'clock, when he should have been busiest. And if he did come out at all, he usually spoke only once or twice, never the correct number of times. And there was a sullen, uncooperative note in his voice, a jarring sound that made Larry uneasy and a little angry. But he kept the clock wound, because the house was very still and quiet, and it got on his nerves not to hear someone running around, talking and dropping things. And even the whirring of a clock sounded good to him. But he didn't like the cuckoo at all. And sometimes he spoke to him. "Listen," he said, late one night to the closed little door. "I know you can hear me. I ought to give you back to the Germans, back to the Black Forest." He paced back and forth. "I wonder what they're doing now, the two of them. That young punk with his books and his antiques. A man shouldn't be interested in antiques. That's for women." He set his jaw. "Isn't that right?" The clock said nothing. Larry walked up in front of it. "Isn't that right?" he demanded. "Don't you have anything to say?" He looked at the face of the clock. It was almost 11, just a few seconds before the hour. "All right, I'll wait until 11. Then I want to hear what you have to say. You've been pretty quiet the last few weeks since she left." He grinned wryly. "Maybe you don't like it here since she's gone." He scowled. "Well, I paid for you, and you're coming out whether you like it or not. You hear me?" 11 o'clock came. Far off at the end of town, the great tower clock boomed sleepily to itself. But the little door remained shut. Nothing moved. The minute hand passed on, and the cuckoo did not stir. He was someplace inside the clock, beyond the door, silent and remote. "All right, if that's the way you feel," Larry murmured, his lips twisting. "But it isn't fair. It's your job to come out. We all have to do things we don't like." He went unhappily into the kitchen and opened the great gleaming refrigerator. As he poured himself a drink, he thought about the clock. There was no doubt about it. The cuckoo should come out, Doris or no Doris. He had always liked her, from the very start. They had got along well, the two of them. Probably he liked Bob, too. Probably he had seen enough of Bob to get to know him. They would be quite happy together, Bob and Doris and the cuckoo. Larry finished his drink. He opened the drawer at the sink and took out the hammer. He carried it carefully into the dining room. The clock was ticking gently to itself on the wall. "Look," he said, waving the hammer. "You know what I have here? You know what I'm going to do with it? I'm going to start on you first." He smiled. "Birds of a feather, that's what you are, the three of you." The room was silent. "Are you coming out? Or do I have to come in and get you?" The clock whirred a little. "I hear you in there. You've got a lot of talking to do, enough for the last 3 weeks. As I figure it, you owe me—" The door opened. The cuckoo came out, fast, straight at him. Larry was looking down, his brow wrinkled in thought. He glanced up, and the cuckoo caught him squarely in the eye. Down he went, hammer and chair and everything, hitting the floor with a tremendous crash. For a moment the cuckoo paused, its small body poised rigidly. Then it went back inside its house. The door snapped tight shut after it. The man lay on the floor, stretched out grotesquely, his head bent over to one side. Nothing moved or stirred. The room was completely silent, except, of course, for the ticking of the clock. "I see," Doris said, her face tight. Bob put his arm around her, steadying her. "Doctor," Bob said, "can I ask you something?" Of course, the doctor said. Is it very easy to break your neck falling from so low a chair? It wasn't very far to fall. I wonder if it might not have been an accident. Is there any chance it might have been... Suicide? The doctor rubbed his jaw. I never heard of anyone committing suicide that way. It was an accident, I'm positive. I don't mean suicide, Bob murmured under his breath, looking up at the clock on the wall. I meant something else. But no one heard him. Prominent author. My husband, said Mary Ellis, although he is a very prompt man and hasn't been late to work in 25 years, is actually still someplace around the house. She sipped at her faintly scented hormone and carbohydrate drink. As a matter of fact, he won't be leaving for another 10 minutes. Incredible, said Dorothy Lawrence, who had finished her drink, and now basked in the dermal mist spray that descended over her virtually unclad body from an automatic jet above the couch. What they won't think of next. Mrs. Ellis beamed proudly, as if she personally were an employee of Terran Development. Yes, it is incredible. According to somebody down at the office, the whole history of civilization can be explained in terms of transportation techniques. Of course, I don't know anything about history. That's for government research people. But from what this man told Henry... Where's my briefcase? Came a fussy voice from the bedroom. Good Lord, Mary, I know I left it on the clothes cleaner last night. You left it upstairs, Mary replied, raising her voice slightly. Look in the closet. Why would it be in the closet? Sounds of angry, stirring arounds. You'd think a man's own briefcase would be safe. Henry Ellis stuck his head into the living room, briefly. I found it. Hello, Mrs. Lawrence. Good morning, Dorothy Lawrence replied. Mary was explaining that you were still here. Yes, I'm still here. Ellis straightened his tie as the mirror revolved slowly around him. Anything you want me to pick up downtown, honey? No, Mary replied, nothing I can think of. I'll vid you at the office if I remember something. Is it true, Mrs. Lawrence asked, that as soon as you step into it, you're all the way downtown? Well, almost all the way. 160 miles. It's beyond belief. Why, it takes my husband 2.5 hours to get his monojet through the commercial lanes and down at the parking lot, then walk all the way up to his office. I know, Ellis muttered, grabbing his hat and coat. Used to take me about that long, but no more. He kissed his wife goodbye. So long. See you tonight. Nice to have seen you again, Mrs. Lawrence. Can I watch? Mrs. Lawrence asked, hopefully. Watch? Of course, of course. Ellis hurried through the house, out the back door, and down the steps into the yard. Come along, he shouted impatiently. I don't want to be late. It's 9:59, and I have to be at my desk by 10. Mrs. Lawrence hurried eagerly after Ellis. In the backyard stood a big circular hoop that gleamed brightly in the mid-morning sun. Ellis turned some controls at the base. The hoop changed color from silver to a shimmering red. Here I go, Ellis shouted. He stepped briskly into the hoop. The hoop fluttered about him. There was a faint pop. The glow died. Good heavens, Mrs. Lawrence gasped. He's gone. He's in downtown New York, Mary Ellis corrected. I wish my husband had a Jiffy Scuttler. When they show up on the market commercially, maybe I can afford to get him one. Oh, they're very handy, Mary Ellis agreed. He's probably saying hello to the boys right this minute. Henry Ellis was in a sort of tunnel. All around him a gray, formless tube stretched out in both directions, a sort of hazy sewer pipe. Framed in the opening behind him, he could see the faint outline of his own house, his back porch and yard, Mary standing on the steps in her red bra and slacks, Mrs. Lawrence beside her in green checkered shorts, the cedar tree and rows of petunias, a hill, the neat little houses of Cedar Groves, Pennsylvania, and in front of him, New York City, a wavering glimpse of the busy street corner in front of his office, the great building itself, a section of concrete and glass and steel, people moving, skyscrapers, monojets landing in swarms, aerial signs, endless white-collar workers hurrying everywhere, rushing to their offices. Ellis moved leisurely toward the New York end. He had taken the Jiffy Scuttler often enough to know just exactly how many steps it was. 5 steps. 5 steps along the wavery gray tunnel, and he had gone 160 miles. He halted, glancing back. So far he had gone 3 steps. 96 miles. More than halfway. The fourth dimension was a wonderful thing. Ellis lit his pipe, leaning his briefcase against his trouser leg and groping in his coat pocket for his tobacco. He still had 30 seconds to get to work. Plenty of time. The pipe lighter flared and he sucked in expertly. He snapped the lighter shut and restored it to his pocket. A wonderful thing, all right. The Jiffy Scuttler had already revolutionized society. It was now possible to go anywhere in the world instantly, with no time lapse, and without wading through endless lanes of other monojets also going places. The transportation problem had been a major headache since the middle of the 20th century. Every year, more families moved from the cities out into the country, adding numbers to the already swollen swarms that choked the roads and jet lanes. But it was all solved now. An infinite number of Jiffy Scuttlers could be set up. There was no interference between them. The Jiffy Scuttler bridged distances non-spatially, through another dimension of some kind. They hadn't explained that part too clearly to him. For a flat 1,000 credits, any Terran family could have Jiffy Scuttler hoops set up, one in the backyard, the other in Berlin, or Bermuda, or San Francisco, or Port Said, anywhere in the world. Of course, there was one drawback. The hoop had to be anchored in one specific spot. You picked your destination, and that was that. But for an office worker, it was perfect. Step in one end, step out the other. 5 steps, 160 miles. 160 miles that had been a 2-hour nightmare of grinding gears and sudden jolts, monojets cutting in and out, speeders, reckless flyers, alert cops waiting to pounce, ulcers and bad tempers. It was all over now. All over for him, at least, as an employee of Terran Development, the manufacturer of the Jiffy Scuttler. And soon for everybody when they were commercially on the market. Ellis sighed. Time for work. He could see Ed Hall racing up the steps of the TD building 2 at a time. Tony Franklin hurrying after him. Time to get moving. He bent down and reached for his briefcase. It was then he saw them. The wavery gray haze was thin there, a sort of thin spot where the shimmer wasn't so strong, just a bit beyond his foot and past the corner of his briefcase. Beyond the thin spot were 3 tiny figures. Just beyond the gray waver, incredibly small men, no larger than insects, watching him with incredulous astonishment. Ellis gazed down intently, his briefcase forgotten. The 3 tiny men were equally dumbfounded. None of them stirred, the 3 tiny figures, rigid with awe. Henry Ellis bent over, his mouth open, eyes wide. A 4th little figure joined the others. They all stood rooted to the spot, eyes bulging. They had on some kind of robes, brown robes and sandals. Strange, un-Terran costumes. Everything about them was un-Terran. Their size, their oddly colored dark faces, their clothing, and their voices. Suddenly the tiny figures were shouting shrilly at each other, squeaking a strange gibberish. They had broken out of their freeze, and now ran about in queer, frantic circles. They raced with incredible speed, scampering like ants on a hot griddle. They raced jerkily, their arms and legs pumping wildly, and all the time they squeaked in their shrill, high-pitched voices. Ellis found his briefcase. He picked it up, slowly. The figures watched in mixed wonder and terror as the huge bag rose, only a short distance from them. An idea drifted through Ellis's brain. Good Lord, could they come into the Jiffy Scuttler through the gray haze? But he had no time to find out. He was already late as it was. He pulled away and hurried towards the New York end of the tunnel. A second later he stepped out in the blinding sunlight, abruptly finding himself on the busy street corner in front of his office. "Hey there, Hank," Donald Potter shouted as he raced through the doors into the TD building. "Get with it." Sure, Ellis followed after him automatically. Behind the entrance to the Jiffy Scuttler was a vague circle above the pavement, like the ghost of a soap bubble. He hurried up the steps and inside the offices of Terran Development, his mind already on the hard day ahead. As they were locking up the office and getting ready to go home, Ellis stopped Coordinator Patrick Miller in his office. "Say, Mr. Miller, you're also in charge of the research end, aren't you?" "Yeah, so?" "Let me ask you something. Just where does the Jiffy Scuttler go? It must go somewhere." "It goes out of this continuum completely." Miller was impatient to get home. "Into another dimension." "I know that, but where?" Miller unfolded his breast pocket handkerchief rapidly and spread it out on his desk. Maybe I can explain it to you this way. Suppose you're a two-dimensional creature and this handkerchief represents your... I've seen that a million times, Ellis said, disappointed. That's merely an analogy, and I'm not interested in an analogy. I want a factual answer. Where does my Jiffy Scuttler go between here and Cedar Groves? Miller laughed. What the hell do you care? Ellis became abruptly guarded. He shrugged indifferently. Just curious. It certainly must go someplace. Miller put his hand on Ellis's shoulder in a friendly big brother fashion. Henry, old man, you just leave that up to us, okay? We're the designers. You're the consumer. Your job is to use the Scuttler, try it out for us, report any defects or failure, so when we put it on the market next year, we'll be sure there's nothing wrong with it. As a matter of fact, Ellis began. What is it? Ellis clamped his sentence off. Nothing. He picked up his briefcase. Nothing at all. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, Mr. Miller. Good night. He hurried downstairs and out of the TD building. The faint outline of his Jiffy Scuttler was visible in the fading late afternoon sunlight. The sky was already full of monojets taking off, weary workers beginning their long trip back to their homes in the country, the endless commute. Ellis made his way to the hoop and stepped into it. Abruptly the bright sunlight dimmed and faded. Again he was in the wavery gray tunnel. At the far end flashed a circle of green and white, rolling green hills and his own house, his backyard, the cedar tree and flower beds, the town of Cedar Groves. 2 steps down the tunnel. Ellis halted, bending over. He studied the floor of the tunnel intently. He studied the misty gray wall where it rose and flickered, and the thin place, the place he had noticed. They were still there. Still? It was a different bunch, this time 10 or 11 of them, men and women and children, standing together gazing up at him with awe and wonder, no more than a half-inch high, each. Tiny, distorted figures, shifting and changing shape oddly, altering colors and hues. Ellis hurried on. The tiny figures watched him go, a brief glimpse of their microscopic astonishment, and then he was stepping out into his backyard. He clicked off the Jiffy Scuttler and mounted the back steps. He entered his house, deep in thought. "Hi," Mary cried from the kitchen. She rustled towards him in her hip-length mesh shirt, her arms out. "How was work today?" "Fine." "Is anything wrong? You look strange." No, nothing's wrong." Ellis kissed his wife absently on the forehead. "What's for dinner?" "Something choice. Syrian mole steak. One of your favorites. Is that all right?" "Sure." Ellis tossed his hat and coat down on the chair. The chair folded them up and put them away. His thoughtful, preoccupied look still remained. "Fine, honey." "Are you sure there's nothing wrong? You didn't get into another argument with Pete Taylor, did you?" "No, of course not." Ellis shook his head in annoyance. "Everything's all right, honey. Stop needling me." "Well, I hope so," Mary said with a sigh. The next morning they were waiting for him. He saw them, the first step into the Jiffy Scuttler. A small group waiting within the wavering gray like bugs caught in a block of jello. They moved jerkily, rapidly, arms and legs pumping in a blur of motion, trying to attract his attention, piping wildly in their pathetically faint voices. Ellis stopped and squatted down. They were putting something through the wall of the tunnel, through the thin place in the gray. It was small, so incredibly small he could scarcely see it, a square of white at the end of a microscopic pole. They were watching him, eagerly, faces alive with fear and hope, desperate, pleading hope. Ellis took the tiny square. It came loose, like some fragile rose petal from its stalk. Clumsily he let it drop and had to hunt all around for it. The little figures watched, in an agony of dismay, as his huge hands moved blindly around the floor of the tunnel. At last he found it and gingerly lifted it up. It was too small to make out. Writing? Some tiny lines, but he couldn't read them. Much too small to read. He got out his wallet and carefully placed the square between 2 cards. He restored his wallet to his pocket. "I'll look at it later," he said. His voice boomed and echoed up and down the tunnel. At the sound the tiny creatures scattered. They all fled, shrieking in their shrill piping voices, away from the gray shimmer into the dimness beyond. In a flash they were gone, like startled mice. He was alone. Ellis knelt down and put his eye against the gray shimmer where it was thin, where they had stood, waiting. He could see something dim and distorted, lost in a vague haze, a landscape of some sort, indistinct, hard to make out. Hills, trees and crops, but so tiny and dim. He glanced at his watch. God, it was 10. Hastily he scrambled to his feet and hurried out of the tunnel onto the blazing New York pavement. Late. He raced up the stairs of the Terran Development Building and down the long corridor to his office. At lunchtime, he stopped in at the research labs. "Hey," he called as Jim Andrews brushed past, loaded down with reports and equipment. "Got a second?" "What do you want, Henry?" "I'd like to borrow something. A magnifying glass." He considered. "Maybe a photon microscope would be better. 1 or 200 power?" "Kid stuff." Jim found him a small microscope. "Slides?" "Yeah, a couple of blank slides." He carried the microscope back to his office. He set it up on his desk, clearing away his paper. As a precaution, he sent Miss Nelson, his secretary, out of the room and off to lunch. Then carefully, cautiously, he got the tiny wisp from his wallet and slipped it between 2 slides. It was writing, all right, but nothing he could read. Utterly unfamiliar. Complex, interlaced little characters. For a time he sat, thinking. Then he dialed his interdepartment vidphone. "Give me the linguistics department." After a moment, Earl Peterson's good-natured face appeared. "Hi there, Ellis. What can I do for you?" Ellis hesitated. He had to do this right. "Say, Earl, old man, got a little favor to ask you." "Like what? Anything to oblige an old pal." You have that machine down there, don't you? That translating business you use for working over documents from non-Terran cultures?" "Sure. So?" "Think I could use it?" He talked fast. "It's a screwy sort of deal, Earl. I got this pal living on, Centaurus 6, and he writes me in, the Centauran native semantic system, and You want the machine to translate a letter? Sure, I think we could manage it, this once at least. Bring it down." He brought it down. He got Earl to show him how the intake feed worked, and as soon as Earl had turned his back, he fed in the tiny square of material. The linguistics machine clicked and whirred. Ellis prayed silently that the paper wasn't too small, wouldn't fall out between the relay probes of the machine. But sure enough, after a couple of seconds, a tape unreeled from the output slot. The tape cut itself off and dropped into a basket. The linguistics machine turned promptly to other stuff, more vital material from TD's various export branches. With trembling fingers, Ellis spread out the tape. The words danced before his eyes. Questions. They were asking him questions. God, it was getting complicated. He read the questions intently, his lips moving. What was he getting himself into? They were expecting answers. He had taken their paper, gone off with it. Probably they would be waiting for him on his way home. He returned to his office and dialed his vidphone. "Give me outside," he ordered. The regular vid monitor appeared. "Yes, sir?" "I want the Federal Library of Information," Ellis said, "Cultural Research Division." That night they were waiting all right, but not the same ones. It was odd, each time a different group. Their clothing was slightly different, too. A new hue. And in the background the landscape had also altered slightly. The trees he had seen were gone. The hills were still there, but a different shade. A hazy gray-white. Snow? He squatted down. He had worked it out with care. The answers from the Federal Library of Information had gone back to the linguistics machine for retranslation. The answers were now in the original tongue of the questions, but on a trifle larger piece of paper. Ellis made like a marble game and flicked the wad of paper through the gray shimmer. It bowled over 6 or 7 of the watching figures and rolled down the side of the hill on which they were standing. After a moment of terrified immobility, the figures scampered frantically after it. They disappeared into the vague and invisible depths of their world, and Ellis got stiffly to his feet again. "Well," he muttered to himself, "that's that." But it wasn't. The next morning, there was a new group, and a new list of questions. The tiny figures pushed their microscopic square of paper through the thin spot in the wall of the tunnel and stood waiting and trembling as Ellis bent over and felt around for it. He found it, finally. He put it in his wallet and continued on his way, stepping out at New York, frowning. This was getting serious. Was this going to be a full-time job? But then he grinned. It was the damn oddest thing he had ever heard of. The little rascals were cute in their own way, Tiny, intent faces screwed up with serious concern and terror. They were scared of him, really scared. And why not? Compared to them, he was a giant. He conjectured about their world. What kind of planet was theirs? Odd to be so small. But size was a relative matter. Small, though, compared to him. Small and reverent. He could read fear and yearning, gnawing hope, as they pushed up their papers. They were depending on him, praying he'd give them answers. Ellis grinned. "Damn unusual job," he said to himself. "What's this?" Peterson said when he showed up in the linguistics lab at noontime. "Well, you see, I got another letter from my friend on Centaurus 6. "Yeah?" A certain suspicion flickered across Peterson's face. "You're not ribbing me, are you, Henry? This machine has a lot to do, you know. Stuff's coming in all the time. We can't afford to waste any time with—" "This is really serious stuff, Earl." Ellis patted his wallet. "Very important business, not just gossip." "Okay, if you say so." Peterson gave the nod to the team operating the machine. "Let this guy use the translator, Tommy." "Thanks," Ellis murmured. He went through the routine, getting a translation and then carrying the questions up to his vidphone and passing them over to the library research staff. By nightfall, the answers were back in the original tongue, and with them, carefully in his wallet, Ellis headed out of the Terran Development Building and into his Jiffy Scuttler. As usual, a new group was waiting. "Here you are, boys," Ellis boomed, flicking the wad through the thin place in the shimmer. The wad rolled down the microscopic countryside, bouncing from hill to hill, the little people tumbling jerkily after it in their funny, stiff-legged fashion. Ellis watched them go, grinning with interest and pride. They really hurried, no doubt about that. He could make them out only vaguely now. They had raced wildly off, away from the shimmer. Only a small portion of their world was tangent to the Jiffy Scuttler, apparently. Only the one spot where the shimmer was thin. He peered intently through. They were getting the wad open now, 3 or 4 of them unprying the paper and examining the answers. Ellis swelled with pride as he continued along the tunnel and out into his own backyard. He couldn't read their questions, and when translated he couldn't answer them. The linguistics department did the first part, the library research staff the rest. Nevertheless, Ellis felt pride, a deep, glowing spot of warmth far down inside him, the expression on their faces, the look they gave him when they saw the answer wad in his hand, when they realized he was going to answer their questions, and the way they scampered after it. It was sort of satisfying. It made him feel damn good. "Not bad," he murmured, opening the back door and entering the house. "Not bad at all." "What's not bad, dear?" Mary asked, looking quickly up from the table. She laid down her magazine and got to her feet. "Why, you look so happy. What is it?" "Nothing at all." He kissed her warmly on the mouth. "You're looking pretty good tonight yourself, kid." "Oh, Henry." Much of Mary blushed prettily. How sweet. He surveyed his wife in her 2-piece wraparound of clear plastic with appreciation. "Nice-looking fragments you have on." "Why, Henry, what's come over you? You seem so spirited." Ellis grinned. "Oh, I guess I enjoy my job. You know, there's nothing like taking pride in your work. A job well done, as they say. Work you can be proud of." "I thought you always said you were nothing but a cog in a great impersonal machine, just a sort of cipher." "Things are different," Ellis said firmly. "I'm doing a new project, a new assignment." "A new assignment?" "Gathering information, a sort of creative business, so to speak." By the end of the week he had turned over quite a body of information to them. He began starting for work about 9:30. That gave him a whole 30 minutes to spend squatting down on his hands and knees, peering through the thin place in the shimmer. He got so he was pretty good at seeing them and what they were doing in their microscopic world. Their civilization was somewhat primitive, no doubt of that. By Terran standards, it was scarcely a civilization at all. As near as he could tell, they were virtually without scientific techniques, a kind of agrarian culture, rural communism, a monolithic tribal-based organization apparently without too many members. At least not at one time. That was the part he didn't understand. Every time he came past, there was a different group of them. No familiar faces. And their worlds changed, too. The trees, the crops, fauna, the weather, apparently. Was their time rate different? They moved rapidly, jerkily, like a vidtape speeded up. And their shrill voices. Maybe that was it, a totally different universe in which the whole time structure was radically different. As to their attitude towards him, there was no mistaking it. After the first couple of times, they began assembling offerings unbelievably small bits of smoking food prepared in ovens and on open brick hearths. If he got down with his nose against the gray shimmer, he could get a faint whiff of the food. It smelled good, strong and pungent, highly spiced, meat probably. On Friday he brought a magnifying glass along and watched them through it. It was meat all right. They were bringing ant-sized animals to be killed and cooked, leading them up to the ovens. With the magnifying glass he could see more of their faces. They had strange faces, strong and dark, with a peculiar, firm look. Of course, there was only one look he got from them, a combination of fear, reverence, and hope. The look made him feel good. It was a look for him only. Between themselves, they shouted and argued, and sometimes stabbed and fought each other furiously, rolling in their brown robes in a wild tangle. They were a passionate and strong species. He got so he admired them. Which was good, because it made him feel better. To have the reverent awe of such a proud, sturdy race was really something. There was nothing craven about them. About the 5th time he came, there was a rather attractive structure built, some kind of temple, a place of religious worship. To him, they were developing a real religion about him, no doubt of it. He began going to work at 9 o'clock to give himself a full hour with them. They had, by the middle of the 2nd week, a full-sized ritual evolved. Processions, lighted tapers, what seemed to be songs or chants, priests in long robes, and the spiced offerings. No idols, though. Apparently he was so big they couldn't make out his appearance. He tried to imagine what it looked like to be on their side of the shimmer, an immense shape looming up above them, beyond a wall of gray haze. An indistinct being, something like themselves, yet not like them at all. A different kind of being, obviously, larger, but different in other ways. And when he spoke, booming echoes up and down the jiffy scuttler, which still sent them fleeing in panic. An evolving religion. He was changing them. Through his actual presence and through his answers, the precise correct responses he obtained from the Federal Library of Information and had the linguistics machine translate into their language. Of course, by their time rate, they had to wait generations for the answers. But they had become accustomed to it by now. They waited. They expected. They passed up questions, and after a couple centuries he passed down answers, answers which they no doubt put to good use. "What in the world?" Mary demanded, as he got home from work an hour late one night. "Where have you been?" "Working," Ellis said, carelessly, removing his hat and coat. He threw himself down on the couch. "I'm tired, really tired." He sighed with relief and motioned for the couch arm to bring him a whiskey sour. Mary came over by the couch. "Henry, I'm a little worried." "Worried? You shouldn't work so hard. You ought to take it easy more. How long since you've had a real vacation? A trip off Terra, out of the system? You know, I'd just like to call that fellow Miller and ask him why it's necessary a man your age put in so much—" "A man my age?" Ellis bristled indignantly. "I'm not so old." "Of course not." Mary sat down beside him and put her arms around him affectionately. "But you shouldn't have to do so much. You deserve a rest, don't you think?" "This is different. You don't understand. This isn't the same old stuff. Reports and statistics and the damn filing. This is—" "What is it?" "This is different. I'm not a cog. This gives me something. I can't explain it to you, I guess, but it's something I have to do." "If you could tell me more about it." "I can't tell you any more about it," Ellis said, "but there's nothing in the world like it. I've worked 25 years for Terran development. 25 years at the same reports again and again. 25 years, and I never felt this way." "Oh, yeah?" Miller roared. "Don't give me that. Come clean, Ellis." Ellis opened and closed his mouth. "What are you talking about?" Horror rolled through him. "What's happened?" "Don't try to give me the runaround." On the vid-screen, Miller's face was purple. "Come into my office." The screen went dead. Ellis sat stunned at his desk. Gradually he collected himself and got shakily to his feet. Good Lord. Weakly he wiped cold sweat from his forehead. All at once, everything in ruins. He was dazed with the shock. "Anything wrong?" Miss Nelson asked sympathetically. "No." Ellis moved numbly towards the door. He was shattered. What had Miller found out? Good God, was it possible he had— Mr. Miller looked angry. "Yeah." Ellis moved blindly down the hall, his mind reeling. Miller looked angry, all right. Somehow he had found out. But why was he mad? Why did he care? A cold chill settled over Ellis. It looked bad. Miller was his superior, with hiring and firing powers. Maybe he'd done something wrong. Maybe he had somehow broken a law, committed a crime. But what? What did Miller care about them? What concern was it of Terran development? He opened the door to Miller's office. "Here I am, Mr. Miller," he muttered. "What's the trouble?" Miller glowered at him in rage. "All this goofy stuff about your cousin on Proxima. It's, you mean a business friend on Centaurus 6. You swindler," Miller leaped up. "And after all the company's done for you." "I don't understand," Ellis muttered. "Why do you think we gave you the Jiffy Scuttler in the first place?" "Why?" "To test. To try out, you wall-eyed Venusian stink cricket. The company magnanimously consented to allow you to operate a Jiffy Scuttler in advance of market presentation, and what do? Why, you—" Ellis started to get indignant. After all, he had been with TD 25 years. "You don't have to be so offensive. I plunked down my 1,000 gold credits for it." "Well, you can just mosey down to the accountant's office and get your money back. I've already sent out a directive for a construction team to crate up your Jiffy Scuttler and bring it back to receiving." Ellis was dumbfounded. "But why?" "Why, indeed? Because it's defective. Because it doesn't work. That's why." Miller's eyes blazed with technological outrage. "The inspection crew found a leak a mile wide in it." His lip curled. "As if you didn't know." Ellis's heart sank. "Leak?" he croaked apprehensively. "Leak. It's a damn good thing I authorized a periodic inspection. If we depended on people like you to—" "Are you sure? It seemed all right to me. That is, it got me here without any trouble." Ellis floundered. "Certainly no complaints from my end." "No complaints from your end. That's exactly why you're not getting another one. That's why you're taking the monojet transport back home tonight, because you didn't report the leak. And if you ever try to put something over on this office again—" "How do you know I was aware of the defect?" Miller sank down in his chair, overcome with fury. "Because," he said carefully, "of your daily pilgrimage to the linguistics machine, with your alleged letter from your grandmother on Beetlejuice 2, which wasn't any such thing, which was an utter fraud, which you got through the leak in the Jiffy Scuttler." "How do you know?" Ellis squeaked boldly, driven to the wall. "So maybe there was a defect, but you can't prove there's any connection between your badly constructed Jiffy Scuttler and my—" "Your missive," Miller stated, "which you foisted on our linguistics machine, was not a non-Terran script. It was not from Centaurus 6. It was not from any non-Terran system. It was ancient Hebrew, and there's only one place you could have got it, Ellis, so don't try to kid me." "Hebrew!" Ellis exclaimed, startled. He turned white as a sheet. "Good Lord. The other continuum. The fourth dimension. Time, of course." He trembled. "And the expanding universe. That would explain their size. And it explains why a new group, a new generation—" "We're taking enough of a chance, as it is, with these Jiffy Scuttlers. Warping a tunnel through other space-time continua." Miller shook his head warily. "You meddler. You knew you were supposed to report any defect." "I don't think I did any harm, did I?" Ellis was suddenly terribly nervous. They seemed pleased, even grateful. "Gosh, I'm sure I didn't cause any trouble." Miller shrieked in insane rage. For a time he danced around the room. Finally he threw something down on his desk directly in front of Ellis. "No trouble. No, none. Look at this. I got this from the Ancient Artifacts Archives." "What is it?" "Look at it. I compared one of your question sheets to this. The same. Exactly the same. All your sheets, questions and answers, every one of them's in here. You multi-legged Ganymedean mange beetle." Ellis picked up the book and opened it. As he read the pages, a strange look came slowly over his face. "Good heavens. So they kept a record of what I gave them. They put it all together in a book, every word of it. And some commentaries, too. It's all here, every single word. It did have an effect, then. They passed it on, wrote all of it down. Go back to your office. I'm through looking at you for today. I'm through looking at you forever. Your severance check will come through regular channels." In a trance, his face flushed with a strange excitement. Ellis gripped the book and moved dazedly towards the door. "Say, Mr. Miller, can I have this? Can I take it along?" "Sure," Miller said wearily. "Sure, you can take it. You can read it on your way home tonight, on the public monojet transport." "Henry has something to show you," Mary Ellis whispered excitedly, gripping Mrs. Lawrence's arm. "Make sure you say the right thing." "The right thing?" Mrs. Lawrence faltered nervously, a trifle uneasy. "What is it? Nothing alive, I hope." "No, no." Mary pushed her towards the study door. "Just smile." She raised her voice. "Henry, Dorothy Lawrence is here." Henry Ellis appeared at the door of his study. He bowed slightly, a dignified figure in silk dressing-gown, pipe in his mouth, fountain pen in one hand. "Good evening, Dorothy," he said, in a low, well-modulated voice. "Care to step into my study a moment?" "Study?" Mrs. Lawrence came hesitantly in. "What do you study? I mean, Mary says you've been doing something very interesting recently, now that you're not with... now that you're home more. She didn't give me any idea what it was, though." Mrs. Lawrence's eyes roved curiously around the study. The study was full of reference volumes, charts, a huge mahogany desk, an atlas, globe, leather chairs, an unbelievably ancient electric typewriter. "Good heavens!" she exclaimed. "How odd! All these old things." Ellis lifted something carefully from the bookcase and held it out to her casually. "By the way, you might glance at this." "What is it? A book?" Mrs. Lawrence took the book and examined it eagerly. "My goodness, heavy, isn't it?" She read the back, her lips moving. "What does it mean? It looks old. What strange letters. I've never seen anything like it. Holy Bible." She glanced up, brightly. "What is this?" Ellis smiled faintly. "Well—" A light dawned. Mrs. Lawrence gasped in revelation. "Good heavens, you didn't write this, did you?" Ellis's smile broadened into a deprecating blush, a dignified hue of modesty. "Just a little thing I threw together," he murmured indifferently. "My first, as a matter of fact." Thoughtfully he fingered his fountain pen. "And now, if you'll excuse me, I really should be getting back to my work." We can remember it for you wholesale. He awoke and wanted Mars. The valleys, he thought. What would it be like to trudge among them? Great and greater yet. The dream grew as he became fully conscious, the dream and the yearning. He could almost feel the enveloping presence of the other world, which only government agents and high officials had seen. A clerk like himself? Not likely. "Are you getting up or not?" his wife, Kirsten, asked drowsily, with her usual hint of fierce crossness. "If you are, push the hot coffee button on the darn stove." "Okay," Douglas Quayle said, and made his way barefoot from the bedroom of their Connaught to the kitchen. There, having dutifully pressed the hot coffee button, he seated himself at the kitchen table, brought out a yellow, small tin of fine Dean Swift snuff. He inhaled briskly, and the Bonache mixture stung his nose, burned the roof of his mouth. But still, he inhaled. It woke him up and allowed his dreams, his nocturnal desires and random wishes to condense into a semblance of rationality. "I will go," he said to himself. "Before I die, I'll see Mars." It was, of course, impossible, and he knew this, even as he dreamed. But the daylight, the mundane noise of his wife now brushing her hair before the bedroom mirror, everything conspired to remind him of what he was. A miserable little salaried employee, he said to himself with bitterness. Kirsten reminded him of this at least once a day, and he did not blame her. It was a wife's job to bring her husband down to earth. Down to earth, he thought, and laughed. The figure of speech in this was literally apt. "What are you sniggering about?" his wife asked, as she swept into the kitchen, her long, busy pink robe wagging after her. "A dream, I bet. You're always full of them." "Yes," he said, and gazed out the kitchen window at the hover cars and traffic runnels, and all the little energetic people hurrying to work. In a little while, he would be among them, as always. "I'll bet it had to do with some woman," Kirsten said witheringly. "No," he said, "a god. The god of war. He has wonderful craters with every kind of plant life growing deep down in them." "Listen." Kirsten crouched down beside him and spoke earnestly, the harsh quality momentarily gone from her voice. "The bottom of the ocean, our ocean, is much more, an infinity of times more beautiful. You know that. Everyone knows that. Rent an artificial gill outfit for both of us. Take a week off from work, and we can descend and live down there at one of those year-round aquatic resorts. And in addition—" She broke off. "You're not listening. You should be. Here is something a lot better than that compulsion, that obsession you have about Mars, and you don't even listen." Her voice rose piercingly. "God in heaven, you're doomed, Doug. What's going to become of you?" "I'm going to work," he said, rising to his feet, his breakfast forgotten. "That's what's going to become of me." She eyed him. "You're getting worse, more fanatical every day. Where's it going to lead?" "To Mars," he said, and opened the door to the closet to get down a fresh shirt to wear to work. Having descended from the taxi, Douglas Quayle slowly walked across 3 densely populated foot-runnels and to the modern, attractively inviting doorway. There he halted, impeding mid-morning traffic, and with caution read the shifting color neon sign. He had in the past scrutinized this sign before, but never had he come so close. This was very different. What he did now was something else, something which sooner or later had to happen. Recall Incorporated. Was this the answer? After all, an illusion, no matter how convincing, remained nothing more than an illusion, at least objectively, but subjectively quite the opposite entirely. And anyhow, he had an appointment. Within the next 5 minutes. Taking a deep breath of mildly smog-infested Chicago air, he walked through the dazzling polychromatic shimmer of the doorway and up to the receptionist's counter. The nicely articulated blonde at the counter, bare-bosomed and tidy, said pleasantly, "Good morning, Mr. Quayle." "Yes," he said. "I'm here to see about a recall course, as I guess you know." "Not recall, but recall," the receptionist corrected him. She picked up the receiver of the vidphone by her smooth elbow and said into it, "Mr. Douglas Quayle is here, Mr. McLean. May he come inside now, or is it too soon?" "Gizwetwa wum wum womp," the phone mumbled. "Yes, Mr. Quayle," she said. "You may go in. Mr. McLean is expecting you." As he started off uncertainly, she called after him, "Room D, Mr. Quayle, to your right." After a frustrating but brief moment of being lost, he found the proper room. The door hung open, and inside at a big genuine walnut desk sat a genial-looking man, middle-aged, wearing the latest Martian frog-pelt gray suit. His attire alone would have told Quayle that he had come to the right person. "Sit down, Douglas," McLean said, waving his plump hand toward a chair which faced the desk. "So you want to have gone to Mars. Very good." Quayle seated himself, feeling tense. "I'm not so sure this is worth the fee," he said. "It costs a lot, and as far as I can see, I really get nothing. Cost almost as much as going," he thought. "You get tangible proof of your trip," McLean disagreed emphatically. "All the proof you'll need. Here, I'll show you." He dug within a drawer of his impressive desk. "Ticket stub." Reaching into a manila folder, he produced a small square of embossed cardboard. "It proves you went and returned." "Postcards." He laid out 4 franked picture 3D full-color postcards in a neatly arranged row on the desk for Quayle to see. "Film. Shots you took of local sites on Mars with a rented moving camera." To Quayle he displayed those too. "Plus the names of people you met, 200 postcreds worth of souvenirs which will arrive from Mars within the following month, and passport, certificates listing the shots you received, and more." He glanced up keenly at Quayle. "You'll know you went all right," he said. "You won't remember us, won't remember me, or ever having been here. It'll be a real trip in your mind. We guarantee that. A full 2 weeks of recall. Every last piddling detail. Remember this. If at any time you doubt that you really took an extensive trip to Mars, you can return here and get a full refund. You see?" "But I didn't go," Quayle said. "I won't have gone no matter what proofs you provide me with." He took a deep, unsteady breath. "And I never was a secret agent with Interplan." It seemed impossible to him that Recall Incorporated's extrafactual memory implant would do its job, despite what he had heard people say. "Mr. Quayle," McLean said patiently, "as you explained in your letter to us, you have no chance, no possibility in the slightest of ever actually getting to Mars. You can't afford it, and what is much more important, you could never qualify as an undercover agent for Interplan or anybody else. This is the only way you can achieve your lifelong dream. Am I not correct, sir? You can't be this. You can't actually do this. He chuckled. But you can have been and have done. We see to that. And our fee is reasonable, no hidden charges. He smiled encouragingly. Is an extrafactual memory that convincing? Quayle asked. More than the real thing, sir. Had you really gone to Mars as an interplan agent, you would by now have forgotten a great deal. Our analysis of true mem systems, authentic recollections of major events in a person's life, shows that a variety of details are very quickly lost to the person, forever. Part of the package we offer you is such deep implantation of recall that nothing is forgotten. The packet which is fed to you while you're comatose is the creation of trained experts, men who have spent years on Mars. In every case, we verify details down to the last iota. And you've picked a rather easy extrafactual system. Had you picked Pluto, or wanted to be Emperor of the Interplanet Alliance, we'd have much more difficulty. And the charges would be considerably greater. Reaching into his coat for his wallet, Quayle said, Okay, it's been my lifelong ambition, and so I see I'll never really do it. So I guess I'll have to settle for this. Don't think of it that way, McLean said severely. You're not accepting second best. The actual memory, with all its vagueness, omissions, and ellipses, not to say distortions, that's second best. He accepted the money and pressed a button on his desk. All right, Mr. Quayle, he said, as the door of his office opened and two burly men swiftly entered. You're on your way to Mars as a secret agent. He rose, came over to shake Quayle's nervous, moist hand. Or rather, you have been on your way. This afternoon at 4:30 you will, arrive back here on Terra. A cab will leave you off at your conapt, and as I say, you will never remember seeing me or coming here. You won't, in fact, even remember having heard of our existence. His mouth dry with nervousness, Quayle followed the two technicians from the office. What happened next depended on them. Well, I actually believe I've been on Mars, he wondered, that I managed to fulfill my lifetime ambition. He had a strange, lingering intuition that something would go wrong, but just what, he did not know. He would have to wait and find out. The intercom on McLean's desk, which connected him with the work area of the firm, buzzed, and a voice said, Mr. Quayle is under sedation now, sir. Do you want to supervise this one, or shall we go ahead? It's routine, McLean observed. You may go ahead, Lowe. I don't think you'll run into any trouble. Programming an artificial memory of a trip to another planet, with or without the added fillip of being a secret agent, showed up on the firm's work schedule with monotonous regularity. In 1 month, he calculated wryly, we must do 20 of these. Ersatz interplanetary travel has become our bread and butter. Whatever you say, Mr. McLean, Lowe's voice came, and thereupon the intercom shut off. Going to the vault section in the chamber behind his office, McLean searched about for a 3-packet, trip to Mars, and a 62-packet, secret interplan spy. Finding the 2 packets, he returned with them to his desk, seated himself comfortably, poured out the contents, merchandise which would be planted in Quayle's conapt while the lab technicians busied themselves installing false memory. A 1 post-cred Sneaky Pete sidearm, McLean reflected, that's the largest item, set us back financially the most. Then a pellet-sized transmitter which could be swallowed if the agent were caught. Code book that astonishingly resembled the real thing. The firm's models were highly accurate, based whenever possible on actual U.S. military issue. Odd bits, which made no intrinsic sense, but which would be woven into the warp and woof of Quayle's imaginary trip, would coincide with his memory. Half an ancient silver 50-cent piece, several quotations from John Donne's sermons, written incorrectly, each on a separate piece of transparent tissue-thin paper, several match folders from bars on Mars, a stainless steel spoon engraved property of Dome Mars National Kibbutzim, a wiretapping coil which... The intercom buzzed. Mr. McLean, I'm sorry to bother you, but something rather ominous has come up. Maybe it would be better if you were in here after all. Quayle is already under sedation. He reacted well to the narcodrine. He's completely unconscious and receptive. But I'll be in. Sensing trouble, McLean left his office. A moment later he emerged in the work area. On a hygienic bed lay Douglas Quayle, breathing slowly and regularly, his eyes virtually shut. He seemed dimly, but only dimly, aware of the 2 technicians, and now McLean himself. There's no space to insert false memory patterns? McLean felt irritation. Merely drop out 2 work weeks. He's employed as a clerk at the West Coast Emigration Bureau, which is a government agency, so he undoubtedly has or had 2 weeks' vacation within the last year. That ought to do it. Petty details annoyed him, and always would. Our problem, Lowe said sharply, is something quite different. He bent over the bed, said to Quayle, "Tell Mr. McLean what you told us." To McLean he said, "Listen closely." The gray-green eyes of the man lying supine in the bed focused on McLean's face. The eyes, he observed uneasily, had become hard. They had a polished, inorganic quality, like semi-precious tumbled stones. He was not sure that he liked what he saw. The brilliance was too cold. "What do you want now?" Quayle said harshly. "You've broken my cover. Get out of here before I take you all apart." He studied McLean. "Especially you," he continued. "You're in charge of this counter-operation." Lowe said, "How long were you on Mars?" 1 month, Quayle said, gratingly. "And your purpose there?" Lowe demanded. The meager lips twisted. Quayle eyed him and did not speak. At last, drawling the words out so that they dripped with hostility, he said, "Agent for Interplan, as I already told you, don't you record everything that's said? Play your vid-odd tape back for your boss and leave me alone." He shut his eyes then. The hard brilliance ceased. McLean felt instantly a rushing splurge of relief. Lowe said quietly, "This is a tough man, Mr. McLean." "He won't be," McLean said, "after we arrange for him to lose his memory chain again. He'll be as meek as before." To Quayle he said, "So this is why you wanted to go to Mars so terribly bad." Without opening his eyes, Quayle said, "I never wanted to go to Mars. I was assigned it. They handed it to me, and there I was, stuck. Oh yeah, I admit, I was curious about it. Who wouldn't be?" Again he opened his eyes and surveyed the 3 of them, McLean in particular. "Quite a truth drug you've got here. It brought up things I had absolutely no memory of." He pondered. "I wonder about Kirsten," he said, half to himself. Could she be in on it? An interplan contact keeping an eye on me? To be certain I didn't regain my memory? No wonder she's been so derisive about my wanting to go there. Faintly, he smiled. The smile, one of understanding, disappeared almost at once. McLean said, "Please believe me, Mr. Quayle. We stumbled onto this entirely by accident. In the work we do—" "I believe you," Quayle said. He seemed tired now. The drug was continuing to pull him under, deeper and deeper. "Where did I say I'd been?" he murmured. "Mars? Hard to remember. I know I'd like to see it. So would everybody else. But me—" His voice trailed off. "Just a clerk, a nothing clerk." Straightening up, Lowe said to his superior, "He wants a false memory implanted that corresponds to a trip he actually took, and a false reason, which is the real reason. He's telling the truth. He's a long way down in the narcodrene. The trip is very vivid in his mind, at least under sedation, but apparently he doesn't recall it otherwise. Someone, probably at a government military sciences lab, erased his conscious memories. All he knew was that going to Mars meant something special to him, and so did being a secret agent. They couldn't erase that. It's not a memory, but a desire, undoubtedly the same one that motivated him to volunteer for the assignment in the first place." The other technician, Keeler, said to McLean, "What do we do? Graft a false memory pattern over the real memory? There's no telling what the results would be. He might remember some of the genuine trip, and the confusion might bring on a psychotic interlude. He'd have to hold 2 opposite premises in his mind simultaneously, that he went to Mars and that he didn't, that he's a genuine agent for Interplan, and he's not, that it's spurious. I think we ought to revive him without any false memory implantation and send him out of here. This is hot." "Agreed," McLean said. A thought came to him. "Can you predict what he'll remember when he comes out of sedation?" "Impossible to tell," Lowe said. "He probably will have some dim, diffuse memory of his actual trip now, and he'd probably be engraved out as to its validity. He'd probably decide our programming slipped a gear tooth, and he'd remember coming here. That wouldn't be erased unless you want it erased." "The less we mess with this man," McLean said, "the better I like it. This is nothing for us to fool around with. We've been foolish enough to, or unlucky enough to, uncover a genuine Interplan spy who has a cover so perfect that up to now even he didn't know what he was, or rather is. The sooner they washed their hands of the man calling himself Douglas Quayle, the better." "Are you going to plant packets 3 and 62 in his conapt?" Lowe said. "No," McLean said. "And we're going to return half his fee." Half? Why half? McLean said lamely, "It seems to be a good compromise." As the cab carried him back to his Connaught at the residential end of Chicago, Douglas Quayle said to himself, "It's sure good to be back on Terra." Already the month-long period on Mars had begun to waver in his memory. He had only an image of profound, gaping craters, an ever-present ancient erosion of hills, of vitality, of motion itself, a world of dust where little happened, where a good part of the day was spent checking and rechecking one's portable oxygen source. And then the life forms, the unassuming and modest gray-brown cacti and mawworms. As a matter of fact, he had brought back several moribund examples of Martian fauna. He had smuggled them through customs. After all, they posed no menace. They couldn't survive in Earth's heavy atmosphere. Reaching into his coat pocket, he rummaged for the container of Martian mawworms, and found an envelope instead. Lifting it out, he discovered to his perplexity that it contained 570 postcreds, in cred bills of low denomination. "Where'd I get this?" he asked himself. "Didn't I spend every cred I had on my trip?" With the money came a slip of paper marked "1/2 fee returned, by McLean," and then the date. Today's date. "Recall," he said aloud. "Recall what, sir or madam?" the robot driver of the cab inquired respectfully. "Do you have a phone book?" Quayle demanded. "Certainly, sir or madam." A slot opened. From it slid a microtape phone book for Cook County. "It's spelled oddly," Quayle said as he leafed through the pages of the yellow section. He felt fear then, abiding fear. "Here it is," he said. "Take me there. To Recall Incorporated. I've changed my mind. I don't want to go home." "Yes, sir or madam, as the case may be," the driver said. A moment later, the cab was zipping back in the opposite direction. "May I make use of your phone?" he asked. "Be my guest," the robot driver said, and presented a shiny new Emperor 3D color phone to him. He dialed his own Connaught, and after a pause found himself confronted by a miniature but chillingly realistic image of Kirsten on the small screen. "I've been to Mars," he said to her. "You're drunk." Her lips writhed scornfully. "Or worse." "It's God's truth." "When?" she demanded. "I don't know." He felt confused. "A simulated trip, I think. By means of one of those artificial or extra-factual or whatever it is memory places. It didn't take." Kirsten said witheringly, "You are drunk," and broke the connection at her end. He hung up then, feeling his face flush. Always the same tone, he said hotly to himself. Always the retort, as if she knows everything and I know nothing. What a marriage. Christ, he thought dismally. A moment later the cab stopped at the curb before a modern, very attractive little pink building, over which a shifting polychromatic neon sign read, "Recall Incorporated." The receptionist, chic and bare from the waist up, started in surprise, then gained masterful control of herself. "Oh, hello, Mr. Quayle," she said nervously. "How are you? Did you forget something?" "The rest of my fee back," he said. More composed now, the receptionist said, "Fee? I think you are mistaken, Mr. Quayle. You were here discussing the feasibility of an extra-factual trip for you, but—" She shrugged her smooth, pale shoulders. "As I understand it, no trip was taken." Quayle said, "I remember everything, miss. My letter to Recall Incorporated, which started this whole business off. I remember my arrival here, my visit with Mr. McLean, then the 2 lab technicians taking me in tow and administering a drug to put me out." No wonder the firm had returned half his fee. The false memory of his trip to Mars hadn't taken, at least not entirely, not as he had been assured. "Mr. Quayle," the girl said, "although you are a minor clerk, you are a good-looking man, and it spoils your features to become angry. If it would make you feel any better, I might, let you take me out." He felt furious then. "I remember you," he said savagely. "For instance, the fact that your breasts are sprayed blue. That stuck in my mind. And I remember Mr. McLean's promise that if I remembered my visit to Recall Incorporated, I'd receive my money back, in full. Where is Mr. McLean?" After a delay, probably as long as they could manage, he found himself once more seated facing the imposing walnut desk exactly as he had been an hour or so earlier in the day. Some technique you have, Quayle said sardonically. His disappointment and resentment was enormous by now. My so-called memory of a trip to Mars as an undercover agent for Interplan is hazy and vague and shot full of contradictions. And I clearly remember my dealings here with you people. I ought to take this to the Better Business Bureau. He was burning angry at this point. His sense of being cheated had overwhelmed him, had destroyed his customary aversion to participating in a public squabble. Looking morose as well as cautious, McLean said, "We capitulate, Quayle. We'll refund the balance of your fee. I fully concede the fact that we did absolutely nothing for you." His tone was resigned. Quayle said accusingly, "You didn't even provide me with the various artifacts that you claimed would prove to me I had been on Mars. All that song and dance you went into, it hasn't materialized into a damn thing, not even a ticket stub, nor postcards, nor passport, nor proof of immunization shots, nor—" "Listen, Quayle," McLean said, "suppose I told you—" He broke off. "Let it go." He pressed a button on his intercom. "Shirley, will you disperse 570 more creds in the form of a cashier's check made out to Douglas Quayle?" "Thank you." He released the button, then glared at Quayle. Presently the check appeared. The receptionist placed it before McLean, and once more vanished out of sight, leaving the two men alone, still facing each other across the surface of the massive walnut desk. "Let me give you a word of advice," McLean said, as he signed the check and passed it over. "Don't discuss your recent trip to Mars with anyone." "What trip?" "Well, that's the thing," doggedly McLean said. "The trip you partially remember. Act as if you don't remember. Pretend it never took place. Don't ask me why. Just take my advice. It'll be better for all of us." He had begun to perspire. Freely. "Now, Mr. Quayle, I have other business, other clients to see." He rose, showed Quayle to the door. Quayle said as he opened the door, "A firm that turns out such bad work shouldn't have any clients at all." He shut the door behind him. On the way home in the cab, Quayle pondered the wording of his letter of complaint to the Better Business Bureau, Terror Division. As soon as he could get to his typewriter, he'd get started. It was clearly his duty to warn other people away from Recall Incorporated. When he got back to his Conapt, he seated himself before his Hermes rocket portable, opened the drawers and rummaged for carbon paper, and noticed a small, familiar box. A box which he had carefully filled on Mars with Martian fauna, and later smuggled through customs. Opening the box, he saw to his disbelief 6 dead mawworms and several varieties of the unicellular life on which the Martian worms fed. The protozoa were dried up, dusty, but he recognized them. It had taken him an entire day picking among the vast, dark alien boulders to find them. A wonderful, illuminated journey of discovery. "But I didn't go to Mars," he realized. Yet on the other hand, Kirsten appeared at the doorway to the room, an armload of pale brown groceries gripped. "Why are you home in the middle of the day?" Her voice, in an eternity of sameness, was accusing. "Did I go to Mars?" he asked her. "You would know." "No, of course you didn't go to Mars. You would know that, I would think. Aren't you always bleating about going?" He said, "By God, I think I went." After a pause, he added, "And simultaneously, I think I didn't go." "Make up your mind." "How can I?" He gestured. "I have both memory tracks grafted inside my head. One is real and one isn't, but I can't tell which is which. Why can't I rely on you? They haven't tinkered with you." She could do this much for him at least, even if she never did anything else. Kirsten said in a level, controlled voice, "Doug, if you don't pull yourself together, we're through. I'm going to leave you." "I'm in trouble." His voice came out husky and coarse and shaking. "Probably I'm heading into a psychotic episode. I hope not, but maybe that's it. It would explain everything anyhow." Setting down the bag of groceries, Kirsten stalked to the closet. "I was not kidding," she said to him, quietly. She brought out a coat, got it on, walked back to the door of the Conapt. "I'll phone you one of these days soon," she said tonelessly. "This is goodbye, Doug. I hope you pull out of this eventually. I really pray you do, for your sake." "Wait," he said desperately. "Just tell me and make it absolute. I did go or I didn't. Tell me which one." But they may have altered your memory track also, he realized. The door closed. His wife had left. Finally. A voice behind him said, "Well, that's that. Now put up your hands, Quayle, and also please turn around and face this way." He turned instinctively, without raising his hands. The man who faced him wore the plum uniform of the Interplan Police Agency, and his gun appeared to be UN issue. And for some odd reason he seemed familiar to Quayle, familiar in a blurred, distorted fashion which he could not pin down. So, jerkily, he raised his hands. "You remember," the policeman said, "your trip to Mars. We know all your actions today and all your thoughts, in particular your very important thoughts on the trip home from Recall Incorporated." He explained, "We have a teletransmitter wired within your skull. It keeps us constantly informed." A telepathic transmitter, use of a living plasma that had been discovered on Luna. He shuddered with self-aversion. The thing lived inside him, within his own brain, feeding, listening, feeding. But the Interplan police used them. That had come out, even in the homeopapes. So this was probably true, dismal as it was. "Why me?" Quayle said huskily. What had he done, or thought? And what did this have to do with Recall Incorporated? "Fundamentally," the Interplan cop said, "this has nothing to do with Recall. It's between you and us." He tapped his right ear. "I'm still picking up your mentational processes, by way of your cephalic transmitter." In the man's ear, Quayle saw a small white plastic plug. "So, I have to warn you, anything you think may be held against you." He smiled. "Not that it matters now. You've already thought and spoken yourself into oblivion. What's annoying is the fact that under Narcodrine at Recall Incorporated, you told them, their technicians and the owner, Mr. McLean, about your trip, where you went, for whom, some of what you did. They're very frightened. They wish they had never laid eyes on you." He added reflectively, "They're right." Quayle said, "I never made any trip. It's a false memory chain improperly planted in me by McLean's technicians." But then he thought of the box, in his desk drawer, containing the Martian life forms, and the trouble and hardship he had had gathering them. The memory seemed real. And the box of life forms, that certainly was real, unless McLean had planted it. Perhaps this was one of the proofs which McLean had talked glibly about. "The memory of my trip to Mars," he thought, "doesn't convince me. But unfortunately, it has convinced the Interplan Police Agency. They think I really went to Mars, and they think I at least partially realize it." "We not only know you went to Mars," the Interplan cop agreed in answer to his thoughts, "but we know that you now remember enough to be difficult for us. And there's no use expunging your conscious memory of all this, because if we do, you'll simply show up at Recall Incorporated again and start over. And we can't do anything about McLean and his operation, because we have no jurisdiction over anyone except our own people. Anyhow, McLean hasn't committed any crime." He eyed Quayle. "Nor technically have you. You didn't go to Recall Incorporated with the idea of regaining your memory. You went, as we realize, for the usual reason people go there, a love by plain, dull people for adventure." He added, "Unfortunately, you're not plain, not dull, and you've already had too much excitement. The last thing in the universe you needed was a course from Recall Incorporated. Nothing could have been more lethal for you, or for us, and for that matter for McLean." Quayle said, "Why is it difficult for you if I remember my trip, my alleged trip, and what I did there?" "Because," the Interplan harness bull said, "what you did is not in accord with our great white all-protecting father public image. You did for us what we never do. As you'll presently remember, thanks to Narcodrine, that box of dead worms and algae has been sitting in your desk drawer for 6 months, ever since you got back. And at no time have you shown the slightest curiosity about it. We didn't even know you had it, until you remembered it on your way home from Recall. Then we came here on the double to look for it." He added, unnecessarily, "Without any luck, there wasn't enough time." A second Interplan cop joined the first one. The two briefly conferred. Meanwhile, Quayle thought rapidly. He did remember more now. The cop had been right about Narcodrine. They, Interplan, probably used it themselves. Probably, he knew darn well they did. He had seen them, putting a prisoner on it. Where would that be? Somewhere on Terra? More likely on Luna, he decided, viewing the image rising from his highly defective, but rapidly less so, memory. And he remembered something else. Their reason for sending him to Mars. The job he had done. No wonder they had expunged his memory. "Oh, God," the first of the two Interplan cops said, breaking off his conversation with his companion. Obviously, he had picked up Quayle's thoughts. "Well, this is a far worse problem now. As bad as it can get." He walked toward Quayle, again covering him with his gun. "We've got to kill you," he said, "and right away." Nervously, his fellow officer said, "Why right away? Can't we simply cart him off to Interplan New York and let them—" "He knows why it has to be right away," the first cop said. He too looked nervous now, but Quayle realized that it was for an entirely different reason. His memory had been brought back almost entirely now, and he fully understood the officer's tension. "On Mars," Quayle said hoarsely, "I killed a man, after getting past 15 bodyguards, some armed with Sneaky Pete guns, the way you are." He had been trained by Interplan over a 5-year period to be an assassin, a professional killer. He knew ways to take out armed adversaries, such as these two officers, and the one with the ear receiver knew it too. If he moved swiftly enough— The gun fired, but he had already moved to one side, and at the same time he chopped down the gun-carrying officer. In an instant he had possession of the gun and was covering the other confused officer. "Picked my thoughts up," Quayle said, panting for breath. "He knew what I was going to do, but I did it anyhow." Half sitting up, the injured officer grated, "He won't use that gun on you, Sam. I picked that up, too. He knows he's finished, and he knows we know it, too. Come on, Quayle." Laboriously, grunting with pain, he got shakily to his feet. He held out his hand. "The gun," he said to Quayle. "You can't use it. And if you turn it over to me, I'll guarantee not to kill you. You'll be given a hearing, and someone higher up in Interplan will decide, not me. Maybe they can erase your memory once more, I don't know. But you know the thing I was going to kill you for. I couldn't keep you from remembering it. So my reason for wanting to kill you is in a sense past." Quayle, clutching the gun, bolted from the conapt, sprinted for the elevator. "If you follow me," he thought, "I'll kill you, so don't." He jabbed at the elevator button, and a moment later the doors slid back. The police hadn't followed him. Obviously they had picked up his terse, tense thoughts and had decided not to take the chance. With him inside, the elevator descended. He had gotten away, for a time. But what next? Where could he go? The elevator reached the ground floor. A moment later, Quayle had joined the mob of Peds hurrying along the runnels. His head ached and he felt sick, but at least he had evaded death. They had come very close to shooting him on the spot back in his own conapt. And they probably will again, he decided, when they find me. And with this transmitter inside me, that won't take too long. Ironically, he had gotten exactly what he had asked Recall Incorporated for: adventure, peril, Interplan police at work, a secret and dangerous trip to Mars in which his life was at stake. Everything he had wanted as a false memory. The advantages of it being a memory, and nothing more, could now be appreciated. On a park bench alone he sat, dully watching a flock of perts, a semi-bird imported from Mars' 2 moons, capable of soaring flight even against Earth's huge gravity. Maybe I can find my way back to Mars, he pondered, but then what? It would be worse on Mars. The political organization whose leader he had assassinated would spot him the moment he stepped from the ship. He would have Interplan and them after him there. Can you hear me thinking, he wondered. Easy avenue to paranoia. Sitting here alone, he felt them tuning in on him, monitoring, recording, discussing. He shivered, rose to his feet, walked aimlessly, his hands deep in his pockets. No matter where I go, he realized, you'll always be with me, as long as I have this device inside my head. I'll make a deal with you, he thought to himself, and to them. Can you imprint a false memory template on me again, as you did before? That I lived an average, routine life, never went to Mars, never saw an Interplan uniform up close, and never handled a gun? A voice inside his brain answered, as has been carefully explained to you, that would not be enough. Astonished, he halted. We formerly communicated with you in this manner, the voice continued, when you were operating in the field on Mars. It's been months since we've done it. We assumed, in fact, that we'd never have to do so again. Where are you? Walking, Quayle said, to my death. By your officers' guns, he added, as an afterthought. How can you be sure it wouldn't be enough, he demanded. Don't the recall techniques work? As we said, if you're given a set of standard average memories, you get restless. You'd inevitably seek out Recall or one of its competitors again. We can't go through this a second time. Suppose, Quayle said, once my authentic memories have been cancelled, something more vital than standard memories are implanted. Something which would act to satisfy my craving, he said. That's been proved. That's probably why you initially hired me. But you ought to be able to come up with something else, something equal. I was the richest man on Terra, but I finally gave all my money to educational foundations. Or I was a famous deep space explorer. Anything of that sort. Wouldn't one of those do? Silence. Try it, he said desperately. Get some of your top-notch military psychiatrists. Explore my mind. Find out what my most expansive daydream is. He tried to think. Women, he said. Thousands of them, like Don Juan had. An interplanetary playboy, a mistress in every city on Earth, Luna, and Mars. Only I gave that up out of exhaustion. Please, he begged, try it. You'd voluntarily surrender, then? The voice inside his head asked. If we agreed to arrange such a solution? If it's possible? After an interval of hesitation, he said, Yes. I'll take the risk, he said to himself, that you don't simply kill me. You make the first move, the voice said presently. Turn yourself over to us, and we'll investigate that line of possibility. If we can't do it, however, if your authentic memories begin to crop up again, as they've done at this time, then— There was silence, and then the voice finished. We'll have to destroy you, as you must understand. Well, Quayle, you still want to try? Yes, he said, because the alternative was death now, and for certain. At least this way he had a chance, slim as it was. You present yourself at our main barracks in New York, the voice of the Interplan cop resumed, at 580 Fifth Avenue, floor 12. Once you've surrendered yourself, we'll have our psychiatrists begin on you. We'll have personality profile tests made. We'll attempt to determine your absolute ultimate fantasy wish. Then we'll bring you back to Recall Incorporated here, get them in on it, fulfilling that wish in vicarious surrogate retrospection. And good luck. We do owe you something. You acted as a capable instrument for us. The voice lacked malice. If anything, they, the organization, felt sympathy toward him. Thanks, Quayle said, and began searching for a robot cab. Mr. Quayle, the stern-faced, elderly Interplan psychiatrist said, you possess a most interesting wish-fulfillment dream fantasy. Probably nothing such as you consciously entertain or suppose. This is commonly the way. I hope it won't upset you too much to hear about it. The senior-ranking Interplan officer present said briskly, he better not be too much upset to hear about it, not if he expects not to get shot. Unlike the fantasy of wanting to be an Interplan undercover agent, the psychiatrist continued, which, being relatively speaking a product of maturity, had a certain plausibility to it, this production is a grotesque dream of your childhood. It is no wonder you fail to recall it. Your fantasy is this. You are 9 years old, walking alone down a rustic lane. An unfamiliar variety of space vessel from another star system lands directly in front of you. No one on Earth but you, Mr. Quayle, sees it. The creatures within are very small and helpless, somewhat on the order of field mice, although they are attempting to invade Earth. Tens of thousands of other ships will soon be on their way when this advance party gives the go-ahead signal. And I suppose I stop them, Quayle said, experiencing a mixture of amusement and disgust. Single-handed, I wipe them out, probably by stepping on them with my foot. No, the psychiatrist said patiently. You halt the invasion, but not by destroying them. Instead, you show them kindness and mercy, even though by telepathy, their mode of communication, you know why they have come. They have never seen such humane traits exhibited by any sentient organism, and to show their appreciation, they make a covenant with you. Quayle said, they won't invade Earth as long as I'm alive. Exactly. To the Interplan officer, the psychiatrist said, you can see it does fit his personality, despite his feigned scorn. So by merely existing, Quayle said, feeling a growing pleasure, by simply being alive, I keep Earth safe from alien rule. I'm, in effect, then, the most important person on Terra, without lifting a finger. Yes, indeed, sir, the psychiatrist said, and this is bedrock in your psyche. This is a lifelong childhood fantasy, which without depth and drug therapy you never would have recalled. But it has always existed in you. It went underneath, but never ceased. To McLean, who sat intently listening, the senior police official said, "Can you implant an extra-factual memory pattern that extreme in him?" "We get handed every possible type of wish fantasy there is," McLean said. "Frankly, I've heard a lot worse than this. Certainly we can handle it. 24 hours from now, he won't just wish he'd saved Earth. He'll devoutly believe it really happened." The senior police official said, "You can start the job then. In preparation, we've already once again erased the memory in him of his trip to Mars." Quayle said, "What trip to Mars?" No one answered him, so reluctantly he shelved the question. And anyhow, a police vehicle had now put in its appearance. He, McLean, and the senior police official crowded into it, and presently they were on their way to Chicago and Recall Incorporated. "You had better make no errors this time," the police officer said to heavy-set, nervous-looking McLean. "I can't see what could go wrong," McLean mumbled, perspiring. "This has nothing to do with Mars or Interplan. Single-handedly stopping an invasion of Earth from another star system?" He shook his head at that. "Wow, what a kid dreams up. And by pious virtue, too, not by force. It's sort of quaint." He dabbed at his forehead with a large linen pocket-handkerchief. Nobody said anything. "In fact," McLean said, "it's touching." "But arrogant," the police official said starkly, "inasmuch as when he dies, the invasion will resume. No wonder he doesn't recall it. It's the most grandiose fantasy I ever ran across." He eyed Quayle with disapproval. "And to think we put this man on our payroll." When they reached Recall Incorporated, the receptionist, Shirley, met them breathlessly in the outer office. "Welcome back, Mr. Quayle," she fluttered, her melon-shaped breasts, today painted an incandescent orange, bobbing with agitation. "I'm sorry everything worked out so badly before. I'm sure this time it'll go better." Still repeatedly dabbing at his shiny forehead with his neatly folded Irish linen handkerchief, McLean said it better. Moving with rapidity, he rounded up Lowe and Keeler, escorted them and Douglas Quayle to the work area, and then, with Shirley and the senior police officer, returned to his familiar office to wait. "Do we have a packet made up for this, Mr. McLean?" Shirley asked, bumping against him in her agitation, then coloring modestly. "I think we do." He tried to recall, then gave up, and consulted the formal chart. A combination, he decided aloud, of packets 81, 20, and 6. From the vault section of the chamber behind his desk he fished out the appropriate packets, carried them to his desk for inspection. From 81, he explained, a magic healing rod given him, the client in question, this time Mr. Quayle, by the race of beings from another system, a token of their gratitude. "Does it work?" the police officer asked, curiously. "It did once," McLean explained, "but he, you see, used it up, years ago, healing right and left. Now it's only a memento, but he remembers it working spectacularly." He chuckled, then opened packet 20. "Document from the UN Secretary-General, thanking him for saving Earth." This isn't precisely appropriate because part of Quayle's fantasy is that no one knows of the invasion except himself, but for the sake of verisimilitude we'll throw it in. He inspected packet 6 then. What came from this? He couldn't recall. Frowning, he dug into the plastic bag as Shirley and the Interplan police officer watched intently. "Writing," Shirley said, "in a funny language." "This tells who they were," McLean said, "and where they came from, including a detailed star map logging their flight here and the system of origin. Of course, it's in their script, so he can't read it, but he remembers them reading it to him in his own tongue." He placed the 3 artifacts in the center of the desk. "These should be taken to Quayle's Conapt," he said to the police officer, "so that when he gets home he'll find them. And it'll confirm his fantasy, SOP, standard operating procedure." He chuckled apprehensively, wondering how matters were going with Lowe and Keeler. The intercom buzzed. "Mr. McLean, I'm sorry to bother you." It was Lowe's voice. He froze as he recognized it, froze and became mute. But something's come up. Maybe it would be better if you came in here and supervised. Like before, Quayle reacted well to the narcodrine. He's unconscious, relaxed, and receptive, but... McLean sprinted for the work area. On a hygienic bed, Douglas Quayle lay, breathing slowly and regularly, eyes half shut, dimly conscious of those around him. We started interrogating him, Lowe said, white-faced, to find out exactly when to place the fantasy memory of him single-handedly having saved Earth. And strangely enough, they told me not to tell, Douglas Quayle mumbled, in a dull, drug-saturated voice. That was the agreement. I wasn't even supposed to remember. But how could I forget an event like that? I guess it would be hard, McLean reflected. But you did, until now. They even gave me a scroll, Quayle mumbled, of gratitude. I have it hidden in my conapt. I'll show it to you. To the Interplan officer who had followed after him, McLean said, Well, I offer the suggestion that you better not kill him. If you do, they'll return. They also gave me a magic, invisible destroying rod, Quayle mumbled, eyes totally shut now. That's how I killed that man on Mars you sent me to take out. It's in my drawer, along with the box of Martian mallworms and dried-up plant life. Wordlessly, the Interplan officer turned and stalked from the work area. I might as well put those packets of proof artifacts away, McLean said to himself, resignedly. He walked step by step back to his office, including the citation from the UN Secretary-General. After all, the real one probably would not be long in coming. John's world. Kastner walked around the ship without speaking. He climbed the ramp and entered, disappearing cautiously inside. For a time, his outline could be seen, stirring around. He appeared again, his broad face dimly alight. Well, Caleb Ryan said, what do you think? Kastner came down the ramp. Is it ready to go? Nothing left to work out? It's almost ready. Workmen are finishing up the remaining sections, relay connections, and feed lines. But no major problems exist. None we can predict, at least. The two men stood together, looking up at the squat metal box with its ports and screens and observation grills. The ship was not lovely. There were no trim lines, no chrome and Rexaroid struts to ease the hull into a gradually tapering teardrop. The ship was square and knobby, with turrets and projections rising up everywhere. What will they think when we emerge from that? Kastner murmured. We had no time to beautify it. Of course, if you want to wait another 2 months... Couldn't you take off a few of the knobs? What are they for? What do they do? Valves. You can examine the plans. They drain off the power load when it peaks too far up. Time travel is going to be dangerous. A vast load is collected as the ship moves back. It has to be leaked off gradually, or we'll be an immense bomb charged with millions of volts. I'll take your word on it. Kastner picked up his briefcase. He moved toward one of the exits. League guards stepped out of his way. I'll tell the directors it's almost ready. By the way, I have something to reveal. What is it? We've decided who's going along with you. Who? I'm going. I've always wanted to know what things were like before the war. You see the history spools, but it isn't the same. I want to be there, walk around. You know, they say there was no ash before the war. The surface was fertile. You could walk for miles without seeing ruins. This, I would like to see. I didn't know you were interested in the past. Oh, yes, my family preserved some illustrated books showing how it was. No wonder USIC wants to get hold of Schonerman's papers. If Reconstruction could begin, that's what we all want. And maybe we'll get it. I'll see you later. Ryan watched the plump little businessman depart, his briefcase clutched tightly. The row of League guards stepped aside for him to pass, filling in behind him as he disappeared through the doorway. Ryan returned his attention to the ship. So Kastner was to be his companion. USIC, United Synthetic Industries Combine, had held out for equal representation on the trip. One man from the League, one from USIC. USIC had been the source of supply, both commercial and financial, for Project Clock. Without its help, the project would never have got out of the paper stage. Ryan sat down at the bench and sent the blueprints racing through the scanner. They had worked a long time. There was not much left to be done, only a few finishing touches here and there. The vid screen clicked. Ryan halted the scanner and swung to catch the call. "Ryan." The League monitor appeared on the screen. The call was coming through League cables. "Emergency call." Ryan froze. "Put it through." The monitor faded. After a moment, an old face appeared, florid and lined. "Ryan, what's happened? You had better come home as soon as you can." "What is it?" "John." Ryan forced himself to be calm. "Another attack?" His voice was thick. "Yes." "Like the others?" "Exactly like the others." Ryan's hand jerked to the cutoff switch. "All right, I'll be home at once. Don't let anyone in. Try to keep him quiet. Don't let him out of his room. Double the guard if necessary." Ryan broke the circuit. A moment later he was on his way to the roof toward his intercity ship parked above him, at the roof field of the building. His intercity ship rushed above the unending gray ash, automatic grapples guiding it toward City 4. Ryan stared blankly out the port, only half seeing the sight below. He was between cities. The surface was wasted, endless heaps of slag and ash as far as the eye could see. Cities rose up like occasional toadstools, separated by miles of gray. Toadstools here and there, towers and buildings, men and women working. Gradually the surface was being reclaimed. Supplies and equipment were being brought down from the lunar base. During the war, human beings had left Terra and gone to the moon. Terra was devastated, nothing but a globe of ruin and ash. Men had come back, gradually, when the war was over. Actually, there had been 2 wars. The first was man against man. The second was man against the Claws, complex robots that had been created as a war weapon. The Claws had turned on their makers, designing their own new types and equipment. Ryan's ship began to descend. He was over City 4. Presently the ship came to rest on the roof of his massive private residence at the center of the city. Ryan leaped quickly out and crossed the roof to the lift. A moment later he entered his quarters and made his way toward John's room. He found the old man watching John through the glass side of the room, his face grave. John's room was partly in darkness. John was sitting on the edge of his bed, his hands clasped tightly together. His eyes were shut, his mouth was open a little, and from time to time his tongue came out, stiff and rigid. "How long has he been like that?" Ryan said to the old man beside him. "About an hour." "The other attacks followed the same pattern?" "This is more severe. Each has been more severe." "No one has seen him but you?" "Just the 2 of us. I called you when I was certain. It's almost over. He's coming out of it." On the other side of the glass, John stood up and walked away from his bed, his arms folded. His blond hair hung down raggedly in his face. His eyes were still shut. His face was pale and set. His lips twitched. He was completely unconscious at first. I had left him alone for a while. I was in another part of the building. When I came back, I found him lying on the floor. He had been reading. The spools were scattered all around him. His face was blue. His breathing was irregular. There were repeated muscular spasms as before. "What did you do?" "I entered the room and carried him to the bed. He was rigid at first, but after a few minutes he began to relax. His body became limp. I tested his pulse. It was very slow. Breathing was coming more easily. And then it began." "It?" "The talk." "Oh," Ryan nodded. "I wish you could have been here. He talked more than ever before, on, streams of it without pause, as if he couldn't stop." Was it the same talk as before?" "Exactly the same, as it's always been." And his face was lit up, glowing, as before. Ryan considered. "Is it all right for me to go into the room?" "Yes, it's almost over." Ryan moved to the door. His fingers pressed against the code lock and the door slid back into the wall. John did not notice him as he came quietly into the room. He paced back and forth, eyes shut, his arms wrapped around his body. He swayed a little, rocking from side to side. Ryan came to the center of the room and stopped. "John!" The boy blinked. His eyes opened. He shook his head, rapidly. "Ryan? What did you want?" Better sit down. John nodded. Yes, thank you. He sat down on the bed, uncertainly. His eyes were wide and blue. He pushed his hair back out of his face, smiling a little at Ryan. How do you feel? I feel all right. Ryan sat down across from him, drawing a chair over. He crossed his legs, leaning back. For a long time he studied the boy. Neither of them spoke. Grant says you had a little attack, Ryan said, finally. John nodded. You're over it now? Oh, yes. How is the time ship coming? Fine. You promised I could see it when it's ready. You can when it's completely done. When will that be? Soon. A few more days. I want to see it very much. I've been thinking about it. Imagine going into time. You could go back to Greece. You could go back and see Pericles and Xenophon and Epictetus. You could go back to Egypt and talk to Akhenaten. He grinned. I can't wait to see it. Ryan shifted. John, do you really think you're well enough to go outside? Maybe. Well enough? What do you mean? Your attacks. You really think you should go out? Are you strong enough? John's face clouded. They're not attacks, not really. I wish you wouldn't call them attacks. Not attacks? What are they? John hesitated. I shouldn't tell you, Ryan. You wouldn't understand. Ryan stood up. All right, John. If you feel you can't talk to me, I'll go back to the lab. He crossed the room to the door. It's a shame you can't see the ship. I think you'd like it. John followed him plaintively. Can't I see it? Maybe if I knew more about your attacks, I'd know whether you're well enough to go out. John's face flickered. Ryan watched him intently. He could see thoughts crossing John's mind, written on his features. He struggled inwardly. Don't you want to tell me? John took a deep breath. They're visions. What? They're visions. John's face was alive with radiance. I've known it a long time. Grant says they're not, but they are. If you could see them, you'd know too. They're not like anything else. More real than this, he thumped the wall. More real than that. Ryan lit a cigarette, slowly. Go on. It all came with a rush. More real than anything else, like looking through a window into another world, a real world, much more real than this. It makes all this just a shadow world, only dim shadows, shapes, images. Shadows of an ultimate reality? Yes, exactly. The world behind all this. John paced back and forth, animated by excitement. This, all these things, what we see here, buildings, the sky, the cities, the endless ash, none is quite real. It's so dim and vague. I don't really feel it, not like the other, and it's becoming less real all the time. The other is growing, Ryan, growing more and more vivid. Grant told me it's only my imagination, but it's not. It's real. More real than any of these things here, these things in this room. Then why can't we all see it? I don't know. I wish you could. You ought to see it, Ryan. It's beautiful. You'd like it after you got used to it. It takes time to adjust. Ryan considered. Tell me, he said at last. I want to know exactly what you see. Do you always see the same thing? Yes, always the same, but more intensely. What is it? What do you see that's so real? John did not answer for a while. He seemed to have withdrawn. Ryan waited, watching his son. What was going on in his mind? What was he thinking? The boy's eyes were shut again. His hands were pressed together, the fingers white. He was off again, off in his private world. Go on, Ryan said aloud. So it was visions the boy saw, visions of ultimate reality, like the Middle Ages, his own son. There was a grim irony in it. Just when it seemed they had finally licked that proclivity in man, his eternal inability to face reality, his eternal dreaming. Would science never be able to realize its ideal? Would man always go on preferring illusion to reality? His own son, retrogression, 1,000 years lost, ghosts and gods and devils and the secret inner world, the world of ultimate reality, all the fables and fictions and metaphysics that man had used for centuries to compensate for his fear, his terror of the world, all the dreams he had made up to hide the truth, the harsh world of reality, myths, religions, fairy tales, a better land beyond and above, paradise, all coming back, reappearing again, and in his own son. "Go on," Ryan said impatiently. "What do you see?" "I see fields," John said. "Yellow fields as bright as the sun. Fields and parks, endless parks, green mixed in with the yellow. Paths for people to walk." "What else?" "Men and women, in robes, walking along the paths, among the trees, the air fresh and sweet, the sky bright blue, birds, animals moving through the parks, butterflies, oceans, lapping oceans of clear water. No cities. Not like our cities, not the same. People living in the parks, little wood houses here and there, among the trees." "Roads?" "Only paths, no ships or anything, only walking." "What else do you see?" "That's all." John opened his eyes. His cheeks were flushed. His eyes sparkled and danced. "That's all, Ryan. Parks and yellow fields, men and women in robes, and so many animals, the wonderful animals." "How do they live?" "What?" "How do the people live? What keeps them alive?" "They grow things in the fields." "Is that all? Don't they build? Don't they have factories?" "I don't think so." "An agrarian society, primitive." Ryan frowned. "No business or commerce." "They work in the fields and discuss things." "Can you hear them?" "Very faintly. Sometimes I can hear them a little if I listen very hard. I can't make out any words, though." "What are they discussing?" "Things." "What kind of things?" John gestured, vaguely. "Great things. The world, the universe." There was silence. Ryan grunted. He did not say anything. Finally he put out his cigarette. "John." "Yes?" "You think what you see is real?" John smiled. "I know it's real." Ryan's gaze was sharp. "What do you mean real? In what way is this world of yours real?" "It exists." "Where does it exist?" "I don't know." "Here? Does it exist here?" "No, it's not here." "Someplace else, a long way off, some other part of the universe beyond our range of experience?" "Not another part of the universe. It has nothing to do with space. It's here." John waved around him. "Close by. It's very close. I see it all around me." "Do you see it now?" "No, it comes and goes." "It ceases to exist? It only exists sometimes?" "No, it's always there, but I can't always make contact with it." "How do you know it's always there?" "I just know." "Why can't I see it? Why are you the only one who can see it?" "I don't know." John rubbed his forehead wearily. "I don't know why I'm the only one who can see it. I wish you could see it. I wish everybody could see it." "How can you demonstrate it isn't an hallucination? You have no objective validation of it. You have only your own inner sense, your state of consciousness. How could it be presented for empirical analysis?" "Maybe it can't. I don't know. I don't care. I don't want to present it for empirical analysis." There was silence. John's face was set and grim, his jaw tight. Ryan sighed. Impasse. "All right, John." He moved slowly toward the door. "I'll see you later." John said nothing. At the door, Ryan halted, looking back. "Then your visions are getting stronger, aren't they? Progressively more vivid?" John nodded curtly. Ryan considered a while. Finally he raised his hand. The door slid away and he passed outside the room into the hall. Grant came up to him. "I was watching through the window. He's quite withdrawn, isn't he?" "It's difficult to talk to him. He seems to believe these attacks are some kind of vision." "I know, he's told me." "Why didn't you let me know?" "I didn't want to alarm you more. I know you've been worried about him." "The attacks are getting worse. He says they're more vivid, more convincing." Grant nodded. Ryan moved along the corridor deep in thought. Grant a little behind. "It's difficult to be certain of the best course of action. The attacks absorb him more and more. He's beginning to take them seriously. They're usurping the place of the outside world. And in addition, And in addition, you're leaving soon. I wish we knew more about time travel. A great number of things may happen to us. Ryan rubbed his jaw. We might not come back. Time is a potent force. No real exploration has been done. We have no idea what we may run into. He came to the lift and stopped. I'll have to make my decision right away. It has to be made before we leave. Your decision? Ryan entered the lift. You'll know about it later. Watch John constantly from now on. Don't be away from him for even a moment. Do you understand? Grant nodded. I understand. You want to be sure he doesn't leave his room. You'll hear from me either tonight or tomorrow. Ryan ascended to the roof and entered his intercity ship. As soon as he was in the sky, he clicked on the vid screen and dialed the League offices. The face of the League monitor appeared. Offices. Give me the medical center. The monitor faded. Presently, Walter Timmer, the medical director, appeared on the screen. His eyes flickered as he recognized Ryan. What can I do for you, Caleb? I want you to get out a medical car and a few good men and come over here to City 4. Why? It's a matter I discussed with you several months ago. You recall, I think. Timmer's expression changed. Your son? I've decided. I can't wait any longer. He's getting worse, and we'll be leaving soon on the time trip. I want it performed before I leave. All right. Timmer made a note. We'll make immediate arrangements here, and we'll send a ship over to pick him up at once. Ryan hesitated. You'll do a good job? Of course, we'll have James Pryor perform the actual operation. Timmer reached up to cut the vidscreen circuit. Don't worry, Caleb. He'll do a good job. Pryor is the best lobotomist the center has. Ryan laid out the map, stretching the corners flat against the table. This is a time map, drawn up in the form of a space projection, so we can see where we're going. Kastner peered over his shoulder. Will we be confined to the one project, getting Schonerman's papers, or can we move around? Only the one project is contemplated. But to be certain of success, we should make several stops on this side of Schonerman's continuum. Our time map may be inaccurate, or the drive itself may act with some bias. The work was finished. All the final sections were put in place. In a corner of the room, John sat, watching, his face expressionless. Ryan glanced toward him. How does it look to you? Fine. The time ship was like some stubby insect, overgrown with warts and knobs. A square box with windows and endless turrets, not really a ship at all. I guess you wish you could come, Kastner said to John, right? John nodded faintly. How are you feeling? Ryan asked him. Fine. Ryan studied his son. The boy's color had come back. He had regained most of his original vitality. The visions, of course, no longer existed. Maybe you can come next time, Kastner said. Ryan returned to the map. Schonerman did most of his work between 2030 and 2037. The results were not put to any use until several years later. The decision to use his work in the war was reached only after long consideration. The governments seemed to have been aware of the dangers, but not sufficiently so. No, Ryan hesitated, and we may be getting ourselves into the same situation. How do you mean? Schonerman's discovery of the artificial brain was lost when the last claw was destroyed. None of us have been able to duplicate his work. If we bring his papers, we may put society back in jeopardy. We may bring back the claws. Kastner shook his head. No, Schonerman's work was not implicitly related to the claws. The development of an artificial brain does not imply lethal usage. Any scientific discovery can be used for destruction. Even the wheel was used in the Assyrian war chariots. I suppose so. Ryan glanced up at Kastner. Are you certain USIC doesn't intend to use Schonerman's work along military lines? USIC is an industrial combine, not a government. It would ensure its advantage for a long time. USIC is strong enough as it is. Let it go. Ryan rolled up the map. We can start any minute. I'm anxious to get going. We've worked a long time on this. I agree. Ryan crossed the room to his son. We're leaving, John. We should be back fairly soon. Wish us luck. John nodded. I wish you luck. You're feeling all right? Yes. John, you feel better now, don't you? Better than before? Yes. Aren't you glad they're gone? All the troubles you were having? Yes. Ryan put his hand awkwardly on the boy's shoulder. We'll see you later. Ryan and Kastner made their way up the ramp to the hatch of the time ship. From the corner, John watched them silently. A few League guards lounged at the entrances to the work lab, watching with idle interest. Ryan paused at the hatch. He called one of the guards over. Tell Timmer I want him. The guard went off, pushing through the exit. What is it? Kastner said. I have some final instructions to give him. Kastner shot him a sharp glance. Final? What's the matter? You think something's going to happen to us? No, just a precaution. Timmer came striding in. You're leaving, Ryan? Everything's ready. There's no reason to hold back any longer. Timmer came up the ramp. What did you want me for? This may be unnecessary, but there's always the possibility something might go wrong. In case the ship doesn't reappear according to schedule, I've filed with the League members. You want me to name a protector for John? That's right. There's nothing to worry about. I know, but I'd feel better. Someone should watch out for him. They both glanced at the silent, expressionless boy sitting in the corner of the room. John stared straight ahead. His face was blank. His eyes were dull, listless. There was nothing there. Good luck, Timmer said. He and Ryan shook hands. I hope everything works out. Kastner climbed inside the ship, setting down his briefcase. Ryan followed him, lowering the hatch into place and bolting it into position. He sealed the inner lock. A bank of automatic lighting came on. Controlled atmosphere began to hiss into the cabin of the ship. Air, light, heat, Kastner said. He peered out the port at the League guards outside. It's hard to believe. In a few minutes all this will disappear. This building, these guards, everything. Ryan seated himself at the control board of the ship, spreading out the time map. He fastened the map into position, crossing the surface with the leads from the board before him. It's my plan to make several observation stops along the way so we can view some of the past events relevant to our work. The war? Mainly. I'm interested in seeing the claws in actual operation. At one time they were in complete control of Terra, according to the War Office records. Let's not get too close, Ryan. Ryan laughed. We won't land. We'll make our observations from the air. The only actual contact we'll make will be with Schonerman. Ryan closed the power circuit. Energy flowed through the ship around them, flooding into the meters and indicators on the control board. Needles jumped, registering the load. The main thing we have to watch is our energy peak, Ryan explained. If we build up too much of a load of time ergs, the ship won't be able to come out of the time stream. We'll keep moving back into the past, building up a greater and greater charge. An enormous bomb. That's right. Ryan adjusted the switches before him. The meter readings changed. Here we go. Better hang on. He released the controls. The ship shuddered as it polarized into position, easing into the time flow. The vanes and knobs changed their settings, adjusting themselves to the stress. Relays closed, breaking the ship against the current sweeping around them. Like the ocean, Ryan murmured. The most potent energy in the universe. The great dynamic behind all motion. The prime mover. Maybe this is what they used to mean by God. Ryan nodded. The ship was vibrating around them. They were in the grip of a giant hand, an immense fist closing silently. They were in motion. Through the port, the men and walls had begun to waver, fading out of existence as the ship slipped out of phase with the present, drifting farther and farther into the flow of the time stream. It won't be long, Ryan murmured. All at once, the scene beyond the port winked out. There was nothing there, nothing beyond them. We've not phased with any space-time objects, Ryan explained. We're out of focus with the universe itself. At this moment, we exist in non-time. There's no continuum in which we're operating. I hope we can get back again. Kastner sat down nervously, his eyes on the blank port. I feel like the first man who went down in a submarine. That was during the American Revolution. The submarine was propelled by a crank, which the pilot turned. The other end of the crank was a propeller. How could he go very far? He didn't. He cranked his ship under a British frigate and then bored a hole in the frigate's hull. Kastner glanced up at the hull of the timeship, vibrating and rattling from stress. What would happen if this ship should break open? We'd be atomized, dissolved into the stream around us. Ryan lit a cigarette. We'd become a part of the time flow. We'd move back and forth endlessly from one end of the universe to the other. And? The time ends. Time flows both ways. Right now we're moving back, but energy must move both ways to keep a balance. Otherwise, time ergs in vast amounts would collect at one particular continuum, and the result would be catastrophic. Do you suppose there's some purpose behind all of this? I wonder how the time flow ever got started. Your question is meaningless. Questions of purpose have no objective validity. They can't be subjected to any form of empirical investigation. Kastner lapsed into silence. He picked at his sleeve nervously, watching the port. Across the time map, the cable arms moved, tracing a line from the present back into the past. Ryan studied the motion of the arms. We're reaching the latter part of the war, the final stages. I'm going to rephase the ship and bring it out of the time flow. Then we'll be back in the universe again? Among objects, in a specific continuum. Ryan gripped the power switch. He took a deep breath. The first great test of the ship had passed. They had entered the time stream without accident. Could they leave it as easily? He opened the switch. The ship leaped. Kastner staggered, catching hold of the wall support. Outside the port, a gray sky twisted and wavered. Adjustments fell into place, leveling the ship in the air. Down below them, Terra circled and tilted as the ship gained equilibrium. Kastner hurried to the port to peer out. They were a few hundred feet above the surface, rushing parallel to the ground. Gray ash stretched out in all directions, broken by the occasional mounds of rubbish. Ruins of towns, buildings, walls, wrecks of military equipment. Clouds of ash blew across the sky, darkening the sun. Is the war still on? Kastner asked. The claws still possess Terra. We should be able to see them. Ryan raised the time ship, increasing the scope of their view. Kastner scanned the ground. What if they fire at us? We can always escape into time. They might capture the ship and use it to come to the present. I doubt it. At this stage in the war, the claws were busy fighting among themselves. To their right ran a winding road, disappearing into the ash and reappearing again later on. Bomb craters gaped here and there, breaking the road up. Something was coming slowly along it. There, Kastner said, on the road, a column of some sort. Ryan maneuvered the ship. They hung above the road, the two of them peering out. The column was dark brown, a marching file making its way steadily along. Men, a column of men, marching silently through the landscape of ash. Suddenly Kastner gasped. They're identical. All of them are the same. They were seeing a column of claws. Like lead toys, the robots marched along, tramping through the gray ash. Ryan caught his breath. He had expected such a sight, of course. There were only 4 types of claws. These he saw now had all been turned out in the same underground plant from the same dyes and stampers. 50 or 60 robots, shaped like young men, marched calmly along. They moved very slowly. Each had only 1 leg. They must have been fighting among themselves, Kastner murmured. No, this type was made this way, the wounded soldier type. Originally they were designed to trick human sentries to gain entrance into regular bunkers. It was weird, watching the silent column of men, identical men, each the same as the next, plodding along the road. Each soldier supported himself with a crutch. Even the crutches were identical. Kastner opened and closed his mouth in revulsion. Not very pleasant, is it? Ryan said. We're lucky the human race got away to Luna. Didn't any of these follow? A few, but by the time we had identified the 4 types and were ready for them. Ryan took hold of the power switch. Let's go on. Wait. Kastner raised his hand. Something's going to happen. To the right of the road, a group of figures were slipping rapidly down the side of a rise through the ash. Ryan let go of the power switch, watching. The figures were identical. Women. The women in uniforms and boots advanced quietly toward the column on the road. Another variety, Kastner said. Suddenly the column of soldiers halted. They scattered, hobbling awkwardly in all directions. Some of them fell, stumbling and dropping their crutches. The women rushed out on the road. They were slender and young, with dark hair and eyes. One of the wounded soldiers began to fire. A woman fumbled at her belt. She made a throwing motion. "What?" Kastner muttered. There was a sudden flash. A cloud of white light rose from the center of the road, billowing in all directions. "Some kind of concussion bomb," Ryan said. "Maybe we better get out of here." Ryan threw the switch. The scene below them began to waver. Abruptly, it faded. It winked out. "Thank God that's over," Kastner said. "So that's what the war was like." "The second part, the major part, claw against claw. It's a good thing they started fighting with each other. Good for us, I mean." "Where to now?" "We'll make one more observation stop. During the early part of the war, before claws came into use." "And then, Shonerman?" Ryan set his jaw. "That's right. One more stop, and then Shonerman." Ryan adjusted the controls. The meters moved slightly. Across the map, the cable arms traced their path. "It won't be long," Ryan murmured. He gripped the switch, setting the relays in place. "This time we have to be more careful. There'll be more war activity." "Maybe we shouldn't even—" "I want to see. This was man against man, the Soviet region against the United Nations. I'm curious to see what it was like." "What if we're spotted?" "We can get away quickly." Kastner said nothing. Ryan manipulated the controls. Time passed. At the edge of the board, Ryan's cigarette burned to an ash. At last he straightened up. "Here we go. Get set." He opened the switch. Below them, green and brown plains stretched out, pocked with bomb craters. Part of a city swept past. It was burning. Towering columns of smoke rose up, drifting into the sky. Along the roads, black dots moved, vehicles and people streaming away. "A bombing," Kastner said. "Recent." The city fell behind. They were over open country. Military trucks rushed along. Most of the land was still intact. They could see a few farmers working the fields. The farmers dropped down as the time ship moved over them. Ryan studied the sky. "Watch out." "Aircraft?" "I'm not sure where we are. I don't know the location of the sides in this part of the war. We may be over UN territory or Soviet territory." Ryan held on tight to the switch. From the blue sky, 2 dots appeared. The dots grew. Ryan watched them intently. Beside him, Kastner gave a nervous grunt. "Ryan, we better—" The dots separated. Ryan's hand closed over the power switch. He yanked it closed. As the scene dissolved, the dots swept past. Then there was nothing but grayness outside. In their ears, the roar of the 2 planes still echoed. "That was close," Kastner said. "Very. They didn't waste any time." "I hope you don't want to stop any more." "No. No more observation stops. The project itself comes next. We're close to Shonerman's time area. I can begin to slow down the velocity of the ship. This is going to be critical." "Critical?" "There are going to be problems getting to Shonerman. We must hit his continuum exactly, both in space as well as time. He may be guarded. In any case, they won't give us much time to explain who we are." Ryan tapped the time map. "And there's always the chance the information given here is incorrect." "How long before we rephase with the continuum? Shonerman's continuum?" Ryan looked at his wristwatch. "About 5 or 10 minutes. Get ready to leave the ship. Part of this is going to be on foot." It was night. There was no sound, only unending silence. Kastner strained to hear, his ear against the hull of the ship. "Nothing." "No, I don't hear anything either." Carefully, Ryan unbolted the hatch, sliding the locks back. He pushed the hatch open, his gun gripped tight. He peered out into the darkness. The air was fresh and cold, full of smells of growing things, trees and flowers. He took a deep breath. He could see nothing. It was pitch black. Far off, a long way off, a cricket chirruped. "Hear that?" Ryan said. "What is it?" "A beetle." Ryan stepped gingerly down. The ground was soft underfoot. He was beginning to adjust to the darkness. Above him, a few stars glinted. He could make out trees, a field of trees. And beyond the trees, a high fence. Kastner stepped down beside him. "What now?" "Keep your voice down." Ryan indicated the fence. "We're going that way, some kind of building." They crossed the field to the fence. At the fence, Ryan aimed his gun, setting the charge at minimum. The fence charred and sank. The wire glowed red. Ryan and Kastner stepped over the fence. The side of the building rose, concrete and iron. Ryan nodded to Kastner. "We'll have to move quickly, and low." He crouched, taking a breath. Then he ran, bent over, Kastner beside him. They crossed the ground to the building. A window loomed up in front of them. Then a door. Ryan threw his weight against the door. The door opened. Ryan fell inside, staggering. He caught a quick glimpse of startled faces, men leaping to their feet. Ryan fired, sweeping the interior of the room with his gun. Flame rushed out, crackling around him. Kastner fired past his shoulder. Shapes moved in the flame, dim outlines falling and rolling. The flames died. Ryan advanced, stepping over charred heaps on the floor. A barracks, bunks, remains of a table, an overturned lamp and radio. By the rays of the lamp, Ryan studied a battle map pinned on the wall. He traced the map with his finger, deep in thought. "Are we far?" Kastner asked, standing by the door with his gun ready. "No, only a few miles." "How do we get there?" "We'll move the timeship. It's safer. We're lucky. It might have been on the other side of the world." "Will there be many guards?" "I'll tell you the facts when we get there." Ryan moved to the door. "Come on, someone may have seen us." Kastner grabbed up a handful of newspapers from the remains of the table. "I'll bring these. Maybe they'll tell us something." "Good idea." Ryan set the ship down in a hollow between two hills. He spread the newspapers out, studying them intently. "We're earlier than I thought, by a few months. Assuming these are new." He fingered the newsprint. Not turned yellow, probably only a day or so old. "What is the date?" "Autumn, 2030, September 21st. Kastner peered out the port. "The sun is going to be coming up soon. The sky is beginning to turn gray. We'll have to work fast." "I'm a little uncertain. What am I supposed to do?" "Shonerman is in a small village beyond this hill. We're in the United States, in Kansas. This area is surrounded by troops, a circle of pillboxes and dugouts. We're inside the periphery. Shonerman is virtually unknown at this continuum. His research has never been published. At this time he's working as a part of a large government research project." "Then he's not especially protected." "Only later on, when his work has been turned over to the government, will he be protected day and night. Kept in an underground laboratory and never let up to the surface. The government's most valuable research worker. But right now, how will we know him?" Ryan handed Kastner a sheaf of photographs. "This is Shonerman. All the pictures that survived up to our own time." Kastner studied the pictures. Shonerman was a small man, with horn-rimmed glasses. He smiled feebly at the camera, a thin, nervous man with a prominent forehead. His hands were slender, the fingers long and tapered. In one photograph he sat at his desk, a pipe beside him, his thin chest covered by a sleeveless wool sweater. In another he sat with his legs crossed, a tabby cat in his lap, a mug of beer in front of him, an old German enamel mug with hunting scenes and Gothic letters. "So that's the man who invented the claws, or did the research work." "That's the man who worked out the principles for the first workable artificial brain." "Did he know they were going to use his work to make the claws?" "Not at first. According to reports, Shonerman first learned about it only when the initial batch of claws was released. The United Nations were losing the war. The Soviets gained an original advantage due to their opening surprise attacks. The claws were hailed as a triumph of Western development. For a time they seemed to have turned the tide of the war. And then the claws began to manufacture their own varieties and attack Soviets and Westerners alike. The only humans that survived were those at the UN base on Luna, a few dozen million. It was a good thing the claws finally turned on each other." Shonerman saw the whole development of his work to the last stages. They say he became greatly embittered. Kastner passed the pictures back. "And you say he's not especially well guarded?" "Not at this continuum. No more than any other research worker. He's young. In this continuum, he's only 25, remember that." "Where'll we find him?" "The government project is located in what was once a schoolhouse. Most of the work is done on the surface. No big underground development has begun yet. The research workers have barracks about a quarter-mile from their labs." Ryan glanced at his watch. "Our best chance is to nab him as he begins work at his bench in the lab." "Not in the barracks?" "The papers are all in the lab. The government doesn't allow any written work to be taken out. Each worker is searched as he leaves. Ryan touched his coat gingerly. We have to be careful. Shonerman must not be harmed. We only want his papers. We won't use our blasters? No, we don't dare take the chance of injuring him. His papers will definitely be at his bench? He's not allowed to remove them for any reason. We know exactly where we'll find what we want. There's only one place the papers can be. Their security precautions play right into our hands. Exactly, Ryan murmured. Ryan and Kastner slipped down the hillside, running between the trees. The ground was hard and cold underfoot. They emerged at the edge of the town. A few people were already up, moving slowly along the street. The town had not been bombed. There was no damage as yet. The windows of the stores had been boarded up, and huge arrows pointed to the underground shelters. What do they have on? Kastner said. Some of them have something on their faces. Bacteria masks. Come on. Ryan gripped his blast pistol as he and Kastner made their way through the town. None of the people paid any attention to them. Just two more uniformed people, Kastner said. Our main hope is surprise. We're inside the wall of defense. The sky is patrolled against Soviet craft. No Soviet agents could be landed here, and in any case, this is a minor research lab, in the center of the United States. There would be no reason for Soviet agents to come here. But there will be guards. Everything is guarded, all science, all kinds of research work. The schoolhouse loomed up ahead of them. A few men were milling around the doorway. Ryan's heart constricted. Was Shonerman one of them? The men were going inside one by one. A guard in helmet and uniform was checking their badges. A few of the men wore bacteria masks, only their eyes visible. Would he recognize Shonerman? What if he wore a mask? Fear gripped Ryan suddenly. In a mask, Shonerman would look like anyone else. Ryan slipped his blast pistol away, motioning Kastner to do the same. His fingers closed over the lining of his coat pocket. Sleep gas crystals. No one this early would have been immunized against sleep gas. It had not been developed until a year or so later. The gas would put everyone for several hundred feet around into varying periods of sleep. It was a tricky and unpredictable weapon, but perfect for this situation. I'm ready, Kastner murmured. Wait, we have to wait for him. They waited. The sun rose, warming the cold sky. More research workers appeared, filing up the path and inside the building. They puffed white clouds of frozen moisture and slapped their hands together. Ryan began to become nervous. One of the guards was watching him and Kastner. If they became suspicious... A small man in a heavy overcoat and horn-rimmed glasses came up the path, hurrying toward the building. Ryan tensed. Shonerman. Shonerman flashed his badge to the guard. He stamped his feet and went inside the building, stripping off his mittens. It was over in a second. A brisk young man hurrying to get to his work, to his papers. Come on, Ryan said. He and Kastner moved forward. Ryan pulled the gas crystals loose from the lining of his pocket. The crystals were cold and hard in his hand, like diamonds. The guard was watching them coming, his gun alert. His face was set, studying them. He had never seen them before. Ryan, watching the guard's face, could read his thoughts without trouble. Ryan and Kastner halted at the doorway. We're from the FBI, Ryan said calmly. Identify yourselves. The guard did not move. Here are our credentials, Ryan said. He drew his hand out from his coat pocket and crushed the gas crystals in his fist. The guard sagged. His face relaxed. Limply his body slid to the ground. The gas spread. Kastner stepped through the door, peering around, his eyes bright. The building was small. Lab benches and equipment stretched out on all sides of them. The workers lay where they had been standing, inert heaps on the floor, their arms and legs out, their mouths open. Quick! Ryan passed Kastner, hurrying across the lab. At the far end of the room, Shonerman lay slumped over his bench, his head resting against the metal surface. His glasses had fallen off. His eyes were open, staring. He had taken his papers out of the drawer. The padlock and key were still on the bench. The papers were under his head and between his hands. Kastner ran to Shonerman and snatched the papers up, stuffing them into his briefcase. Get them all. I have them all. Kastner pulled open the drawer. He grabbed the remaining papers in the drawer. Every one of them. Let's go. The gas will dissipate rapidly. They ran back outside. A few sprawled bodies lay across the entrance, workers who had come into the area. Hurry. They ran through the town, along the single main street. People gaped at them in astonishment. Kastner gasped for breath, holding on tight to his briefcase as he ran. "I'm winded. Don't stop." They reached the edge of the town and started up the hillside. Ryan ran between the trees, his body bent forward, not looking back. Some of the workers would be reviving, and other guards would be coming into the area. It would not be long before the alarm would be out. Behind them, a siren whirred into life. "Here they come." Ryan paused at the top of the hill, waiting for Kastner. Behind them, men were swelling rapidly into the street, coming up out of underground bunkers. More sirens wailed, a dismal, echoing sound. "Down!" Ryan ran down the hillside toward the timeship, sliding and slipping on the dry earth. Kastner hurried after him, sobbing for breath. They could hear orders being shouted. Soldiers swarming up the hillside after them. Ryan reached the ship. He grabbed Kastner and pulled him inside. "Get the hatch shut! Get it closed!" Ryan ran to the control board. Kastner dropped his briefcase and tugged at the rim of the hatch. At the top of the hill, a line of soldiers appeared. They made their way down the hillside, aiming and firing as they ran. "Get down!" Ryan barked. Shells crashed against the hull of the ship. "Down!" Kastner fired back with his blast pistol. A wave of flame rolled up the hillside at the soldiers. The hatch came shut with a bang. Kastner spun the bolts and slid the inner lock into place. "Ready, all ready." Ryan threw the power switch. Outside, the remaining soldiers fought through the flame to the side of the ship. Ryan could see their faces through the port, seared and scorched by the blast. One man raised his gun awkwardly. Most of them were down, rolling and struggling to rise. As the scene dimmed and faded, he saw one of them crawling to his knees. The man's clothing was on fire. Smoke billowed from him, from his arms and shoulders. His face was contorted with pain. He reached out toward the ship, reaching up at Ryan, his hands shaking, his body bent. Suddenly, Ryan froze. He was still staring fixedly when the scene winked out, and there was nothing. Nothing at all. The meters changed reading. Across the time map, the arms moved calmly, tracing their lines. In the last moment, Ryan had looked directly into the man's face, the pain-contorted face. The features had been twisted, screwed up out of shape, and the horn-rimmed glasses were gone, but there was no doubt. It was Schoenerman. Ryan sat down. He ran a shaking hand through his hair. "You're certain?" Kastner said. "Yes. He must have come out of the sleep very quickly. It reacts differently on each person. And he was at the far end of the room. He must have come out of it and followed after us." "Was he badly injured?" "I don't know." Kastner opened his briefcase. "Anyhow, we have the papers." Ryan nodded, only half hearing. Schoenerman injured, blasted, his clothing on fire. That had not been part of the plan. But more important, had it been part of history? For the first time, the ramification of what they had done was beginning to emerge in his mind. Their own concern had been to obtain Schoenerman's papers so that USIC could make use of the artificial brain. Properly used, Schoenerman's discovery could have great value in aiding the restoration of demolished Terra. Armies of worker robots replanting and rebuilding. A mechanical army to make Terra fertile again. Robots could do in a generation what humans would toil at for years. Terra could be reborn. But in returning to the past, had they introduced new factors? Had a new past been created? Had some kind of balance been upset? Ryan stood up and paced back and forth. "What is it?" Kastner said. "We got the papers." "I know." "USIC will be pleased. The League can expect aid from now on, whatever it wants. This will set up USIC forever. After all, USIC will manufacture the robots, worker robots, the end of human labor, machines instead of men to work the ground." Ryan nodded. "Fine. Then what's wrong?" "I'm worried about our continuum." "What are you worried about?" Ryan crossed to the control board and studied the time map. The ship was moving back toward the present, the arms tracing a path back. "I'm worried about new factors we may have introduced into past continuums. There's no record of Schoenerman being injured. There's no record of this event. It may have set a different causal chain into motion." "Like what?" "I don't know, but I intend to find out. We're going to make a stop right away and discover what new factors we've set into motion." Ryan moved the ship into a continuum immediately following the Schoenerman incident. It was early October, a little over a week later. He landed the ship in a farmer's field, outside of Des Moines, Iowa, at sunset. A cold autumn night with the ground hard and brittle underfoot. Ryan and Kastner walked into town, Kastner holding tightly onto his briefcase. Des Moines had been bombed by Russian-guided missiles. Most of the industrial sections were gone. Only military men and construction workers still remained in the city. The civilian population had been evacuated. Animals roamed around the deserted streets looking for food. Glass and debris lay everywhere. The city was cold and desolate. The streets were gutted and wrecked from the fires following the bombing. The autumn air was heavy with the decaying smells of vast heaps of rubble and bodies mixed together in mounds at intersections and open lots. From a boarded-up newsstand, Ryan stole a copy of a news magazine, Week Review. The magazine was damp and covered with mold. Kastner put it into his briefcase and they returned to the timeship. Occasional soldiers passed them, moving weapons and equipment out of the city. No one challenged them. They reached the timeship and entered, locking the hatch behind them. The fields around them were deserted. The farm building had been burned down, and the crops were withered and dead. In the driveway, the remains of a ruined automobile lay on its side, a charred wreck. A group of ugly pigs nosed around the remains of the farmhouse, searching for something to eat. Ryan sat down, opened the magazine. He studied it for a long time, turning the damp pages slowly. "What do you see?" Kastner asked. "All about the war. It's still in the opening stages. Soviet-guided missiles dropping down. American disc bombs showering all over Russia. Any mention of Schonerman?" "Nothing I can find. Too much else going on." Ryan went on studying the magazine. Finally, on one of the back pages he found what he was looking for, a small item, only a paragraph long. Soviet agents surprised. A group of Soviet agents attempting to demolish a government research station at Harristown, Kansas, were fired on by guards and quickly routed. The agents escaped after attempting to slip past the guards into the work offices of the station. Passing themselves off as FBI men, the Soviet agents tried to gain entry as the early morning shift was beginning work. Alert guards intercepted them and gave chase. No damage was done to the research labs or equipment. 2 guards and 1 worker were killed in the encounter. The names of the guards... Ryan clutched the magazine. "What is it?" Kastner hurried over. Ryan read the rest of the article. He laid down the magazine, pushing it slowly toward Kastner. "What is it?" Kastner searched the page. "Schonerman died. Killed by the blast. We killed him. We've changed the past." Ryan stood up and walked to the port. He lit a cigarette, some of his composure returning. "We set up new factors and started a new line of events. There's no telling where it will end." "What do you mean?" "Someone else may discover the artificial brain. Maybe the shift will rectify itself. The time flow will resume its regular course." "Why should it?" "I don't know. As it stands, we killed him and stole his papers. There's no way the government can get hold of his work. They won't even know it ever existed. Unless someone else does the same work, covers the same material." "How will we know?" "We'll have to take more looks. It's the only way to find out." Ryan selected the year 2051. In 2051, the first clause had begun to appear. The Soviets had almost won the war. The UN was beginning to bring out the clause in the last desperate attempt to turn the tide of the war. Ryan landed the timeship at the top of a ridge. Below them, a level plain stretched out, crisscrossed with ruins and barbed wire and the remains of weapons. Kastner unscrewed the hatch and stepped gingerly out onto the ground. "Be careful," Ryan said. "Remember the clause." Kastner drew his blast gun. "I'll remember." At this stage they were small, about a foot long, metal. They hid, down in the ash. The humanoid types hadn't come into existence, yet. The sun was high in the sky. It was about noon. The air was warm and thick. Clouds of ash rolled across the ground, blown by the wind. Suddenly Kastner tensed. "Look, what's that? Coming along the road." A truck bumped slowly toward them, a heavy brown truck, loaded with soldiers. The truck made its way along the road to the base of the ridge. Ryan drew his blast gun. He and Kastner stood ready. The truck stopped. Some of the soldiers leaped down and started up the side of the ridge, striding through the ash. "Get set," Ryan murmured. The soldiers reached them, halted a few feet away. Ryan and Kastner stood silently, their blast guns up. One of the soldiers laughed. "Put them away. Don't you know the war's over?" "Over?" The soldiers relaxed. Their leader, a big man with a red face, wiped sweat from his forehead and pushed his way up to Ryan. His uniform was ragged and dirty. He wore boots, split and caked with ash. "The war's been over for a week. Come on. There's a lot to do. We'll take you on back." "Back?" "We're rounding up all the outposts. You were cut off? No communications?" "No," Ryan said. "Be months before everyone knows the war is over. Come along. No time to stand here jawing." Ryan shifted. "Tell me, you say the war is really over? But—" "Good thing, too. We couldn't have lasted much longer." The officer tapped his belt. "You don't by any chance have a cigarette, do you?" Ryan brought out his pack slowly. He took the cigarettes from it and handed them to the officer, crumpling the pack carefully and restoring it to his pocket. "Thanks." The officer passed the cigarettes around to his men. They lit up. "Yes, it's a good thing. We were almost finished." Kastner's mouth opened. "The claws. What about the claws?" The officer scowled. "What?" "Why did the war end so suddenly?" "Counter-revolution in the Soviet Union. We had been dropping agents and material for months. Never thought anything would come of it, though. They were a lot weaker than anyone realized." "Then the war's really ended?" "Of course." The officer grabbed Ryan by the arm. "Let's go. We have work to do. We're trying to clear this goddamn ash away and get things planted." "Planted? Crops?" "Of course. What would you plant?" Ryan pulled away. "Let me get this straight. The war's over. No more fighting. And you know nothing about any claws? Any kind of weapon called claws?" The officer's face wrinkled. "What do you mean?" "Mechanical killers, robots, as a weapon." The circle of soldiers drew back a little. "What the hell is he talking about?" "You better explain," the officer said, his face suddenly hard. "What's this about claws?" "No weapon was ever developed along those lines?" Kastner asked. There was silence. Finally, one of the soldiers grunted. "I think I know what he means. He means Dowling's mine." Ryan turned. "What?" "An English physicist. He's been experimenting with artificial minds, self-governing, robot minds. But the minds couldn't repair themselves, so the government abandoned the project and increased its propaganda work instead." "That's why the war's over," the officer said. He started off. "Let's go." The soldiers trailed after him, down the side of the ridge. "Coming?" The officer halted, looking back at Ryan and Kastner. "We'll be along later," Ryan said. "We have to get our equipment together." "All right, the camp is down the road about half a mile. There's a settlement there, people coming back from the moon." "From the moon?" "We had started moving units to Luna, but now there isn't any need. Maybe it's a good thing. Who the hell wants to leave Terra?" "Thanks for the cigarettes," one of the soldiers called back. The soldiers piled in the back of the truck. The officer slid behind the wheel. The truck started up and continued on its way, rumbling along the road. Ryan and Kastner watched it go. "Then Schonerman's death was never balanced," Ryan murmured. "A whole new past. I wonder how far the change carries. I wonder if it carries up to our own time." "There's only one way to find out." Kastner nodded. "I want to know right away. The sooner the better. Let's get started." Ryan nodded, deep in thought. The sooner the better. They entered the timeship. Kastner sat down with his briefcase. Ryan adjusted the controls. Outside the port, the scene winked out of existence. They were in the time flow again, moving toward the present. Ryan's face was grim. "I can't believe it. The whole structure of the past changed. An entire new chain set in motion, expanding through every continuum, altering more and more of our stream." "Then it won't be our present when we get back. There's no telling how different it will be, all stemming from Schonerman's death. A whole new history set in motion from one incident." "Not from Schonerman's death," Ryan corrected. "What do you mean?" "Not from his death, but from the loss of his papers. Because Schonerman died, the government didn't obtain a successful methodology by which they could build an artificial brain. Therefore, the clause never came into existence." "It's the same thing." "Is it?" Kastner looked up quickly. "Explain." "Schonerman's death is of no importance. The loss of his papers to the government is the determining factor." Ryan pointed at Kastner's briefcase. "Where are the papers?" "In there. We have them." Kastner nodded. "That's true. We can restore the situation by moving back into the past and delivering the papers to some agency of the government. Schonerman is unimportant. It's his papers that matter. Ryan's hand moved toward the power switch. Wait, Kastner said. Don't we want to see the present? We should see what changes carry down to our own time. Ryan hesitated. True. Then we can decide what we want to do, whether we want to restore the papers. All right. We'll continue to the present and then make up our minds. The fingers crossing the time map had returned almost to their original position. Ryan studied them for a long time, his hand on the power switch. Kastner held on tightly to the briefcase, his arms wrapped around it, the heavy leather bundle resting in his lap. We're almost there, Ryan said. To our own time? In another few moments. Ryan stood up, gripping the switch. I wonder what we'll see. Probably very little we'll recognize. Ryan took a deep breath, feeling the cold metal under his fingers. How different would their world be? Would they recognize anything? Had they swept everything familiar out of existence? A vast chain had been started in motion, a tidal wave moving through time, altering each continuum, echoing down through all the ages to come. The second part of the war had never happened. Before the claws could be invented, the war had ended. The concept of the artificial brain had never been transformed into workable practice. The most potent engine of war had never come into existence. Human energies had turned from war to rebuilding of the planet. Around Ryan, the meters and dials vibrated. In a few seconds they would be back. What would Terra be like? Would anything be the same? The 50 cities, probably they would not exist. John, his son, sitting quietly in his room reading. USIC, the government, the League and its labs and offices, its buildings and roof fields and guards, the whole complicated social structure. Would it all be gone without a trace? Probably. And what would he find instead? We'll know in a minute, Ryan murmured. It won't be long. Kastner got to his feet and moved to the port. I want to see it. It should be a very unfamiliar world. Ryan threw the power switch. The ship jerked, pulling out of the time flow. Outside the port something drifted and turned as the ship righted itself. Automatic gravity controls slipped into place. The ship was rushing above the surface of the ground. Kastner gasped. What do you see? Ryan demanded, adjusting the velocity of the ship. What's out there? Kastner said nothing. What do you see? After a long time, Kastner turned away from the port. Very interesting. Look for yourself. What's out there? Kastner sat down, slowly, picking up his briefcase. This opens up a whole new line of thought. Ryan made his way to the port and gazed out. Below the ship lay Terra, but not the Terra they had left. Fields. Endless yellow fields. And parks. Parks and yellow fields. Squares of green among the yellow as far as the eye could see. Nothing else. No cities, Ryan said thickly. No. Don't you remember? The people are all out in the fields, or walking in the parks, discussing the nature of the universe. This is what John saw. Your son was extremely accurate. Ryan moved back to the controls, his face blank. His mind was numb. He sat down and adjusted the landing grapples. The ship sank, lower and lower, until it was coasting over the flat fields. Men and women glanced up at the ship, startled. Men and women in robes. They passed over a park. A herd of animals rushed frantically away, some kind of deer. This was the world his son had seen. This was his vision. Fields and parks, and men and women in long flowing robes, walking along the paths, discussing the problems of the universe. And the other world, his world, no longer existed. The League was gone. His whole life's work destroyed. In this world it did not exist. John, his son, snuffed out. He would never see him again. His work, his son, everything he had known, had winked out of existence. We have to go back, Ryan said suddenly. Kastner blinked. Beg pardon? We have to take the papers back to the continuum, where they belong. We can't recreate the situation exactly, but we can place the papers in the government's hands. That will restore all the relevant factors. Are you serious? Ryan stood up unsteadily, moving toward Kastner. Give me the papers. This is a very serious situation. We must work quickly. Things have to be put back in place. Kastner stepped back, whipping out his blaster. Ryan lunged. His shoulder caught Kastner, bowling the little businessman over. The blaster skidded across the floor of the ship, clattering against the wall. The papers fluttered in all directions. "You damn fool!" Ryan grabbed at the papers, dropping down to his knees. Kastner chased after the blaster. He scooped it up, his round face set with owlish determination. Ryan saw him out of the corner of his eye. For a moment the temptation to laugh almost overcame him. Kastner's face was flushed, his cheeks burning red. He fumbled with the blaster, trying to aim it. "Kastner, for God's sake!" The little businessman's fingers tightened around the trigger. Abrupt fear chilled Ryan. He scrambled to his feet. The blaster roared, flame crackling across the timeship. Ryan leaped out of the way, singed by the trail of fire. Schoenerman's papers flared up, glowing where they lay, scattered over the floor. For a brief second they burned. Then the glow died out, flickering into charred ash. The thin, acrid smell of the blast drifted to Ryan, tickling his nose and making his eyes water. "Sorry," Kastner murmured. He laid the blaster down on the control board. "Don't you think you better get us down? We're quite close to the surface." Ryan moved mechanically to the control board. After a moment he took his seat and began to adjust the controls, decreasing the velocity of the ship. He said nothing. "I'm beginning to understand about John," Kastner murmured. "He must have had some kind of parallel time sense, awareness of other possible futures. As work progressed on the time ship, his visions increased, didn't they? Every day his visions became more real. Every day the time ship became more actual." Ryan nodded. "This opens up whole new lines of speculation. The mystical visions of medieval saints. Perhaps they were of other futures, other time flows. Visions of hell would be worse time flows. Visions of heaven would be better time flows. Ours must stand someplace in the middle. And the vision of the eternal, unchanging world. Perhaps that's an awareness of non-time, not another world, but this world seen outside of time. We'll have to think more about that, too." The ship landed, coming to rest at the edge of one of the parks. Kastner crossed to the port and gazed out at the trees beyond the ship. "In the books my family saved, there were some pictures of trees," he said thoughtfully. "These trees here, by us, they're pepper trees. Those over there are what they call evergreen trees. They stay that way all year round. That's why the name." Kastner picked up his briefcase, gripping it tightly. He moved toward the hatch. "Let's go find some of the people, so we can begin discussing things. Metaphysical things." He grinned at Ryan. "I always did like metaphysical things." The Cosmic Poachers. "What kind of ship is it?" Captain Schur demanded, staring fixedly at the view screen, his hands gripping the fine adjustment. Navigator Nelson peered over his shoulder. "Wait a minute." He swung the control camera over and snapped a photograph from the screen. The photograph disappeared down the message tube to the chart room. "Keep calm. We'll get a determination from Barnes." "What are they doing here? What are they after? They must know the Sirius system is closed." "Notice the balloon sides." Nelson traced the screen with his finger. "It's a freighter. Look at the bulge. It's a cargo carrier." "And while you're looking, notice that." Schur whirled the enlarger. The image of the ship bloated, expanding until it filled the screen. "See that row of projections?" "So?" "Heavy guns, countersunk, for deep space firing. It's a freighter, but it's also armed." "Pirates, maybe." "Maybe." Schur toyed with the communications mic. "I'm tempted to put a call back to Terra." "Why?" "This may be a scout." Nelson's eyes flickered. "You think they're in the process of sounding us out? But if there are more, why don't our screens pick them up?" "The rest may be out of range." "More than 2 light years? I have the screens up to maximum, and they're the best screens available." The determination popped up the tube from the chart room, skidding out on the table. Schur broke it open and scanned it rapidly. He passed it to Nelson. "Here." The ship was Adaran design. First class from a recent freighter group. Barnes had noted in his own hand, but not supposed to be armed, must have added the cannon, not standard equipment on Adaran freighters. "Then it's not bait," Schur murmured. "We can rule that out. What's the story on Adara? Why would an Adaran ship be in the Sirius system. Terra has closed this whole region off for years. They must know they can't trade here. No one knows much about Adarans. They participated in the All-Galaxy Trade Conference, but that's all. What race are they? Arachnid type, typical of this area. Based on the Great Merzim stem. They're a variant of the Merzim original. They keep mostly to themselves. Complex social structure, very rigid patterns, organic state grouping. You mean they're insects? I suppose, in the same sense we're lemurs. Shure turned his attention back to the view screen. He reduced magnification, watching intently. The screen followed the Adaran ship automatically, maintaining a direct alignment with it. The Adaran ship was heavy and black, awkward in comparison to the sleek Terran cruiser. It bulged like a well-fed worm, its somber sides swollen almost to a full sphere. An occasional guide light blinked on and off as the ship approached the outermost planet of the Sirius system. It moved slowly, cautiously, feeling its way along. It entered the orbit of the 10th planet and began maneuvering for descent. Brake jets burst on, flashing red. The bloated worm drifted down, lowering itself toward the surface of the planet. "They're landing," Nelson murmured. "That's fine. They'll be stationary. Good target for us." On the surface of the 10th planet, the Adaran freighter lay resting, its jets dying into silence. A cloud of exhaust particles rose from it. The freighter had landed between two mountain ranges on a barren waste of gray sand. The surface of the 10th planet was utterly barren. No life, atmosphere, or water existed. The planet was mostly rock, cold gray rock with vast shadows and pits, a corroded, sickly surface, hostile and bleak. Abruptly, the Adaran ship came to life. Hatches popped open. Tiny black dots rushed from the ship. The dots increased in number, a flood of specks pouring out of the freighter, scurrying across the sand. Some of them reached the mountains and disappeared among the craters and peaks. Others gained the far side, where they were lost in the long shadows. "I'll be damned," Shure muttered. "It doesn't make sense. What are they after? We've gone over these planets with a fine-tooth comb. There's nothing anyone would want down there." "They may have different wants, or different methods." Shure stiffened. "Look, their cars are coming back to the ship." The black dots had reappeared, emerging from the shadows and craters. They hurried back toward the mother worm racing across the sand. The hatches opened. One by one the cars popped into the ship and disappeared. A few belated cars made their way to the ship and entered. The hatches clamped shut. "What in hell could they have found?" Shure said. Communications Officer Barnes entered the control room, craning his neck. "Still down there? Let me have a look. I've never seen an Adaran ship." On the surface of the planet, the Adaran ship stirred. Suddenly it shuddered, quivering from stem to stern. It rose from the surface, gaining altitude rapidly. It headed for the 9th planet. For a time it circled the 9th planet, observing the pitted, eroded surface below. Empty basins of dried-up oceans stretched out like immense pie pans. The Adaran ship selected one of the basins and settled down to a landing, blowing clouds of exhaust up into the sky. "The same damn thing again," Shure murmured. Hatches opened. Black specks leaped out onto the surface and rushed off in all directions. Shure's jaw jutted out angrily. "We have to find out what they're after. Look at them go. They know exactly what they're doing." He grabbed up the communication mic. Then he dropped it. "We can handle this alone. We won't need Terra." "It's armed, don't forget." "We'll catch it as it lands. They're stopping at each planet in order. We'll go all the way into the 4th planet." Shure moving rapidly, bringing the command chart into position. "When they land on the 4th planet, we'll be there waiting for them. They may put up a fight. Maybe, but we have to find out what they're loading. And whatever it is, it belongs to us." The 4th planet of the Sirius system had an atmosphere and some water. Shure landed his cruiser in the ruins of an ancient city long deserted. The Adaran freighter had not appeared. Shure scanned the sky and then raised the main hatch. He and Barnes and Nelson stepped outside cautiously, armed with heavy-duty Slem rifles. Behind them, the hatch slammed back in place, and the cruiser took off, soaring up into the sky. They watched it go, standing together with their rifles ready. The air was cold and thin. They could feel it blowing around their pressure suits. Barnes turned up the temperature of his suit. "Too cold for me." Makes you realize we're still Terrans, even though we're light years from home, Nelson said. Here's the outline, Shore said. We can't blast them, that's out. We're after their cargo. If we blast them, we'll blast the cargo along with them. What'll we use? We'll shoot a vapor cloud around them. A vapor cloud, but... Captain, Nelson said, we can't use a vapor cloud. We won't be able to get near them until the vapor has become inert. There's a wind. The vapor will dissipate very quickly. Anyhow, it's all we can do. We'll have to take the chance. As soon as the Adaran is sighted, we must be ready to open fire. What if the cloud misses? Then we're in for a fight. Shore studied the sky intently. I think it's coming. Let's go. They hurried to a hill of piled-up rocks, remains of columns and towers heaped in great mounds mixed with debris and rubble. This will do. Shore crouched down, his slim rifle held tightly. Here they come. The Adaran ship had appeared above them. It was preparing to land. Down it settled, its jets roaring, exhaust particles rising. With a crash it struck the ground, bouncing a little and finally coming to rest. Shore gripped his phone. Okay. Above them in the sky the cruiser appeared, sweeping down over the Adaran. From the cruiser a blue-white cloud shot, drilled out by pressure jets directly at the black Adaran ship. The cloud reached the parked freighter. It billowed around it, fusing into it. The surface of the Adaran hull glowed briefly. It began to fall in, eaten away, corroded. The Terran cruiser swept past, completing its run. It disappeared into the sky. From the Adaran ship, figures were emerging, jumping out onto the ground. The figures sprang in all directions, long-legged, leaping wildly around. Most of the figures hopped excitedly up onto their ship, dragging hoses and equipment, working frantically, disappearing into the vapor cloud. They're spraying. More Adarans appeared, leaping frantically up and down, onto their ship, onto the ground, some this way, others in no particular direction at all. Like when you step on an anthill, Barnes murmured. The hull of the Adaran ship was covered with clinging Adarans, spraying desperately, trying to halt the corrosive action of the vapor. Above them, the Terran cruiser reappeared, entering a second run. It grew, swelling from a dot into a tear-shaped needle, flashing in the sunlight from Sirius. The freighter's bank of guns jutted up desperately, trying to align themselves with the swiftly moving cruiser. Bomb close by, Shore ordered into his phone, but no direct hits. I want to save the cargo. The cruiser's bomb racks opened. 2 bombs fell, singing down in an expert arc. They straddled the inert freighter, bursting on both sides. Towering clouds of rock and debris rose up, billowing over the freighter. The black form shuddered, Adarans sliding off the hull onto the ground. The bank of guns fired a few futile blasts, and the cruiser swept past and disappeared. They haven't got a chance, Nelson murmured. They can't leave the ground until they've got their hull sprayed. Most of the Adarans were beginning to flee from their ship, scattering onto the ground. It's almost over, Shore said. He got to his feet and stepped out from the ruins. Let's go. A white flare burst up from the Adarans, showering sparks into the sky. The Adarans milled aimlessly around, confused by the attack. The cloud of vapor had virtually dissipated. The flare was the conventional signal of capitulation. The cruiser was circling again, above the freighter, waiting for orders from Shore. Look at them, Barnes said. Insects, big as people. Come on, Shore said impatiently. Let's go. I'm anxious to see what's inside. The Adaran commander met them outside its ship. It moved toward them, apparently dazed from the attack. Nelson and Shore and Barnes gazed at it in revulsion. Lord, Barnes muttered, so that's what they're like. The Adaran stood almost 5 feet tall, enclosed in a black chitin shell. It stood on 4 slender legs, 2 more weaving uncertainly halfway up its body. It wore a loose belt, holding its gun and equipment. Its eyes were complex, multi-lensed. Its mouth was a narrow slit at the base of its elongated skull. It had no ears. Behind the Adaran commander, a group of crew members stood, uncertainly, some of them with weapon tubes partly raised. The Adaran commander made a series of sharp clicks with its mouth, waving its antennae. The other Adarans lowered their tubes. How is communication with this race possible? Barnes asked Nelson. Shore moved forward. It doesn't matter. We have nothing to say to them. They know they are illegally here. It's the cargo we're interested in. He pushed past the Adaran commander. The group of Adarans made way for him. He entered the ship. Nelson and Barnes following after him. The interior of the Adaran ship reeked and dripped with slime. The passages were narrow and dark like long tunnels. The floor was slippery underfoot. A few crew members scuttled around in the darkness, their claws and antennae waving nervously. Shure flashed his light down one of the corridors. "This way. It looks like the main passage." The Adaran commander followed close behind them. Shure ignored him. Outside, the cruiser had landed nearby. Nelson could see Terran soldiers standing around on the surface. Ahead of them, a metal door closed off the corridor. Shure indicated the door, making an opening motion. "Open it." The Adaran commander retreated, making no move to open the door. A few more Adarans scuttled up, all of them with weapon tubes. "They may fight yet," Nelson said calmly. Shure raised his Slem rifle at the door. "I'll have to blast it." The Adarans clicked excitedly. None of them approached the door. "All right," Shure said grimly. He fired. The door dissolved, smoking into ruins. It sank down, leaving an opening wide enough to pass through. The Adarans rushed around, wildly, clicking to each other. More of them left the hull and poured into the ship, flocking around the three Terrans. "Come on," Shure said, stepping through the gaping hole. Nelson and Barnes followed him, Slem rifles ready. The passage led down. The air was heavy and thick, and as they walked down the passage, Adarans pressed behind them. "Get back," Shure spun, his rifle up. The Adarans halted. "Stay back." "Come on, let's go." The Terrans turned a corner. They were in the hold. Shure advanced cautiously, moving with care. Several Adaran guards stood with drawn weapon tubes. "Get out of the way." Shure waved his Slem rifle. Reluctantly, the guards moved aside. "Come on." The guards separated. Shure advanced. And stopped, amazed. Before them was the cargo of the ship. The hold was half filled with carefully stacked orbs of milky fire, giant jewels like immense pearls, thousands of them, as far back as they could see, disappearing back into the recesses of the ship, endless stacks of them, all glowing with a soft radiance, an inner illumination that lit up the vast hold of the ship. "Incredible," Shure muttered. "No wonder they were willing to slip in here without permission." Barnes took a deep breath, his eyes wide. "I think I'd do the same. Look at them." "Big, aren't they?" Nelson said. They glanced at each other. "I've never seen anything like it," Shure said, dazed. The Adaran guards were watching them warily, their weapon tubes ready. Shure advanced toward the first row of jewels, stacked neatly with mathematical precision. "It doesn't seem possible. Jewels, piled up like a warehouse full of doorknobs." "They may have belonged to the Adarans at one time," Nelson said thoughtfully. "Maybe they were stolen by the city builders of the Sirius system. Now they're getting them back." "Interesting," Barnes said. "Might explain why the Adarans found them so easily. Perhaps charts or maps existed." Shure grunted. "In any case, they're ours, now. Everything in the Sirius system belongs to Terra. It's all been signed, sealed, and agreed on." "But if these were originally stolen from the Adarans—" "They shouldn't have agreed to the closed system treaties. They have their own systems. This belongs to Terra." Shure reached up toward one of the jewels. "I wonder how it feels." "Careful, Captain. It may be radioactive." Shure touched one of the jewels. The Adarans grabbed him, throwing him back. Shure struggled. An Adaran caught hold of his Slem rifle and twisted it out of his hands. Barnes fired. A group of Adarans puffed out of existence. Nelson was down on one knee, firing at the passage entrance. The passage was choked with Adarans. Some were firing back. Thin heat beams cut over Nelson's head. "They can't get us," Barnes gasped. "They're afraid to fire, because of the jewels." The Adarans were retreating into the passage, away from the hold. Those with weapons were being ordered back by the commander. Shure snatched Nelson's rifle and blasted a knot of Adarans into particles. The Adarans were closing the passage. They rolled heavy emergency plates into position and welded them rapidly into place. "Burn a hole," Shure barked. He turned his gun on the wall of the ship. "They're trying to seal us in here." Barnes turned his gun on the wall. The two Slem beams ate into the side of the ship. Abruptly, the wall gave way, a circular hole falling out. Outside the ship, Terran soldiers were fighting with the Adarans. The Adarans were retreating, making their way back as best they could, firing and hopping. Some of them hopped up onto their ship. Others turned and fled, throwing their guns down. They milled about in helpless confusion, running and leaping in all directions, clicking wildly. The parked cruiser glowed into life, its heavy guns lowering into position. Don't fire, Shure ordered through his phone. Leave their ship alone. It isn't necessary. They're finished, Nelson gasped, jumping onto the ground. Shure and Barnes leaped after him, out of the Adaran ship onto the surface. They don't have a chance. They don't know how to fight. Shure waved a group of Terran soldiers over to him. Over here. Hurry up, damn it. Milky jewels were spilling out of the ship onto the ground, rolling and bouncing through the hole. Part of the containing struts had been blasted away. Stacks of jewels cascaded down and rolled around their feet, getting in their way. Barnes scooped one up. It burned his gloved hand faintly, tingling his fingers. He held it to the light. The globe was opaque. Vague shapes swam in the milky fire, drifting back and forth. The globe pulsed and glowed as if it were alive. Nelson grinned at him. Really something, isn't it? Lovely. Barnes picked up another. On the hull of the ship, an Adaran fired down at him futilely. Look at them all. There must be thousands of them. We'll get one of our merchant ships here and have them loaded up, Shure said. I won't feel safe until they're on their way back to Terra. Most of the fighting had ceased. The remaining Adarans were being rounded up by the Terran soldiers. What about them? Nelson said. Shure didn't answer. He was examining one of the jewels, turning it over and over. Look at it, he murmured. Brings out different colors each way you hold it. Did you ever see anything like it? The big Terran freighter bumped to a landing. Its loading hatches dropped down. Jitney cars rumbled out, a fleet of stubby trucks. The Jitney cars crossed to the Adaran ship. Ramps dropped into place as robot scoops prepared to go to work. Shovel them up, Sylvanus Fry rambled, crossing over to Captain Shure. The manager of Terran Enterprises wiped his forehead with a red handkerchief. Astonishing haul, Captain. Quite a find. He put out his moist palm, and they shook. I can't understand how we could have missed them, Shure said. The Adarans walked in and picked them up. We watched them going from one planet to the next like some sort of honeybee. I don't know why our own teams didn't find them. Fry shrugged. What does it matter? He examined one of the jewels, tossing it up in the air and catching it. I imagine every woman on Terra will have one of these around her neck, or will want one of these around her neck. In 6 months, they won't know how they ever lived without them. That's the way people are, Captain. He put the globe into his briefcase, snapping it shut. I think I'll take one home to my own wife. The Adaran commander was brought over by a Terran soldier. He was silent, clicking nothing. The surviving Adarans had been stripped of their weapons and allowed to resume work on their ship. They had got the hull patched and most of the corrosion repaired. We're letting you go, Shure said to the Adaran commander. We could try you as pirates and shoot you, but there wouldn't be much point in it. Better tell your government to stay out of the Sirius system from now on. He can't understand you, Barnes said mildly. I know. This is a formality. He gets the general idea, though. The Adaran commander stood, silently, waiting. That's all. Shure waved impatiently toward the Adaran ship. Go on. Take off. Clear out of here, and don't come back. The soldier released the Adaran. The Adaran made his way slowly back to his ship. He disappeared through the hatch. The Adarans working on the hull of the ship gathered up their equipment and followed their commander inside. The hatches closed. The Adaran ship shuddered as its jets roared into life. Awkwardly it lifted from the surface, rising up into the sky. It turned, heading toward outer space. Shure watched until it was gone. That's that. He and Fry walked rapidly toward the cruiser. You think these jewels will attract some attention on Terra? Of course. Is there any doubt? No. Shure was deep in thought. They got to only 5 of the 10 planets. There should be more on the remaining inner planets. After this load gets back to Terra, we can begin work on the inner planets. If the Adarans found them, we should be able to. Fry's eyes glittered behind his glasses. Fine. I didn't realize there would be more. There are, Shure frowned, rubbing his jaw. At least there ought to be. What's wrong? I can't understand why we never found them. Fry clapped him on the back. Don't worry. Shure nodded, still deep in thought. But I can't understand why we never found them ourselves. Do you think it means anything? The Adaran commander sat at his control screen, adjusting his communication circuits. The check base on the second planet of the Adaran system came into focus. The commander raised the sound cone to his neck. Bad luck. What occurred? Terrans attacked us and seized the balance of our cargo. How much was still aboard? Half. We had been to only 5 of the planets. That's unfortunate. They took the load to Terra? I presume. Silence for a time. How warm is Terra? Fairly warm, I understand. Maybe it will work out all right. We didn't contemplate any hatching on Terra, but if... I don't like the idea of Terrans having a good part of our next generation. I'm sorry we hadn't gotten farther in the distribution. Don't worry, we'll petition the mother to lay a whole new group to make up for it. But what would the Terrans want with our eggs? Nothing but trouble will come when hatching begins? I can't understand them. Terran minds are beyond comprehension. I shudder to think what it will be like when the eggs hatch. And on a humid planet, hatching should begin fairly soon. Progeny. Ed Doyle hurried. He caught a surface car, waved 50 credits in the robot driver's face, mopped his florid face with a red pocket handkerchief, unfastened his collar, perspired and licked his lips, and swallowed piteously all the way to the hospital. The surface car slid up to a smooth halt before the great white-domed hospital building. Ed leaped out and bounded up the steps, 3 at a time, pushing through the visitors and convalescent patients standing on the broad terrace. He threw his weight against the door and emerged in the lobby, astonishing the attendants and persons of importance moving about their tasks. "Where?" Ed demanded, gazing around, his feet wide apart, his fists clenched, his chest rising and falling. His breath came hoarsely like an animal's. Silence fell over the lobby. Everyone turned toward him, pausing in their work. "Where?" Ed demanded again. "Where is she? They?" It was fortunate Janet had been delivered of a child on this of all days. Proxima Centauri was a long way from Terra, and the service was bad. Anticipating the birth of his child, Ed had left Proxima some weeks before. He had just arrived in the city. While stowing his suitcase in the luggage tread at the station, the message had been handed to him by a robot courier. Los Angeles Central Hospital, at once. Ed hurried, and fast. As he hurried, he couldn't help feeling pleased he had hit the day exactly right, almost to the hour. It was a good feeling. He had felt it before, during years of business dealings in the colonies, the frontier, the fringe of Terran civilization where the streets were still lit by electric lights and doors opened by hand. That was going to be hard to get used to. Ed turned toward the door behind him, feeling suddenly foolish. He had shoved it open, ignoring the eye. The door was just now closing, sliding slowly back in place. He calmed down a little, putting his handkerchief away in his coat pocket. The hospital attendants were resuming their work, picking up their activities where they had left off. One attendant, a strapping late-model robot, coasted over to Ed and halted. The robot balanced his noteboard expertly, his photocell eyes appraising Ed's flushed features. "May I inquire whom you are looking for, sir? Whom do you wish to find?" "My wife." "Her name, sir?" Janet Doyle. She's just had a child." The robot consulted his board. "This way, sir." He coasted off down the passage. Ed followed nervously. "Is she okay? Did I get here in time?" His anxiety was returning. "She is quite well, sir." The robot raised his metal arm, and a side door slid back. "In here, sir." Janet, in a chic blue mesh suit, was sitting before a mahogany desk, a cigarette between her fingers, her slim legs crossed, talking rapidly. On the other side of the desk, a well-dressed doctor sat, listening. "Janet," Ed said, entering the room. "Hi, Ed." She glanced up at him. "You just now get in?" "Sure. It's all over? It's happened?" Janet laughed, her even white teeth sparkling. "Of course. Come in and sit. This is Dr. Bish." "Hello, Doc." Ed sat down nervously across from them. "Then it's all over?" "The event has happened," Dr. Bish said. His voice was thin and metallic. Ed realized with a sudden shock that the doctor was a robot, a top-level robot, made in humanoid form, not like the ordinary metal-limbed workers. It had fooled him. He had been away so long. Dr. Bish appeared plump and well-fed, with kindly features and eyeglasses. His large, fleshy hands rested on the desk, a ring on one finger, pinstripe suit and necktie, diamond tie clasp, nails carefully manicured, hair black and evenly parted. But his voice had given him away. They never seemed to be able to get a really human sound into the voice. The compressed air and whirling disc system seemed to fall short. Otherwise it was very convincing. "I understand you've been situated near Proxima, Mr. Doyle," Dr. Bish said pleasantly. Ed nodded. "Yeah?" Quite a long way, isn't it? I've never been out there. I have always wanted to go. Is it true they're almost ready to push on to Sirius? Look, Doc. Ed, don't be impatient. Janet stubbed out her cigarette, glancing reprovingly up at him. She hadn't changed in 6 months. Small blonde face, red mouth, cold eyes like little blue rocks. And now her perfect figure back again. They're bringing him here. It takes a few minutes. They have to wash him off and put drops in his eyes and take a wave shot of his brain. He? Then it's a boy? Of course. Don't you remember? You were with me when I had the shots. We agreed at the time. You haven't changed your mind, have you? Too late to change your mind now, Mr. Doyle. Dr. Bish's toneless voice came high-pitched and calm. Your wife has decided to call him Peter. Peter. Ed nodded, a little dazed. That's right. We did decide, didn't we? Peter. He let the word roll around in his mind. Yeah, that's fine. I like it. The wall suddenly faded, turning from opaque to transparent. Ed spun quickly. They were looking into a brightly lit room filled with hospital equipment and white-clad attendant robots. One of the robots was moving toward them, pushing a cart. On the cart was a container, a big metal pot. Ed's breathing increased. He felt a wave of dizziness. He went up to the transparent wall and stood gazing at the metal pot on the cart. Dr. Bish rose. Don't you want to see too, Mrs. Doyle? Of course. Janet crossed to the wall and stood beside Ed. She watched critically, her arms folded. Dr. Bish made a signal. The attendant reached into the pot and lifted out a wired tray, gripping the handles with his magnetic clamps. On the tray, dripping through the wire, was Peter Doyle, still wet from his bath, his eyes wide with astonishment. He was pink all over, except for a fringe of hair on the top of his head, and his great blue eyes. He was little and wrinkled and toothless, like an ancient withered sage. Golly, Ed said. Dr. Bish made a second signal. The wall slid back. The attendant robot advanced into the room, holding his dripping tray out. Dr. Bish removed Peter from the tray and held him up for inspection. He turned him around and around, studying him from every angle. He looks fine, he said at last. What was the result of the wave photo? Janet asked. Result was good. Excellent tendencies indicated, very promising. High development of the... The doctor broke off. What is it, Mr. Doyle? Ed was holding out his hands. Let me have him, Doc. I want to hold him. He grinned from ear to ear. Let's see how heavy he is. He sure looks big. Dr. Bish's mouth fell open in horror. He and Janet gaped. Ed! Janet exclaimed sharply. What's the matter with you? Good heavens, Mr. Doyle, the doctor murmured. Ed blinked. What? If I had thought you had any such thing in mind. Dr. Bish quickly returned Peter to the attendant. The attendant rushed Peter from the room back to the metal pot. The cart and robot and pot hurriedly vanished, and the wall banged back in place. Janet grabbed Ed's arm angrily. Good Lord, Ed, have you lost your mind? Come on, let's get out of here before you do something else. But, come on. Janet smiled nervously at Dr. Bish. We'll run along now, Doctor. Thanks so much for everything. Don't pay any attention to him. He's been out there so long, you know. I understand, Dr. Bish said smoothly. He had regained his poise. I trust we'll hear from you later, Mrs. Doyle. Janet pulled Ed out into the hall. Ed, what's the matter with you? I've never been so embarrassed in all my life. 2 spots of red glowed in Janet's cheeks. I could have kicked you. But what? You know we aren't allowed to touch him. What do you want to do, ruin his whole life? But, come on. They hurried outside the hospital, onto the terrace. Warm sunlight streamed down on them. There's no telling what harm you've done. He may already be hopelessly warped. If he grows up all warped and neurotic and emotional, it'll be your fault. Suddenly Ed remembered. He sagged, his features drooping with misery. That's right. I forgot. Only robots can come near the children. I'm sorry, Jan. I got carried away. I hope I didn't do anything they can't fix. How could you forget? It's so different out at Prox. Ed waved to a surface car, crestfallen and abashed. The driver drew up in front of them. Jan, I'm sorry as hell. I really am. I was all excited. Let's go have a cup of coffee someplace and talk. I want to know what the doctor said. Ed had a cup of coffee, and Janet sipped at a brandy frappé. The nymphite room was pitch black, except for a vague light oozing up from the table between them. The table diffused a pale illumination that spread over everything, a ghostly radiation seemingly without source. A robot waitress moved back and forth soundlessly with a tray of drinks. Recorded music played softly in the back of the room. "Go on," Ed said. "Go on?" Janet slipped her jacket off and laid it over the back of her chair. In the pale light her breasts glowed faintly. "There's not much to tell. Everything went all right. It didn't take long. I chatted with Dr. Bish most of the time. I'm glad I got here. How was your trip?" "Fine." "Is the service getting any better? Does it still take as long as it did?" "About the same." "I can't see why you want to go all the way out there. It's so cut off from things. What do you find out there? Are plumbing fixtures really that much in demand?" "They need them. Frontier area. Everyone wants the refinements." Ed gestured vaguely. "What did he tell you about Peter? What's he going to be like? Can he tell?" "I guess it's too soon." "He was going to tell me when you started acting the way you did. I'll call him on the vid phone when we get home. His wave patterns should be good. He comes from the best eugenic stock." Ed grunted. "On your side, at least." "How long are you going to be here?" "I don't know. Not long. I'll have to go back. I'd sure like to see him again before I go." He glanced up hopefully at his wife. "Do you think I can?" "I suppose." "How long will he have to stay there?" "At the hospital? Not long. A few days." Ed hesitated. "I didn't mean at the hospital, exactly. I mean with them. How long before we can have him? How long before we can bring him home?" There was silence. Janet finished her brandy. She leaned back, lighting a cigarette. Smoke drifted across to Ed, blending with the pale light. "Ed, I don't think you understand. You've been out there so long. A lot has happened since you were a child. New methods, new techniques. They've found so many things they didn't know. They're making progress for the first time. They know what to do. They're developing a real methodology for dealing with children, for the growth period, attitude development, training." She smiled brightly at Ed. "I've been reading all about it." "How long before we get him?" "In a few days he'll be released from the hospital. He'll go to a child guidance center. He'll be tested and studied. They'll determine his various capacities and his latent abilities, the direction his development seems to be taking. And then? Then he's put in the proper educational division, so he'll get the right training. Ed, you know I think he's really going to be something. I could tell by the way Dr. Bish looked. He was studying the wave pattern charts when I came in. He had a look on his face. How can I describe it?" She searched for the word. "Well, almost a greedy look, real excitement. They take so much interest in what they're doing. He—" "Don't say he, say it." "Ed, really, what's got into you?" "Nothing." Ed glared sullenly down. "Go on." "They make sure he's trained in the right direction. All the time he's there, ability tests are given. Then when he's about 9, he'll be transferred to—" "9? You mean 9 years?" "Of course. But when do we get him?" "Ed, I thought you knew about this. Do I have to go over the whole thing?" "My God, Jan, we can't wait 9 years." Ed jerked himself upright. "I never heard of such a thing. 9 years? Why, he'll be half grown up then." "That's the point." Janet leaned towards him, resting her bare elbow against the table. "As long as he's growing, he has to be with them, not with us. Afterwards, when he's finished growing, when he's no longer so plastic, then we can be with him all we want." "Afterwards? When he's 18? Ed leaped up, pushing his chair back. "I'm going down there and get him." "Sit down, Ed." Janet gazed up calmly, one supple arm thrown lightly over the back of her chair. "Sit down and act like an adult for a change." "Doesn't it matter to you? Don't you care?" "Of course I care," Janet shrugged. "But it's necessary. Otherwise he won't develop correctly. It's for his good, not ours. He doesn't exist for us. Do you want him to have conflicts?" Ed moved away from the table. "I'll see you later." "Where are you going?" "Just around. I can't stand this kind of place. It bothers me. I'll see you later." Ed pushed across the room to the door. The door opened, and he found himself on the shiny noonday street. Hot sunlight beat down on him. He blinked, adjusting himself to the blinding light. People streamed around him. People and noise. He moved with them. He was dazed. He had known, of course. It was there in the back of his mind, the new developments in child care. But it had been abstract, general, nothing to do with him, with his child. He calmed himself as he walked along. He was getting all upset about nothing. Janet was right, of course. It was for Peter's good. Peter didn't exist for them, like a dog or cat, a pet to have around the house. He was a human being with his own life. The training was for him, not for them. It was to develop him, his abilities, his powers. He was to be molded, realized, brought out. Naturally, robots could do the best job. Robots could train him scientifically according to a rational technique, not according to emotional whim. Robots didn't get angry. Robots didn't nag and whine. They didn't spank a child or yell at him. They didn't give conflicting orders. They didn't quarrel among themselves or use the child for their own ends. And there could be no Oedipus complex with only robots around. No complexes at all. It had been discovered long ago that neurosis could be traced to childhood training, to the way parents brought up the child, the inhibitions he was taught, the manners, the lessons, the punishments, the rewards. Neuroses, complexes, warped development all stemmed from the subjective relationship existing between the child and the parent. If perhaps the parent could be eliminated as a factor. Parents could never become objective about their children. It was always a biased, emotional projection the parent held toward the child. Inevitably, the parent's view was distorted. No parent could be a fit instructor for his child. Robots could study the child, analyze his needs, his wants, test his abilities and interests. Robots would not try to force the child to fit a certain mold. The child would be trained along his own lines, wherever scientific study indicated his interest and need lay. Ed came to the corner. Traffic whirred past him. He stepped absently forward. A clang and crash. Bars dropped in front of him, stopping him. A robot safety control. "Sir, be more careful," the strident voice came close by him. "Sorry." Ed stepped back. The control bars lifted. He waited for the lights to change. It was for Peter's own good. Robots could train him right. Later on, when he was out of growth stage, when he was not so pliant, so responsive. "It's better for him," Ed murmured. He said it again, half aloud. Some people glanced at him, and he colored. Of course it was better for him, no doubt about it. 18. He couldn't be with his son until he was 18, practically grown up. The lights changed. Deep in thought, Ed crossed the street with the other pedestrians, keeping carefully inside the safety line. It was best for Peter. But 18 years was a long time. "A hell of a long time," Ed murmured, frowning. "Too damn long a time." Dr. 2GY Bish carefully studied the man standing in front of him. His relays and memory banks clicked, narrowing down the image identification, flashing a variety of comparison possibilities past the scanner. "I recall you, sir," Dr. Bish said at last. "You're the man from Proxima, from the colonies. Doyle, Edward Doyle. Let's see, it was some time ago. It must have been 9 years ago," Ed Doyle said grimly. "Exactly 9 years ago, practically to the day." Dr. Bish folded his hands. "Sit down, Mr. Doyle. What can I do for you? How is Mrs. Doyle? Very engaging wife, as I recall. We had a delightful conversation during her delivery. How? Dr. Bish, do you know where my son is?" Dr. Bish considered, tapping his fingers on the desktop, the polished mahogany surface. He closed his eyes slightly, gazing off into the distance. Yes, I know where your son is, Mr. Doyle." Ed Doyle relaxed. "Fine." He nodded, letting his breath out in relief. "I know exactly where your son is. I placed him in the Los Angeles Biological Research Station about a year ago. He's undergoing specialized training there. Your son, Mr. Doyle, has shown exceptional ability. He is, shall I say, one of the few, the very few, we have found with real possibilities." "Can I see him?" "See him? How do you mean?" Doyle controlled himself with an effort. "I think the term is clear." Dr. Bish rubbed his chin. His photocell brain whirred, operating at maximum velocity. Switches routed power surges, building up loads and leaping gaps rapidly as he contemplated the man before him. "You wish to view him? That's one meaning of the term. Or do you wish to talk to him? Sometimes the term is used to cover a more direct contact. It's a loose word. I want to talk to him. I see. Bish slowly drew some forms from the dispenser on his desk. There are a few routine papers that have to be filled out first, of course. Just how long did you want to speak to him? Ed Doyle gazed steadily into Dr. Bish's bland face. I want to talk to him several hours. Alone. Alone? No robots around. Dr. Bish said nothing. He stroked the papers he held, creasing the edges with his nail. Mr. Doyle, he said carefully, I wonder if you're in a proper emotional state to visit your son. You have recently come in from the colonies? I left Proxima 3 weeks ago. Then you have just arrived here in Los Angeles? That's right. And you've come to see your son? Or have you other business? I came for my son. Mr. Doyle, Peter is at a very critical stage. He has just recently been transferred to the biology station for his higher training. Up to now, his training has been general, what we call the non-differentiated stage. Recently, he has entered a new period. Within the last 6 months, Peter has begun advanced work along his specific line, that of organic chemistry. He will... What does Peter think about it? Bish frowned. I don't understand, sir. How does he feel? Is it what he wants? Mr. Doyle, your son has the possibility of becoming one of the world's finest biochemists. In all the time we have worked with human beings, in their training and development, we have never come across a more alert and integrated faculty for the assimilation of data, construction of theory, formulation of material, than that which your son possesses. All tests indicate he will rapidly rise to the top of his chosen field. He is still only a child, Mr. Doyle, but it is the children who must be trained. Doyle stood up. Tell me where I can find him. I'll talk to him for 2 hours, and then the rest is up to him. The rest? Doyle clamped his jaw shut. He shoved his hands in his pockets. His face was flushed and set, grim with determination. In the 9 years he had grown much heavier, more stocky and florid. His thinning hair had turned iron gray. His clothes were dumpy and unpressed. He looked stubborn. Dr. Bish sighed. All right, Mr. Doyle. Here are your papers. The law allows you to observe your boy whenever you make proper application. Since he is out of his non-differentiated stage, you may also speak to him for a period of 90 minutes. Alone? You can take him away from the station grounds for that length of time. Dr. Bish pushed the papers over to Doyle. Fill these out, and I'll have Peter brought here. He looked up steadily at the man standing before him. I hope you'll remember that any emotional experience at this crucial stage may do much to inhibit his development. He has chosen his field, Mr. Doyle. He must be permitted to grow along his selected lines, unhindered by situational blocks. Peter has been in contact with our technical staff throughout his entire training period. He is not accustomed to contact with other human beings, so please, be careful. Doyle said nothing. He grabbed up the papers and plucked out his fountain pen. He hardly recognized his son when the 2 robot attendants brought him out of the massive concrete station building and deposited him a few yards from Ed's parked surface car. Ed pushed the door open. Pete! His heart was thumping heavily, painfully. He watched his son come toward the car, frowning in the bright sunlight. It was late afternoon, about 4. A faint breeze blew across the parking lot, rustling a few papers and bits of debris. Peter stood slim and straight. His eyes were large, deep brown like Ed's. His hair was light, almost blonde, more like Janet's. He had Ed's jaw, though, the firm line, clean and well chiseled. Ed grinned at him. 9 years it had been. 9 years since the robot attendant had lifted the rack up from the conveyor pot to show him the little wrinkled baby red as a boiled lobster. Peter had grown. He was not a baby any longer. He was a young boy, straight and proud, with firm features and wide, clear eyes. Pete, Ed said, how the hell are you? The boy stopped by the door of the car. He gazed at Ed, calmly. His eyes flickered, taking in the car, the robot driver, the heavy-set man in the rumpled tweed suit grinning nervously at him. "Get in, get inside." Ed moved over. "Come on, we have places to go." The boy was looking at him again. Suddenly Ed was conscious of his baggy suit, his unshined shoes, his gray-stubbled chin. He flushed, yanking out his red pocket handkerchief and mopping his forehead uneasily. "I just got off the ship, Pete, from Proxima. I haven't had time to change. I'm a little dusty. Long trip." Peter nodded. 4.3 light years, isn't it? "Takes 3 weeks. Get in. Don't you want to get in?" Peter slid in beside him. Ed slammed the door. "Let's go." The car started up. "Drive." Ed peered out the window. "Drive up there, by the hill, out of town." He turned to Pete. "I hate big cities. I can't get used to them." "There are no large cities in the colonies, are there?" Pete murmured. "You're unused to urban living." Ed settled back. His heart had begun to slow down to its normal beat. "No, as a matter of fact, it's the other way around, Pete." "How do you mean?" "I went to Prox because I couldn't stand cities." Peter said nothing. The surface car was climbing, going up a steel highway into the hills. The station, huge and impressive, spread out like a heap of cement bricks directly below them. A few cars moved along the road, but not many. Most transportation was by air now. Surface cars had begun to disappear. The road leveled off. They moved along the ridge of the hills. Trees and bushes rose on both sides of them. "It's nice up here," Ed said. "Yes." How have you been? I haven't seen you for a long time. Just once, just after you were born." "I know. Your visit is listed in the records." "You've been getting along all right?" "Yes, quite well." "They treating you all right?" "Of course." After a while, Ed leaned forward. "Stop here," he said to the robot driver. The car slowed down, pulling over to the side of the road. "Sir, there is nothing—" "This is fine. Let us out. We'll walk from here." The car stopped. The doors slid reluctantly open. Ed stepped quickly out of the car onto the pavement. Peter got out slowly after him, puzzled. "Where are we?" "No place." Ed slammed the door. "Go on back to town," he said to the driver. "We won't need you." The car drove off. Ed walked to the side of the road. Peter came after him. The hill dropped away, falling down to the beginnings of the city below. A vast panorama stretched out, the great metropolis in the late afternoon sun. Ed took a deep breath, throwing his arms out. He took off his coat and tossed it over his shoulder. "Come on." He started down the hillside. "Here we go." "Where?" "For a walk. Let's get off this damn road." They climbed down the side of the hill, walking carefully, holding on to the grass and roots jutting out from the soil. Finally they came to a level place by a big sycamore tree. Ed threw himself down on the ground, grunting and wiping sweat from his neck. "Here. Let's sit here." Peter sat down carefully, a little way off. Ed's blue shirt was stained with sweat. He unfastened his tie and loosened his collar. Presently he searched through his coat pockets. He brought out his pipe and tobacco. Peter watched him fill the pipe and light it with a big sulfur match. "What's that?" he murmured. "This? My pipe." Ed grinned, sucking at the pipe. "Haven't you ever seen a pipe?" "No." "This is a good pipe. I got this when I first went out to Proxima. That was a long time ago. Pete, it was 25 years ago. I was just 19 then, only about twice as old as you." He put his tobacco away and leaned back, his heavy face serious, preoccupied. "Just 19. I went out there as a plumber, repair and sales when I could make a sale. Terran Plumbing. One of those big ads you used to see. Unlimited opportunities, virgin lands, make a million, gold in the streets." Ed laughed. "How did you make out?" Not bad at all. I own my own line now, you know. I service the whole Proxima system. We do repairing, maintenance, building, construction. I've got 600 people working for me. It took a long time. It didn't come easy." "No." "Hungry?" Peter turned. "What?" "Are you hungry?" Ed pulled a brown paper parcel from his coat and unwrapped it. "I still have a couple of sandwiches from the trip. When I come in from Prox, I bring some food along with me. I don't like to buy in the diner. They skin you." He held out the parcel. "Want one?" "No, thank you." Ed took a sandwich and began to eat. He ate nervously, glancing at his son. Peter sat silently, a short distance off, staring ahead without expression. His smooth, handsome face was blank. "Everything all right?" Ed said. "Yes." "You're not cold, are you?" "No." "You don't want to catch cold?" A squirrel crossed in front of them, hurrying toward the sycamore tree. Ed threw it a piece of his sandwich. The squirrel ran off a way, then came back slowly. It scolded at them, standing up on its hind feet, its great gray tail flowing out behind it. Ed laughed. "Look at him. Ever see a squirrel before?" "I don't think so." The squirrel ran off with the piece of sandwich. It disappeared among the brush and bushes. "Squirrels don't exist out around Prox," Ed said. "No. It's good to come back to Terra once in a while, see some of the old things. They're going, though." "Going?" "Away, destroyed. Terra is always changing." Ed waved around at the hillside. "This will be gone. Someday they'll cut down the trees. Then they'll level it. Someday they'll carve the whole range up and carry it off, use it for fill someplace along the coast." "That's beyond our scope," Peter said. "What?" "I don't receive that type of material. I think Dr. Bish told you I'm working with biochemistry." "I know," Ed murmured. "Say, how the hell did you ever get mixed up with that stuff, biochemistry?" "The tests showed that my abilities lie along those lines." "You enjoy what you're doing?" "What a strange thing to ask. Of course I enjoy what I'm doing. It's the work I'm fitted for." "It seems funny as hell to me, starting a 9-year-old kid off on something like that." "Why?" "My God, Pete, when I was 9, I was bumming around town. In school sometimes, outside mostly, wandering here and there, playing, reading, sneaking into the rocket-launching yards all the time." He considered. "Doing all sorts of things. When I was 16, I hopped over to Mars. I stayed there a while, worked as a hasher. I went on to Ganymede. Ganymede was all sewed up tight, nothing doing there. From Ganymede I went out to Prox, got a work away all the way out, big freighter." "You stayed at Proxima?" "I sure did. I found what I wanted. Nice place out there. Now we're starting on to Sirius, you know." Ed's chest swelled. "I've got an outlet in the Sirius system, little retail and service place." "Sirius is 8.8 light years from Sol." "It's a long way. 7 weeks from here. Rough grind. Meteor swarms. Keeps things hot all the way out." "I can imagine." "You know what I thought I might do?" Ed turned toward his son, his face alive with hope and enthusiasm. "I've been thinking it over. I thought maybe I'd go out there, to Sirius. It's a fine little place we have. I drew up the plans myself, special design to fit with the characteristics of the system." Peter nodded. "Pete?" "Yes?" "Do you think maybe you'd be interested? Like to hop out to Sirius and take a look? It's a good place. 4 clean planets, never touched, lots of room, miles and miles of room. Cliffs and mountains, oceans, nobody around, just a few colonists, families, some construction, wide, level plains." "How do you mean, interested?" "In going all the way out." Ed's face was pale. His mouth twitched nervously. "I thought maybe you'd like to come along and see how things are. It's a lot like Prox was 25 years ago. It's good and clean out there, no cities." Peter smiled. "Why are you smiling?" "No reason." Peter stood up abruptly. "If we have to walk back to the station, we'd better start, don't you think? It's getting late." "Sure," Ed struggled to his feet. "Sure, but—" "When are you going to be back in the Sol system again?" "Back?" Ed followed after his son. Peter climbed up the hill toward the road. "Slow down, will you?" Peter slowed down. Ed caught up with him. "I don't know when I'll be back. I don't come here very often. No ties, not since Jan and I separated. As a matter of fact, I came here this time to—" "This way." Peter started down the road. Ed hurried along beside him, fastening his tie and putting his coat on, gasping for breath. "Peter, what do you say? You want to hop out to Sirius with me? Take a look? It's a nice place out there. We could work together, the two of us, if you want." "But I already have my work." "That stuff? That damn chemistry stuff?" Peter smiled again. Ed scowled, his face dark red. "Why are you smiling?" he demanded. His son did not answer. "What's the matter? What's so damn funny?" "Nothing," Peter said. "Don't become excited. We have a long walk down." He increased his pace slightly, his supple body swinging in long, even strides. "It's getting late. We have to hurry." Dr. Bish examined his wristwatch, pushing back his pinstriped coat sleeve. "I'm glad you're back." "He sent the surface car away," Peter murmured. "We had to walk down the hill on foot." It was dark outside. The station lights were coming on automatically along the rows of buildings and laboratories. Dr. Bish rose from his desk. "Sign this, Peter, bottom of this form." Peter signed. "What is it?" "Certifies you saw him in accord with the provisions of the law. We didn't try to obstruct you in any way." Peter handed the paper back. Bish filed it away with the others. Peter moved toward the door of the doctor's office. "I'll go down to the cafeteria for dinner." "You haven't eaten?" "No." Dr. Bish folded his arms, studying the boy. "Well," he said, "what do you think of him? This is the first time you've seen your father. It must have been strange for you. You've been around us so much in all your training and work." "It was unusual." "Did you gain any impressions? Was there anything you particularly noticed?" "He was very emotional. There was a distinct bias through everything he said and did, a distortion present, virtually uniform." "Anything else?" Peter hesitated, lingering at the door. He broke into a smile. "One other thing." "What was it?" "I noticed—" Peter laughed. "I noticed a distinct odor about him. A constant, pungent smell all the time I was with him." "I'm afraid that's true of all of them," Dr. Bish said. "Certain skin glands, waste products thrown off from the blood. You'll get used to it after you've been around them more." "Do I have to be around them?" "They're your own race. How else can you work with them? Your whole training is designed with that in mind. When we've taught you all we can, then you will—" It reminded me of something. The pungent odor. I kept thinking about it all the time I was with him, trying to place it. "Can you identify it now?" Peter reflected. He thought hard, concentrating deeply. His small face wrinkled up. Dr. Bish waited patiently by his desk, arms folded. The automatic heating system clicked on for the night, warming the room with a soft glow that drifted gently around them. "I know," Peter exclaimed suddenly. "What was it?" "The animals in the biology lab. It was the same smell as the experimental animals." They glanced at each other, the robot doctor and the promising young boy. Both of them smiled, a secret, private smile, a smile of complete understanding. "I believe I know what you mean," Dr. Bish said. "In fact, I know exactly what you mean." Some kinds of life. "Joan, for heaven's sake!" Joan Clark caught the irritation in her husband's voice, even through the wall speaker. She left her chair by the vid-screen and hurried into the bedroom. Bob was rooting furiously around in the closet, pulling down coats and suits and tossing them on the bed. His face was flushed with exasperation. "What are you looking for?" "My uniform! Where is it? Isn't it here?" "Of course, let me look." Bob got sullenly out of the way. Joan pushed past him and clicked on the automatic sorter. Suits bobbed by in quick succession, parading for her inspection. It was early morning, about 9 o'clock. The sky was bright blue. Not a single cloud was visible. A warm spring day late in April. The ground outside the house was damp and black from the rains of the day before. Green shoots were already beginning to poke their way up through the steaming earth. The sidewalk was dark with moisture. Wide lawns glittered in the sparkling sunlight. "Here it is." Joan turned off the sorter. The uniform dropped into her arms, and she carried it over to her husband. "Now next time, don't get so upset." "Thanks." Bob grinned, embarrassed. He patted the coat. "But look, it's all creased. I thought you were going to have the darn thing cleaned." "It'll be all right." Joan started up the bedmaker. The bedmaker smoothed out the sheets and blankets, folding them in place. The spread settled carefully around the pillows. "After you've had it on a while, it'll look just lovely. Bob, you are the fussiest man I know." "Sorry, honey," Bob murmured. "What's wrong?" Joan came up to him and put her hand on his broad shoulder. "Are you worried about something?" "No." "Tell me." Bob began to unfasten his uniform. "It's nothing important. I didn't want to bother you. Erickson called me at work yesterday to tell me my group is up again. Seems they're calling 2 groups at once now. I thought I wouldn't get jerked out for another 6 months." "Oh, Bob, why didn't you tell me?" "Erickson and I talked a long time. For God's sake," I told him, "I was just up." "I know that, Bob," he said. "I'm sorry as hell about it, but there's nothing I can do. We're all in the same boat. Anyhow, it won't last long. Might as well get it over with. It's the Martian situation. They're all hot and bothered about it." That's what he said. He was nice about it. Erickson's a pretty good guy for a sector organizer. When do you have to go? Bob looked at his watch. I have to get down to the field by noon. Gives me 3 hours. When will you be back? Oh, I should be back in a couple days, if everything goes all right. You know how these things are. It varies. Remember last October when I was gone a whole week? But that's unusual. They rotate the groups so fast now you're practically back before you start. Tommy came strolling in from the kitchen. What's up, Dad? He noticed the uniform. Say, your group up again? That's right. Tommy grinned from ear to ear, a delighted teenage grin. You going to get in on the Martian business? I was following it over the vid screen. Those Martians look like a bunch of dry weeds tied together in a bundle. You guys sure ought to be able to blow them apart. Bob laughed, whacking his son on the back. You tell him, Tommy. I sure wish I was coming. Bob's expression changed. His eyes became hard like gray flint. No, you don't, kid. Don't say that. There was an uncomfortable silence. I didn't mean anything, Tommy muttered. Bob laughed easily. Forget it. Now all of you clear out so I can change. Joan and Tommy left the room. The door slid shut. Bob dressed swiftly, tossing his robe and pajamas on the bed and pulling his dark green uniform around him. He laced his boots up and then opened the door. Joan had got his suitcase from the hall closet. You'll want this, won't you? She asked. Thanks. Bob picked up the suitcase. Let's go out to the car. Tommy was already absorbed at the vidscreen, beginning his schoolwork for the day. A biology lesson moved slowly across the screen. Bob and Joan walked down the front steps and along the path to their surface car, parked at the edge of the road. The door opened as they approached. Bob threw his suitcase inside and sat down behind the wheel. Why do we have to fight the Martians? Joan asked suddenly. Tell me, Bob, tell me why. Bob lit a cigarette. He let the gray smoke drift around the cabin of the car. Why? You know as well as I do. He reached out a big hand and thumped the handsome control board of the car. Because of this. What do you mean? The control mechanism needs Rexaroid, and the only Rexaroid deposits in the whole system are on Mars. If we lose Mars, we lose this. He ran his hand over the gleaming control board. And if we lose this, how are we going to get around? Answer me that. Can't we go back to manual steering? We could 10 years ago, but 10 years ago we were driving less than 100 miles per hour. No human being could steer at the speeds these days. We couldn't go back to manual steering without slowing down our pace. Can't we do that? Bob laughed. Sweetheart, it's 90 miles from here to town. You really think I could keep my job if I had to drive the whole way at 35 miles an hour? I'd be on the road all my life. Joan was silent. You see, we must have the darn stuff, the Rexaroid. It makes our control equipment possible. We depend on it. We need it. We must keep mining operations going on Mars. We can't afford to let the Martians get the Rexaroid deposits away from us, see? I see. And last year, it was cryon ore from Venus. We had to have that. So you went and fought on Venus. Darling, the walls of our houses wouldn't maintain an even temperature without cryon. Cryon is the only non-living substance in the system that adjusts itself to temperature changes. Why, we'd all have to go back to floor furnaces again, like my grandfather had. And the year before, it was lanolite from Pluto. Lanolite is the only substance known that can be used in constructing the memory banks of the calculators. It's the only metal with true retentive ability. Without lanolite, we'd lose all our big computing machines, and you know how far we'd get without them. All right. Sweetheart, you know I don't want to go, but I have to. We all have to. Bob waved toward the house. Do you want to give that up? You want to go back to the old days? No. Joan moved away from the car. All right, Bob. I'll see you in a day or two then? I hope so. This trouble should be over soon. Most of the New York groups are being called. The Berlin and Oslo groups are already there. It shouldn't take long. Good luck. Thanks. Bob closed the door. The motor started up automatically. Say goodbye to Tommy for me. The car drove off, gaining speed, the automatic control board guiding it expertly into the main stream of traffic flowing down the highway. Joan watched until the car blended with the endless tide of flashing metal hulls, racing across the countryside in a bright ribbon toward the distant city. Then she went slowly back inside the house. Bob never came back from Mars, so in a manner of speaking, Tommy became the man of the house. Joan got a release from school for him, and after a while he began work as a lab technician at the government research project a few miles down the road. Brian Erickson, the sector organizer, stopped one evening to see how they were getting along. "Nice little place you have here," Erickson said, wandering around. Tommy swelled with pride. "Sure is, isn't it? Sit down and make yourself comfortable." "Thanks." Erickson peered into the kitchen. The kitchen was in the process of putting out a meal for the evening dinner. Quite a kitchen. Tommy came up beside him. "See that unit there on top of the stove?" "What's it do?" "It's a selector on the kitchen. It sets up a new combination every day. We don't have to figure out what to eat." "Amazing." Erickson glanced at Tommy. "You seem to be doing all right?" Joan looked up from the vid screen. As well as could be expected. Her voice was toneless, flat. Erickson grunted. He walked back into the living room. "Well, I guess I'll be running along." "What did you come for?" Joan asked. "Nothing in particular, Mrs. Clark." Erickson hesitated by the door, a big man, red-faced, in his late 30s. "Oh, there was one thing." "What is it?" Her voice was emotionless. "Tom, have you made out your sector unit card?" "My sector unit card?" "According to law, you're supposed to be registered as part of this sector, my sector." He reached in his pocket. "I have a few blank cards with me." "Gee," Tommy said, a little frightened. "So soon? I thought it wasn't until I got to be 18. "They've changed the ruling. We took quite a beating on Mars. Some of the sectors can't fill their quotas. Have to dig deeper from now on." Erickson grinned good-naturedly. "This is a good sector, you know. We have a lot of fun drilling and trying out the new equipment. I finally got Washington to consign us a whole squadron of the new double-jet small fighters. Each man in my sector gets the use of a fighter." Tommy's eyes lit up. "Really?" "In fact, the user gets to bring the fighter home over the weekend. You can park it on your lawn." "No kidding?" Tommy sat down at the desk. He filled the unit card out happily. "Yes, we have a pretty good time," Erickson murmured. "Between wars," Joan said quietly. "What's that, Mrs. Clark?" "Nothing." Erickson accepted the filled-out card. He put it away in his wallet. "By the way," he said. Tommy and Joan turned toward him. "I guess you've been seeing the Glecko War on the vid screen. I guess you know all about that." "The Glecko War?" "We get all our Glecko from Callisto. It's made from the hides of some kind of animal. Well, there's been a little trouble with the natives. They claim—" "What is a Glecko?" Joan said, tightly. "That's the stuff that makes your front door open, for you only. It's sensitive to your pressure pattern. Glecko is made from these animals." There was silence, the kind you can cut with a knife. "I guess I'll be going." Erickson moved toward the door. "We'll see you the next training session, Tom, right?" He opened the door. "Right," Tommy murmured. "Good night." Erickson left, closing the door after him. "But I have to go," Tommy exclaimed. "Why?" "The whole sector is going. It's required." Joan stared out the window. "It isn't right. But if I don't go, we'll lose Callisto. And if we lose Callisto—" "I know. Then we'll have to go back to carrying door keys like our grandfathers did." "That's right." Tommy stuck out his chest, turning from side to side. "How do I look?" Joan said nothing. "How do I look? Do I look all right?" Tommy looked fine in his deep green uniform. He was slim and straight, much better looking than Bob. Bob had been gaining weight. His hair had been thinning. Tommy's hair was thick and black. His cheeks were flushed with excitement, his blue eyes flashing. He pulled his helmet in place, snapping the strap. "Okay?" he demanded. Joan nodded. "Fine." "Kiss me goodbye. I'm off to Callisto. I'll be back in a couple of days." "Goodbye." "You don't sound very happy." "I'm not," Joan said. "I'm not very happy." Tommy came back from Callisto all right, but during the Trectone War on Europa, something went wrong with his double-jet small fighter, and the sector unit came back without him. Trectone, Brian Erickson explained, is used in vidscreen tubes. It's very important, Joan. "I see. You know what the vidscreen means. Our whole education and information come over it. The kids learn from it. They get their schooling. And in the evening we use the pleasure channels for entertainment. You don't want us to have to go back to—" No, of course not. "I'm sorry." Joan waved a signal, and the coffee table slid into the living room, bearing a pot of steaming coffee. "Cream? Sugar?" "Just sugar, thanks." Erickson took his cup and sat silently on the couch, sipping and stirring. The house was quiet. It was late evening, about 11 o'clock. The shades were down. The vidscreen played softly in the corner. Outside the house the world was dark and unmoving except for a faint wind stirring among the cedar trees at the end of the grounds. "Any news from the various fronts?" Joan asked after a while, leaning back and smoothing down her skirt. "The fronts?" Erickson considered. "Well, some new developments in the Idarium War." "Where is that?" "Neptune. We get our Idarium from Neptune." "What is Idarium used for?" Joan's voice was thin and remote, as if she were a long way off. Her face had a pinched look, a kind of strained whiteness, as if a mask had settled into place and remained, a mask through which she looked from a great distance. "All the newspaper machines require Idarium," Erickson explained. "Idarium lining makes it possible for them to detect events as they occur and flash them over the vidscreen. Without Idarium, we'd have to go back to reporting news and writing it up by hand. That would introduce the personal bias, slanted news. The Idarium news machines are impartial." Joan nodded. "Any other news?" "Not much more. They say some trouble might be going to break out on Mercury." "What do we get from Mercury?" "That's where our Ambraline comes from. We use Ambraline in all kinds of selector units. In your kitchen, the selector you have in there, the meal selector that sets up the food combinations, that's an Ambraline unit." Joan gazed vacantly into her coffee cup. "The natives on Mercury, they're attacking us?" "There's been some riots, agitation, that sort of thing. Some sector units have been called out already. The Paris unit and the Moscow unit, big units, I believe." After a time, Joan said, "You know, Brian, I can tell you came here with something on your mind." "Oh, no, why do you say that?" "I can tell. What is it?" Erickson flushed, his good-natured face red. "You're pretty acute, Joan. As a matter of fact, I did come for something." "What is it?" Erickson reached into his coat and brought out a folded mimeographed paper. He passed it to Joan. "It isn't my idea, understand. I'm just a cog in a big machine." He chewed his lip nervously. "It's because of the heavy losses in the Trectone War. They need to close ranks. They're up against it, so I hear." "What does all this mean?" Joan passed the paper back. "I can't make out all this legal wording." "Well, it means women are going to be admitted into sector units in the absence of male members of the family." "Oh, I see." Erickson got up quickly, relieved that his duty had been done. "I guess I'll have to run along now. I wanted to bring this over and show it to you. They're handing them out all along the line." He stuck the paper away in his coat again. He looked very tired. "It doesn't leave very many people, does it?" "How do you mean?" "Men first, then children, now women. It seems to take in everybody, just about." "Kind of does, I guess. Well, there must be a reason. We have to hold these fronts. The stuff must be kept coming in. We've got to have it." "I suppose so." Joan rose slowly. "I'll see you later on, Brian." "Yes, I should be around later in the week. I'll see you then." Brian Erickson came back just as the Nymphite War was breaking out on Saturn. He grinned apologetically at Mrs. Clark as she let him in. "Sorry to bother you so early in the morning," Erickson said. "I'm in a big rush, running around all over the sector." "What is it?" Joan closed the door after him. He was in his organizer's uniform, pale green with silver bands across his shoulders. Joan was still in her dressing robe. "Nice and warm in here," Erickson said, warming his hands against the wall. Outside the day was bright and cold. It was November. Snow lay over everything, a cold blanket of white. A few stark trees jutted up, their branches barren and frozen. Far off along the highway, the bright ribbon of surface cars had diminished to a trickle. There were few people going to the city anymore. Most surface cars were in storage. "I guess you know about the trouble on Saturn," Erickson murmured. "You've heard." "I saw some shots, I think, over the vidscreen." "Quite a ruckus. Those Saturn natives are sure big. My golly, they must be 50 feet high." Joan nodded absently, rubbing her eyes. "It's a shame we need anything from Saturn." Have you had breakfast, Brian? Oh, yes, thanks. I've eaten. Erickson turned his back to the wall. Sure is good to get in out of the cold. You certainly keep your house nice and neat. I wish my wife kept our place this neat. Joan crossed to the windows and let up the shades. What do we use from Saturn? It would have to be nymphite of all things. Anything else we could give up, but not nymphite. What is nymphite used for? All aptitude testing equipment. Without nymphite, we wouldn't be able to tell who was fit for what occupation, including President of the World Council. I see. With nymphite testers, we can determine what each person is good for and what kind of work he should be doing. Nymphite is the basic tool of modern society. With it, we classify and grade ourselves, if anything should happen to the supply. And it all comes from Saturn? I'm afraid so. Now the natives are rioting, trying to take over the nymphite mines. It's going to be a tough struggle. They're big. The government is having to call up everyone it can get. Suddenly Joan gasped. Everyone? Her hand flew to her mouth. Even women? I'm afraid so. Sorry, Joan. You know it isn't my idea. Nobody wants to do it. But if we're going to save all these things we have... But whom will that leave? Erickson did not answer. He was sitting down at the desk, making out a card. He passed it to her. Joan took it automatically. Your unit card. But who will be left? Joan asked again. Can't you tell me? Will anyone be left? The rocket ship from Orion landed with a great crashing roar. Exhaust valves poured out clouds of waste material as the jet compressors cooled into silence. There was no sound for a time. Then the hatch was unscrewed carefully and swung inward. Cautiously, Ntagari 3 stepped out, waving an atmosphere-testing cone ahead of him. Results? His companion queried, his thoughts crossing to Ntagari 3. Too thin to breathe for us, but enough for some kinds of life. Ntagari 3 gazed around him, across the hills and plains, off in the distance. Certainly is quiet. Not a sound, or any sign of life. His companion emerged. What's that over there? Where? Ntagari 3 asked. Over that way, Lucitan 6 pointed with his polar antenna. See? Looks like some kind of building units, some sort of mass structures. The two Orionians raised their launch to hatch level and slid it out onto the ground. With Ntagari 3 at the wheel, they set off across the plain, toward the raised spot visible on the horizon. Plants grew on all sides, some tall and sturdy, some fragile and small with multicolored blossoms. Plenty of immobile forms, Lucitan 6 observed. They passed through a field of gray-orange plants, thousands of stalks growing uniformly, endless plants all exactly alike. They look as if they were artificially sowed, Ntagari 3 murmured. Slow the launch down. We're coming to some sort of structure. Ntagari 3 slowed down the launch almost to a stop. The two Orionians leaned out the port, gazing in interest. A lovely structure rose up, surrounded by plants of all kinds, tall plants, carpets of low plants, beds of plants with astonishing blossoms. The structure itself was neat and attractive, obviously the artifact of an advanced culture. Ntagari 3 leaped out of the launch. Maybe we're about to encounter the legendary beings from Terra. He hurried across the carpet of plants, a long uniform ground covering up to the front porch of the structure. Lucitan 6 followed him. They examined the door. How does it open? Lucitan 6 asked. They burned a neat hole in the lock, and the door slid back. Lights came on automatically. The house was warm, heated by the walls. How developed? How very advanced? They wandered from room to room, gazing around them at the vidscreen, at the elaborate kitchen, at the furniture in the bedroom, at the drapes, the chairs, the bed. But where are the Terrans? Ntagari 3 said at last. They'll be right back. Ntagari 3 paced back and forth. This gives me an odd feeling. I can't put my antenna on it. A sort of uncomfortable feeling. He hesitated. It isn't possible they're not coming back, is it? Why not? Lucitan 6 began to fiddle with the vidscreen. Hardly likely. We'll wait for them. They'll be back. Ntagari 3 peered out the window nervously. I don't see them. But they must be around. They couldn't just walk off and leave all this behind. Where would they go? Why? They'll be back. Lucitan 6 got some static on the vidscreen. This isn't very impressive. I have a feeling they won't. If the Terrans don't return, Lucian-6 said thoughtfully, fooling with the vidscreen controls, it will be one of the greatest puzzles known to archaeology. I'll keep watching for them, Ntagari-3 said, impassively.